Parallel universe. Blue Star. Linhai City CBD, the landmark Twin Towers, stands in the center. 4 words hang on the roof: YU Media. YU Media Group is one of the top 10 companies at the apex of the entertainment pyramid in the southern region. On the 18th floor in the composition department, everyone is busy except in a remote corner where a young man in his early 20s is fast asleep, sprawled across his desk. While he was sleeping soundly, a startled cry suddenly erupted, followed by cry after cry of alarm. The quiet, comfortable atmosphere for sleeping vanished instantly. Luke Sun rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking blankly at the various complicated expressions of his seniors: shock, anger. What happened? Too shameless. For Yang Jin and Qin Su to defect at this critical moment, it's too much. The company treated them so well. Without the company's strong backing, how could they have reached the top positions of Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen? 2 ungrateful wretches. The composition department was filled with curses mixed with anxiety. If the company can't make it onto the leaderboard again this quarter, we really are going to fall out of the top 10 rankings. At this critical juncture, for those 2 to defect, they're not fit to be called human. Those 2 had a good plan. They had to defect while the company still had used value. Otherwise, once the company's ranking drops, they won't have any bargaining chips to negotiate conditions with others. Someone sneered. But it had to be said, this was a pertinent remark. From his colleague's conversation, Luke Sun roughly understood what had happened. The 2 top talents in the company, the Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen, had both defected, giving a heavy blow to the already precarious company. Under normal circumstances, such a thing wouldn't have caused too big a stir, but 3 years ago, the company had signed a gambling agreement with an investment firm. Within 3 years, the company's rankings in various areas had to reach the top 8 of entertainment companies in the southern region. On Blue Star, company rankings are very important. These rankings are based on comprehensive data performance in film and television, music, animation, and talent. The higher the ranking, the more social resources and benefits one receives. 3 years ago, YU Media Group's momentum was very strong, and reaching the top 8 was very hopeful, but something went wrong. Since signing the gambling agreement, the company's performance in music, film and television, and animation had all entered a bottleneck period, especially the music sector, which showed a backward trend. This year is the last year of the company's gambling agreement. If we fail to meet the standard this year, the company will face a full takeover by the other party. Naturally, none of this had any impact on Luke Sun, who existed as a total nobody. If there was any impact, it would probably be that when the new company took over, he would be among those laid off. Luke Sun listened to his colleagues' various concerns. Compared to their concerns about the future, Luke Sun felt that these things were trivial for him, because his experience was legendary. Luke Sun was originally a recent university graduate in China, but he was struck and killed by a car while saving a child. After death, his soul left his body. An old man who radiated golden light told him that he was a person of 10 generations of kindness, and now that his merit was complete, he could enter various plane worlds for a vacation. The old man described the beauty of the plane worlds with spit flying everywhere, and the naive and innocent Luke Sun believed him and readily agreed. After entering the plane, he realized he had been swindled by the old man. This was no vacation, it was simply suffering. The first plane world was a world that worshipped calligraphy. Everyone could write beautiful characters. People with ugly characters would be spurned when they went out, and even eating and buying things would be 10 times more expensive than for others. If you were a calligraphy master, dining, accommodation, and travel were all free, and all kinds of beautiful women would come to provide services, the free kind. The penniless Luke Sun, to have a mouthful of food to survive, practiced calligraphy every day. Finally, after becoming a top calligraphy master, he was able to leave that plane. Before Luke Sun could speak, he was forcibly stuffed into the second plane world. The second plane was even more perverse. It was a palace of music. For people who liked music, it was heaven. For Luke Sun, who knew nothing about music, it was hell. There, if you didn't know how to compose, arrange, or write lyrics, you would be struck by thunder. That thunder was real thunder, the kind that falls from the sky. To avoid being struck dead by thunder, Luke Sun could only immerse himself in studying. After he finally made it through and became a top composer, he was transported again. For the next journey, he constantly entered all sorts of planes, dominated by painting, dance, classical poetry, film and television, piano, martial arts, and so on. To leave a world, he had to be top master. Luke Sun was in those inhumane worlds, whipped time after time, error lashed, and learned skill after skill. After filling all his skill points to the maximum, he finally saw that bad old man radiating golden light. Before Luke Sun could violently beat the bad old man, the little old man smilingly told Luke Sun that his merit was complete again, and he could fulfill one wish for him. Since he couldn't beat the bad old man, Luke Sun could only say his wish with tears: return to Earth. Return to the China before his accident. The old man smilingly agreed wholeheartedly. By the time he opened his eyes, thinking he had returned to Earth, unexpectedly that rotten to the core old man got the coordinates wrong and transported him to the parallel Blue Star system. The Blue Star system is composed of 5 major planets forming a circle, with a thick layer of blue light surrounding the outside. Seen from the depths of the universe, it resembles a giant blue planet, thus it is called the Blue Star system, for short, Blue Star. The 5 major planets are the Southern Region, Northern Region, Western Province, Eastern Region, and Central Province. The 5-star regions are self-governing, while military power is governed by the Federal Republic. Lusun is currently in the Southern Region. Blue Star's ecology is very similar to Earth's, but the territory is extremely vast, each area far exceeding the total area of Earth, and the population is also the same. There are many people, many resources, and science and technology are even more developed. There is a suspended, high-speed rail that rivals the speed of airplanes. There are mature, intelligent robots. There are 3-dimensional computers. There are holographic games. There are all kinds of high-tech you have never heard of or seen before. Technology is developed, but cultural entertainment is about the same as Earth's. The owner of this body Lusun took over had died long ago, and he replaced the original owner to live on, becoming a total nobody composer in the composition department under Huayu Media, having just joined less than 3 months ago. Suddenly, another startled cry erupted in the office, and then startled cries rose one after another. Oh my, how can this be? It's over, the company is really done for this time. Luke picked up his phone, and on the largest entertainment platform, Huayu Media song plagiarism was written dramatically. Original composer Wang Mingyang filed a lawsuit in the United Court against Huayu Media's platinum composer Zhao Tianyi. The song exposed for plagiarism, Love of Cherishing Flowers. This song is the company's new song to compete for the leaderboard. Rankings on major music lists are all important data for an entertainment company's comprehensive strength. Huayu Company has already gone 11 consecutive months without a song entering the top 10 on the leaderboard. If there's still a zero harvest this month, the data from the music category will directly drag down the data from other departments, and the comprehensive data will face the situation of falling out of the top 10. This situation is like having a total of 6 subjects for grades in various subjects. The other 5 subjects rank in the top 10, but if one subject fails, the total score will have difficulty entering the top 10. Originally relying on the high-quality song Love of Cherishing Flowers, it could easily take the top 3 on this month's leaderboard. Unexpectedly, the leaderboard competition had just begun when such a thing happened, which undoubtedly kicked the company completely out of eligibility to compete for the list. Dark clouds hung over the interior of the company, the atmosphere was depressed, everyone had no heart for work, and some people were already secretly starting to consider defecting. Regarding everything outside, Luxun didn't take it to heart, but instead clicked on Love of Cherishing Flowers and listened to it once quietly. The melody was good, the lyrics beautiful, the quality top-notch. Then, he clicked on Wang Mingyang's song, A Sprig of Flower. The lyrics were like just filler feeling forced, and the melody had an overlap with Love of Cherishing Flowers of over 70%. He checked and found that the release time of Wang Mingyang's song was at the end of last month, which is to say there was less than 3 days between it and Love of Cherishing Flowers, which was released at the beginning of the month. Whether the company leaked the song or Zhao Tianyi really plagiarized, it was hard to say before there was evidence, but Lusun leaned more towards the former. This lawsuit, whether won or lost, Huayu was the loser. Just at this time, a group of executives headed by the head of the composition department appeared in the office, and the office that was noisy just now instantly became quiet. Everyone looked uneasily at the unexpected leaders. The head of the composition department, Jiang Tian, spoke, "You are all pillars of the company's elite. You must have all heard about what happened today. We are now soliciting songs from everyone. If only your song is selected, you will receive a 300,000 yuan reward, and in addition, the company will focus on training you. Those who are interested can register with group leader Zhang. I hope everyone will actively register." This matter could clearly have been announced by subordinates, but today the department head came personally, giving full sincerity. After the executives left, the department erupted like a boiling pot. Who has a song on hand? I do, but the quality of my song isn't as good as Love of Cherishing Flowers. Better not to make a fool of myself. Whose song is selected might not necessarily be a good thing, someone said softly. What do you mean? You're stupid. If your song is selected, but fails to successfully enter the top 10 of the leaderboard in the end, by then you will become the scapegoat of the composition department. As soon as this was said, many people showed looks of sudden realization. Isn't this just a typical scapegoat? Then I'd better not submit. Many composers who wanted to give it a try for the prize money gave up the idea one after another. On the office desk in the corner, Lusun's phone vibrated twice and 2 text messages came in. One was from the landlord, one was from his younger brother. Luxun, next month's rent must be paid within 3 days, otherwise move out of the house. Brother, my sister's prosthetic limb is not working anymore. Doctor says it needs to be replaced as soon as possible. Luxun. Same pronunciation, different characters, and vastly different fates. Luxun, the owner of this body, had a pair of fraternal twins as a younger brother and sister. During his sophomore year of college, his parents took them on a trip and encountered a car accident. His parents died on the spot. His sister had both legs amputated to save her life. His brother lost an eye and suffered from various long-term complications. Luxun had been at a gathering with classmates and was not with them, so he escaped the tragedy. However, the compensation from the accident was not enough to cover the high medical and post-operative treatment costs for the 2 siblings. With no other choice, he had to sell the only house the family owned to save their lives. Without his parents, Luke-sun became the pillar of the family. He studied during the day and worked 2 part-time night jobs. He gritted his teeth and persevered until he finally graduated from college and joined a large company like YU Media. As a newcomer, he didn't get many opportunities to stand out, and his salary still couldn't cover the medical expenses for his brother and sister. He continued to work at the company during the day and kept working night jobs in the evenings. Under this high-intensity work, Luke-sun was too exhausted. He collapsed on his desk to rest, and once he closed his eyes, he never had the chance to open them again. It wasn't until Luke-sun, the one currently in his body, possessed him that he came back to life. 300,000 is a huge sum for the Liu family, money this impoverished household desperately needs. While others were still gossiping about whether to submit a song, Luke-sun had already taken up his pen, quickly wrote down a new song on a piece of white paper, and uploaded it to the copyright office. 10 minutes later, Luke-sun stood up and pushed open the door to the group leader's office. This action immediately caught everyone's attention. They all watched him enter and saw the door close. "Who was that who just went in?" someone asked. It's no wonder some didn't know Luke-sun. He was simply too quiet, so quiet that many people overlooked his existence. A new colleague named Luke-sun. "He's been in our department for almost 2 months, and you didn't even know," someone teased. "Haha, I just have a bad memory." "This kid is quite brave. Youth is youth, he dares to take a shot." A newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, they say. After a few years of getting beaten down by society, he won't be so daring anymore. Luke-sun couldn't hear the people outside, and he wouldn't care even if he did. The group leader looked at Luke-sun with some surprise. Instead of a gold medal composer or a senior composer, the first person to push open his door was a newcomer. "Sit down." Zhang Xiao looked at the slim, refined-looking young man in front of him. "Luke-sun, do you have a song to submit?" "Yes." Luke-sun handed the 2 songs he had just written to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao was a bit surprised. "No demo?" "Just wrote them, haven't recorded them yet," Sun replied honestly. Zhang Xiao's expectations, which were already low, hit rock bottom after hearing this. In his view, Luke-sun was attracted by the 300,000 reward and just dashed off 2 songs, purely trying his luck. How good could the quality of such songs be? Zhang Xiao said with a smile, "Great. I will hand them over to the higher-ups for evaluation. If they are selected, I will let you know." "Okay." As soon as Luke-sun left, Zhang Xiao barely glanced at them and casually tossed them into a drawer. After leaving the office, Luke-sun was met with the gaze of everyone. "Luke-sun, how was it? Is there any hope?" a colleague asked with a smirk. Luke-sun shook his head. "I don't know." Seeing his expression, everyone knew there was no chance. If the company picked a newbie's song, it would really be beyond saving. "Brother Yang, where's the recording studio?" "The recording studio is on the 12th floor." "Thank you." Outside the recording studio on the 12th floor in the long hallway stood a row of young and beautiful boys and girls. These people had outstanding features and great temperament. At a glance, they were clearly the new recruits being trained by Huayu. But among these people, fewer than 1 in 10 would actually debut and become famous. The competition in the entertainment industry is incredibly cruel, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine, especially in the Blue Star Entertainment circle. Luke-sun's arrival caught many people's attention. Upon seeing his face, some were dismissive, some were wary, and others were indifferent. This group of young men and women probably viewed Luke-sun as a trainee competing in the same period. Luke-sun knew they had misunderstood, but he didn't explain. He went straight to a staff member, showed his work badge, and stated his purpose. "I need to record demos for 2 songs, which recording studio is still..." After checking, the staff member replied, "Studio 3 is still free, but only for 2 hours. "That's enough." Luke-sun glanced at the group of young men and women. Are they all here to record songs? In a way. Teacher Nanli wants to choose a newcomer to sing his latest single, and these are the newcomers he's selecting from. Nanli is a gold medal composer at Huayu. He has produced several first- and second-tier singers and is a well-known composer in the company. Luke-sun looked at these green young boys and girls, and he could see the longing and yearning in their eyes. Looking at them reminded him of himself in the previous dimension, when he also held on to dreams, craving a chance to stand out. Luke-sun felt deeply touched. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, "I need 2 people to help me record 2 demos here. Who is interested?" The trainees in the hallway looked at him in surprise. Some lowered their heads, others went back to chatting with those beside them as if they hadn't heard him at all. Although Luke-sun's position was that of a composer at the top of the food chain, looking at his age, it was clear he was a newcomer. These people were all here for the gold medal composer Nanli, so they naturally didn't want to lose the bigger prize for a smaller one. If helping him record a demo made them miss his chance to debut, wouldn't it be a loss that outweighed the gain? Most chose silence. Only a few showed hesitation, but their expressions quickly became firm again. The staff member wore an expression that said it was all within expectations. Seeing that no one was willing, Luke-sun didn't say anything more. Just as they took 2 steps, a crisp voice came from behind them. "I can." Luke-sun turned around to look at the girl walking out from a corner. She had an oval face with a hint of baby fat, delicate features, and fair skin, like a porcelain doll in a display cake, exquisite and beautiful. "What's your name?" "Cheng Kik." "You'll do. Come on over." Luke's son then directly took the girl into the recording studio. These are the 2 songs we need to record. Take a look first. I'll sing them through once in a moment and then it'll be up to you. We don't have much time, so I hope you can master them as soon as possible. Cheng Kik suddenly became nervous and nodded her little head repeatedly. Okay. 15 minutes later, Cheng Kik nodded at Lu Sun. Lu Sun put on his headphones and began to hum. With the simplest electronic keyboard accompaniment and his clear, penetrating voice, a sense of melancholy began to linger throughout the room as the music played. People outside the studio were surprised. They didn't expect a newcomer to be able to create a song of this quality. Cheng Kik's eyes widened, her beautiful pupils narrowed, and she felt as if she had struck gold. Without realizing it, she became completely absorbed in the melancholic and sorrowful music. When the singing stopped, Cheng Kik was left wanting more. Luke's son took off his headphones. Did you hear it clearly? Cheng Kik felt guilty and replied uneasily, I was too absorbed in the music, so I... Just when she thought she would be scolded, the person opposite said calmly, listen carefully this time. Yes, Cheng Kik nodded heavily, letting out a long sigh of relief in her heart. For some reason, the person opposite wasn't fierce at all, but facing him, she felt inexplicably nervous and afraid. As if she were facing a parent, it was an involuntary sense of tension. This time, she didn't dare to take it lightly. The 2 songs, Loneliness is Singing and Courage, were successfully recorded within the allotted time. Since they were just demos, Luke's son didn't have high demands. As long as the completion level was good, he wasn't looking for perfection. As they left the studio, Luke's son warned, don't leak the songs before they are officially released. Cheng Kik nodded. This was basic professional conduct. Seeing Luke's son about to leave, Cheng Kik mustered up the courage to ask Teacher Lu these 2 songs. Luke's son waited quietly for her to finish, but Cheng Kik changed the subject. When will they be out? I'll definitely support them. Those beautiful eyes hid her longing for those 2 songs, the desire to be the one to sing them. Luke's son nodded and left the studio with the newly recorded demos. Watching Luke's son's retreating figure, Cheng Kik patted her forehead in annoyance, angry at herself for not even daring to fight for the chance. Returning to the 18th floor, Luke's son knocked on Zhang Xiao's office door again. Seeing Luke's son back again, Zhang Xiao thought he was asking for the results and said with a smile, don't rush about the songs, the results won't be out that quickly. Luke's son was well aware these were just empty words. This is the demo of the 2 songs I just recorded. Hearing it was something just recorded again, Zhang Xiao resisted the urge to rub his forehead and replied gently, great. I am very comforted that the company has such a hard-working employee. Please give me some pointers if there are any shortcomings. Luke's son couldn't help but add, fearing this guy would completely overlook these 2 songs. He needed money. He really needed. He had to get his hands on that 300,000 prize. Okay. After Luke's son left, Zhang Xiao glanced at the time. It was almost time to get off work. If no one else came by this time, there was truly no hope. He waited for more than half an hour without anyone showing up, feeling a bit disappointed. The office phone rang and he picked it up. How many people submitted? Jiang Ming's voice came from the receiver. 1. Who? A new hire who has been here for less than 3 months. Jiang Ming frowned. How is the quality of the song? He hadn't had the time to listen to it yet. Average. Zhang Xiao bluffed. After the call ended, Zhang Xiao let a long sigh. He heard the gold medal composer Nan Li was already recording a song, so he would probably choose his. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiao packed up, ready to get off work. Catching a glimpse of the memory stick on his desk, he sat back down on a whim, plugged the stick into the computer, and put on his headphones. When the music started, the expression on Zhang's face changed from nonchalant to gradually serious. Once the first song finished, the second one started. The music stopped, and a complex look appeared on Xiao's face, a mix of delight and shock. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Ming's number. Department Head Jiang, I have 2 songs here. The quality is very good. I'm sending them to your phone right now. In the meeting room on the 24th floor, the heads of the composition departments from all floors gathered together. Sitting at the head of the table was Lin Li, the chief of Huayu's composition department. I think the quality of Nanlai's song is quite good, on par with Love for Flowers. We still have a chance to make a push for the Fengyin chart. No. If that song were released on the 1st, there would be a chance. Now that 2 days have passed, plus the recording time, it would be very difficult to catch up with the other songs. I think we can give Zhao Min's song a try. Zhao Min's song isn't even as good as Nan Li's. Then what do we do now? Nan Li's won't work and neither will Zhao Min's. You've heard the songs from the others and they are also unsatisfactory. Jiang Ming, who had been silent all along, spoke up. If we can't make a push for the Fengyin chart, we can aim for the rookie chart. The rookie chart was a separate chart set up for new singers or rookie composers who had debuted for less than a year. It was designed to nurture new singers and composers and provide them with a chart for fair and just competition. The prestige of this chart wasn't as high as the Fengyin chart, but it still held a certain amount of weight. If they missed the Fengyin chart, Huayu would face a death sentence. But if they secured a spot on the rookie chart, they would get a reprieve, leaving them a chance to turn things around later. That's actually not a bad opportunity, someone chimed in. The department head responsible for Nan Li's floor said, Nan Li happens to have another song and is currently promoting a new singer, specifically aiming for the rookie chart. You ask him to use the song Blue and White for the rookie chart, it would be a waste of his talent, and I'll have a hard time explaining it to him. The song Blue and White was specifically meant for Nan Lee to push for the Fengyan chart, aiming for the title of Platinum Composer. Why would he be willing to waste it in vain? Using his song as a temporary remedy this time was already his biggest concession. Not to mention, if the push failed, Nan Lee would face a crisis of a damaged reputation. At this point, he doesn't have the luxury to be willful, the head of the 19th floor said in a deep voice. Seeing that the department heads of the 20th and 19th floors were about to argue, Jiang Ming couldn't help but rub his forehead. I never even thought about using Nan Lee's song in the first place, okay? What the hell are these two old guys getting so worked up about? Gentlemen, please calm down, Jiang Ming spoke out to stop them. Let me finish. Fine, you speak, the head of the 20th floor composition department said in a displeased tone. Let's see what kind of brilliant idea you can come up with. I have a newcomer here who just happens to have written 2 songs. A newcomer and new songs? Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, Jiang Ming calmly pressed the play button. As the music echoed in the spacious meeting room, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed from shock to delight and finally to excitement. Lin Li, the chief of the composition department who had kept a straight face all along, finally showed a smile. These 2 songs aligned perfectly with pop elements. They were easy to understand and relatable. He especially liked the song Courage. What do you all think? Jiang Ming asked with a smile, looking around at everyone with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Not bad. Where did you dig up this promising talent? The quality of these 2 is good enough to take a gamble on the rookie chart, the 19th floor department head said with a smile. It's not just a gamble, it's a sure win. Lin Li tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and finally made the call. We'll prepare for both scenarios. Nan Lee's Blue and White will be used to make a push for the Fengyan chart, and the company will ramp up promotional efforts to make up for the lost days. As for Nan Lee, I will talk personally. In addition, the 2 songs Jiang Ming has will be put on the rookie chart. You can handle the specific operations yourself. The only requirement for you is to be fast. They must be released as quickly as possible. We have no time to waste. Every day of delay means 1 less day of accumulation. Yes, sir. Jiang Ming accepted the order. In the old neighborhood where the security booth was practically useless and the walls were mottled, Luxun walked up the grime-covered stairs and unlocked a room on the 2nd floor. Brother, a crisp voice rang out from inside the room. Luxun looked toward the voice and saw a young girl with delicate features and a pale face sitting in a wheelchair, looking at him with a smile in her large eyes. Lu Ning, the younger sister of this body, would now also be his Luxun's younger sister. Ning, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Following the original owner's habit, Luxun routinely asked with concern. No. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen where a frail figure was busily working. That was Lu Ning's twin brother. In the future, he would also be Luxun's younger brother. The burdens and responsibilities that once weighed on Luxun now fell entirely on his shoulders. Perhaps the emotions of this body still lingered, or perhaps he had accepted Luxun's memories, even inheriting his affection for his younger siblings. When facing the 2 of them, Luxun felt as if he were looking at his own biological brother and sister, with no sense of alienation at all. The siblings were 16 in the prime of their youth. It should have been their most carefree and joyful age, yet in them, Luxun only saw a heavy twilight. That was the result of life and illness wearing away all their edges and brilliance. Brother, the food is ready, wash your hands and we can eat, Lu Ning smiled. You sit there and don't move, let me do it. Luxun stopped Lu Ning from serving the dishes, walked into the kitchen, and brought out the prepared food. 2 dishes and 1 soup, all vegetarian without a single trace of meat. At the dining table, the 3 of them ate with their heads down. Brother, I want to go out and work, Lu Yu suddenly said. Luxun put down his chopsticks and looked at him. How old are you? We don't need you to make money yet. You keep studying and don't worry about the money. Your brother can still afford to raise you. Brother, I think sitting in a wheelchair is fine. Using prosthetics is uncomfortable, Lu Ning said softly. Luxun sighed inwardly and reached out to rub the messy hair on her forehead. When I have money, I'll get you a fully automatic bionic prosthetic, and I'll get Xiao Yu a holographic eye. Okay, the siblings agreed with smiles, though neither took it seriously. Because whether it was a fully automatic bionic prosthetic or a holographic eye each cost hundreds of millions. This price was not something poor people like them, struggling on the poverty line, could ever afford. Luxun knew the 2 of them didn't believe him, but he didn't explain much for someone who had traveled through dozens of dimensions and mastered numerous skills. If he couldn't even make this little bit of money, he might as well just kill himself by smashing his head against a block of tofu. The phone on the table buzzed and vibrated. Luxun got up and walked to the windowsill. Little Lu, your songs have been selected. What requirements do you have for the singers? If you have someone in mind, you can tell me directly. In an entertainment company, and even in the entertainment industry as a whole, a composer's status was much higher and more valuable than a singer's. A capable composer could support countless first- and second-tier singers and even superstars. Singers could be easily replaced, but composers, especially top-tier ones, were priceless. Lu Sun didn't know much about the company's singers. The first person that came to mind was that girl, so he casually said, "Chang Kik, let it be her." Chang Kik? Jiang Ming was utterly confused. "Is there such a singer in the company?" Lu Sun explained, "The little girl who helped me record the demo." "She's still a trainee, right?" "Yes." Jiang Ming thought for a moment. "Little Lu, you can choose other capable singers in the company. You don't have to worry about them refusing to come. In these matters, we are the bosses and what we say goes." In the general environment of Blue Star, as long as they weren't top-tier superstars, other singers were basically at the composer's disposal to choose from. In the eyes of many platinum composers and top-tier master composers, a singer was merely a performer to complete the songs they created. Of course, a good singer could add points to a song, so platinum composers and top-tier masters were also happy to collaborate with capable superstars. As for those superstars, they naturally wouldn't refuse to collaborate with platinum composers and top-tier masters. In fact, they deeply crave such collaborations. This was somewhat similar to how actors all hoped to star in movies by major directors, especially those who won international awards, making them highly sought after by big stars. Lu Sun naturally understood the food chain relationship between singers and composers. She will do. As for those two songs, as long as the person wasn't tone deaf or had major flaws, they could handle it. It wasn't too difficult. So using a new trainee was more than enough. Jiang Ming was a bit surprised and couldn't help asking, "Is she a friend of yours?" "No, I don't know her. We've only met once." "Oh." Seeing his persistence, Jiang Ming pondered, "That little girl has a good voice, but it doesn't quite fit lonely singing. I think it would be more suitable to have Fang Yu sing that one. We'll let Cheng Kik sing Courage. What do you think?" "That works." Lu Sun returned to the dining table and said to the siblings, "There are still things to deal with at the company. I need to head back for a bit." He checked his phone account, which showed a pitiful balance of 3,025 yuan. Lu Sun directly transferred 2,800 to Lu Yu's account, leaving a little over 200 for fare. Seeing the newly arrived money, Lu Yu looked at him in surprise. "Both you and Ningning are growing up, so your meals need to be nutritious. There must be meat for every meal." "Brother, this is too much money." Lu Yu's nose tingled with emotion. He had always known that his brother didn't have much money on him. Every time he earned money, it would be spent on their huge medical bills and household expenses. This 2,800 probably emptied out all of his older brother's savings. Over the years, his brother had given too much for them and for this family, bearing too many burdens he shouldn't have had to. He really wanted to help his brother out so he wouldn't have to work so hard. Although their brother never said anything, how could they not understand how much he had sacrificed for them? "It's not much," Lu Sun patted his little brother's shoulder. "I'll go back to the company to handle some things first." On the other side, upon receiving the notice, Chang Kik was overjoyed. It felt like a pie had dropped from the sky and hit her right on the head. Ignoring the strange looks from her roommates, she rushed frantically to the company's recording studio. An event in a large shopping mall, the popular singer Fang Yu, known as a sexy goddess, had just returned to the backstage after singing a song. Her manager hurried over to her side and said, "We need to wrap up early here." Fang Yu was confused. "What's wrong?" "The director just called and told us to return to the company immediately to record a new song." A hint of joy appeared on Fang Yu's beautiful face as she asked eagerly, "Who wrote it? Is it Nan Li or Zhao Min?" "It's neither of them. It's a newly arrived composer in the composition department." "A rookie?" Fang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a bit of resistance in her heart. She was a second-tier singer after all. Even if the composer wasn't a gold composer, they should at least be a silver composer. Giving her a newcomer showed that they weren't taking her seriously at all. The agent knew what she was thinking, waved the people around them away, and said in a low voice, "That song is for the rookie list. The quality won't be bad." "I heard that Nan Li's new song is going for the top charts." Fang Yu snorted coldly. "The rookie list is just for substitutes." "Forget the rookie list. That was purely like trying to bring a dead horse back to life." Although Fang Yu was unwilling, you couldn't beat the upper management, who said the composers are the real bosses. They couldn't afford to offend them. By the time Fang Yu arrived, someone was already recording in the studio. Fang Yu, stepping in 7-inch high heels and twisting her sexy figure, walked in front of Jiang Ming and greeted him warmly. "Minister Jiang, having you here to supervise today makes me truly flattered." "It's just work." Jiang Ming smiled and said, "You haven't met little Lu yet. He is Lu Sun, the composer for the new song you'll be recording later." Only then did Fang Yu turn her gaze to Lu Sun, elegantly stretching out her fair hand. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I am Fang Yu, glad to work with you." Hello." Lu Sun responded casually, showing no reaction towards the sexy beauty in front of him, his voice calm. "This is the demo, get familiar with it first, we'll start recording later." Fang Yu was quite upset by his cool attitude. She was a sexy goddess, the dream lover of many, and many men, even if they didn't show interest, wouldn't be as cold as him. This made Fang Yu's already bad worse. These composers are just arrogant. Fang Yu didn't dare to get angry in front of Minister Jiang, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. She really wanted to hear what this young composer had to offer. She put on the headphones and clicked play. When the music started, Fang Yu's face gradually became serious, a passionate light bursting in her eyes as if she had met her true love, her breathing becoming quick. This song was like it was tailor-made for her. At this moment, all unhappiness, all depression, all slights completely disappeared. The gaze she had when looking at Lusun became exceptionally passionate, as if it could melt him. If he could always maintain this standard, provide her with songs of this quality, she would be willing to be ignored and mistreated by him forever. Lusun felt the passionate gaze behind him, turned his head suspiciously and abruptly met Fang Yu's burning eyes, truly giving him a start. This woman's gaze was a little scary, as if she wanted to eat him up. Lusun subconsciously moved 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. If there's no problem, go into the recording studio and get familiar with it first, Lusun instructed. Fang Yu's smile was like a blooming flower, and she chirped sweetly, okay. Lusun said nothing. After entering the recording studio, Fang Yu's expression was serious. The pitch here is too high. The emotion isn't quite right. Maintain the pitch from just now, bring in the emotion. Yes, like that. Very good, just keep that state and do it one more time. Over and over again, constantly revising, constantly perfecting. Finally, as the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn, the 2 songs were hurriedly completed. Compared to other songs that needed 10 days or even longer to refine, these new songs recorded in just one night seemed rough, but forced by the situation, they had to be fast. When Fang Yu and Cheng Qi came out of the recording studio, their faces inevitably showed fatigue, but their expressions carried indescribable excitement and agitation. Good work, Lusun said to the 2 of them. Fang Yu giggled, leaning slightly towards him, her red lips moving, her breath sweet. Not hard at all. Teacher Lu, if you have this kind of work in the future, remember to look for me. I am very happy to serve you. Clearly a very normal sentence, but coming from her mouth, it always felt like something was wrong. Cheng Qi plucked up the courage to chime in. Teacher Lu, I can do it too. Luxun nodded calmly. Okay. Teacher Lu, let's add each other as friends. In the future, if you have any needs, you can contact me directly. Fang Yu blinked at him, her eyes gazing at him with little stars. Being friends with a promising composer would only have benefits, no downsides, for future career development. Cheng Qi followed behind Fang Yu and added Lusun as a friend. When the request was accepted, she had an expression like I won the lottery, making people feel both cute and amused. The song recording finished. Hua Yu's move was very quick, uploading it to the music platform immediately. At the same time, Nanli's Blue and White followed closely behind. Hua Yu released 3 new songs in one go. Everyone could see that Hua Yu was getting anxious. Songs made in such a short time inevitably made the outside question their quality. Netizens online jumped out one after another to mock them. Hua Yu is really anxious now, hastily releasing 3 new songs online, songs brought out so hurriedly to fill in, presumably, their quality is also just so-so. Hua Yu is struggling before death. 3 songs, besides the gold composer Nanlai, who still has a bit of attraction, the composer of the remaining 2 songs is actually a newcomer. Luxun, never heard of him, who knows where he came from. Where would he have come from? According to reliable news, Luxun is a newcomer who has been employed for less than 3 months, a newcomer they had to take. I understand. Hua Yu intends to let the newcomer take the fall. Even if they lose, they have an excuse to deflect blame. Poor newcomer mourned for him for 3 seconds. On the entire internet, most were mocking, not optimistic about Luxun's new songs, and they even directly viewed Luxun as the scapegoat. Only a very small number of people with the attitude of giving it a try went to listen to these 2 songs. At this time, inside Hua Yu Company, when everyone learned that the company actually chose a newcomer's song to compete for the charts, they one by one just felt the company had gone crazy. Is our Hua Yu composer department out of people? Letting a newcomer handle 2 songs? The company is really desperate and turning to anyone for help. Could the company's plan really be as the netizens say? Someone muttered softly. That is very possible. If they can't make the rookie list, the company can still keep a shred of dignity. This has no loss for the company, it's just that newcomer named Luxun is a bit pathetic. 3 songs, 2 of which were written by a newcomer, inevitably made people have the same thoughts as the netizens online, and precisely these people were those who like to jump to conclusions based on subjective consciousness without listening to the songs. Now Luxun, in everyone's eyes, was the scapegoat pushed forward by the company. Luxun returned to the 18th floor and immediately received caring gazes from the seniors. Old Wang walked up, heavily patting his shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Little Lu, don't mind what the netizens are saying online. Just be yourself, we are all optimistic about you. Those rumors on the internet will pass quickly, you have to believe in yourself. Facing the senior's concern, Luxun accepted it all with a bewildered face. Back at his seat, curious to open the internet after seeing the comment section below the song, he had a bewildered face again. My god, I thought it was garbage, only to find out I am the garbage. It's so good to listen to, I just had the attitude of being curious, didn't expect to fall into the trap. Crying, strongly recommended. Ah, Mom, that song Loneliness is Singing simply sang out my inner voice. Friends passing by do not miss it. Truly, truly incredibly good to listen to. I think Courage sounds better. Hearing that song gave me a sliver of courage to want to confess to my goddess. This comment is very harmonious. The seniors felt the netizens were exaggerating and were afraid I would lose my way. The seniors are really thoughtful. Luke's son calmly closed the webpage and lying on the table to sleep without any psychological burden. Colleagues who had been paying attention to Luke's son's movements, after hearing those free and hearty snores, one by one raised their thumbs to Luke's son. Indeed, young people are just carefree. After the first batch of curious netizens finished downloading and listening, the online word of mouth directly soared, completely covering the negative comments. Even so, the internet was still filled with various kinds of disbelief. Is it real or fake? These good reviews can't be from friends and family hired by Huayu, can they? From what they say, I kind of want to go listen to it. Listen if you want, at worst it's only a waste of 3 yuan. To listen to songs on Blue Star, you must pay to download them. The fee for downloading each song is 3 yuan, not cheap, not expensive, an affordable price for the public. And this is also one of the important income sources for singers and composers. As for whether there will be fake downloads or song chart rigging behavior, that is absolutely impossible. Blue Star has strict systems and laws in this area. Every account is authenticated with real name. After paying and downloading once, you can listen to it infinitely in a loop. If discovered by the officials that your song has fake downloads, from the company down to the singers and composers, all will face huge fines, and the right to publish works on major music platforms will be banned within 5 years. Just this last item alone puts an end to anyone with crooked ideas. The netizen who just said it was a waste of 3 yuan spoke up again on the platform a few minutes later. Brothers, I guarantee with my life that those 2 songs that you scolded like crap are truly super good to listen to. Woo, I cried listening. Damn it, the lyrics simply sang into my heart. Once this person's speech came out, it again piqued the curiosity of a large number of netizens, one by one downloading to try listening. In just 1 minute, the download volume soared up like sitting on a rocket. The 2 songs that were originally thousands of places away, like Sitting on a Rocket, suddenly soared past 1,000 places. After Cheng Keek went back, she couldn't sleep at all. The computer was always on, staring at the download data on the platform. From seeing everyone's disbelief and malice at the beginning and watching the pitiful download volume, she felt very bad in her heart. But half an hour later, the direction of the internet changed, even the download volume changed again and again. She witnessed with her own eyes that the song Courage she sang went from being past 5,000 places to 1,800 places in one step. When she refreshed again, it jumped to 1,000 places. When refreshing again, it jumped 916 places. Just like this, she was engrossed in refreshing the data over and over again, watching it jump dozens of grades at a time. 6 hours later, Loneliness is Singing and Courage entered the 8th and 10th places of the rookie list respectively. Seeing Courage ranked 10th on the rookie chart, Cheng Keek felt her eyes well up with tears. She excitedly took out her phone, wanting to share the good news with Lu's son. Cheng Keek wasn't the only one tracking the data. Fang Yu's manager, the senior executives at Huayu Entertainment, and various other entertainment companies were all watching closely. Fang Yu's manager rushed excitedly into the actor's lounge, saying, "Yu, we have hit the jackpot." She excitedly pushed her phone toward Fang Yu and said, "Our song, Loneliness is Singing, has entered the top 10 of the rookie chart and is currently ranked 8th. 8th place wouldn't normally be enough to make her this excited. What excited her was the terrifying power of this song. You have to realize that they had 4 days less of download time compared to other songs on the chart. In other words, they surpassed 4 days of other people's download volume in less than 1 day, and that figure was still soaring crazily. All indicators showed that both Loneliness is Singing and Courage had become massive hit. This song would become one of Fang Yu's signature works. With another hit song like this, Fang Yu would step into the ranks of first-tier singers. Sister Zhao said excitedly, "You must maintain a good relationship with Lu Sun. He is still so young and his future potential is limitless. Whether you become a first-tier singer or even rise to the throne of a diva depends on his support." As for whether Luke's son would run out of creative inspiration after writing these 2 songs, that is a concern for the future. Let's hug this golden thirst. Sister, I understand. Fang Yu had already taken out her phone and sent a message to Lu Sun. Huayu Composition Department. As the head of the composition department, Lin Li had been deeply worried about the charts. The pressure from above made it hard for him to breathe. He spent the entire day locked in his office, staring at the Fengyan chart. Under the halo of the superstar Zhu Xiang and the gold medal composer Nanli, and with the company's all-out promotion, the ranking climbed very quickly, rising rapidly. It surged from the bottom all the way past 50th place, but after breaking into the top 50, the growth of the ranking became very slow. 6 hours later, the ranking got stuck at 18th, still a long way from their goal of the top 10. Although there were still 20-some days left in the month, other songs were also soaring and wouldn't just stay put waiting for you to overtake them. Lin Li leaned back, feeling exhausted, constantly comforting himself that there was still a chance. There was still a chance. However, he knew that the songs in the top 10 of the Fengyan chart wouldn't be willing to be pushed down. They would definitely go all out to protect their rankings. The Fengyan chart was worrying, and he wondered how things were going on the rookie chart side. The computer page switched, and when he saw those 2 familiar entries in the top 10, his breathing instantly quickened. Only 2 words crossed his mind. A hit. There is hope. At the very least, he had gained a reprieve, giving him a glimmer of life so he wouldn't have to resign in disgrace. The senior executives at Huayu all out a sigh of relief, exclaiming that it had been a close call. The employees in the composition department were almost given heart attacks by that soaring speed. Department head Old Jiang walked into the work area with a smile and asked, "Where's little Lu?" Everyone pointed in unison to the person sleeping soundly in the corner. Old Jiang took a glance at the soundly sleeping Luxun. Section Chief Jiang had just tried to wake the rascal up, only to be fiercely glared at by Old Jiang. This ignorant fellow. Old Jiang smiled and said, "He has been working all night and has put in a lot of effort, so let us not disturb him. You all should speak and act quietly. Do not disturb little Lu's rest." Everyone. Damn, Old Jiang is biased. If it were anyone else daring to sleep like this, they would definitely get a shoe thrown at their forehead and be scolded until even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. When little Lu wakes up, tell him to come to my office. After Old Jiang left, those below immediately sent the news to the Huayu Composition Department group. Big news. Old Jiang just came to our group, saw Luxun sleeping, and he didn't even scold him but told us not to disturb his rest. My god, Old Jiang is not human. I predict that the big star on the 18th floor in the future will be Luxun. This rookie is very strong. I wonder if he can take the Rookie King title for this quarter. Rookie King is hard, right? It's quite good that he could make it to the first place on the rookie chart. Wanting to become the Rookie King, the chances are slim. You should know that the number one on the April rookie chart is Wu Tong. Wu Tong, a silver medal composer from Tianxiang Media. Don't look at him as just a silver medal composer. That is because he had not been in the industry for a full year. After emerging last August, he won the top spot on the rookie chart for 3 consecutive months, earning the strongest Rookie King in the third quarter of last year. A reporter once interviewed him, asking why he liked working with new singers. He just replied that he was simply trying to see if it was difficult to achieve a triple crown on the rookie chart with 2 rookies. These words are arrogant enough, but they also indirectly prove his capability. You have to know that on the rookie chart, many rookie singers are paired with seasoned composers, and there is no shortage of gold medal composers. Of course, when these veteran composers are on the rookie chart, their achievements are not counted in their personal resume, and they can only cooperate with 1 new singer a year. This is all to protect newly debuted composers. Wu Tong was able to top the rookie chart consecutively and became the Rookie King in the third quarter of last year, becoming the king who successfully defended his title. The rookie chart produces the Rookie King. There are 4 Rookie Kings a year, 1 per quarter. A Rookie King is selected competition within the same period. The download volume must be the highest in that quarter to qualify. And Wu Tong was number 1 for the entire third quarter, July, August, and September last year, making him the true defending champion of the third quarter. This shows his extraordinary strength. Hence, he is known by the outside world as the genius composer. Luxun's current performance is excellent, but compared to Wu Tong, there is still some distance. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the sleepyhead Luxun woke up leisurely, stretched comfortably, and touched his empty stomach. He was a bit hungry. Glancing at the time, he blinked, seriously doubting if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Oh my. Had he slept for that long? Old Wang at the next desk saw him wake up and said with a smile, "Was the sleep comfortable?" It was okay." Luxun felt a little embarrassed. Old Wang saw his dazed expression and thought this kid was very interesting, so he reminded him with a smile, "The department head is looking for you." Oh. Luxun leisurely went to the restroom first, tidied up his appearance a bit, and then knocked on the door of the department head's office. Seeing that it was Luxun, Jiang Ming's face was full of smiles. "Little Lu, you're here. Have a seat. Would you like tea or a drink?" "Just plain water." The secretary retreated and immediately brought a cup of water and placed it in front of him. "Department head, has the bonus come through?" Luxun looked at him with wide eyes, looking very innocent. Jiang Ming. This kid, why does he ask about the bonus as soon as he arrives? Shouldn't he celebrate the good results first? Jiang Ming smiled and said, "The bonus is not urgent." "No, the bonus is very urgent." Luxun was just about to express the importance of the bonus, but Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance to speak at all. "You should know the results of those 2 songs, right?" "Results?" He didn't know. But seeing the department head's amiable appearance, it shouldn't be too bad. Luxun nodded compliantly. "The company has decided they want to have you and—" Rumble, his stomach let out an untimely loud sound. Old Jiang was taken aback. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Luxun nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. He had overslept and forgotten to eat. Old Jiang was very accommodating and directly ordered his assistant to go to the company cafeteria to get some food. 15 minutes later, in the office of the dignified department head, a young and elegant boy was wolfing down wontons, while the middle-aged man opposite him was full of smiles and kept talking incessantly. "The company wants to take advantage of this buzz and have you and Cheng Keek go out to promote the new songs more, so that it will be easier for us to compete for the Rookie King of the second quarter. What do you think?" In Old Jiang's opinion, this is a good opportunity. As a new composer, he must agree. "Is there any compensation?" "This is public promotion." Luxun understood immediately. "No compensation." Someone replied without even thinking, "Then I'm not free." Old Jiang.
I've had some inspiration recently. I want to compose. This reason was impeccable and irrefutable. Old Jiang. All right, Old Jiang agreed, feeling a bit stifled. Director, when will the bonus be issued? Lu Sun asked again. After deducting yesterday's taxi fare, he only had 180 yuan left in his pocket. In just a couple of days. The director waved his hand, shooing the brat Lu Sun away. When he returned to his workstation, a group of senior colleagues surrounded him, blocking his way completely. Little Lu, you're doing great. Both of your songs made it into the top 10 of the rookie chart. You have to treat us to a meal. Once the bonus hits my account, I'll treat everyone, Lu Sun said. Then it's a deal. After successfully securing a free meal out of him, the crowd dispersed in an uproar. With no one to disturb him, Lu Sun finally had time to turn on his computer and check the performance of those two songs. Courage ranked 8th and Loneliness is Singing ranked 6th. Not a bad ranking. Back home, Courage was more widely sung, but here Loneliness is Singing ranked higher. This was probably due to Fang Yu's fan base. After a quick glance, he began dealing with the 18 unread messages and 5 missed calls on his phone. 10 of the messages were from Fang Yu, 3 from Cheng Kiki, and the other 5 from the landlord. As for the missed calls, they were all from the landlord. He took a look at Cheng Kiki and Fang Yu's messages and set them aside for now to deal with the landlord first. As soon as he dialed the number, it connected immediately and a roar came through. Luke's son, let me tell you. You and your siblings need to move out of our house immediately, right this second. If I see you still in the house by tomorrow, I'll call the police straight away. Okay. In Lu Sun's plan, the place they were currently living in was not suitable for Lu Ning. The neighborhood environment was poor, and it only had stairs, which was a hassle for Lu Ning, whose legs were not well. The landlord didn't expect him to be so straightforward. You agreed? Why didn't he pester me this time? Yes. Are you really not renting anymore? Actually, if you really can't pay, I can give you a few days' grace. The landlord suddenly changed his tune. No need, thank you. Lu Sun was just about to look for an apartment when he suddenly remembered something. The company seemed to provide free accommodation as long as one met the criteria. The original owner of the body had considered this before, but having no achievements, he didn't qualify. However, things were different for him now. With 2 songs in the top 10 of the rookie chart, he was eligible to apply. Adhering to the principle of saving money wherever possible, Lu Sun went to find Zhang Xiao. After hearing his purpose, Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "This is a small matter. I'll submit the application for you. You can move in a few days." Group leader, my rent expires tomorrow. Zhang Xiao understood and said with a laugh, "You brat. All right, I'll give the administration department a heads up and have them arrange it right now. You can just move in tomorrow. Are you living alone?" "I have a younger brother and sister too." "Understood. Just look for Sister Wang directly tomorrow." When he went back that night, Lu Sun told the 2 siblings about this matter. The 2 looked at him in shock. Lu Ning suppressed the excitement in her heart and repeatedly confirmed, "Brother, is what you're saying true? When has your brother ever lied to you? We'll move over tomorrow. Work hard a bit tonight and pack the luggage. You don't need to bring too many things, just some clothes to change into. The apartment over there has everything." This good news made Lu Ning and Lu Yu extremely excited. Having a free apartment to live in meant they could save a large sum of money, and their oldest brother wouldn't have to work so desperately hard. That evening, the 3 siblings happily packed their luggage. Early the next morning, Lu Ning and Lu Yu were waiting eagerly. The moment they saw Lu Sun come out, their eyes were full of impatience, yet they didn't dare to rush him. Lu Sun looked at the 2 little ones in amusement. These 2 definitely hadn't slept well last night. "Let's go." "Brother, you haven't eaten breakfast yet." "We'll eat at the company cafeteria. It's free." "Alrighty." The 3 of them extravagantly called a taxi and rode it to the apartment building that the company had rented entirely. The apartment building was located right next to the commercial center, making transportation, commuting and shopping extremely convenient. Sister Wang was already waiting at the apartment entrance. When she saw Lu Ning sitting in a wheelchair and Lu Yu, who was blind in one eye, she was slightly taken aback. But she quickly put away her surprise, calmed her expression, and walked forward with a smile. "You must be Luke's son, right?" "Yes, Sister Wang." Lu Ning and Lu Yu followed behind him and greeted her. Sister Wang smiled and said, "Come with me. The apartment has already been cleaned, and it's fully equipped with home appliances and furniture. If you're missing anything, you can let me know. You'll be staying in room 3 on the 14th floor. This is the key to the apartment's main entrance, and this is the key to your room. There's no curfew for the apartment, but it's not recommended to come back too late. Along the way, Sister Wang detailed the precautions inside the apartment as well as the surrounding environment. Opening room 14-3, a spacious and bright 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment appeared before the three of them. Lu Ning and Lu Yu's eyes widened, filled with unspeakable excitement. You guys unpack first. Call me if you need anything. As soon as Sister Wang left, Lu Ning and Lu Yu could no longer hide their joy. It's so beautiful here. Modern design, fully smart furniture. Such a house was something they wouldn't have even dared to imagine before. I love it here, Lu Ning said to Lu Sun with a big smile. I like it too, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. As long as you like it. This was the first time Lu Sun had seen his siblings so happy. Their happiness seemed contagious, and a smile unconsciously hung on the corners of his lips. Old Zhang considerately gave Lu Sun 3 days off to let him settle down. As for the 300,000 yuan bonus, it was also deposited into his account the next day. Lu Sun was never one to mistreat himself. He bought a few outfits for his siblings and picked up a few for himself along the way. Once the holiday was over, Lu Sun went to work at a leisurely pace. But just as he walked into the office area, old Wang and the others surrounded him. Little Lu, this is incredible. Lu Sun looked at them in confusion. Seeing that expression, old Wang instantly understood. Don't tell me you still don't know? The person next to him immediately explained. Little Lu, your 2 songs are now firmly occupying the 1st and 2nd positions on the rookie chart. Right now on the internet, they're comparing you to Wu Tong. Wu Tong, that's a genius composer. Our 18th floor is finally going to see the light of day again. Huayu Company was huge and its composing department was equally massive. From the 18th to the 22nd floor of the Twin Towers, all belonged to the composing department. Each floor was led by a director, and beneath each floor, there were further subdivisions into several groups. Lu Sun belonged to the 5th group on the 18th floor under Zhang Jia. There was internal competition among the composing departments on different floors. In the past, the 18th floor's performance was subpar, and it was always at the bottom. Now that Lu Sun had arrived and dominated the rookie chart right from his debut, it truly gave them a chance to shine. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. Therefore, these seniors were exceptionally caring towards Lu Sun. Tianxiang Media. Wu Tong, what are you looking at? Liang Guang walked over and looked at the screen. Displayed prominently on the webpage was a line of bold text. Who is the real genius composer, Wu Tong or Lu Sun? The title is full of gimmicks, and reading through the article praising Lu Sun, I just find it laughable. This kind of press release is clearly released by Huayu to build hype for that newcomer. Liang Guang sat opposite him saying, just look at such news, there's no need to take it to heart. Wu Tong pushed up his glasses and said he does have some talent. Only some, and that's it. You hold him in such high regard? Liang Guang was a bit surprised. It is very rare to hear Wu Tong praise anyone. He didn't expect him to rate the person named Lu Sun so highly, which caught him off guard. High? Wu Tong didn't think so. Liang Guang shrugged and returned to the main topic. Tianyu wants to commission a song for a newcomer to challenge for the title of Rookie of the Quarter. Quite an appetite. It's not that they have a big appetite, it's that they trust you and know you can pull it off. As it happens, next month is your last month on the rookie chart. If you collaborate with them and win another Rookie of the Quarter title, you would have won 3 quarters in a row, which is unprecedented. I haven't even won the 2nd title yet, where would the 3rd come from? Wu Tong looked at him. Liang Guang smiled, don't be so modest. Who else could it be for this quarter's rookie title? Tong Zhu and Mei only has 900,000 downloads, you are way ahead of him. Besides, this Lu Sun only has 400,000 or so, it's very hard for him to break 1 million. This quarter's rookie crown is yours. Wu Tong did not refute, agreeing with his point of view. In his view, it would be very difficult for Lu Sun's 2 songs to surpass 1 million. Tianyu is offering a high price this time. This much, Liang Guang held up 5 fingers. 500,000 is indeed a very high price for a new composer, but Wu Tong wasn't tempted. I'll think about it. Liang Guang was a bit anxious, but dared not push too hard. fearing that if he angered this little master, the deal would certainly fall through. All right then, take your time to consider. Several reporters were standing outside Tangshan Media. When they saw Wu Tong walk out, they rushed forward to block his path. Hello, Wu Tong. I'm a reporter from Linhai newspaper. I'd like to interview you. Do you have a moment? The reporter shoved the microphone directly in his face, which made Wu Tong frown slightly. No time. The reporter wasn't so easily dismissed. Regardless of whether he was willing, he continued asking, "It's rumored online that Lu Sun will replace you as the new generation's genius composer. What is your take on this? Are you tacitly accepting the online narrative by not responding?" Wu Tong cast a cold, icy gaze at the reporter and said dismissively, "Is he worthy?" After saying that, he shoved the reporter aside and walked away. The reporters didn't chase after him because they had already gotten the best material. That afternoon, the interview video spread rapidly across major online platforms, and the gossiping netizens were in an uproar. Wow, Wu Tong really dares to say anything. Isn't he afraid of offending Lu Sun? I admit Wu Tong is talented, but Lu Sun isn't bad either. Even if there is a gap, Wu Tong's words were too hurtful. Those defending Lu Sun are just being overly moralistic. Please back off. Wu Tong is just telling the truth. Are we not allowed to hear the truth? What right does Sun have to be mentioned in the same breath as Wu Tong? Exactly. He relies on strength, not hype. Just look at the reports about Lu Sun over the last 2 days. They are all trying to step on Wu Tong. The next Wu Tong, the new genius composer. What a joke. He just hit #1 on the rookie chart, and already the hype train is starting. No wonder he's unlikable. I'm on Wu Tong's side on this one. Wu Tong is so bold, I like it. Wu Tong is too arrogant, looking down on everyone. So what if it's Lu Sun? I think Lu Sun is better than him. I support Lu Sun. The internet was already in a heated argument, with fans and supporters on both sides. But Wu Tong debuted early and has more fame, so naturally he has far more fans than Lu Sun. This caused the situation to be completely one-sided. Who are you, 18th floor composition department? Something happened. What is it? Old Wang pointed at the computer and glanced discreetly at Lu Sun. After watching it, everyone's expressions turned grim. Lu Sun, however, watched the interview video with a calm expression, his heart completely unperturbed. Is he worthy? This sentence was very sarcastic and condescending, essentially stepping right on his face and stepping hard. Lu Xun curled his lips upward. The kid is pretty arrogant. Old Wang and the others looked at him with concern. Little Lu, don't mind it. Wu Tong is just that kind of person. Exactly, he's just arrogant because of his talent. He treats everyone that way. Don't take it to heart. This Wu Tong is going too far. Being talented is fine, but his character is worrying. Who told him to have such skill? He is the darling of Tiangshan, very precious indeed. Peft, little Lu is still the darling of our 18th floor. Lu Sun smiled dismissively. Don't worry, seniors, I'm not angry. Seeing that he really wasn't angry, everyone admired his composure from the bottom of their hearts. Whether he was truly not angry or just pretending, he at least remained calm on the surface. When they were his age, if someone humiliated them like that, they would have been red with rage, not as calm as this. This matter also alarmed old Zhang and old Jiang. Old Jiang told him to set his mind at ease and that they would handle it. Facing the concern of his leaders, Lu Sun nodded obediently. Just as Lu Sun reached the first floor, he saw old Wang returning in a hurry. As soon as he saw him, he intercepted him. There are reporters outside. You should go out through the back door. Don't let the reporters block you. These reporters are like sharks smelling blood, swarming the company entrance. For 3 consecutive days, reporters were blocked at the company gate every day, as if they wouldn't stop until they interviewed Lu Sun. It's so annoying having these reporters blocking the door every day. Every time I arrive, being chased and asked questions by a group of people is just agonizing. In the elevator, a few employees were complaining. I don't even know who this Lu Sun guy is. Who knows? I heard that those who offend Wu Tong don't have a good ending. That guy is pretty pitiful. The two were chatting away, oblivious to the fact that the poor soul they were talking about was standing right behind them. Old Wang looked at Lu Sun awkwardly. He found it awkward just listening, but the kid was incredibly calm, as if the person those two were talking about wasn't him. After the two left the elevator, old Wang consoled him. Don't listen to their nonsense. Companies always have reporters waiting for celebrities. They are right is quite annoying. Upon reaching the first floor, Lu Sun did not leave through the back door as he usually did. Old Wang pulled him back. What are you doing? There are reporters out front. I know. Lu Xun walked towards the main entrance, and Old Wang followed immediately, fearing something would happen to him. As soon as Lu Xun appeared, the reporters waiting there swarmed him, thrusting their gear in his face. He stepped back slightly and swept a calm gaze over the reporters present. Wu Tong said you're not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. What's your take on that? Do you think Wu Tong is worthy of the title of the new generation's genius? As for the title of genius composer, do you think Wu Tong is more suitable, or are you more suitable? Some people say you have locked in the Rookie of the Quarter title. Is that true? One question followed another without giving him any room to breathe. These sharp questions were all traps, just waiting for Lu Xun to jump in so they could show off their skills and create another wave of headlines. Lu Xun raised his hand, signaling them to be quiet. When no one spoke, he said unhurriedly, I only want to say one thing regarding the matter between me and Wu Tong. All the reporters waited excitedly. Whether I'm worthy or not for him to decide. In other words, Wu Tong is not qualified enough. The reporters on the scene were in an uproar. Explosive. Both sides are officially at war. After saying that, Lu Xun didn't give them a chance to ask any more questions and slipped away quickly, leaving Old Wang behind in the chaos. Holy crap. This kid Lu Xun is so bold. Lu Xun's interview video quickly spread on the internet and reached those who were following this matter. The young man has some guts, Old Jiang said with a smile. Shang Xia was worried. Will something go wrong? If they are really at each other's throats and Lu Xun happens to lose, it might affect his mentality. I'd hate to see a promising talent go to waste. Old Jiang looked at him deeply. You don't even half the guts little Lu has. This might not be a bad thing. No matter the result, keep an eye on him so he doesn't get into trouble. I know. It's rare for our group to have such a great talent. Fang Yu watched the latest news and smiled. Our little Lu teacher is quite manly. Sister Zhao saw her movement and grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Of course, I'm posting on Weibo to support him. You shouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Sister Zhao disagreed. Fang Yu shook her head. Sister Zhao, wanting the horse to run without feeding it grass. That kind of thing doesn't exist in this world. If I don't stand up now, I'll never have a chance to cozy up to him again. Not to mention whether he is really someone worth cozying up to, I'll just do it first. Sister Zhao sighed. You're right, you decide. Perhaps you're right. That same day, Fang Yu voiced her strong support for Lu Xun on Weibo. As a newcomer, Chen Kiki didn't have as much influence as Fang Yu, but she did the same thing and supported Lu Xun. Tiangshan Media. Liang Guang looked at the video and sneered. Is that kid crazy? He must have taken those online press releases seriously. He actually thinks of himself as a world-class talent. Wu Tong stared intently at Lu Xun in the video. Whether I'm worthy or not is not for him to decide. This sentence kept looping in his ears. Wu Tong threw his phone aside, his expression gloomy. Liang Guang stepped forward and advised, don't get angry at such a person, it's not worth it. If you really can't let it go, I'll contact some media outlets that I'm on good terms with, and you... His voice stopped abruptly, because he saw Wu Tong directly tagging Lu Xun on Weibo. Wu Tong V win a rookie title first, then talk to me about who's worthy or not, at Lu Xun V. Huayu Employee Dory Building. After dinner, the three siblings finally settled down on the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Lu Xun caught a glimpse of Lu Ning quietly rubbing her leg out of the corner of his eye. Lu Xun frowned slightly. Replacing his sister's prosthetic limb was an urgent matter. He had already looked into it, and a decent prosthetic limb costs over $1 million. For an ordinary family, this price is astronomical. Of course, there are cheaper ones ranging from 100,000 to 200,000. Lu didn't want to get her a subpar one. He couldn't afford a perfectly lifelike holographic prosthetic yet, but he wouldn't settle for the lowest quality either. Sigh, in the end, it's just that I'm too poor. Poverty is a disease everyone eventually catches. Just as Lu Xun was pondering where to make some quick money, he caught the sound of Lu Yu grinding his teeth, a sound he only made when trying his best to suppress his anger. What happened? Lu Xun turned his head to look at him, his gaze sweeping over the phone in Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu wanted to hide it, but knowing it couldn't be kept from him, he confessed, brother, that person is mocking you on the internet again. Enlarge it and let me see. Lu Yu tapped the phone screen, and the interface immediately projected into the air. First win a Rookie King title, then talk to me about whether you are worthy. Childish. Lu Yu and Lu Ning looked at their older brother in surprise. Brother, aren't you angry? Lu Ning asked. I am. Lu Sun's voice was calm and his expression was composed. I can't tell at all, Lu muttered. Just because I'm angry doesn't mean I have to show it. You kids don't understand, the man said with an old-fashioned tone. This Wu Tong guy is really annoying. Ever since he won last year's Rookie King title and took first place for 3 consecutive times, he acts like he's invincible and looks down on everyone. Lu Ning detested the man. Lu Sun rubbed his sister's hair, comforting her. Calm down, stay calm. Brother, everyone on the internet is calling you out now. What should we do? Lu Yu worried. The gossiping netizens are just looking for excitement, but they generally mean one thing. Those who support Wu Tong are shouting for Luke to win a Rookie King title first before talking back to Wu Tong, otherwise he's not qualified. Those who support Luke Sun are urging him to win this season's Rookie King title and defeat Wu Tong. In short, without winning the Rookie King title, he doesn't even have the right to speak to Wu Tong. After pacifying the 2 people who were even angrier than himself, Lu Sun went to bed and slept soundly, without a shred of mental burden. Whatever Wu Tong or the Rookie King title might be, nothing was as important as his sleep. The next morning, Lu Sun returned to the company feeling refreshed. As soon as he stepped into the department, he was met with caring and sympathetic gazes from his seniors. Lu Sun calmly pushed open the door to the department manager's office. Sit down. Jiang Ming closed the file and asked, Wu Tong tagged you on Weibo last night. The matter has blown up. What are your thoughts now? None, Lu Sun replied candidly. Jiang Ming admired his indifference. Do you think you have a chance at the Rookie King title? Lu Sun pondered briefly. Before this happened, it was hard to say, but now the Rookie King title is already in my pocket. If I'm not mistaken, the company has already made arrangements for what comes next. Old Jiang smiled with satisfaction. You guessed right. You've been with the company for a while now. You should be aware of the company's situation and our department's predicament. The performance of your new song exceeded all our expectations. The composition department has been suppressed for too long. Since we finally have some good news, we naturally want to show it off to avoid being constantly bad-mouthed by the outside world. Lu Sun nodded, indicating he understood. It's just that we didn't expect Wu Tong to jump in. As it turns out, that actually helped us. My only concern was whether you could handle the pressure. Now that I see your state of mind, I can rest easy. The company has decided that as long as you win the Rookie King title, they will give you an additional bonus of 100,000. Lu Sun's eyes lit up. The company's idea was excellent. I have an idea that can ensure we succeed without fail, Lu Sun suggested proactively. Old Jiang became interested. Let's hear it. Don't limit my business with Wu Tong to the music scene. We can expand it to other areas like film, comics, or literature to stir things up and let people gossip. I think that would be great, and the professions are quite relevant too. Old Jiang stared at him fixedly. This guy is really... Old Jiang coughed twice. That's quite an interesting idea. The rookie chart is the territory of newcomers. Many listeners don't go there to find songs. Those looking for high-quality music usually head to the trending chart, where talent abounds and good songs never stop coming. As long as the affair between Wu Tong and Lu Sun spreads throughout the music industry, it will naturally attract a wave of listeners. Why worry about Lu Sun's new song not surpassing Wu Tong's? After all, the data for Wu Tong's new song is already fixed. Even if downloads increase later, it's useless. Conversely, Lu Sun has the momentum. So, extending it to other circles, maybe not. The cost is too high. The company will consider it. Huayu Media is one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the southern region after all. Once they grasped the opportunity, they wouldn't let this hot topic go. Precisely targeting the curiosity of netizens and their love for gossip, they began to vigorously hype up the hidden details between Lu Sun and Wu Tong across the internet. I've heard of this Wu Tong. He seems to be a rare composing genius in recent years, but I didn't expect him to be this arrogant. I'm going to go listen to both their songs and see who's really better. The matter between Lu Sun and Wu Tong has been quite heated lately. Even someone like me who never pays attention to the rookie circle knows about them. I just listened to their songs and personally I prefer Wu Tong's. Regardless of the quality of the songs, let's talk about the situation. I support Lu Sun. I'll download his songs first to support him in taking down that arrogant genius. Both their songs are good. From a professional perspective, Wu Tong has a slight edge. But in terms of the situation, I personally support Lu Sun. This matter essentially blew up, making the entire music industry as lively as a festival. Everyone, fueled by curiosity, rushed to download their songs. The download count soared rapidly. Folks, have you noticed? This year's second quarter Rookie King has been born. Once this post appeared, it immediately drew the eyes of all the gossipers. The combined download count of Lu Sun's 2 songs has exceeded 1.5 million and is now heading towards 2 million, far surpassing the 1.5 million downloads of Wu-Tong's song Climbing the Mountain in April. The media had been watching closely, and as soon as Courage surpassed Wu-Tong's Climbing the Mountain, they published their pre-prepared bulletins as quickly as possible. Lu Sun overcomes genius composer Wu-Tong to win the Rookie King title. This quarter's Rookie King winner Lu Sun. Lu Sun is finally qualified to talk to Wu-Tong. One provocative topic after another emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The clattering and crashing went on endlessly. Various musical instruments, vases, water cups, and documents lay in a miserable heap on the floor, leaving the entire studio in a state of chaos. Liang Guang pushed the door open. Seeing the mess inside, he furrowed his brows, navigated around the obstacles, walked over to Wu-Tong's side, and cleared some instruments off the sofa before sitting down. This time's Rookie King cheated, so his results don't count. Don't take it to heart. I believe that if you were to go head-to-head with him, he would definitely be no match for you. Liang Guang said, trying to comfort him, fearing that he might be getting stuck in his own head and unable to let it go. Wu-Tong looked up with a somber expression. You are right. This time it was not a fair match. I want a fair duel with him. Liang Guang was dumbfounded. My little ancestor, that is not what I meant. Haven't you been exploited by that Lu guy enough already? Why do you want to keep feeding him popularity and traffic? Wu-Tong, listen to me. Let's just focus on our own career. Without your fame to boost him, he is nothing. Think about who you are and who he is. Comparing yourself to him is just lowering your own status. There is no need to compare yourself to a stinking rock. It is not worth it. Really, take my advice, you don't need to challenge him. Even if you win, everyone will just think it is a matter of course. And there was one thing Liang Guang didn't dare to say out loud. In case you lose, then it is truly all over. Wu-Tong is the composer the company is heavily investing in, the future pillar of the company, and someone destined to become a top-tier composer. He absolutely cannot trip up over this matter. No, I want to PK with him. A fair and square PK once and for all. Wu-Tong's eyes were firm, burning with a fierce fire. Liang Guang knew it was over. Once this guy makes up his mind, 9 oxen wouldn't be able to pull him back. Don't be hasty. Let me discuss this with Director Tong first. Liang Guang immediately walked out of the room to call his superior and report the situation. Wu-Tong found his phone in the rubble, tapped the screen, and said Open Weibo. The social media platform interface projected in mid-air popped up, and Wu-Tong typed in his message directly. Wu-Tong V, a double PK on the July New Artist chart. Dare you accept, Lu Sun V? Huayu Entertainment Music Composition Department. Well done, young Lu, Rookie King of the Quarter. It has been over 2 years, and our company has finally produced a Rookie King. Old Yang looked quite proud. Brother Yang, are you misremembering? Didn't the 22nd floor composition department produce a little genius named Huang Ting the year before last? That guy even won the appreciation of the legendary Liu. Old Wang spoke eloquently. A colleague nearby nudged Old Wang. Old Wang realized too late, immediately shut his mouth and gave a dry laugh. Huang Ting? The name sounded a bit familiar. Old Wang laughed and said, haha, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about our Rookie King here. You got the title? Are you happy? Ding dong. A bank deposit notification arrived. Lu Sun looked at the 100,000 yuan bonus and felt very satisfied. The company's payment speed is quite prompt. Oh, look at young Lu's expression. Seems like he is very happy. Lu Sun smiled but did not offer an explanation. You have to treat us to a meal, Old Wang winked. Director Jiang and Zhang Xiao appeared, breaking the joyful atmosphere. Young Lu, come with for a moment. As soon as the three left, the group gathered together to gossip. Why does the director look so grim? Did something happen? Take a look at Wu-Tong's Weibo, everyone. A minute later. Good grief. Young Lu is in trouble now. Wu-Tong has completely locked horns with young Lu. Can he handle this wave? Poor kid. We probably shouldn't ask him to treat us anymore. Lu Sun put down his phone and looked at old Jiang and old Zhang. You have seen what happened. The company's stance is old Jiang paused, just pretend you know nothing. Don't respond, don't say a word. Oh, Lu Sun nodded calmly. Old Jiang and old Sang felt a wave of relief, fearing that the kid would get hot-headed and accept the challenge without thinking. Director, if I win this competition, will there be any reward from the company? Luke Sun asked, looking at him with anticipation. Jiang thought he was just asking, so he smiled and said, if you really can win, never mind 100,000 or 200,000, even 1,000,000 will be yours. As for him winning against Wu Tong, oh, never mind. Stop joking. It is completely impossible. 1,000,000. Lu Sun's eyes lit up. I want to PK with him. Old Jiang and old Zhang. Kid, stop joking, okay? Young Lu, listen to me. The reason you won against Wu Tong this time was partly because the event had high buzz and caught many people's attention, so old Jiang tried to reason with him patiently. Wait, what are you doing? Luke Sun replied with his head down, posting on Weibo. Ding dong. Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiao's phones both rang with notifications of a new post from their friend. Luke Sun v July new artist chart, waiting for you. The two middle-aged seniors completely lost their minds. Luke Sun acted as if he didn't see their suffocated expressions, his mind only on the million. Director, don't forget, if I win, there is a 1,000,000 yuan bonus. Jiang Ming didn't even want to talk to him anymore. Is this about the bonus? This is about whether he can win. This is about the life and death of their composition department. Seeing that old Jiang wasn't speaking, Lu Sun's heart skipped a beat. Old Jiang wouldn't try to go back on his word, right? Lu Sun's expression turned solemn. Director, you just said that there is a 1,000,000 yuan bonus if I win. If you really think 1,000,000 is too much, then 80,000. Jiang Ming raised a hand to stop him. As long as you can win, the bonus is absolutely not an issue. He would even be happy to pay out of his own pocket. The problem is whether he can actually beat Wu Tong. It is not that he is dampening his own spirits, but the facts are just there. Lu Sun felt reassured. The million is in the bag. Tianxiang Media. Wu Tong stared at his phone screen, a victor's smile on his face. He looked up at the equally hysterical Liang Guang and smiled. He accepted the challenge. What? Liang Guang was shocked. Huayu actually let him accept the challenge. It doesn't make sense, it's not scientific. Could it be that they really think Lu Sun can outperform Wu Tong? Or were those two songs before not his true level? The more Liang Guang thought, the more terrified he became. Wu Tong, what are the odds of winning this time? Liang Guang asked with anxiety. Wu Tong narrowed his eyes. Your eyes tell me that you don't trust me, you don't believe I can beat him. Liang Guang shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. I have great confidence in you. It is just... Wu Tong glared at him. Just what? Liang Guang let out a dry laugh. Nothing. Wu Tong let out a cold snort and walked directly into the lounge next door. Starting from today, I am going into seclusion to create. No one is to disturb me before the 30th. It was time to get off work, and the elevator was packed with employees. Old Wang's chubby frame was squeezed into the corner by the crowded mass, trembling. Luke Sun watched as Old Wang's bulging belly pressed right against his own waist. Old Wang gave him an awkward smile. Qin Yun, your composition department has been quite live lately. It is rare for the composition department to achieve some results, so why not make a big show of it? If we don't manage to produce some results soon, the company is going to be dragged down by them. It is not easy to find a promising talent like that. You better make sure you do not ruin them. You cannot say it like that. Even if they are ruined, it is still better than wasting a massive amount of the company's resources only to end up making someone else's wedding dress. Another person chimed in with a snide remark. Old Wang could no longer hold it in. What are you all talking about? That was Huang Ting being ungrateful and a two-faced traitor. What does that have to do with Qin Yun? Why are you here spewing sarcasm at Qin Yun? If you have grievances, take them out on Huang Ting if you have the guts. The trio of snarky critics awkwardly shut their mouths. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly turned cold, and no one dared to make a sound. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and the crowd quickly left. Old Wang, Luke Sun, and Qin Yun were the last to walk out. Qin Yun, a refined young man in his early 30s, carried an air of peace and grace. It seemed that no matter what happened to him, he would take it with calm indifference. Let them talk, it does not matter. Do not lower yourself to their level. Getting angry will only hurt your health. You certainly have a good temper. Qin Yun smiled. What else could I do? Argue with them. It is all the fault of that damn Huang Ting. He really ruined you. It is a shame you treated him so well before. It is like throwing pearls before swine. Old Wang said indignantly. Qin Yun's eyes dimmed slightly, and he smiled, saying people have their own aspirations. Lu Sun listened from the side, confused, but he was certain of one thing. The former genius composer of Huayu Huang Ting, who the company had heavily backed, must done something to offend quite a few people. And this man Qin Yun had been on good terms with Huang Ting, eventually becoming the target for everyone's frustration. Once Qin Yun left, Old Wang turned to Lu Sun. Why are you not curious about Huang Ting? Why should he be curious about Huang Ting's business? Lu Sun's gaze was clear and calm as he looked at him, his expression seemingly saying, why should his business have anything to do with me? Old Wang actually understood his look, and the retort he was about to make stuck in his throat. Want to go grab a drink? No thanks. There is someone at home waiting for me to have dinner. A girlfriend? Old Wang smiled suggestively. No, it is my younger brother and sister. Old Wang was taken aback. Your brother and sister. Is there a problem? The three of you are cramped in a one-bedroom apartment. Old Wang asked in surprise. It is a 3-bedroom apartment. Old Wang closed his slightly open mouth. Alright, go on then. I am heading off. June was more than halfway over, and the highly anticipated July was drawing near. Everyone in the music circle was keeping a close eye on the battle between the two newcomers on the July newcomer chart. This matter even caught the attention of several legendary composers. At a certain cocktail party, the air was filled with the scent of perfume and the clinking of glasses. High-level executives from major entertainment companies in the southern region had gathered, with Huayu and Tianxing being the two most prominent. President Hua, I hear your composition department has landed an incredible new talent. Huaheng smiled. He is not bad. Give me the inside scoop. Can that little guy really beat Wu Tong? Everyone was now curious about just how much hidden potential that person from Huayu truly had. In the eyes of many, Lu Sun was a trump card Huayu had been holding back. One could not blame outsiders for thinking this. After all, Wu Tong's ability was clear for all to see, and he had even been personally praised by the top master composer, Yang Shen, who said he had the potential to join the ranks of the gods. Now that Huayu dared to let Lu Sun go head-to-head with Wu Tong, what did that mean? It meant that guy's talent was not to be underestimated. Facing the probing of others, Huaheng had to he could not express. He naturally knew what these people were thinking, but in reality it was all a mess, nothing to write home about. If that newcomer really had that kind of ability, damn it, they would not be hiding anything, they would have rolled him out long ago. But could he tell others that? Of course not. He still had to act profound and mysterious. It is hard to say. Wu Tong is quite talented after all. Huaheng deflected with a laugh, refusing to give a direct answer. Haha, you really are keeping your cards close to your chest. Huaheng laughed along while inside he was cursing Lin Lai from the composition department to the high heavens. The president of Tianxing was facing a similar situation. If Huaheng was acting mysterious, the Tianxing president was subtly implying that Wu Tong definitely would not lose. You cannot speak too definitively. If you do, it is easy to get slapped in the face. On the 18th floor of the composition department, compared to its usual noise, things had been exceptionally quiet recently. Everyone went about their work in silence, not daring to speak loudly, and all of this was thanks to the person tucked away in the corner. From the director down to the team leaders, everyone had issued strict orders. No one and nothing was to disturb Lu Sun's creative process. Comrade Old Jiang, having been scolded by director Lin Li, was walking with his hands behind his back, secretly visiting the 5th group. Seeing everyone working quietly filled him with satisfaction. When he walked to the corner and saw the person fast asleep on the desk, the veins on his forehead began to throb. Jiang Ming resisted the urge to hit someone and tapped on the desk with his fingers. The person on the desk calmly turned over and kept on sleeping. Jiang Ming restrained his desire to whack the guy on the head and coughed lightly. Time to wake up. Hearing that familiar and authoritative voice, Lu Sun slowly lifted his head and met the gaze of a grim-faced old Jiang. Department head, Lu Sun flashed his signature smile. Are you sleeping? Old Jiang asked with a fake smile. Lu Sun opened his eyes wide. I am creating. Creating? Old Jiang's mouth twitched. How is the creating going? It is still in progress. Old Jiang's anger flared up, and he looked like his head was about to smoke. I just got news that Wu Tong has already finished and is currently recording. How far along are you? Hold on, let me check. Old Jiang felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed this kid really was working. In the next second, he watched as Lu Sun unhurriedly opened his computer and pulled up his calendar. Let me see, the 30th is here, today is the 26th, 4 days left, plenty of time. Old Jiang felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Little Lu, the outside world is watching you both. This round is crucial. The outcome of this battle does not just involve your reputation, but also the reputation of the entire composition department and the company. Do you understand? I know. Lu Sun saw that old Jiang was worried and patiently comforted him. Don't worry, department head. I will definitely get that 1 million bonus. Old Jiang. Why didn't I just take back that social media post back then? Why did I hold on to that tiny sliver of hope, thinking that a miracle might happen? When it comes down to it, it can be summed up in 2 words. Serve me right.
Yo, are you sure Lu Sun lives in this apartment building? 2 young, pretty girls were standing in front of the apartment building, looking up at the dormitory. I am sure. A senior of mine lives in this building. She bumped into Lu Sun in the elevator once. He definitely lives here, Wang Yao nodded confidently. Does your senior know which floor he is on? She didn't pay attention at the time. Let's just wait by the entrance, Wang Yao suggested. That is all we can do. As the 2 stood by the entrance, they saw a building manager shooing 3 young boys away. Ma'am, we really are here to look for someone. If you are looking for someone, call them to come down and get you. The manager looked at the youngsters impatiently. Don't think I know what you are here for. Are you trying to find Lu Sun? The 3 were caught off guard and looked awkward. The manager continued, I am telling you, I have chased away dozens, if not hundreds, of people over the past few days, but no one has been able to see Lu Sun. Do you know why? The 3 boys and the 2 girls, Wang Yao and her friend, all pricked up their ears, waiting for the rest. Lu Sun absolutely hates people blocking his door. If you want to leave a good impression on him, do not do things that annoy him. Doing this will only be counterproductive. Do you understand? The youngsters believed her and left one after another, no longer waiting around. Ever since Lu Sun and Wu Tong agreed to the Jewel Newcomer Rankings competition in July, the trainees at Huayu Entertainment had been restless. They all wanted to jump on this bandwagon. You have to realize that this event has extremely high visibility. Whoever becomes the singer for Lu Sun's new song will definitely get the most exposure. Everyone wants to be famous, and no one wants to miss this opportunity. This led many trainees to come up with all sorts of ways to hit on Lu Sun. They had just left when Lu Sun arrived. The manager saw Lu Sun and greeted him with a smile, never mentioning what had just happened. As a result, Lu Sun himself had no idea about what had been going on at the entrance for the past few days. Manager Fang replied with her usual expression, "You are back, Xiao Lu." Auntie Fang, Lu Sun greeted her as usual. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a figure squatting at the doorway looked up upon hearing the sound. When he saw Lu Sun, he seemed uncertain but gathered his courage nonetheless. "Excuse me, are you teacher Lu Sun?" Lu Sun sized up the boy in front of him. He wasn't very tall, with dark skin and very delicate features. "Who are you?" The boy was very nervous, his hands clenched into fists. Even though he tried to feign calmness, Lu Sun could still see his hands trembling slightly. "Teacher Lu, my name is Xu Cheng'an, and I am a trainee at Huayu. Teacher, could you please listen to my voice?" Xu Cheng'an looked at him anxiously, his eyes full of hope. Lu Sun thought for a moment, understood the boy's intentions. "Go ahead and sing a bit." A flicker of joy crossed Xu Cheng'an's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by nervousness. After taking a few deep breaths, he closed his eyes and sang a popular song with a magnetic, slightly raspy voice. This vocal line and timbre were quite a magnetic voice with a hint of raspiness, and his singing technique included a subtle vibrato. This kind of vocal style was very recognizable. After finishing the song, Xu Cheng'an waited anxiously for Lu Sun's feedback, looking as nervous as if he were waiting for a sentencing. Lu Sun smiled gently. "Your singing skills are good, and your voice is very unique." Hearing the positive response, his tension and anxiety eased slightly. "Teacher Lu, I go back and practice hard." Xu Cheng'an looked confused for a moment, but eventually seemed to understand what he meant, and could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. On the balcony, Lu Sun leaned against the railing as old Jiang's face hovered in midair, with the background clearly being his own home. "What is it, Xiao Lu?" "The song is written. Now I need to find a singer." Jiang Ming's old face immediately beamed. "I will arrange it right away. Have all the male trainees at Huayu come tomorrow. I will choose one myself." "Sure, no problem. Those are minor details." Old Jiang asked eagerly, "Do you mind letting me hear the demo first?" "What demo? There's no such thing, okay? My sister is calling me for dinner. I am hanging up now. Talk to you later." Lu Sun didn't give him a chance to respond and hung up immediately. That evening, all the trainees at Huayu received the news that Lu Sun would personally select the singer for this new song. This made the youngsters who had been waiting so desperately extremely happy, while the girls could only sigh. Early the next morning, all the trainees waited in the large lecture hall, each feeling nervous and looking towards the door from time to time. The moment the door opened, all eyes fell on the person entering. When they saw it was Xu Cheng'an, they were disappointed and angry. "Xu Cheng'an, are you sick in the head? If you were going to come this late, you might as well not have come at all." Ugly people really do make a scene. Just based on your looks, Lu Sun won't choose you. You should just go back, wash up, and go to sleep. Xu Chang'an lowered his head in silence and stood in a corner. At the entrance, Lu Sun and Yuan King, the head of the artist department, were listening quietly to the commotion inside. Yuan King looked embarrassed. They had really lost face in the composition department. "Let's go in." Lu Sun spoke up, and only then did his assistant dare to push open the door. When the door was pushed open again, the room fell completely silent once they saw who was coming. Yuan King scanned those youthful, delicate faces with a cold, sharp gaze, his eyes lingering for a few seconds on the trainee who had just been acting arrogant and insulting others. Lu Sun glanced at everyone one by one, among whom were many familiar faces. Those trainees who had previously rejected Lu Sun no longer showed any contempt when seeing him again, only regret that they hadn't seized the opportunity. Cheng Qi has already made it big and gained fame while they are still in the same place. A miss is as good as a mile. This is Teacher Lu Sun. A group of sunny, handsome boys shouted in unison, "Hello, Teacher Lu." Lu Sun waved his hand. Yuan King continued, "Today, Teacher Lu will select one of you as the singer for his new song. Whoever is chosen, do not get cocky. If you cannot meet Teacher Lu's requirements, you will be replaced at any time. Those who are not chosen, do not be discouraged. There will be opportunities in the future." Yuan King looked at Lu Sun, asking if he had anything to add. Lu Sun stepped forward and simply announced, "Let's begin." The assistant stepped forward and handed out a sheet of music to everyone. "You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with it. If you feel ready to sing, you can come up at any time." "Are we singing right here?" one boy asked with a frown. "Is there a problem?" The assistant looked at the boy with a cold gaze, scaring him so much he didn't dare say another word. No problem." After that little interlude, everyone obediently started getting familiar with the new song. 5 minutes later, someone stepped forward first, a move that made many others feel frustrated and grit their teeth in annoyance. "Director Yuan, hello Teacher Lu, my name is Kai Zuowei." Lu Sun looked at the boy in front of him. "Not bad, very courageous." The boy's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Sun's words. The others offstage were even more annoyed that they had been a step too slow. "Begin. When you step onto the platform, you will walk alone from now on. I can only wish you well from the bottom of my heart. Wish you well from the bottom of my heart, my dearest friend." After the boy finished singing, he looked at him nervously. "Next." Someone immediately walked out from the crowd. Lu Sun said nothing, leaving the trainees who were still preparing feeling uneasy. Clearly, the person before them was only a few years older and looked very approachable, but for some reason they were all afraid of him. Looking at him was like facing a stern old scholar. Next. 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 With each next, the atmosphere in the lecture hall became increasingly tense, the pressure mounted, and everyone became exceptionally nervous. With dozens of trainees, even if each sang only a short segment, it still took a considerable amount of time. Any more, Lu Sun rubbed his brow. One person slowly stepped out from the corner and stood before the stage, feeling awkward and uneasy. Seeing him, Lu Sun recognized him instantly as the shy boy, Xu Chang'an, who had come to see him yesterday, the one who was bullied and mocked by the other trainees. His appearance was decent enough among the public, with delicate features and fair skin, much like the boy next door. But in the entertainment industry, where high attractiveness is the norm, he was truly not a standout. Back then, Huiyu likely signed him because of his voice. They didn't want to miss out on such a set of pipes. "Teacher Lu, Director Yuan, hello, I am Xu Chang'an." "Begin," Director Yuan's assistant said expressionlessly. Xu Chang'an took a few deep breaths, and his magnetic voice filled the room. When he finished singing, Lu Sun put down his notebook and looked at all the trainees present. "If you fail to get selected, will you think it is because you did not have more time to study or time to refer to others and compare yourselves to them?" Lu Sun's sudden words pierced straight through the psychological reaction men who have after failure. These words directly blocked any thoughts they might have had to use such excuses. "If I choose the person who went first, will you think he was chosen simply because he stepped out first and gained bonus points?" Kai Zuowei, who was named, felt a surge of joy, but quickly followed by a wave of disappointment. "That means there is no chance. If you all hold this mentality, you will never be the one I choose," Lu Sun said calmly, word by word, as he looked at the restless youngsters. Yuan King looked at Sun with growing admiration. "Look at that, this is the gap between people. Lu Sun is just a few years older than them, yet he lives with such clarity and transparency, while these little brats don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and even started in fighting." The singer for the new song this time, Lu Sun's voice paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Whenever his eyes rested on someone, that person became excited, and when he looked away, they would become exceptionally dejected. "It will be you." Lu Sun's finger suddenly pointed to Kai Zuowei, who was standing in the most prominent position in the front row. Kai Zuowei was stunned by the pleasant surprise. The next second, he jumped up with excitement. "Thank you, Teacher Lu, thank you, Director Yuan. Luckily, this kid hasn't gotten carried away to the point of losing his mind." Director Yuan shook his head and chuckled. Lu Sun glanced at Xu Chang'an in the corner and noticed that in his eyes there was no envy, jealousy, or sense of loss like the others had. His expression was very calm, and within that calmness, there was a hidden resilience of someone who refuses to admit defeat. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Kaizuo followed Lu Sun as he left. Once the choice was made, Lu Sun didn't drag things out. He took the student straight to the recording studio and handed him the new song. Old Jiang and Old Zhang heard the news and hurried over. Kaizuo had already mastered the melody and began attempting the first recording session. With his headphones on, Lu Sun was fully immersed in his work and didn't even notice the arrival of Old Jiang and Old Zhang. Old Jiang and Old Zhang stood to the side, listening quietly. Their eyes grew brighter and brighter, and they exchanged glances, seeing hope in each other's eyes. Perhaps a miracle really could happen. It wasn't just Old Jiang and the others who were keeping an eye on Lu Sun. Even Lin Lei, the head of the composition department, couldn't sit still and quietly made his way to the recording studio. By then, several high-ranking members of the composition department were already standing in the small recording studio. If Lin Lei hadn't sent many others away, the directors of various levels would likely have swarmed in. Lin Lei listened over and over again, and the more he listened, the more hooked he became. He picked up the music score. Composer. Arranger. Lyricist. Lin Lei's gaze toward Lu Sun changed. The fact that he had completed all the work on his own for the previous 2 songs was already surprising. It was the same for the third. Who wouldn't be pleased and impressed by such a talent? Had Huayu actually struck gold? Take after take of recording, correcting tirelessly, striving for perfection. Outside the recording studio, a staff member saw someone walking by and said with a smile, "Sister Li." The assistant beside Jiang Li asked with a haughty expression, "Is Studio 1 free?" Studio 1 was the largest recording room at Huayu, usually reserved for top-tier singers, kings, and queens of music. As for other artists, they could only stand aside. "It's already occupied." "Who?" "A rookie." Jiang Li, who had been standing by calmly, looked at him. "Don't you know the importance of Studio 1? Get that rookie out now," the assistant demanded firmly. The staff member looked troubled. "Sister Li, see, Studio 2 next door is still free, why not go there? Actually, Studio 1 and Studio 2 are about the same." The other party's attitude made Jiang Li frown. The assistant was so angry she laughed. Since when did their sister Jiang Li have to make way for rookie? Jiang Li gave her assistant a look. The assistant sneered, "I want to see exactly which rookie is so ignorant of the rules. That room really can't be..." The assistant shoved the staff member aside and stormed over to push open the door to Studio 1, the violent impact causing the door panel to slam hard against the wall. Bang. The loud noise made everyone in the room frown collectively. Lu Sun didn't hear it because he was wearing headphones, but the people inside suddenly stopped. Kaizuo pointed behind him. Lu Sun turned around slowly to see a short woman standing at the door looking furious, with a tall, stunningly beautiful woman standing behind her. Lin Lei knit her brows tightly, her eyes burning with suppressed anger. Old Jiang glared at the uninvited guests with displeasure. Zhang Xiao wore a meaningful, mocking smirk. Upon seeing Lin Lei and the other senior executives, the anger on the assistant's face instantly turned to panic. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped the assistant across the face. "Who told you to open the door so rudely? You cannot even get that right." The assistant froze for 2 seconds, eyes wide as she looked at her, then covered her face, bowed her head, and sobbed, "I am sorry, I am so sorry." Lu Sun frowned slightly. Jiang Li put on a fawning smile and said to Lin Lei and the other executives, "Director Lin, Minister Jiang, I am truly sorry. My assistant is too clumsy. I will make her write a reflection report when we get back and dock her a month's salary." Everyone present knew perfectly well whether it was really just a mistake in opening the door or something else. Lin Lei's face darkened. "Get out." Jiang Li looked embarrassed, but a regretful smile still lingered on her face. Old Jiang said to the staff member, "If there is a next time, you will be held accountable." The staff member's expression stiffened, the hidden gloating in their eyes vanished instantly, and they shut the door with a bitter look. "A bunch of troublesome people." Lu Sun turned around, continue. "What a pity. That last take was the best one." Seeing Jiang Li leave, the staff member asked, "Sister Li, are you not recording today?" Jiang Li shot the person a meaningful smile and walked away without looking back. "Come by my room later and pick out a bag." The assistant's heart soared with joy, and the grievance from moments ago vanished completely. "Go and find out what is going on in recording Studio 1. Who is recording a song? Remember, I want detailed information," Jiang Li instructed. "Understood, Sister Li." By June 30th, the buzz surrounding the PK between Wu Tong and Lu Sun was heating up. The entire music circle had heard the wind, and everyone was waiting. "Has it started?" Lu Yu asked, coming out of the bathroom. 1 minute and 54 seconds left. Lu Ning stared nervously at the clock, her heart tightening as the hand inched toward 12. Lu Yu glanced at the second bedroom. "Brother must be more nervous than any of us right now, right?" Although he appeared calm, they all knew he was just putting on a front so they wouldn't worry. It wasn't just the siblings who thought so. Everyone who knew Lu Sun felt the same way. "Should we call Big Brother later?" Lu Ning asked. "I think we shouldn't disturb him. Brother is likely hiding in his room secretly listening to his opponent's song. If we barge in, it will be embarrassing for him," Lu Yu said, sounding like he had already seen through his brother's mind. As soon as it hit midnight, everyone following the event refreshed the music platform. New singer plus new composer at the same time, fair and square. Wishing You a Smooth Journey by Lu Sun. There Is No Feast That Never Ends by Wutong. Netizens could not wait to click on the singers they supported. The executives from Huayu's composition department and Tianxiang Media's composition department felt a jolt in their hearts when they saw the song titles from the rival side. Both companies had the same idea. As I thought, they had the same idea. This result was both within expectation and surprising. It is normal. It is graduation season now. Releasing songs like this will resonate more with graduates and has a natural advantage. If Lu Sun could think of it, so could Wutong, Lin Li said indifferently. Now it is really completely on the same starting line. If we lose this time, we lose completely with no way to spin it. Old Jiang sighed, still feeling uneasy. Although he had heard Lu Sun's song and knew the quality was good, he didn't know how the opponent's song held up. Let's listen to Wutong's new song. Both sides clicked on the rival's new song. The Day I Knew You Were Leaving. We didn't say a single word. When the midnight bell strikes, it wounds the door of departure. But it cannot open my deep silence. When you step onto the platform and walk away alone, I can only offer you my deepest blessings. Deepest blessings to my dearest friend. Wishing you a smooth journey. Wutong, who had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them when the music entered the main verse. Liang Guang's eyes widened and the heavy feeling in his heart sank even further. Don't tell me you're actually going to fail this PK. This 1 in 10,000 chance, it couldn't really happen, right? Wutong sat upright, his expression turning solemn. Liang Guang noticed. Wutong, what is wrong? Is there a problem somewhere? I lost, Wutong said, his entire demeanor collapsing. Liang Guang stared. It has only just begun. Who wins or loses is decided yet. Wutong didn't explain. He stood up, went into the lounge, and locked the door. Wutong, Liang Guang shouted anxiously from outside. Let me be alone. Liang Guang didn't understand how they could have lost. He admitted Lu Sun's song was good and relatable, but Wutong's was not bad either. 10 minutes passed. Netizens had mostly finished listening to both songs and comments online began to pour in. Sob, I listened to Wishing You a Smooth Journey and cried. I am a fresh graduate. Today I just sent off 3 good friends from my dormitory. Standing on the platform, watching them slowly drift away, watching them vanish right before my eyes. I don't know when we will meet again. Every lyric of Lu Sun's song sang straight into my heart. I have decided. I am officially a fan of Lu Sun. I listened to Wutong's There Is No Feast That Never Ends and Lu Sun's Wishing You a Smooth Journey. If Wutong's song stunned me, then Lu Sun's song gave me reminiscence. His song awakened memories sealed for years, making me think of my closest friends. Because we live in different places and have different jobs, it has been 10 years since we last met. At this moment, I want to see them. I desperately want to see them. I want to ask, are you all doing well? Thank you to both new composers for this audiovisual feast. I usually listen to songs on the Wind and Cloud chart, but today I realized there are touching songs on the Rookie chart as well. Both new composers are excellent. Both wrote about parting. One wrote with life, the other with soul. Technically speaking, they are on par. But emotionally, Wishing You a Smooth Journey resonates more with people. Everyone has a youth and everyone has a few brothers like friends. It brought youth back to life and awakened our hearts once more. Overwhelming comments pushed Wishing You a Smooth Journey to greater popularity. By comparison, Wutong's There Is No Feast That Never Ends paled in comparison. As day broke, this momentum became even more terrifying and download numbers saw explosive growth. Kai Zuowei, the singer, became famous. Lu Sun, the new composer, became even more famous. This song let everyone in the music circle know that there was a remarkably talented new composer. His name is Lu Sun. It exploded, it really exploded. Old Jiang looked at the staggering download numbers, his face flushed with excitement. In just one night, the download count already surpassed 1 million. It wasn't that Old Jiang hadn't seen the world, but it was the first time for a dual newcomer combination in the Southern Territory music scene. Over the course of the night, the gap in downloads began to widen. Wish You a Smooth Journey reached 1,300,000 downloads. There Is No Feast That Does Not End reached 1,080,000 downloads. As long as this trend holds, Lu Sun has this game in the bag. As for whether there's a chance for a comeback, the answer is already clear in the various comment sections. Old Jiang scrolled through the comments with delight, reading praise for Lu Sun's song one after another, as if the praise were directed at him instead. They are both excellent songs, but even the best will have their differences in ranking. Download counts are the simplest and most brutal way to distinguish them. Although everyone guessed that Lu Sun would win this round, no one dared to say it out loud until the very last moment, fearing they might be proven wrong. At the stroke of midnight on July 31st, the final download tallies for both songs were set in stone. There Is No Feast That Does Not End reached a staggering 4,780,000 downloads. This result broke Wutong's personal newcomer record and even smashed the highest record of 3,600,000 for a dual newcomer combination in the Southern Territory music scene, but this clearly didn't give Wutong anything to be happy about. Because Wish You a Smooth Journey had reached 6,550,000 downloads. This record went straight into the top 3 in the history of the newcomer charts. First and second places were held by top composers like Master Liu and Master Yang collaborating with newcomers. Naturally, they could not be compared on equal footing. Comparing them to the dual newcomer combo was essentially bullying the small. Media outlets rushed to report the news, and Lu Xun's name began to spread throughout the Southern Territory entertainment industry. The Huayu composition department shook off its previous gloom, releasing 2 years of frustration and finally holding their heads high. Ever since the departure of Huang Ting, Huayu's composition department felt cursed, but today the curse was finally broken. While everyone else was celebrating, Lu Xun quietly took out his contract to check the revenue-sharing ratio. Old Wang saw him buried in his work, occasionally frowning. "Lu Xun, what are you doing?" He leaned over and took a look. "Haha, you're calculating your money. You've really hit the jackpot. Between the 2 songs last month and the new one in July, you must have at least over 1 million, right?" "Over 1 million? Lu Xun frowned. The deductions are predatory. Old Wang saw his expression and knew he wasn't satisfied. Indeed, the song Wish You a Smooth Journey alone generated over 10 million, but that's only after platform fees and operating costs, before it even reaches the company. The company takes a huge cut, leaving behind 10 or 20%, and then a portion of that goes to the singer, leaving only the remainder for the composer. You are a newcomer, just joined the company, so the share shouldn't be high." Lu Xun took a look. It was indeed not high. The agreement the original owner signed with the company was a 9-to-1 split, with the company taking 90% and him getting the rest. When Lu Xun saw the split ratio between him and Fang Yu, his face turned black. A 3-to-7 split. He worked so hard to write the song, yet he only gets 30%. Old Wang saw his expression and laughed out loud, patting him on the shoulder. "Fang Yu is a second-tier singer. You are a newcomer composer collaborating with her, so you benefit from her fame. It's normal for her to take a larger cut. This is not just our company. All entertainment companies are like this." Lu Xun naturally understood this logic, but his heart still ached for the money. He was in dire need of money. He was waiting for cash to pay for his younger brother and sister's medical treatment. What a loss. Why didn't he think of this when old Jiang gave his suggestion? A massive loss of tens of thousands. Lu Xun felt the pain. "Look, your split with Kai Zuowai and Cheng Kik is different. You get 80%, they get 20. When it's a new composer and a new singer, the composer naturally holds the dominant position, so the split is naturally higher." Old Wang saw Lu Xun's heartbroken look and found the kid interesting. He encouraged him, "Don't be upset. Once you become a platinum composer or a top-tier master, whether it's with the platform, the company, or the collaborating singers, you will definitely be in the dominant position, and you will call the shots on the split." Lu Xun's eyes lit up. In any industry, it's true that the ones at the top eat the meat while the others eat the scraps. Whether it's on Blue Star or any other plane, it all boils down to survival of the fittest. Just look at the titles for composers and it is clear. Bronze composer, silver composer, gold composer, platinum composer, and top-tier master. The first 3 can only be composers. Only at the platinum level can you be called a master composer. The top tier are the even more impressive master musicians. If a platinum composer is the face of major entertainment companies and a significant figure, then the top-tier masters are the anchors of the major entertainment companies, figures at the pinnacle of the pyramid that everyone looks up to and the world loves to call them gods. For instance, top-tier master Liu Chao, the public only refers to him as God Liu. You are currently a bronze composer. Based on your data, you should be promoted to a silver composer next month, and the company should increase your share. Raise it to 28? Old Wang laughed out loud, right? That's how all of us got started. Director's office. Old Jiang greeted him enthusiastically. "Sit down, don't be nervous." What does being nervous mean? It doesn't exist at all. Lu Xun sat down naturally, his relaxed posture as if he were back in his own office. Old Jiang looked at him with a smile, more satisfied the longer he looked, because Lu Xun's record-breaking performance had successfully saved the composition department's data and filled the void in the rankings. "Look at this," Old Jiang said, pulling a document from his drawer and handing it to him. Lu Xun looked down and was surprised. "A contract?" Old Jiang smiled and said, "According to normal company procedures, you wouldn't get this contract until next month. I'm giving it to you early. You were going to get it anyway. See if there are any issues. If there are, tell me." Old Jiang picked up his teacup and left him to it. After seeing the share ratio, Lu Xun was momentarily stunned. 3-to-7 split. This ratio was different from what Old Wang said. Thinking about it, it seemed perfectly normal. If the company didn't value him after the performance of these 3 songs, one would have to say the company's leadership was short-sighted and narrow-minded. Such a company would go under sooner or later. Not wanting to lose a good composer, they couldn't be petty about such things. If Lu Xun switched companies, Huayu would be the one with a headache. "Finished reading? Any objections?" Old Jiang asked, gently putting down his cup. "None." Lu Xun signed his name on the contract without hesitation. "Regarding the split, don't find it unbelievable. Anyone who understands author splits knows how it is." Old Jiang smiled with He had long been prepared for Lu Xun to demand a split of 60-40 or 50-50. However, Lu Xun did not take advantage of the company's awkward situation to make unreasonable demands. "Department head, when will the bonus be paid out?" When your status hasn't reached the top of the food chain, nothing tastes sweeter than a bone. Old Jiang seemed to have anticipated this. Check your phone. Old Jiang's words were like a switch. The phone dinged and a bank notification arrived. 1.5 million. Seeing the amount, Luke Sun was stunned. Department head, what is that extra 500,000 for? Old Jiang smiled and said 1 million was the bonus we originally agreed on, and the remaining 500,000 was an extra reward that Director Lin fought for on your behalf. As for the money from your 3 songs, it won't arrive that quickly. The platform only settles accounts with the company next month. Take this to cover your needs for now. If it's not enough, I still have some extra money. Don't be shy. This kid has it rough. I should help out however I... Luke Sun was moved, thank you. All his gratitude was contained in those 2 short words. Luke Sun knew that given his status, he would only qualify for a single-room apartment from the company. Yet, old Jiang had used his own quota and subsidies to get them a comfortable 3-bedroom apartment for him and his sister. Just because he doesn't talk about it doesn't mean he forgot. Actually, Luke Sun understood that if he had demanded a 60-40 split, the composition department would have likely agreed due to their current predicament. But he didn't do that. A person must have their own principles and bottom line. Treat others with kindness and you shall receive it in return. This is Luke Sun's basic principle of conduct. With 1.5 million in hand, plus his previous 40,000 bonus and after deducting his daily expenses, Luke Sun now had over 1.87 million in his account. From being penniless to having over $1 million, Luke Sun felt a great sense of accomplishment. Nearly 2 million in savings, all coming from bonuses. Looking at it this way, bonuses are indeed the best. By mid-July, Luke Sun had already booked doctor for Lu Ning to get her a brand new prosthetic. The second-hand one she was currently using was no longer usable. Outside the hospital entrance, Lu Yu was pushing the wheelchair as the siblings waited in the shade for Lu Sun. Big brother is already on the way. He'll be here in about 5 minutes. We'll wait for him right here. Lu Yu held a small portable cooler. Okay, Lu Ning nodded obediently. Lu Yu noticed his sister's eyes were fixed on an ice cream stand nearby. When their parents were still alive, she used to have one every day in the summer, but since they passed away and their home was gone, she hadn't touched one since. Even now, she didn't dare to have one because they didn't want their big brother to work so hard. Wait here for me, Lu Yu said. Okay. Lu Ning took the handheld cooling fan and the cool breeze blew away the sweltering heat. 2 meters away, a few 7- or 8-year-olds were running around and playing. A basketball slipped from their grip and headed toward Lu Ning. Bang. Lu Ning felt a force hit her from behind and the wheelchair started rolling forward. Oh no, there's a slope ahead. Lu Ning immediately dropped what she was holding, trying to hit the brakes, only to forget that the brakes on this second-hand wheelchair had broken 2 months ago, and she hadn't told her brothers. What was even more terrifying was the oil slick on the downhill path. She had absolutely no way to control the momentum of the rolling chair. The road was just ahead. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she rolled down there. Lu Yu turned around and witnessed exactly this scene. His pupils shrank and he ran toward like a madman. But he was too far away to stop it in time. Ning Ning! Lu Ning closed her eyes, waiting for the pain, waiting for the judgment of fate. Maybe someone with crippled legs is destined to die like this. However, the pain she expected did not come. The wheelchair seemed to have hit something. Lu Ning opened her eyes to see a middle-aged man, panting and looking somewhat disheveled, using his own body to block the sliding wheelchair while firmly gripping the wheels and pushing it back up with all his might. Lu Yu rushed over, and seeing she was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thanked the man profusely. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged man waved his hand silently. After pushing Lu Ning to a safe spot, he turned and left, not leaving a single word from start to finish. Luke Sun brushed past the man. What happened? Luke Sun glanced at the siblings and seeing they were unhurt, asked with confusion. Lu Yu recounted what had just happened. It's a good thing that man appeared in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Was it the person who just left? Luke Sun turned to look for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Yes. Luke Sun looked at Lu Ning's legs. A prosthetic was urgently needed. If she had one, today's accident wouldn't have happened. Big brother, I'm sorry. Lu Ning felt terribly guilty. Luke Sun ruffled her hair. Don't say silly things. When I've earned enough money, I'll definitely buy you a holographic simulation prosthetic. The holographic simulation prosthetic was a major invention on Blue Star. It could automatically adjust based on the host's age and gender. It allowed the host to feel pain in the legs and the exhaustion of exercise. It would make the host forget that it wasn't real. Its appearance was made to be even more realistic and perfect than real legs. When this invention first appeared, many fanatics were willing to trade their own original legs just to possess a perfect pair. To prevent this, Blue Star had strict regulations stating it could only be used in cases of accidental disability. Once it was discovered that one had faked an accident, the device would be removed, leaving them truly disabled. Luke Sun couldn't afford it yet, but one day his sister would have one. The 1.35 million prosthetic, while not quite at the level of a holographic one, would allow Lu Ning to act and move just like any normal person. Watching his sister being wheeled into the operating room, Lu Sun and Liu waited quietly. when the operating room doors opened and she appeared before them, standing tall, and they watched her walk toward them step by step. Lu Sun and Lu Yu both broke into smile. "How do you feel?" Lu Yu asked impatiently. "Great." Lu Ning tried walking a few more steps. It really was much better than the substandard second-hand one from before. Walking wasn't nearly as strenuous or painful. Lu Ning said gratefully to Lu Sun, "Big brother, thank you." Lu Sun rubbed her hair. "You're being silly again." Lu Sun looked into Lu Yu's eyes. His eyes had withered away, and since corneal transplant surgery wasn't an option, he could only be fitted with the most high-tech artificial eyes. High-tech meant a high cost. He had to keep working hard. Poverty is a disease. He had to work hard to cure this disease.
Top Huayu composer Zhao Tianyi found guilty of plagiarism. Zhao Tianyi's talent has run dry. Huayu stock price plummet. Zhao Tianyi faces a ban from the composing industry. In early August, the court verdict came down. Zhao Tianyi lost and Huayu lost. They couldn't prove the arrangement was theirs, nor could they prove it had been leaked by an insider. The other side had registered the copyright and published their work just a few days earlier. It looked suspicious, but without proof, you just have to accept your bad luck. The Copyright Office is not an authentication agency. It is only responsible for registering copyrights, not for screening or filtering for duplicates. Its only role is to serve as evidence once a dispute arises. On Earth, this kind of thing is common and sometimes even more outrageous. Every country has copyright and patent offices, yet patent and copyright theft are everywhere. If someone is targeting you, they will have a foolproof plan. It's not that easy to find a loophole and turn the tables. What's even more disgusting is that the other side deliberately beat him by just a few days, blatantly telling him, "I am the thief," but there is nothing you can do about it. This is more vicious than murder. This lawsuit was destined to be lost. Zhao Tianyi, a platinum composer, was the face of Huayu's music department. With the face fallen, the department lost face, and the company's stock price took a hit too. The music department hadn't enjoyed their success for long before they were once again shrouded in gloom because of Zhao Tianyi. Old Wang sighed, 3 days apart. It just feels suspicious. Teacher Zhao recorded that song at home. They suspected the nanny or someone like that leaked it, but they couldn't find evidence. If it had been recorded in the company, there would have been a total purge of the staff, especially in the recording studio. Most well-known composers on Blue Planet work from home, especially the top composers. Their home facilities, musical equipment, and studios are often more advanced and comprehensive than those of many companies. He looked at Lu Sun. "Xiao Lu, you need to be careful when writing new songs in the future. Don't let your guard down just because you're at home, you know? If you really run into this, your career will truly be over." Teacher Zhao, such a talented person, is completely ruined. Lu Sun had only heard of Zhao Tianyi but had never met him. Old Wang looked at someone in surprise. Lu Sun followed his gaze and felt that the man looked somewhat familiar. "What is it?" Old Wang lowered his voice. "That is Zhao Tianyi." As the dejected-looking man walked closer, Lu Sun finally remembered where he had seen him. He was the one who had saved Lu Ning. If it hadn't been for his intervention, Lu Ning would have been in grave danger. To Lu Ning and the Lu family, he was a savior. So he was Zhao Tianyi. As Zhao Tianyi walked up to them, Old Wang respectfully greeted him, "Teacher Zhao." Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly and headed toward the elevator. Once he was gone, Old Wang let out a sigh. Lu Sun watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. On the 18th floor in the music department, a group of people were returning from the cafeteria, arms around each other, when they saw old Jiang sitting in Lu Sun's seat with a look of surprise. "Department head, why are you here?" Old Wang's smile faded the moment he saw the serious expression on the department head's face. His expression made everyone's heart skip a beat. "Department head, what happened?" Old Yang asked. Jiang Ming looked around at everyone and began. "The ancient-style song that Zhao Tianyi was working on has been returned. The client needs us to provide a new one. They demand that we submit a song they are satisfied with within 3 days. Even though he lost his case, I still believe in his character. I am asking for your help in my personal capacity." Old Jiang looked at everyone with a pleading gaze. Blue Planet places great importance on copyright, as do all its citizens. Once a plagiarism charge is proven, one's career is essentially over. An animation company would absolutely not use a song from a plagiarist, so it's understandable they returned it. Zhao Tianyi will also face massive compensation claims because of this. Jiang Ming and Zhao Tianyi are very close friends. Naturally, he wants to help as much as he can now that this has happened. "Department head, I'll give it a try." Old Wang said first. I'll try too. I can do it as well. Everyone present responded one after another. Even if not for Zhao Tianyi's sake, they were doing it for Old Jiang's. Old Jiang took good care of his subordinates. If you don't do it for the monk, do it for the Buddha. Old Jiang nodded with satisfaction and relief, then his gaze shifted to Lu Sun. He was the only one left. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, Old Jiang felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't say a word. All right, back to work everyone. Just as Old Jiang returned to his office, Lu Sun followed right after him. Xiao Lu. Department head, can you tell me about the client's requirements? Lu Sun went straight to the point. A smile appeared on Old Jiang's face. He was right about this kid. It's an animation production company. They already have one hit 60 anime out, which is very popular with young people on Blue Planet. Their second project is a martial arts anime set in ancient times. They have very high standards for the music. For the previous anime, the theme song was handled by a platinum composer from Tianxiang Media. This time it was our own Zhao Tianyi, so getting a song they are satisfied with won't be easy. Even though they gave 3 days, it was really just to save face for Huayu. Can I see the summary of their new anime? Only by understanding the story's background can one create a theme song that fits. Yes, you can. A screen projected into the air, and Lu Sun studied the exquisite visuals and the introductions of the characters and background. It was an era of constant warfare and separatist regimes. The theme was martial arts. The protagonist traveled with a sword, experiencing family love, friendship, justice, and the cycles of tragedy and joy in a chaotic world, ultimately becoming the one to end the era and open a new chapter. After finishing, he turned to Old Jiang and said, "Give me paper and a pen." Seeing his expression, Old Jiang had a bold guess. Could it be? Inspiration is ephemeral. If you miss it, it's truly gone. Old Jiang didn't dare to delay and immediately brought him the pen and paper. Lu Sun was fully immersed in it, writing frantically on the paper. Old Jiang watched like he had seen a ghost, his eyes fixed on Lu Sun, watching the blank paper being filled bit by bit. Looking at the lyrics, Old Jiang's breathing quickened. After finishing both songs, Lu Sun shook his sore hand. Done. Old Jiang took the 2 songs like they were precious treasures. 2 songs, let them choose themselves. I'll arrange for a demo to be recorded right away. A name popped into Lu Sun's mind, Xuchengen. Who? Old Jiang was confused. Find him, he is the most suitable person. In the Huayu practice room, all the trainees were occupied with vocal lessons, dance, and various rehearsals under the teacher's supervision. As soon as the teacher left, everyone collapsed on the floor, exhausted. They looked at the latest posters on the studio walls with envy. When will I be like Kai Zuowei? Kai Zuowei is really amazing. He became famous overnight with a single song. Bullshit, the talented one isn't him, it's Lu Sun. If I were the one singing that song, I'd be the one on the poster today. This statement received total agreement from everyone. In the eyes of most people, that was exactly the case. While everyone else was chatting, only one person was quietly practicing in the corner. Someone noticed, "Look at that little cutie still practicing over there." Someone said with disdain, "Even if he sings well, would anyone ever choose him?" "Hey, I'm talking to you." Seeing Xuchengen ignore him, the person grabbed a water bottle nearby and threw it at him. The bottle hit him directly and water splashed all over him. Xuchengen looked at the person, his cold gaze actually making the other guy feel a hint of fear. "What are you looking at? You want me to gouge your eyes out?" The person raised his voice, trying to intimidate him. Xuchengen turned his head back coldly, ignoring the group. "Hump, you ugly freak. No matter how much you practice, no one will pick you. I advise you to stop wasting your time. If I were you, I'd have left this place a long time ago. Being a big star isn't for an ugly freak like you. Anyone with a shred of self-awareness would have left in shame. Some people are just shameless. Talking about dreams is pure nonsense." The group laughed at him without any restraint. Suddenly, a voice full of authority rang out abruptly. "What is all this noise?" The practice room went silent in an instant. All the trainees looked toward the manager with nervous expressions. Lin Jing looked around the room, her gaze resting on Xuchengen. "Xuchengen, come out with me for a moment." Xuchengen put down the instrument in his hand, stood up and left. Looking at him soaking wet, the manager frowned slightly and instructed, "Don't just stand there like a fool. When you need to move, move." After today, they probably wouldn't be able to move even if they wanted to. "Director Lin, where are we going?" "The recording studio." Xu Cheng'an looked at her with surprise. Lin Jing smiled and said, "Teacher Lu Sun has specifically requested you to record the demos for 2 songs. If you perform well, you might even be the one to sing them. Make sure to seize this opportunity." Xu Cheng'an's breathing grew heavy. He nodded firmly and secretly clenched his fists. Walking into the recording studio, Xu Cheng'an looked at Lu Sun and said respectfully, "Teacher Lu." Lu Sun nodded and handed the documents directly to him. "Familiarize yourself with them first, then we will begin." "All right." Xu Cheng'an clutched the sheet music carefully, reading it with absolute focus, and unconsciously began to hum along with the melody. Lu Sun was very satisfied with his state. He got into character quickly, and after 1 or 2 tries he was starting to capture the right feel. "Let's start." Lu Sun noticed his nervousness. He was so tense that his voice was trembling. He frowned slightly and pressed the pause button. "Stop for a second. Relax, don't be nervous. Just think of it as your usual state." Xu Cheng'an nodded, took a few deep breaths, and gave Lu Sun an okay sign. "Let's try again." As soon as he opened his mouth, his throat was still tight. He hadn't managed to relax. Lu Sun pressed the pause button again. "Your voice is still too tight, not natural enough. Let's do it again." This time they were stopped again halfway through the song. Still the same problem. If he couldn't get him to relax, these 2 songs wouldn't come out the way they were meant to. "Let's take a 10-minute break. We will continue after 10 minutes. Xu Cheng'an's heart sank, and his lowered eyes were filled with annoyance and self-reproach. Why am I so useless? The opportunity is right in front of me. Why can't I seize it? His hands clenched unconsciously, tighter and tighter, until the veins on the back of his hands popped out. Suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder. Xu Cheng'an looked up, his eyes reflecting Lu Sun's image. "Teacher Lu." Lu Sun sat down beside him. "Why do you want to sing? For someone? A girlfriend?" Xu Cheng'an shook his head. "She is my mother. She loved to sing and loved listening to music. She used to be a singer, but eventually her voice was ruined. Her greatest wish was to stand on a stage and hold a concert for 10,000 people. I want to fulfill this wish for her. That's why I want to become a singer, an outstanding singer." Lu Sun patted his shoulder encouragingly. "You will succeed. These 2 songs belong to you." Xu Cheng'an widened his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. "That's it? It's decided? Believe in yourself. Remember one thing, if you weren't good enough or suitable, you wouldn't be standing here. Just sing boldly and relax. If it's not perfect, that's fine. We can keep singing and keep refining it." Since joining Huayu, the things Xu Cheng'an heard the most were mockeries, and what he faced most were the pitying looks from his teachers. No one had ever told him that he was capable, that he was irreplaceable. "Teacher Lu, thank you," Xu Cheng'an said with a choked voice. "Think it over yourself, and when you feel ready to start, we'll start again." Xu Cheng'an took a deep breath. "I think I'm ready now." Lu Sun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Then let's begin." This was the first time he sang it from start to finish. Although his voice was still tight and it wasn't perfect, Lu Sun didn't interrupt him. "Very good. Let's do it again." The second time was clearly much more relaxed than the last. Next came adjustments, one take after another, repeating every line and every verse until Lu Sun was satisfied. Finally, by the afternoon of the next day, it reached exactly what Lu Sun was looking for. Old Jiang, who had been waiting anxiously, left hurriedly the moment he got the demo and delivered the sample to the person in charge at Kiji Film and Television. "This is the new song you came up with." Wen Yi, the chief planner for Ki's animation department, looked at him in surprise, his eyes full of distrust. He didn't believe that Huayu could produce a high-quality theme song in just 2 short days. Facing their distrustful gazes, Jiang Ming felt no guilt, but rather full of confidence. "No, there are 2. 2? Music director Zhao Zheng almost laughed out of anger at Huayu's ridiculous move. "Coming up with 2 songs in less than 2 days, aren't they joking? Even a hen laying eggs isn't that fast. You 2 might as well listen to it first." Wen Yi and Zhao Zheng looked at each other. "Fine, let's listen and see what kind of world-shaking masterpiece it is." Both of them put on professional headphones. "The sword bores the wine without flavor. For whom do I drink this cup? You see me off, you see me off. The fragrance of rouge can love but cannot give. How long is the sky, how far is the earth? If you are a hero, you are destined to have no tears and no regrets. How dangerous this smile is, it is a deadly poison. How beautiful these tears are, only you know. I do not want this lifetime of fame. Only seek to trade it for a beautiful woman's smile. If I can be reincarnated after this journey, I would be willing to be a beast of burden in my next life, just to follow you to the ends of the earth. When the music started, and that slightly hoarse, magnetic voice emerged, a magnificent scene of battle and steel emerged in their minds, carrying the tender side of a tough man. The beautiful and stirring music made you feel as if you were in the middle of an ancient battlefield with 10,000 galloping horses. When Yai and Zhao Zheng looked at each other, seeing amazement and joy in each other's eyes, all their contempt had vanished and they listened with extra focus. When the song ended, both of them were still wanting more. While Zhao Zheng was still immersed in the ancient battlefield painted by the music, Wen Yi asked impatiently, "What about the other one?" Zhao Zheng immediately turned his attention back, his eyes burning with eagerness as he looked at Jiang Ming. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Ming was satisfied. He purposely left them hanging and said unhurriedly, "Well, what did you think of that song? Can it be the theme song for Han Shiguan?" "Yes, it can," they both nodded. "Brother Jiang, you brought another song, so stop hiding it." Zhao Zheng directly called out his little scheme. Jiang Ming laughed aloud. "All right." The two put their headphones back on, full of anticipation. They hoped the second song would also surprise them. However, even if it didn't, the previous one was already enough. As the prelude began to play, it caught the eyes of both men. The fusion of classical and modern music was incredibly unique and refreshing. Moonlight hues, the fragrance of a woman. Tears break the sword, how long does love linger? The pain is so deep, words cannot describe. Forget you. A lonely soul drifts with the wind. Who cares about the infatuated lover? In this mortal battlefield, amidst the thousands of soldiers and horses, who can claim to be the king? This was a song filled with deep melancholy, with heartbreaking lyrics and a melody that echoed with the neighing of war horses and the spirit of roaming heroes, blended perfectly to paint a scene of immense scale and power. The performer's unique voice and distinctive singing style perfectly captured the love, hate, and the path of heroism depicted in the song. Amidst the thousands of soldiers and horses, who can claim to be the king? The barrier of love, who dares to break through? Looking at the bright moon, the heart feels desolate. A grudge for ages, experienced through reincarnation. Close your eyes, who is the most reckless? The uncertainty of this world ensures that a life lived with courage to love will always be wounded. The singing ceased, the music stopped. Zhao Zheng and Wen Yi both felt an inexplicable melancholy, as if still lamenting the sunset of a hero. The two exchanged a glance, a decision already made in their hearts. This song seemed born for the Parset Han dynasty, only this piece could truly match it. "How do you both feel?" Jiang Ming asked with a smile. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Why, you really didn't let me down. I wonder which genius wrote these two songs." In their minds, the only people at Huayu capable of creating these songs would be their two pillars, the top-tier composers Tang Ning and Shen Leping. Jiang Ming replied with a smile, "It wasn't them." Now the two were even more curious about who could have written these songs. This composer is someone you probably haven't heard of. He is Lu Xun, a new recruit to our company this year. After saying this, Jiang Ming wore an expression that practically shouted, "Praise my guy." When Yai and Zhao Zheng widened their eyes in disbelief, it was actually a newcomer. They had expected a platinum or at least a gold-level composer, but they never thought it would be a newcomer, and one who had only just started. The shock of this was even greater than hearing the songs themselves. Huayu is truly full of talent. This newcomer has a limitless future and will surely achieve great things. Perhaps Huayu will produce another master in the future. Zhao Zheng pondered for a moment, as if recalling something. Is he the one who competed against Wu Tong on the rookie chart? Yes, that's the little guy. Jiang Ming's tone carried a hint of pride. Zhao Zheng looked enlightened. So it's him. Amazing, absolutely amazing. You've found a treasure at Huayu. You'd better keep a close eye on this treasure and make sure no one snatches him away. Jiang Ming paused, naturally knowing who he was referring to. Little Lu is different from him. Back to business. Which one are you choosing? Jiang Ming asked. Wen Yi smiled and said, "We want both of them. As for the price of the other one, how about it being the same as the previous one?" That price was meant for platinum composers. Offering it to a newcomer showed how satisfied they were with both new songs. Wen Yi, as the client, actually felt a bit nervous, fearing he would disagree. If this song fell into someone else's hands, he would be devastated. That is acceptable. I actually brought the contracts with me. Jiang Ming opened his laptop and took out the prepared contracts. This guy came prepared and had already gauged their intentions perfectly. Wen Yai and Zhao Zheng shook their heads with a laugh and signed the contracts decisively. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Both sides shook hands happily, each satisfied with the deal. The two Intern-style songs written by Liu Sun successfully became the theme song and insert song for Miracle Animation. This caused an uproar in the music department and even the artist department. The internal group chat of the music department was extremely lively. Little Liu is doing great. This newcomer is impressive. I have a relative who works at Miracle Animation. Reliable sources say that when their manager returned, they were all smiles. From their comments, it seems they were even more satisfied with these two songs than the previous one. As soon as this was said, the group went quiet for 2 seconds. The next moment it erupted. Holy crap, does that mean the quality of Liu Sun's songs is better than Teacher Zhao's? Zhao Tianyi is a platinum composer, a true master composer. Shocking, simply shocking. Being more satisfied doesn't necessarily mean the quality is better than Teacher Zhao's. Person above is right. I'm starting to get a little excited. I don't know when that 60 animation show is coming out, but I'll definitely listen to the songs the moment it drops. Same here. If the composers were shocked by Liu Sun's ability, the trainees in the artist department were incredibly jealous and envious of Su Cheng'en's luck. No matter how the outside world evaluated Su Cheng'en or how they slandered or cursed him, it couldn't affect his mood while recording the new song. Full of emotion and with feelings in the right place, he poured his heart into it. Each take was better than the last, and with each attempt, Liu Sun saw his visible progress. Okay, very good. That works. Get ready for the next one. Liu Sun nodded with satisfaction. Su Cheng'en gave a smile. After clearing his throat and taking a short break, the two went back into work mode. The surrounding staff watched them with admiration for their focus and dedication. Even though they weren't in a rush, they didn't waste a single minute. Not everyone has that kind of work ethic. As night fell, Liu Sun finally gave an okay gesture to the person inside. Mission accomplished. Great job, Liu Sun patted the boy's shoulder. Su Cheng'en shook his head. It was not a struggle. For him, this kind of struggle was sweet. Teacher Liu, thank you. Suddenly, Su Cheng'en bent down and gave a deep bow. This kid. Liu's son helped him up. No need for that. I don't go in for that sort of thing here. Yeah. The two walked out of the recording studio one after the other. Someone stood at the door blocking their path. Su Cheng'en didn't know the person, but Liu's son did, although he had only met him twice. Teacher Zhao, Liu's son said. Su Cheng'en was startled, looking curiously at the bearded, weary-looking middle-aged man in front of them, then followed Liu's son in bowing respectfully. Teacher Zhao, hello. Zhao Tianyi nodded politely, his gaze landing on Liu's son. Thank you for what happened this time. He had just learned the situation from old Jiang and came to find Liu's son immediately. Perhaps he was doing it for old Jiang's sake, but he still had to acknowledge this favor. It's nothing. Liu's son's voice was calm. I was just returning a favor you did for me earlier. Zhao Tianyi looked confused. 3 days ago, in front of Yingyi Hospital, the wheelchair. 3 keywords immediately made him recall that day's event. Who was she? My younger sister. Zhao Tianyi had a sudden epiphany, so that's how it is. So you don't need to take it to heart. Zhao Tianyi shook his head. It's different. That day was just a small favor. Liu's son didn't intend to argue with him. After all, everyone has their own principles of conduct, and one cannot force it. Huayu executive meeting. General Manager Hua Heng sat at the head of the table. On the massive screen, performance data for each department for the first half of the year was displayed. The film and television department proudly held the top spot, followed by others in order, while the music composition department remained firmly at the bottom. Although the data had shown some growth since June, it still couldn't compare to the other departments. You've all seen it. Does anyone have anything to say? Hua Heng's gaze swept across the executives present, resting on Lin Li with particular sharpness. Lin Li kept his head down, not daring to look at the general manager. This time next year, if your results still haven't met the company's targets, perhaps there won't be a place for you here anymore. This was no idle threat. It was a very real possibility. If the company's ranking doesn't rise to the top 8 among the Southern Territory's entertainment companies by August next year, many of the executives here will be dismissed. I don't care what methods you use this year, you must improve the numbers, especially in the music composition department. Hua Heng stared coldly at Lin Li. Don't think that just because the data has rebounded a little, you can lower your guard. Remember, you could drop out of the top 10 at any time. Lin Li bit the bullet and promised Manager Hua, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to raise the performance figures again. It's good that you have such determination. I hope to see satisfactory figures at the next meeting." After saying this, Hua Heng began criticizing the department in second to last place. One by one, no one could escape except for the artist department, which had made it into the top 8. They sat comfortably, enjoying the manager's praise and the envious and hateful gazes of the other department heads. After the meeting, the head of the film and television department walked up to Lin Li and patted his shoulder earnestly. "Old Lin, you're just unlucky. If it weren't for that incident 2 years ago, plus the little genius who emerged this year, your composition department wouldn't have any trouble reaching the standard. What a pity." The last 3 words were filled with undisguised schadenfreude. "Old scoundrel," Lin Li glared fiercely at his back. "Old Lin, hang in there." The head of the publishing department walked up and patted his shoulder. "Old Lin, stay strong." The head of the animation department walked up and patted his shoulder. "Old Lin, I believe in you." The head of the artist department walked up, and just as he was about to pat his shoulder, Lin Li, whose face was as black as a chard pot, sidestepped perfectly to avoid it. "You people," Lin Li was furious. Returning to his department and seeing his subordinates, he felt even more frustrated. Why couldn't his department have more prolific composers like Lu Sun? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. Lu Sun hadn't been in the company for long. It was impossible for him to write so many songs all at once. The only explanation was that he had a stockpile. He just didn't know if there was any left. If there was, and if the quality could rival those other songs, the composition department's figures would surely rise. Lin Li dialed the number immediately. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Just as he was about to hang up, a slightly husky voice came through the phone, sounding like someone who had just woken up. On the 18th floor in the composition department, Lu Sun rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Who is this?" "It's me, Lin Li." "Don't know you." Lu Sun hung up the phone directly. Lin Li stood there. No sooner had he hung up than Lu Sun suddenly remembered something. He picked up the phone again and called back. He patted his forehead. My mistake, I was still half asleep." "Director Lin." Lin Li was both annoyed and amused. This guy finally remembered who he... "Come to my office." "Oh, all right." On the 22nd floor, Lin Li glanced at the door every now and then. When a knock sounded, he sat up straight and cleared his throat. "Come in." "Director Lin, Lu Sun is here." The assistant stood at the door. "Let him in." Lu Sun walked past the assistant and entered the office. This was his first time visiting the director's office. It was twice the size of old Jiang's, with elegant decor everywhere, ink wash paintings on the wall, an antique tea set on the table, showing the director's preference for classical style. "Sit." Lu Sun sat down accordingly. "Xiao Lu, are you getting used to things at the company?" Lin Li asked with a friendly smile. "It's quite good." "Before you came to the company, did you often write songs at home?" Lu Sun raised an eyebrow. Was he wondering if he had a stash because he could produce so many songs in such a short time, or did he have some other motive? "Yes," Lu Sun nodded. Lin Li's eyes lit up. "Are there any more?" Lu Sun caught on to what he was implying. "Director Lin, what are you trying to do?" Lu Sun was not a fresh recruit. He had traveled through dozens of planes, and his combined age would make him the great-great-great-great-grandfather of everyone here. Commonly known as a 10,000-year-old monster. Lin Li's expression turned serious. "Xiao Lu, to be honest, our department has always been at the bottom, which is very awkward in the company. To get out of this predicament, we need enough excellent songs to climb the charts." Lu Sun saw through to the essence. "Director Lin, do you mean you want me to use my stockpiled songs to hit the charts and improve the department's overall ranking? Is that what you mean?" "Yes," Lin Li nodded. "If I can get the department's data to the top 8 in the Southern Territory, does the company offer any rewards?" "The top 8, this kid isn't drunk, is he?" "Forget the top 8, even making it into the top 9 would earn the department a $5 million bonus," Lin Li said without hesitation. "What about the top 8? Lu Sun continued to press. Lin Li was somewhat amused to see him so persistent. "If you can make it to the top 8, the department bonus will be 10 million. I'll also apply for additional rewards from the company." All of this was purely him talking nonsense. Anyway, it was impossible to achieve. Bragging isn't a crime after all. Lu Sun's eyes sparkled. Someone was literally delivering a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. He had been worried that releasing too many songs at once would inevitably arouse suspicion. Now someone had provided a perfectly reasonable excuse, saving him the trouble of making one up. "Director Lin, are you serious?" "Of course." "Then let's sign an agreement." Luke Sun acted as if he were in his own office, proficiently grabbing paper and pen from the desk, scribbling out an agreement in a flash, signing his name with ease and sliding it over to him. This smooth and fluid operation left Lin Li completely stunned. He had a nagging suspicion that this guy appeared, and probably did this sort of thing all the time. Seeing Lin Li just staring there, Luke Sun coughed slightly. "Director Lin?" Lin Li came back to his senses, looking at the black and white agreement on his desk and then at Luke Sun, who was smiling so innocently. A voice deep inside him whispered that once he signed, he might end up selling himself to pay off the debt. But his reason told him it was impossible. One person pushing a department's ranking from a shaky 10th place into the Southern Territory's top 8. Thinking about it, it sounded like sheer fantasy. Finally, with a few quick strokes, his name was added to the paper and a bold red stamp was pressed onto it. Once Luke Sun left, Lin Li finally regained his senses. He slapped his forehead hard, wondering what just happened and how he had been swayed by a few words into signing such an absurd agreement. He had clearly come to check if Luke Sun had any more material up his sleeve, but it had ended up like this. Totally unexpected, just totally unexpected. Looking at the extra agreement on his desk, Lin Li couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Let's see if he can actually pull it off. At this moment, Lin Li had no idea that the agreement he had signed today would lead him into such a thrilling and terrifying experience. Back at his workstation, Luke Sun rubbed his sore neck and cracked his knuckles. Finally, he could clear out his inventory and pull off something big. Time to hit the charts and boost the stats, let's go. Luke Sun glanced at the date on his computer. August 8, 2022, lunar calendar. Releasing a new song at this time makes hitting the charts quite difficult. Difficult? That only applies to everyone else. Luke Sun visited the artist department's practice area again. His arrival immediately drew the attention of all the trainees. Seeing the young ones poking their heads out, unable to focus on their training, Lin Jing understood immediately. "Inform everyone, gather in the lecture hall in 10 minutes. With that, Luke Sun and Lin Jing left. As soon as they left, a deafening uproar broke out in the classrooms. Is Teacher Lu selecting people in? That is a silly question. Why else would Teacher Lu be here? I must be the next lucky one. Heaven bless me, please let me be chosen today. Ancestors, 18 generations of my ancestors, please bless me to be chosen by Teacher Lu, please. If I am chosen, I will burn billions for you along with several villas and luxury cars. A teenager muttered with his eyes closed, rambling non-stop. All the trainees, male and female alike, gathered in the lecture hall. Luckily, it was big enough to hold over 100 people. Luke Sun looked at these young, vibrant, and sunny boys and girls, noting many familiar faces among them. He pointed at a few teenagers in the crowd. You, and you too. The 5 of you come out. The 5 were stunned at first, then stepped out under the surprised gazes of everyone else. Lin Jing looked at the 5 and recognized them instantly. They were all trainees who had gone through the previous selection. The boys who were selected last time can leave for now. Such a direct and decisive move caught everyone off guard. Dozens of people were eliminated just like that, leaving the 5 remaining ones feeling both shocked and delighted. The remaining girls and the dozen or so boys who hadn't participated last time stayed behind. Just like last time, Luke Sun asked them to sing a segment of their strongest song. Next. You stay. Those who were told to stay couldn't hide their joy, while those who were dismissed couldn't mask their disappointment. By the time the sky turned completely dark, the selection was finally finished with a total of 10 people. 6 boys and 4 girls. Luke Sun scanned the 10 of them. Meet me at the recording studio tomorrow at 8 AM. I don't like people who are late. Get some sleep tonight and take care of your voices. After giving the orders, Luke Sun and Lin Jing left. Teacher Lu, are you planning to form a group and have them debut? Lin Jing asked instinctively. The thought of giving each of them a separate song was simply not something a normal person would consider. No? Lin Jing held back for a second, then looked at him with surprise. You don't mean you're preparing a song for each of them individually? Luke Sun. Lin Jing was completely petrified, his brain crashing as he forgot how to react. Luke Sun went up to the 18th floor and found Jiang Ming, who was just about to head off work. Little Lou, do you need something? Luke's son nodded. The two returned to the Director, I need a favor from you. Go ahead, old Jiang said, placing his briefcase on the desk. I need you to help me find a group of music arrangers. Sure, how many do you need? The more the better. Old Jiang placed the work schedules of all the music arrangers in front of him. You pick them yourself. Luke's son looked closely, tapping his finger on the screen. This one. I want all of these. Have them wait for me at the recording studio at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Old Jiang was stunned. Little Lou, what do you need so many music arrangers for? Quite a few songs and I'm in a rush. All right then. Old Jiang made several phone calls to arrange it. With the music arrangers sorted, Luke's son leisurely headed home. On his way back, he saw an ice cream stand and bought one for Lu Ning and Lu Yu each. Passing by a deli stand, he also bought some braised duck and side dishes that Lu Yu liked. The next morning, a group of youthful teenagers and a team of music arrangers crowded the rest area outside the recording studio. The studio manager looked at the crowd, and upon learning they were all summoned by Lu's son, he was completely shocked. The music arrangers were even more baffled than anyone else. What is our company's new star planning to do? One of the arrangers asked. He's definitely recording new songs for these kids. Why would he need so many people just to record new songs for them? Another arranger asked, looking at the dozens of colleagues present. Maybe he's got some incredible song that requires a massive arrangement. We'll know as soon as he gets here. As soon as Lu's son appeared, everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Lu's son took a look and said, everyone is here, let's get to work. One of the arrangers stepped forward. Teacher Lu, why did you call so many of us here? Lu's son took a thick stack of papers out of his bag and distributed the scores to them one by one, based on their names and specialized instruments. This is your task today. It must be finished by the end of the day. When the arrangers saw the scores in their hands, they were astonished. Since each person received something different, it meant this wasn't just for 1 or 2 songs. Lu's son walked up to the staff member. I need 10 recording studios. The staff member almost thought he misheard. You said, how many? 10. The staff member looked at the 10 trainees standing behind him, then at the massive group of arrangers and swallowed hard. Holy cow, it couldn't be what he thought it was, could it? Are there 10 empty studios available? Yes, but that's against the rules. I can't make that call. This kind of situation was unprecedented. Lu's son understood, turned around and dialed Director Lin's number. At that moment, Lin Li had just brewed a pot of tea for himself, leisurely poured a cup, lifted it, and smelled the aroma with elegance when the screen of his phone on the table lit up. Answer. The phone automatically entered call mode. Little Lu, is there something wrong? I'm at the recording studio now. I need 10 recording studios to record some new songs. Lu's son didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Perfect. The expensive tea in Lin Li's mouth sprayed out.
He swallowed the last sip of tea in his mouth and asked uncertainly, you want 10 recording studios to record the new song? Yes. Lin Lifeng was completely flustered. 10 songs. Holy crap, he hadn't misheard, it really was 10 songs. Director Lin, is that okay? Why, yes. Absolute. The staff member quickly received the notice from above, not daring to delay, gave the go-ahead right away. The 10 young boys and girls were both shocked and thrilled. They had expected to debut as a group, but now they were being told they could release solo singles. It felt like thinking they'd won 500,000 only to find out it was actually 5 million. Lu's son assigned the 10 of them to the respective music producers in charge of their tracks. You all know what you need to do, right? Practice on your own, and once you feel ready, we'll start recording. Someone couldn't help but ask Teacher Lu, will there be other instructors to guide us? No, I'm the only one in charge of all of you. I'll just point you in the right direction. How much you grasp and how far you take it is up to you. The quality of the songs depends entirely on you. I can only give you 1 day to fully master the songs you've been assigned. In an instant, the lighthearted and cheerful mood vanished completely. A sense of pressure filled the air, and everyone's nerves began to tense up. The smiles faded from their faces, and one by one, they began to make the most of their time to familiarize themselves with the song. No one wanted to lose, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. They all understood that if they didn't seize this moment today, it would likely be very difficult for them to become famous in the future. Where there are people, there is competition. The competition among the 10 had quietly. While the recording studio was immersed in fierce competition, a huge uproar was brewing outside. Composition department. What did you say? That kid Lu's son is recording 10 new songs at the same time. That's right, you heard correctly, 10 new songs recorded all at once. A group of veteran composers stood there, all frozen in shock. The news swept through every level of Wayuu Entertainment like a tornado. Film and television department. Have you heard? There's a newcomer in the composition department who's released 10 songs and recorded them all at the same time. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? 10 songs? That's incredibly prolific. A second onlooker chimed in. Shouldn't we be more shocked that he recorded them all at the same time? 10 songs, that's what's truly mind-blowing. The onlookers suddenly broke into a heated argument over the childish question of whether releasing 10 songs was more impressive or recording them all at once was. Artist department. That super rookie from the composition department, after selecting 10 trainees yesterday, he actually gave each of them their own song. 10 songs. The onlookers looked utterly stunned. While they were still reeling from the shock, the person continued. He also wants to record all 10 songs at the same time and finish them all in a single day. The onlookers' knees buckled and they dropped to their knees. Word of this didn't just spread among the rank-and-file employees, it even reached the higher-ups, and quite a few of them called Lin Li, the director of the artist department. Brother Lin, let's work closely together from now on. We're counting on you guys. Bring Lu Sun over sometime, I want to treat him to a nice big meal. The director of the animation department said, Old Lin, that's impressive. We just wrapped up a meeting yesterday, and today you've pulled off such a massive operation. Looks like your numbers for the next quarter won't be anything to sneeze at. I'm actually worried you're going to blow us out of the water. The director of the film and television department said, Old Lin, come clean, did your composition department plan this all along, just waiting for this moment? Lin Li had just finished his call with President Hua. His feelings were complicated. For the moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe how he felt right then. Thrilling? Happy? Exhilarating? Anxious? He felt all of the above. Lin Li found herself muttering under her breath, Luke Sun, you better not let me down, you little rascal. No matter what, out of 10 songs, a few are bound to go viral. Making it into the top 10 of the newcomer chart shouldn't be a problem, right? If they all flop, then no matter how glorious and in the spotlight he is today, he'll face just as much criticism tomorrow. Lin Li felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Unless he went to hear them for himself, he'd never be able to put his mind at ease. Lin Li opened the office door and headed straight for the recording studio on the 12th floor. 12th floor recording studio. At the front desk, he saw employees passing by, peeking inside, and then pointing and whispering as they walked away. It was as if the place were a zoo, with a crowd of tourists who, after taking a look, couldn't resist offering their opinions before turning on their heels and walking away. At that moment, the staff member felt like he'd been through hell. This floor had never been this chaotic before. Director Jiang, you're here, the staff member said, standing up. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, go ahead and keep working. I'm just taking a look. Don't worry about me. No sooner had he sat down than the elevator doors opened again. The staff member stood up once more and respectfully called out, Minister Yuan, you're here. Yuan King said with a smile, I'm just here to take a look. Go ahead with your work, don't worry about me. The staff member sat back down. Before the seat had even warmed under him, the elevator doors opened again and award-winning composer Nan Li stepped out. Staff member, Mr. Nan, are you here to record a song today? He couldn't recall having a booking for teacher Nan Li today. Let me show you which recording studios are available right now. Nan Li waved his hand with a smile. Ha ha ha, I'm not here to record today, I just stopped by to take a look around. Have a seat, please. The staff member was inwardly fuming, but he slowly sat down. Surely no one else would show up now. The thought had barely crossed his mind when, the very next second, the elevator doors opened again and the staff member's anger flared up instantly. Damn it, are you guys messing with me? Could you all just come in a group? But when he recognized Lin Li, his anger instantly vanished, and his face broke to a broad smile. Good morning, Director Lin. Lin Li maintained his aloof demeanor and nodded at him. Luke Sun, which recording studio is it? I'm not entirely sure. Teacher Lu tends to switch rooms frequently. Oh, which ones has he used? All of them from 1 to 10. Lin Li nodded. You can sit down, don't worry about me. Okay. The staff member smiled but showed no intention of sitting down. Staff member's inner monologue, damn it, if I sit down again, I'm a dog. I'm staying on my feet today. In recording studio 2, Lu Sun noticed the people inside pause for a moment. Through the light reflecting off the mirrored wall, he saw someone enter. Let's do it again, just keep that same vibe from before. Okay. The teenager inside started again, but after singing just a few lines, his voice changed once more because there was now another person behind him. Lu Sun ignored the person behind him, pressed the pause button, and called out to the boy inside, Don't worry about others, just focus on what you're doing. The teenager inside nodded, but deep down, how could he possibly ignore it? The newcomer was, after all, the head of their artist department. Do it again. Okay. The boy composed himself and was just about to start singing when the door behind him opened again. Lu Sun swiveled his chair and cast a calm, unflinching gaze at the person who had opened the door. Lin Li, who had just found him, froze instantly, his whole body stiffening as he stood rooted to the spot. It was clearly a perfectly normal gaze, but for some reason his heart began to race. Little did he know that this was the death stare of a 10,000-year-old demon. Luke Sun said, enunciating each word clearly, "Mr. Lin, please tell the staff outside that, starting now, no unauthorized personnel are to be allowed in." As he said unauthorized personnel, his gaze swept over all the senior executives present. "Also, tell everyone that if anyone else comes in and the song is leaked regardless of whether they were the source of the leak, they will bear full responsibility." Those who dared to enter the recording studio were all top-level executives. Composers like Nan Li, who were merely observing from outside, would naturally know to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Luke Sun's words weren't directed at those people, but at these senior executives who lacked self-awareness. Damn it, they treat this place like a zoo, not a single one of them is any good. Anyone who stands in the way of him earning his bonus is no good. "Now, all of you get out of here." Luke Sun's tone brooked no argument. From Lin Li at the top to Zhang Xiao at the bottom, each of them was scolded like a disobedient child. They didn't dare breathe a word and obediently disappeared from the recording studio. The young singer was so terrified he didn't dare move. Little stars twinkled in his innocent eyes, a gaze that was both admiring and fearful as he looked up at Luke Sun. "Teacher Lu, you're amazing." Outside the door, Zhang Xiao wanted to speak up for Luke Sun, but didn't know how to start. Old Jiang cleared his throat. "Director, Luke Sun, he's also..." Lin Li raised her hand to cut him off. "He's right." He cast a glance at the bystanders milling about outside. The company does need to get its act together from the leadership down to the rank and file. Previously, Zhao Tianyi's songs had been recorded at home, so they hadn't thought there was anything seriously wrong with the company's policies. However, Luke Sun's remarks today served as a wake-up call. Better safe than sorry. To prevent a recurrence of the Zhao Tianyi incident, they had to establish a rule. Even someone of his high rank or even a future President Hua or Chairman Hua would not be allowed to enter this area. Only composers, singers, and relevant staff members would be allowed here. In reality, company executives rarely had the time to visit the recording studio on a regular basis. Ultimately, it was Luke Sun's outrageous antics that had suddenly left them with a bit of free time. The news that Lin Li and the others had been kicked out by a furious Luke Sun spread like wildfire once again throughout Huai Entertainment. This time, even President Hua had heard about it. For the first time, President Hua felt a twinge of curiosity toward that up-and-coming composer, Luke Sun. Luke Sun's outrageous antics weren't kept secret from the outside world and naturally didn't escape the keen noses of the media. Upon receiving the news, some media outlets were equally stunned by his brilliant move. Once the initial shock subsided, excitement took over so intense that their faces flushed red. What on earth was this? This is big news, a major scoop. They had to publicize it extensively and capitalize on the massive traffic. The media outlets that got their hands on the scoop that very day immediately rolled out jaw-dropping headlines. Shocking. Rising star Luke Sun's creative talent outshines everyone in the music industry. Luke Sun pushes the limits, records 10 songs simultaneously in a single day. Luke Sun composes 10 songs at once, setting a new record. The phenomenon Luke Sun writes 10 songs in a single day. It was still early August, and the buzz surrounding Luke Sun hadn't died down yet. The name Luke Sun alone was enough to draw a crowd, and with those sensational headlines, the curious public immediately tuned in, clicking away. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I thought the media was just hyping it up and exaggerating on purpose. After watching it, I realized I was way too naive. 10 songs in one day. Who would believe that? These must be old tracks Luke Sun had stockpiled. I'd bet a bag of spicy noodles on it. Haha, this is hilarious. Surely no one actually believes this. If it's true, I'll stand on my head and eat my own poop. This can't be Huayu hyping up Luke Sun again, can it? Great move, but I just want to say, please don't treat us like little kids. Although I really admire Luke Sun's talent, saying he can write 10 songs in a single day and record them all on the same day does that really make recording songs seem that easy. Unscrupulous media, unscrupulous gimmicks. The 1 song a day, I believe that. 10 songs a day, I don't buy it. 1 song recorded a day, I believe that. 10 songs recorded in a single day, I don't buy it. Anyone who does is a total idiot. Even the biggest names in the music industry wouldn't dare pull off something this outrageous. The internet is abuzz with heated discussions, and the hype is naturally climbing higher and higher. No one believes it. Even if there were 10 songs, they'd definitely be old stock. Some people even went to Luke Sun's Weibo to demand he come forward and explain. Wu Zhen is a music critic. His reviews are always spot on, his commentary is razor sharp, and most importantly, he often manages to predict the motives of singers and their record labels in advance. This has earned him great authority among fans and a high level of trust among music enthusiasts. Whatever he says, music fans take it gospel. As a sophisticated and distinguished music critic, he primarily operates on the Music Wind and Cloud chart, keeping a close eye on the cutthroat battles between the industry's heavyweights and the top male and female stars. However, apart from the Zhao Tianyi incident, which provided some interest, the past 2 months have been rather uneventful, leading to a gradual decline in his fans' engagement. All of this is thanks to the buzz on the newcomers chart. The newcomers chart is essentially the newbie village of the music industry. He usually pays it no mind at all. Even if a remarkable figure emerges, he'll merely take note of them without delving deeper or analyzing them unless that person makes it onto the music wind and cloud chart, at which point it becomes worth his effort. It's not his fault. The main reason is that the top charts and the rising stars chart carry very different weights. Many prodigies who appear on the rising stars chart fade into obscurity as soon as they reach the top charts. In fact, quite a few composers and singers hailed as geniuses can't handle the massive disparity and end up falling into a slump, disappearing from the public eye. This is one of the reasons why Wu Zhen doesn't want to pay too much attention to it. But times have changed. Recently, fan engagement has dropped, and in the comments section of his Weibo posts, many fans have been urging him to weigh in on Lu Sun. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he has no major news on the top charts, things will only get worse if this continues. He must make a change, face reality, and head over to the newcomer chart to check out Lu Sun, who has been causing quite a stir there. There wasn't too much nor too little information about Lu Sun. Wu Zhen spent 2 hours compiling all available information on Lu Sun, focusing on analyzing his musical style. Judging by the timeline in the data, ever since his sudden emergence in June, he has been riding on Wu Tong's coattails to climb the ranks. Now he has completely replaced Wu Tong's position, becoming the undisputed #1 on the newcomer chart. A 5D 3D screen projected from the air directly above the table, displaying detailed labels such as Wu Tong, Tianxiang, Huayu, and Lu Sun. Huayu is desperately clinging to life. As he studied the relationship diagram, Wu Zhen's shrewd eyes gleamed as if he had seen right through Huayu's intentions. Wu Zhen opened his social media app and typed line after line on the screen. An hour later, Wu Zhen's post live. Wu Zhen v. Those who know me are aware that I never pay attention to what goes on in the newbie village, but too many fans have been asking me to comment on the up-and-coming composer who's been very active there lately. I'm someone who spoils my fans. How could I possibly let you down? Today, I'm going to talk about Lu Sun's rise to fame. I spent some time researching all his past records. I won't go into the details here, but those interested can look them up on their own. Lu Sun is talented, but he's merely the last-ditch effort in Huayu's 3-year performance-based agreement. As everyone knows, ever since Huayu signed an agreement with Chen's capital investment company 3 years ago, its performance has been lackluster, especially in the music division, where the situation has been nothing short of disastrous. With only 1 year remaining, it's clearly impossible to turn this situation around, so why has Lu Sun emerged now? This is Huayu's final move. Huayu aims to keep the company's metrics above previous levels so as not to hand over the company to Chen Capital for nothing. The Hua family, who hold the reins at Huayu, can still pocket a well-earned sum, ensuring that their years of hard work won't end up benefiting someone else. Lu Sun is the key pawn they've put into play. First, Huayu deliberately staged various incidents to provoke Wu Tong, building momentum for Lu Sun. They never expected Wu Tong to step in personally and play along with their charade. This was likely something even Huayu's top brass hadn't anticipated. I suspect that even if Wu Tong hadn't stepped in, they would have found a way to drag him into it. After all, Wu Tong was the most crucial piece in their strategy. They first released a song of decent quality, though clearly inferior to Wu Tong's, to make Wu Tong underestimate Lu Sun. Then, once Wu Tong stepped onto the stage brimming with confidence, they unveiled an even better song, catching him off guard. With this series of moves, Lu Sun could then capitalize on the situation, stepping over Wu Tong's corpse to stand the pinnacle of the rookie chart and secure his position as the #1 rookie. From Lu Sun's very first appearance when he stepped in as a so-called rescue act, every move had been meticulously planned by Huayu Entertainment. To keep the hype going, Huayu Entertainment couldn't wait to pull off another bold move, having Lu Sun record 10 songs in one go, all to grab people's attention. I'm certain these 10 songs are Lu Sun's stockpile. In the future, you'll see him use these 10 songs to consistently dominate the top spot on the Rising Stars chart until he graduates from the newbie village. If I'm wrong, I'll eat my own damn on live stream. Wu Zhen looked at post with satisfaction. He'd hidden a little trick in there, just waiting for it to pay off in the future. He had deliberately put the word stockpile in double quotes. He'd stopped just short of saying, I suspect these songs weren't even written by Lu Sun. But fearing legal trouble, he chose to be cautious and didn't state it outright, opting instead for this subtle way of expressing his doubts. If Lu Sun's fraud were to be exposed in the future, this post would become another major milestone on his path to success. As soon as the post went live, it immediately caught the attention of fans. After reading it through, many had a moment of realization. Many fans reposted this blog post across various online platforms. After reading Wu Zhen's post, I got chills down my spine. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Truly terrifying. Poor Wu Tong. Did you notice that Wu Zhen put double quotes around the word backlog? Is he implying something, or could Wu Zhen be implying that these songs aren't actually Lu Sun's at all, but rather the collective work of the entire Huayu music composition department, only to be credited solely to him in the end, making him the sole star? When you think about it that way, it's actually quite possible. That must be it. If he were really that talented, why haven't we heard a single whisper about him before? Anyone with real talent, if you dig into their past, you'll always find some clues. But look at Lu Sun, there's absolutely nothing. That's very suspicious. Once this theory surfaced, it spread like wildfire across the internet, burning with unstoppable momentum. Among the army of speculators, Wu Tong's fans formed the vanguard. Wu Zhen kept a close eye on the buzz surrounding his post, watching the comments and shares grow at a visible pace, his eyes behind his glasses flashing with shrewdness. He sipped his tea leisurely as if victory were already in the bag. He wondered if Wu Tong and his crew would offer him a reward if they saw this post. Because of the Shuangxin PK incident, Wu Tong had been wallowing in defeat, having lost the pride he once possessed. As his manager, Liang Guang naturally couldn't let him remain in this state of despondency. The company also couldn't afford to let such a promising young talent go to waste. Both the company and Liang Guang were working hard to provide Wu Tong with psychological support, hoping he would pull himself together. Unfortunately, despite trying many different approaches, nothing seemed to work. He had been gritting his teeth in frustration as he watched Luxun steal the spotlight again. But just a few hours later, Wu Zhen's blog post and the shifting online sentiment came as a huge surprise. Feel for Wu Tong. This post shot straight to the top of the trending list. There's hope. Liang Guang sat down next to Wu Tong and placed the latest trending topics page in front of him. Take a look, you haven't lost. If I lost, I lost. I'm not the type to lie to myself. Wu Tong remained unmoved. Seriously, take a look yourself. Liang Guang handed Wu Zhen's post to him. Wu Tong glanced at it casually, intending to brush Liang Guang off, but the moment he saw it, he sat up straight. It didn't take long to read through the entire post, but the information it revealed left him stunned. He jerked his head up, narrowing his eyes as he glared at Liang Guang. Did you guys pay someone? Liang Guang nearly choked on his own spit. That's the conclusion you jumped to after reading it? Should he say the man was principled or just incredibly infuriating? No! The company did consider fighting back, but no chance, right? This time they saw an opportunity. Wu Tong jumped in to finish his sentence for him. Oh my god, you're enough to drive a person crazy. I'd stake my life on it the company had nothing to do with this. It was entirely Huayu's doing, and their motives were way too obvious. They thought everyone else was blind and wouldn't notice. With something like this, we don't even need to lift a finger. A public persona like that can easily backfire. Right now, everyone online is feeling sorry for you. You just can't keep your cool. You fell right into their trap. Actually, this report isn't pure nonsense. A lot of it can be traced back to evidence. Just look at what netizens have exposed online. It's highly likely that Luxun is a god meticulously crafted by Huayu's entire composition department with their full backing. This kind of thing has happened before, Liang Guang said emphatically, as if he had already seen through Huayu's tricks. Wu Tong frowned. Has Huayu gone crazy? It's important to realize that if the authorities were to uncover something like this, the entire Huayu entertainment industry would face severe penalties and might even be forced to shut down. 10 years ago, there was an entertainment company in the southern region ranked 12th. In an attempt to break into the top 10, they engaged in underhanded tactics. Just as they were on the verge of success, they were reported, and the authorities launched an investigation. The god they had poured their heart and soul into creating became a laughingstock and a scapegoat, permanently blacklisted from the entertainment industry. That entertainment company was blacklisted by all major music platforms, faced massive fines, and had all its projects subject to scrutiny. Following this series of penalties, the company went bankrupt within half a year and was acquired by another conglomerate. Liang Guang let out a cold laugh. They're just throwing caution to the wind. It's a case of go big or go home, pretty ruthless. Wu Tong was somewhat convinced, but he still felt that things weren't quite as they described. Let's wait and see. Seeing that Wu Tong was in much better spirits than before, Liang Guang was deeply relieved. Little darling, you've got to pull yourself together. The topic of whether Luxun was a fake god, meticulously crafted by Huayu Entertainment, shot straight to the top of the trending lists on major platforms. As the head of the composition department, Li naturally saw the related content right away. If he weren't part of Huayu and Luxun's superior, he almost would have believed it himself. These people really can't stand to see Huayu doing well. His assistant asked with concern, President Lin, this topic is gaining more and more traction. If we let it continue like this, it will cause enormous damage to Mr. Lu's reputation and that of the company. Notify the PR department, Lin Li ordered coldly and sternly. Have them send cease and desist letters where necessary and file lawsuits where appropriate. We will show absolutely no leniency. Recording studio. Luxun walked over the lounge area and poured himself a cup of light tea. When the staff saw him come out, they looked as if they wanted to say something but held back. Luxun didn't ask and was about to head back. The staff member finally couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Lu, today's incident made the news. Luxun stopped in his tracks and looked at him, waiting quietly for him to continue. People outside are slandering you, saying your songs aren't actually yours. They claim they're provided by the company's composition department and released under your name. He blurted it all out in one breath, feeling much better afterward. Luxun opened his phone and looked at the heated discussions trending across major platforms, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. This man named Wu Zhen really is a good person. Mr. Lu, don't worry too much. The company will definitely put an end to these rumors, the staff member said confidently. Lu Sun nodded and right in front of him dialed Lin Lei's number. Lu, have you seen what's going online? Don't worry about this. The PR department has already started handling it. We'll file lawsuits where necessary and it'll all blow over. Just focus on your work, Lin Lei reassured him in a gentle tone. Don't do anything about it. Let them keep reporting, let the story keep making waves. Lin Lei was taken aback. Huh? Whether the agreement goes through smoothly depends on them. Getting rid of them would be like cutting off our own arm. President Lin, you don't need to worry that this will affect me. Lu Sun's tone was firm, as if to make sure he believed him. Getting angry? That was out of the question. Lin Lei thought for a moment, then said with a smile, all right, I'll take your advice. As the staff watched in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, Lu Sun slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled back to the recording studio with a calm, unhurried air. Lin Lei immediately contacted the director of public relations. President Qin, don't worry about the various malicious speculations about Lu Sun circulating online. Qin was taken aback. Does that mean we're ignoring everything, including that troublemaker Wu Zhen? Right, we don't need to sue that blogger named Wu Zhen either. Are you drunk or am I hearing things? You didn't hear wrong, I didn't make a mistake either. Just do as I say. Since that guy is useful, we'll keep him around. As for whether it might trigger an official investigation, they weren't the least bit afraid. They hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to fear? What about the company's reputation? If President Hua holds me accountable, I can't take the blame. Qin could probably guess what he was planning to do. I'll explain it to President Hua. I won't pin this on you. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. All right, just don't go too far. It'll be hard to control later. Lin Lei set his phone on the table, swiveling slightly in his chair as he muttered, "Don't let me down, kid." The next day, not only was he not disappointed, but he nearly spat blood. As night fell and the darkness deepened, the recording of the final song was completed. The young man in the track bowed respectfully to Lu Sun. Teacher Lu, thank you for your hard work. You've worked hard too. Go home and get some rest. After everyone had left, Lu Sun packed up his things and walked out of the recording studio carrying a small bag. Lu Sun glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m., and in just 1 hour it would be August 10th. He walked to his workstation, turned on his computer, and the light from the screen illuminated his refined face. Lilac Blossoms Dong Hui. Fairy Tale by Du Hao. Red Beans by Yuri. The First Person I Love by Oh Jin. Love's Theme Song by Su Xiao. Ningxia Han King Yu. What Are You Still Waiting For? Lin Yuxian. Promising Youth Xiao Jinyu. Jianan Lin Zheng. Soy Milk and Fried Dough Sticks Sun Shiji. One song after another was uploaded to the backends of major platforms. With just a light tap of the send button, 10 songs would appear on all the major music platforms. Lu Sun looked at these songs, his eyes filled with deep nostalgia. Only by constantly revisiting these songs, by endlessly listening to the melodies brimming with memories, could he avoid forgetting who he once was, that young man of the past. There were far too many memories across one dimension after another, tens of thousands of years of time, tens of thousands of years of memories, and the few decades of memories belonging to Earth were but a drop in the ocean. Yet it was precisely this drop in the ocean, the memories he could never let go of, could never forget, and had always strived to preserve, that mattered most to him. Since there was even a faint trace of home here, he would let these familiar songs and melodies stay by his side, so he wouldn't feel quite so lonely. The moment the clock struck midnight, Lu Sun pressed the upload button. A full 10 songs instantly appeared in the new Artists Charts music library. Netizens who followed Lu Sun heard the notification sound immediately, and the media also received alerts from the system. When they opened the messages and saw that long playlist, everyone's eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance. One by one, their mouths hung open in utter shock. After a full few seconds of stunned silence, cries of oh my God, began to pour out. That's absolutely mind-blowing, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The media reacted swiftly, working through the night to write and publish their stories. They had to beat all their competitors to the punch. The night owls were roused. They all witnessed the man who had dominated the trending lists and hot topics all day long sweep in once again, appearing before everyone in an even more mind-blowing, even more spectacular manner. In front of a late-night barbecue stall, several young men with bare shoulders were tucking in meat and downing drinks when suddenly, the drink in one young man's mouth trembled as if by some ominous sign. The guy across from him was instantly splattered and left dumbfounded. Before the unlucky guy could even lose his temper, his friend across the table shot up from his seat. Damn. Xiangzi, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and check StarNet, the young man named Xiangzi said excitedly. Everyone curiously pulled out their phones. When they saw the barrage of headlines and glanced at the playlist that had just appeared, they were all utterly stunned. This scene wasn't limited to this place, it was unfolding in every corner of the southern region. After getting over their initial shock and regaining their composure, everyone immediately downloaded the songs based on their titles to give them a listen. That's great. Then they moved on to download the second, third, and fourth songs. Gradually, all 10 songs were downloaded. It wasn't just one person doing this, it was countless people all doing the exact same thing. Download data from major music platforms streamed in continuously to the official data platform, and the staff sitting in the monitoring room made a startling discovery. On this ordinary, unremarkable night, 10 songs appeared like ghosts on the newcomer chart, rising like rockets from the very bottom to the top with the dominance of champions. In just one night, all 10 songs had broken into the top 100 of the newcomer chart. This was the first time in the history of the newcomer chart. As the first light of dawn broke, as people awoke from their slumber, and as they checked the day's reports through various channels, the scenes that had unfolded the night before replayed themselves, and in an even more terrifying manner. A high-end residential complex. Lin Li instructed the robot butler, Xiao Qiu, play the news. Yes, master. Robots had long since appeared on Blue Star, and the technology was already highly advanced. On Blue Star, you could see all kinds of robots, each with its own distinct functions. There are household robots designed to handle daily life, cooking robots that prepare meals, medical robots dedicated to healthcare, and so on. Of course, not all Blue Star residents could afford robots, as their high cost made them unaffordable for ordinary families. At the same time, quite a few Blue Star residents were resistant to robots and naturally chose not to use them. At that moment, the robot butler followed the command and turned on the news. The interstellar subway connecting the southern and eastern sectors will be fully operational by the end of this year. From now on, travel from the southern sector to the eastern sector will no longer be limited to the hover high-speed rail. People will be able to use the faster and more convenient interstellar subway. Attended to by the robotic butler, Lin Li leisurely ate breakfast while listening to the news broadcast. Now for the entertainment segment. Last night, 10 new songs suddenly appeared on major music platforms. The composer is none other than Lu Xun, who currently tops the Rising Stars chart. These 10 songs were created in just... cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Lin Li choked on her milk and began coughing uncontrollably. The robot butler stepped forward. Master, would you like me to contact your family doctor? No, that's not necessary. After regaining her composure, Lin Li frantically reached for her phone. Master, are you looking for this? The robot butler thoughtfully handed the phone to him. Lin Li took the phone and immediately checked it. When he saw Lu Xun's song listed on the official Rising Stars chart, his head started buzzing. That little rascal Lu Xun, what on earth is he up to? The robot butler seemed to sense his master's anger. Master, getting angry can shorten your lifespan. Staying cheerful is the key to living a long life. Shut up, Lin Li snapped. Yes, master. Contact Lu Xun. As soon as the command was issued, the phone automatically connected to the communication system, located Lu Xun, and dialed his number. The number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. That little brat. Lin Li had lost her appetite for breakfast. She grabbed her coat and hurried out. In a speeding flying car, Hua Heng was listening to the news broadcast. When the entertainment segment began, his gaze shifted to the window, but when he heard the words Lu Xun, his eyes snapped back inside. Lu Xun, that name sounded somewhat familiar. Hua Heng logged into StarNet. When he saw the 10 songs credited to Lu Xun on the Rising Stars chart, his eyebrows knitted tightly. What is that Lin Li guy up to? Get me through to Lin Lai. Liang Guang brought breakfast over. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wu Tong sitting on the sofa, with a robot companion beside him broadcasting the latest entertainment news. Rising composer Lu Xun has made a powerful debut on the Rising Stars chart with 10 songs. It's as if he's telling everyone that he's not afraid of rumors. Liang Guang's expression changed drastically. He strode forward and turned off the voice broadcast. Wu Tong looked up at him. We were wrong, everyone was wrong. He actually had the audacity to release all 10 songs at once. Do you think these are his own back catalog or someone else's songs? You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Liang Guang was at a loss. He truly couldn't figure out what Hui was trying to do. All 10 tracks were top-notch. Songs like these should, by all logic, be used to climb the charts gradually. Yet they just dropped so many all at once, a move that was simply unprecedented and unheard of. This is probably, possibly, maybe a new strategy from Huayu. What else could he say? Wu Tong's voice was low and solemn. If those songs really came from him, I deserve to lose. He's a genius in the world of composition. Liang Guang stared at him in shock. After losing the previous competition, Wu Tong had been seething with resentment deep down, but at this very moment, he had actually conceded defeat. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Lu Xun's 10 consecutive show-stopping moves, if anyone on Blue Star was most shocked and found it hardest to accept, it was him. Apart from Wu Zhen, no one ever outshone him. Wu Zhen clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, staring at the 10 songs on the chart. His eyes were bulging out of their sockets, yet he couldn't make them disappear. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? He kept muttering to himself. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. I must still be asleep, I must be dreaming. Wu Zhen's breathing grew rapid and his body trembled slightly. There's no way Huayu would do something like this. No normal person would ever do something like this. Has Huayu gone mad? Have they really lost their minds to this extent? Or has their music composition department been keeping this under wraps all along just for today? Wu Zhen's fingers trembled as he logged into Starnet and opened Bowei, eager to see how others were condemning Huiyu's shamelessness and madness. But the moment he opened Bowei, a flood of private messages poured into his inbox. The comments under yesterday's post were growing at a terrifying. Wu Zhen's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly checked the comments, but what he saw nearly made him drop dead from rage. The entire screen was filled with comments, all containing just one sentence. Wu Zhen, when are you going to live stream yourself eating damn?
The veins on Wu Zhen's forehead throbbed violently as his blood pressure soared. He took several deep breaths before he could calm down and keep himself from fainting. His hand trembled, and he accidentally tapped private messages. One after another, private messages popped up. His eyes involuntarily glanced at them, and when he saw the dense stream of messages asking, "Would you like us to provide some piping hot damn?" his eyes immediately turned red. Wu Zhen was so furious he smashed the water cup next to him onto the floor. Those bastards. Wu Zhen couldn't bear to look any further and shut down Starnet immediately. He wouldn't be going online for a while. He'd wait until the hype died down before logging back in. By then, no one would even remember this incident. They want him to eat damn. In their dreams. While the outside world was in an uproar and everyone at Huiyu was discussing the composition department, the very person responsible for all this was currently lying at home, fast asleep. Lu Yu and Lu Ning exchanged a glance. The clock had already struck 15 p.m. "Bro, should we wake Big Brother up for lunch?" "Bro, he's been so exhausted lately. Let him get some rest. He'll wake up on his own when he gets hungry." Lu Yu shook his head. Just as they were speaking, the door swung open. Lu Sun emerged, his hair a mess, wearing baggy boxers and flip-flops, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Is there anything to eat?" "Yes." Lu Ning immediately got up. Lu Yu went into the kitchen and brought out the meal that had been kept warm. Lu Sun plopped down, didn't even look at what was on the table, and began to eat heartily, filling his empty stomach. When he had nearly finished eating, Lu Yu said cautiously, "Brother, Minister Jiang and President Lin came looking for you this morning. From the looks of it, it seemed like an urgent matter." Lu Yu phrased it very tactfully. The situation at the time had been far more serious than he made it sound. Those two had been ashen-faced, with bloodshot eyes, looking as if they were ready to devour their older brother. But upon learning he was still asleep, they suddenly hit the brakes, refraining from storming in to beat him up and instead instructed them to let him rest properly. This stark contrast left the brother and sister completely dumbfounded. "Oh," Lu Sun replied, showing no reaction whatsoever. He calmly shoveled the last bit of food into his mouth, chewed it thoroughly and swallowed it down. He picked up the water glass beside him, took a big gulp, and let out a loud, ungraceful belch. Just as the brother and sister were expecting their eldest brother to call his boss, he instead went to his room to wash up. Half an hour later, he stepped out looking refreshed and alert without having made a single phone call the entire time. Lu Sun's appearance at Huiyu didn't cause much of a stir. After all, Huiyu was a massive company with countless employees. He didn't go to the composition department on the 18th floor. Instead, he headed straight to the recording studio on the 12th floor. The staff were a bit surprised to see Lu Sun. "Mr. Lu, you're here again." "Come on," he thought. "I'm a composer, how could I not come?" Set up a room for me." The staff member quickly handed Lu Sun the key to room 1. Lu Sun took the key, entered recording studio No, and only then turned on his phone. Countless messages and missed calls popped up. As expected, congratulatory texts from the sexy goddess, Fang Yu and Cheng Keek had arrived, along with greetings and playful banter from other acquaintances. As for the missed calls, they were dominated by Lin Li and Old Jiang. Lu Sun dealt with them quickly, replying to all the texts with a single, simple, and straightforward character. As for Lin Li and Old Jiang, Lu Sun took a little extra time, a full 2 seconds, to show them the attention they deserved. "I'm in the recording studio." After handling these social niceties, Lu Sun turned off his phone again and got back to work. When Fang Yu received the text and saw that familiar single character, she let out a sigh. Her agent, Sister Zhao, noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just got a reply from Lu Sun." Sister Zhao immediately sat up straight, her eyes lighting up. "What did he say?" "Read it yourself." Fang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain and simply placed her phone in front of her. Sister Zhao glanced at it and sighed. "Why is this Lun so difficult to deal with? Is it true that the more talented someone is, the harder they are to handle?" Fang Yu and the others didn't believe the rumors circulating online. All that talk about the composition department creating a superstar was pure nonsense. With so many high-quality songs in the composition department, they would have released them long ago to boost their stats. Why would they keep them hidden just to build up one person? That's total bulldam. Is Lu Sun some kind of crown prince of Huayu that they'd go to such lengths to turn him into a god? Maybe so, Fang Yu said helplessly. She'd already done her best to maintain their relationship, hoping he'd remember her and think of her when he had a song to write. Sister Zhao offered some comfort. He's a rising composer right now, so he's bound to be working with newcomers a lot. Once he makes it off the newcomer chart and onto the top charts, he'll definitely collaborate with you again. Fang Yu nodded listlessly. When Cheng Keek saw that familiar single character, a flash of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly read it over and over again with a delighted smile. Kiki, it's your turn to go on stage. Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing her like that, the executive agent muttered to himself, that little girl must be in love. As soon as Lin Li and old Jiang saw the simple message, they immediately made a call, but the result was the same as this morning. No such person could be found. Lin Li wanted to go to the recording studio to track her down, but remembering what happened yesterday, she decided against it. Mr. Lin, don't worry. As soon as Teacher Lu comes out, I'll let you know right away, the recording studio staff member assured him. No sooner had she hung up than the phone rang again. Director Jiang, go ahead. Sure. As soon as Teacher Lu comes out, I'll let you know right away. The recording studio staff member couldn't help but glance in the direction of Studio No. 1, sighing inwardly. Ever since Teacher Lu arrived, their studio had become exceptionally busy. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Li, striding in her 7-inch heels, walked toward them with her assistant leading the way. Sister Li, the staff member called out respectfully. The assistant by Jiang Li's side asked, is Studio No. 1 available this time? The staff member gave an awkward smile. Sister Li, it's a bit of a bummer. Studio No. 1 has just been booked. Jiang Li furrowed her. Who is it this time? Her assistant pressed, sounding displeased. It's Mr. Lu's son, the staff member added. President Lin said that no one is allowed to disturb Mr. Lu while he's working. If anything happens to Mr. Lu's song, whoever barges in will bear all the consequences regardless of whether it's their fault or not. He didn't really want to say this, but orders had already been issued from above. If he didn't warn her and let this overbearing lead singer barge in, he would be held accountable as well. If it weren't for his own sake, he wouldn't have bothered to speak up. Lu's son. A flash of sharpness crossed Jiang Li's eyes. It was her again. He'd humiliated her last time, and now he was blocking her at the door again. This man was truly talented. Jiang Li suppressed the hint of displeasure in her heart and said with a smile, which room is available? I'll just take another one. It was the first time the staff had seen Sister Li be so accommodating. They were surprised, but more than anything, they were in awe of Lu's son. As expected of a brilliant composer, no one dares to cross her. The staff member watched Jiang Li enter the adjacent room and let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Li instructed her assistant standing beside her, go wait outside. As soon as Lu's son comes out, let me know immediately. Everyone was waiting for Lu's son to emerge from the recording studio. As Jiang Li emerged from the recording studio, his gaze drifted toward the adjacent room. Hasn't he come out yet? The assistant nodded. No, he hasn't. Jiang Li wanted to knock on the door and go in, but she knew that if her knocking disrupted his train of thought, it might rub him the wrong way. In the end, she suppressed the urge and left, feeling a bit disappointed. At 7 p.m., Lin Li arrived at the recording studio. After inquiring and learning that he was still working, she waited patiently for half an hour before leaving. At 9 p.m., old Jiang dropped by the recording studio. After receiving the same answer, he glanced at the closed door of Studio No. 1 and left immediately. The recording studio was very quiet, so quiet it felt like another world, while the outside world remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. Inside the training room of Tianxiang Media's artist department, a handsome young man was dancing to the coolest, most dazzling moves of the moment. Sweat trickled down the sides of his face, and when the music stopped, an assistant standing nearby handed him a towel. How's my song ranking? Fu Qingyang asked, taking a sip of water. The assistant stammered. Fu Qingyang frowned, picked up his phone from the floor, and opened the Rising Stars chart. When he saw he was still ranked 10th, he let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze shifted to Zhao Xuan in ninth place, a gap of 200 votes. Fu Qingyang said confidently, "In 5 minutes, I'll definitely overtake Zhao Xuan." The assistant looked at him in surprise, wondering where he'd gotten that idea from. Shouldn't he be worried right now about whether someone was going to kick his ass? Fu Qingyang didn't even bother looking below 10th place in his eyes. Anyone trampled underfoot wasn't worth a single second of his time. Where are Luke Sun's 10 songs ranked right now? The moment he heard the question, the assistant knew that this haughty young master whose eyes were so high up on his head, he'd never once looked down at the world below, wouldn't have asked that if he'd bothered to glance behind him. "Right behind you," the assistant blurted out. "What?" Fu Qingyang was taken aback. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, the assistant quickly added, "They're ranked 11th, 12th, and..." "What?" Fu Qingyang's voice shot up. He almost thought he'd misheard. He glanced down and sure enough, they were lined up right behind him. Crap. If I'm not mistaken, these songs were released early this morning, right? Fu Qingyang couldn't help but wonder if he'd misremembered the time. Seeing the young master's expression, the assistant felt a secret thrill but dared not show it on his face. Yes. Fu Qingyang quickly checked the gap between them, hoping to find some comfort in that. Proudly ruling the world, Fu Qingyang 689 and 562 downloads. Jiangnan by Lin Zhan 671,001 downloads. Fu Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. A difference of over 10,000, nearly 20,000. I'm about to break into the top 9. Let those two fight it out for 10th place. Fu Qingyang said smugly. That idiot Zhao Xuan, he'd better get ready to get his ass kicked over and over again. Ha ha ha. He laughed smugly. Suddenly, his laughter cut short. The corners of his mouth twitched, his pupils gradually widened, and his gaze fixed intently on the freshly updated rankings. He had been humiliated. Just now, just a second ago, he'd been taken from behind. Ah. How could this happen? The assistant crouched silently nearby, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, quietly watching the frantic young master jump up and down in a frenzy. A phone rang. The assistant glanced at it and silently cringed. Fu Qingyang glared at the name flashing on the screen, gritting his teeth. That bastard, he must be here to rub it in. He answered the call, and a young man's voice came through on the other end. "Little Qingyang, someone just damned you in the ass." Fu Qingyang let out a cold laugh and said with his usual arrogance, "What are you so smug about? You're next." "Ha ha ha, I'm not as easy to take down as you are." Zhao Xuan watched the call end, feeling elated. He'd already reached out to people in the industry to spread the word. "If anyone at Huayu thinks they can take me down, they're dreaming." Inside the Huayu rehearsal room, a young man jumped up in excitement, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. "It made it! It made it! My song made it into the top 10. Lin Zhan grabbed his best friend's hand, eager to share his joy, completely oblivious to the jealousy and envy in his friend's eyes. Wu Tong looked at the song in the 10th spot, then glanced at the time, and not a trace of resentment remained in his heart. He's really strong. Liang Guang nodded in agreement. In just 1 day, no less than a day, he's caught up. 23 hours, this record was absolutely unprecedented. Whether anyone would ever match it in the future, he didn't know. Liang Guang didn't dare ask Wu Tong, "Could you do it?" Because neither of them had the confidence that they could do it themselves. Luke Sun, however, dared to do just that. When Jiangnan broke into the top 10, it triggered a chain reaction on the charts. The 10 songs that had burst onto the scene were like a pack of wild beasts, gradually devouring the songs ahead of them. It's moved up again, it's moved up again. The First Person I Loved was the second song to squeeze into the top 10 of the newcomer chart, while Jiangnan, which had previously held the 10th spot, had already climbed to 8th place. Lu Yu and Lu Ning watched as the second song made the cut and embraced each other in excitement. This honor belonged to their older brother. If only their older brother were here, they would have hugged him tightly. Fairy Tale smoothly advanced into the top 10, while The First Person I Loved, previously at number 10, moved up to 9th. Conversely, the song that had been in 9th place plummeted straight to 11th. A burst of wild laughter echoed through the Tianxiang media practice room. "Ha ha ha, that little rascal Zhao Xuan let him go ahead and mock me. No way, he couldn't be left to this joy." Fu Qingyang couldn't wait to call Zhao Xuan. Inside a luxurious villa, Zhao Xuan looked at his ranking plummeting from 9th to 11th and nearly questioned the meaning of life. How is this possible? Zhao Xuan felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. Staring at the incessant ringing, the sound felt like a death knell. He forced himself to answer the call. On the other end came someone's maniacal laughter. Zhao Xuan, how does it feel to get damned in the arse by two guys at once? Wasn't that a blast? Oh well, someone as powerful as me could never experience that kind of pleasure. Fu Qingyang mocked him with relish, his earlier frustration completely swept away. Son of a witch. Zhao Xuan gritted his teeth in rage, but his expression remained stoic. Don't forget I'm still on top of you. The smile on Fu Qingyang's face froze and his joy vanished. Jiangnan broke into the top 10 of the newcomer chart, and the brothers trailing behind it effortlessly secured their spots in the top 10 one after another. The singers and composers in the top 10 watched as they were once, twice, 3 times, taken in turn by those 10 songs. That feeling was something only they could understand. When the sunlight pierced the darkness, when light once again bathed the earth, and when everyone opened the Rising Stars chart, they were instantly stunned by the uniform, orderly list of names. 1. Jiangnan by Lin Zhan, composed, arranged, and lyrics by Luke Sun. 2. The First Person I Loved by O Jin, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Lu Sun, lyrics by Lu Sun. 3. Fairy Tale by Du Hao, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 4. Love's Theme Song by Su Xiao, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 5. Promising Youth by Xiao Jinyu, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 6. Ningxia Han Qingyu, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Lu Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 7. Lilac Blossoms by Dong Hui, composed, arranged, and lyrics by Luke Sun. 8. Red Beans by Yuri, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 9. What More Do You Want From Me by Lin Yuxian, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. 10. Soy Milk and Fried Dove Sticks by Sun Shiji, composed by Luke Sun, arranged by Luke Sun, lyrics by Luke Sun. This didn't require any media coverage at all. Netizens spontaneously shared screenshots across various communities, including the film and television, novel, manga, painting, dance, calligraphy, sculpture, and photography communities, among others. Countless people were deeply moved by that image. Film and TV industry. Who's so unscrupulous as to resort to such cheap tricks? That photo manipulation is so tacky. To the guy who posted the image, I'll admit your photo editing skills are pretty good, but you'd have to kick me in the head for me to believe this. Guys, I took a curious peek. That image is real. But the person above is trying to trick me into listening to music. I'm not falling for it. It's real. I'll stake my life on it. The music world has produced a freak. Novel world. People these days are so desperate for fame, they've gone crazy. That guy named Lu Sun Yu should have posted this image in the music community, not here in our unrelated fiction community. Ahaha, what a genius. Whoever photoshopped this, it can't be that Lu Sun guy, can it? I can vouch for it, it's true. I can vouch for it's true. A few minutes later, the fiction community was in an absolute uproar. They were no longer discussing which novels were good or debating plot lines. They weren't even complaining about authors' slow updates anymore. Everyone was talking about Lu Sun, discussing Lu Sun. This same scene was playing out in all sorts of unrelated online communities. At first, everyone was skeptical, thinking it was a prank. But as more and more people logged onto Starnet, visited the music channels and checked the charts, seeing a sea of identical names on the Rising Stars chart, no one could escape the visual impact. Lu Sun successfully broke into the mainstream, causing a massive stir across all sectors. It made even those who had never heard of him aware that a composer had arrived on the music scene, ushering in a new era for the newcomer chart. As the singers of those 10 songs, they successfully rode the rocket that was Lu Sun, and their popularity skyrocketed, rivaling that of 3rd and 4th tier singers. They rose to fame alongside Lu Sun. In the future, whenever anyone mentions this event, their names will be mentioned alongside it, a value that cannot be measured in monetary terms. At this very moment, the 10 of them are overjoyed and exhilarated by their overnight success, completely unaware that their greatest gain from this experience lies not in their current fame, but in the future. Perhaps one day in the future, they will come to understand this truth. Jiangnan City, the largest city in the southern region and its political, economic, and cultural hub, is a place where real estate is incredibly expensive. Located in the city center is a cluster of low-rise buildings, all designed in an antique style. This area is home to the southern region's wealthiest elites and leading figures across various fields. At the edge of the residential complex, within a quaint, antique-style courtyard, an elderly man and a young man of exceptional poise sat facing each other. A jade go board rested on the tea table, and the scent of incense wafted gently through the air. If the CEOs of major entertainment companies were here, they would certainly recognize the elderly man. He is Liu Chao, known as Liu Shen, a renowned composer in the southern region. Anyone sitting across from Liu Shen is certainly no ordinary person. Our composing community has gained another remarkable newcomer, the elderly man said, stroking his white beard as he placed a smooth, white ghost stone on the board. Huang Ting's expression remained calm. Are you referring to Liu Sun, the newcomer in Huayu's composition department? Liu Shen smiled. What do you think? I thought you'd say Wu Tong, Huang Ting said as he placed his black piece on the board. When Wu Tong first appeared, the teacher had held him in very high regard. Liu Shen smiled. That kid, Wu Tong, is pretty good, but he's still a step behind Liu Sun. Huang Ting's hand paused for a split second. This was the first time he'd ever heard the teacher praise someone so highly. Liu Shen noticed his distraction. He dropped a white stone, and with a soft clack, Huang Ting's attention was drawn back to the game. Master, do you hold him in high regard? Huang Ting asked tentatively. Liu Shen looked up, his weathered eyes smiling as he gazed at him, said word by word, he will be your greatest rival in the future. Huang Ting's pupils contracted. This wasn't just high regard, it was placing that person on equal footing with himself. What does that kid have to offer? Liu Sun, is that right? Huang Ting dropped the black chess piece in his hand, a flicker of battle fervor rising within his eyes. Liu Sun, who had been working in the recording studio the whole time, had no idea that he was already being watched and there was more than one person keeping an eye on him. Lin Li and Jiang Ming were sitting in the lounge outside the recording studio. They'd been staking him out for 5 days straight without success. Today they had to catch him. A staff member glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. He yawned and set 2 cups of strong tea down in front of them. Based on his usual schedule, Mr. Liu should be coming out in about an hour, the staff member said. Mr. Lin, Director Jiang, would you like me to have someone bring you some snacks? No, thank you. General Manager Lin waved his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the takeout containers still sitting on the table behind them. Why haven't those containers been cleared away? The staff member immediately explained. Mr. Liu specifically instructed us not to take them away. Whenever he doesn't finish his meal, he asks us to save it so he can take it home. Lin Li stood up and opened the lunchbox. Inside were 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, the simplest of meals. This kind of boxed lunch was the cheapest available at the company, and it was provided free of charge. Fearing the 2 executives might misunderstand, the staff member hurriedly explained, we wanted to bring Mr. Liu a different meal set, but he specifically asked for this one. It really wasn't they were treating Liu Sun poorly. Lin Li and Jiang both felt a strange pang in their hearts. Lin Li thought of that agreement and seemed to realize something. Lin Li walked out of the lounge. Jiang Ming watched as President Lin appeared to be briefing someone. A few minutes later, Lin Li returned to the lounge and instructed the staff. Starting tomorrow, the recording studio will switch to a buffet-style meal service for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Additionally, late-night snacks and afternoon tea must be available. The official memo will be issued in a couple of days. As for the cafeteria, I'll give them a heads up first. If Liu Sun wants to take food home, don't stop him, Lin Li added, still a bit concerned. Got it, the staff member replied, inwardly amazed and envious that teacher Liu had such a great boss. What's the situation with his brother's eye? Lin Li asked. Jiang Ming was fairly familiar with the Liu family's situation. It's completely necrotic. There's only one way to restore his sight, a holographic eyeball. Anything with the word holographics in it is expensive, especially organs, and for ordinary people, it's a luxury they could never hope to afford in a lifetime. Lin Li understood. As the 2 were chatting, the door to recording studio No. 1 opened. Liu Sun, rubbing his stiff neck, showed no surprise upon seeing Lin Li and Jiang Ming. It seemed he'd expected them to be there all along. Liu Sun knew why they had come to see him and promptly handed an object to the 2 of them. Here's the answer. Lin Li and Jiang Ming looked at the small disc and naturally understood what was inside. How many are there? What's the quality like? Linley asked, getting straight to the point. Enough to ensure the agreement goes smoothly. The quality is just as good as before. Lin Li's breathing quickened and his eyes lit up. He stepped forward and pulled Lu Sun into a tight embrace. Little Lu, you really are my lucky charm. If you keep hugging me like this, I'll become your jinx, Lu Sun said, his handsome face freezing in place. Lin Li let go, laughing heartily as he patted his shoulder. With you saying that, I can rest easy. Jiang Ming stood nearby, completely baffled. What agreement? It seemed these two had pulled off something extraordinary behind his back. Although he wasn't quite sure what it was, judging by the director's expression, he knew it had to be something good. It's late. Let me walk you home, Lin Li said cheerfully. It's close by, I'll walk back, it's good exercise. All right. Seeing that he wasn't just being polite, Lin Li naturally didn't press the issue. Lu Sun carried the packed meal box and strolled leisurely down the deserted street. All was quiet, with only the occasional hovercar drifting by. When he reached the park, Lu Sun crouched down and called out into the thick grass, time to come out and eat. A few stray cats leaped out of the bushes, meowed at him twice, and affectionately rubbed their heads against the back of his hand before tucking into their meal. When you're done eating, remember to throw the food container in the trash can, Lu Sun instructed. The kittens seemed to understand him, responding with a couple of meows. After Lu Sun left, the kittens actually worked together to toss the food container into the trash can. If a passerby had witnessed this scene, they would have been absolutely stunned. On a moving coach sat 6 men and 4 women, their faces showing signs of fatigue. They were the group jokingly referred to by the public as the 10 Sons of Huayu. Although they weren't officially a group, they were practically one. Coincidentally, the company had assigned the same manager to look after all 10 of them. Ever since the 10th, their names had been inextricably linked. Whether at commercial performances or fan meet and greets, the 10 of them moved in and out together. I'm so tired, Sun Shiji exclaimed as he lay back in his soft seat. Those fans were terrifying just now. I almost got forced to kiss by a crazed fan. Thank goodness Lin Zhan pulled me away, otherwise my first kiss would have been gone, Lin Yuxian said, still shaken. Sister Yang, where's our next stop? Yuri asked. Yuri, sitting in the front row, turned around and addressed the group of 10. Our next stop is Jiangnan City. We'll be staying there for 3 days. Then we'll get to explore Jiangnan City, Sun Shiji mused, his mind already running with delightful possibilities. Sister Yang quickly dashed his unrealistic hopes. The 3-day itinerary is packed. There's no spare time for you to play around. It'll take about 4 hours to get from here to Jiangnan City. If you don't want to end up too exhausted to move, I advise you not to mess around now, get some rest. Sun Shiji immediately deflated, and the others all looked disappointed. They'd been working non-stop for over 10 days, getting only 4 or 5 hours of sleep each night, and were physically and mentally exhausted. The car fell silent as everyone closed their eyes, preparing to rest. Suddenly, all 10 of their cell phones vibrated and lit up at the same time. Lin Zhan and the others opened their phones one after another. Everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing quickened. Are you free? If so, meet at the recording studio at 8 AM tomorrow, Lu Sun. The format and content were identical. Sister Yang, I have to go back to the office, Xiao Jinyu called out. I'm heading back to the office too. Me too. 10 people spoke up one after another. What are you all up to? Sister Yang frowned. No sooner had she spoken than a new message popped up on her phone from Minister Yuan. Cancel all their appointments for the week and bring them back to the company immediately. What's going on? Xiao Jinyu showed the text to Sister Yang, and the moment she saw it, she understood immediately. Teacher Lu was going to record a new song with them. The bus made a U-turn and headed straight back to Linhai City, as for the commercial performances, they'd have to take a back seat. The Huayu 10 returned to their dorm late at night. Everyone was excited, but to ensure they'd be in top form for the new song recording the next day, no one chatted late into the night. They all went to bed early. Early the next morning, the 10 of them were waiting outside the recording studio. When the staff saw the group, they gaped in disbelief, 2 words flashing in their minds in capital letters. Holy crap! Could it be that Teacher Lu is coming again? At exactly 8:00 AM, Lu Sun appeared in the recording studio right on time. He glanced at 10 of them all lined up neatly and handed out the items he was holding to each person. Get familiar with it first, then practice on your own. Got it, the 10 replied in unison. This time, Lin Li from the company maintained absolute confidentiality. The recording studio on the 12th floor was closed off under the pretext of equipment maintenance. The members of the Huayu 10 were well aware of the seriousness of the situation, so naturally they wouldn't be foolish enough to mention it to anyone outside the group. The 10 of them began a week-long recording session. Unlike last time, they were given ample time to familiarize themselves with the material and make revisions, striving for the best possible result. When the Huayu 10's events were cancelled, everyone initially thought it was perfectly normal after all. What celebrity hasn't faced such a situation? However, when they disappeared for an entire week, with all 10 members seemingly off the grid, after all, this was the prime time for promotion and building hype, yet they suddenly vanished without a trace. The media sensed something was amiss, and other entertainment companies took notice as well. Tianxiang Media. Fu Qingyang stepped out of the recording studio, stretched, and looked at the newly recorded song. Full of confidence, he said, "This time, I'm definitely going to redeem myself." Just the thought of being humiliated 10 times in a row made Fu Qing feel bitter. He was determined to take the #1 spot on the September rookie chart. Liang Guang, don't screw up this promotional campaign. Make sure they promote me like there's no tomorrow. The face that young Master Fu had lost must be regained, and then some. After Fu Qingyang finished speaking, he saw Liang Guang staring at his phone without responding. Furrowing his brow, he raised his voice. "Liang Guang, I'm talking to you, are you listening?" Liang Guang snapped back to attention, hesitating before speaking. "Young Master Fu, should we postpone the release of our new song until October?" "What are you talking about? That kid Zhao Xuan is releasing a new song in September. If I don't release mine, he'll think I'm scared of that kid Lu Sun. Doesn't young Master Fu have any... He would never do something so humiliating." But Liang Guang had a nagging feeling that something was off with Huayu, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "What are you worried about?" Fu Qingyang asked. "Let me put it this way. Even if Lu Sun shows up this time, I'm not going to be scared. Humph, he'd better not come. If he does, just wait and see I'll wipe the floor with him." He was extremely confident in this song. Last time, he'd gone with the rock style he loved, ignoring Liang Guang's advice to choose a different pop song. The result was a crushing defeat. This time he'd gone with the market, abandoning his beloved rock style in favor of a sappy ballad. In September, he was determined to pin that kid Zhao Xuan down and make sure he couldn't get back up. "Young Master Fu, I suspect Lu Sun will be back in September." Liang Guang offered his assessment. "Look, this is what the media is saying." "What?" Fu Qingyang glanced at the entertainment news. The reports all pointed to the same thing. The Huayu 10 had suddenly suspended their activities to attend a training camp, and people suspected Huayu was cooking up something big. After reading it, Fu Qingyang couldn't help but say, "You're not suggesting that Huayu is going to pull another stunt, are you?" "Yeah, it's possible." Liang Guang pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "That's nonsense. I don't believe Lu Sun has that much material stockpiled. Even if he did, there's no way he could maintain such high quality." "It doesn't have to be Lu Sun's, it could be other composers," Liang Guang speculated. "I think you're just overthinking it. If Huayu were really that powerful, their composition department wouldn't be relying on Lu Sun alone to keep it afloat." Seeing that he was about to start nagging again, Fu Qingyang snapped, "What the hell are you worried about? I can't wait for them to show up so this young master can redeem himself and wipe them out completely." Liang Guang. What could he possibly say to this spoiled, rich kid with his baffling self-confidence? Major companies were speculating, and so were the media. Huayu had once again become the center of attention. Many paparazzi were trying every trick in the book to sneak into Huayu, but Huayu wasn't that easy to infiltrate. Several security guards were dragging a man dressed as a janitor out the door, while the man shouted, "I really am a new janitor. I have my ID badge, let me in." The security guards remained unmoved. "You're the 12th new janitor. Look, your colleagues are all over there." They pointed to the paparazzi crouched in various corners near the entrance, all dressed in janitor uniforms but now holding their long and short lenses. The 12th janitor stopped shouting and silently joined the group. Jiang Ming sat in the general manager's office, sipping the tea Lin Lai had brewed for him. "President Lin, are we really just going to let him do this?" Jiang Ming asked, sounding a bit concerned. President Lin lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "Old Jiang, you still don't see things as clearly as a child does." Under Jiang Ming's puzzled gaze, Lin Lei pulled out the latest report and handed it to him. "The latest data," Jiang Ming said in surprise. After getting a clear look at the figures, his eyes widened suddenly. "We're about to move up to 9th place." Lin Li nodded with a smile. "In one more day, we'll officially move up to 9th place." Jiang Ming was overjoyed. He noticed that the most crucial figure was in the talent potential column, which stood at 30%. Within that 30%, Lu Sun accounted for the majority. If they could replicate August's performance in September, the figures would surge significantly, and breaking into the top 8 wouldn't be out of the question. This data was only accessible internally. The outside world was still unaware of it. If the media were to find out, it would likely cause another huge uproar. Late at night, as the clock struck midnight, September officially began. The major music charts were gradually updated with the latest songs, and the Wind and Cloud chart was the liveliest of all, with everyone searching for their favorite singers and songwriters and downloading their new tracks. While they were enjoying the beauty of the music, the Rising Stars chart next door exploded. "Oh my..." Fu Qingyang stared intently at Huayu's top 10, his breathing becoming rapid until finally he let out a roar. "What the hell?" Liang Guang looked at the list filled with the same name over and over. Although he'd expected this and had already seen a list like this once before, he was still stunned when he saw it again, completely outmaneuvered by Lu Sun's bold move. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. Late that night, countless others were similarly stunned all over again. The media were delighted and excited. Without waiting a moment, they immediately issued press releases and news updates, racing to secure the biggest wave of attention before anyone else. The first reaction from netizens upon seeing this was, "Holy crap, here we go again." Their second reaction was to rush to give it a listen. Their third reaction after listening was, "This sounds great." Their fourth reaction was to download everything. The initial download numbers for the 10 songs were almost identical, which suggests that netizens have a sense of trust in Lu Sun, and this trust is subtly influencing their judgment. Half an hour later, Fu Qingyang watched the download counts on the screen. The gap was widening. As the buzz online grew, more and more people would flood in, and the gap would only continue to widen. The top 10 spots on the newcomer chart were firmly dominated by Lu Sun's new song. Fu Qingyang was unfortunately stuck in 11th place. If it weren't for those 10 giants ahead of him, he would have taken 1st place. That wasn't the most embarrassing part, though. The most embarrassing thing was the gap in the health bar between 10th and 11th place. The 10th place health bar was twice as full as the 11th's, and that gap was still growing, heading toward double the size. At this very moment, young Master Fu felt so wronged he wanted to cry. So much for redeeming himself. What about wiping them out completely? What about kicking their asses? Damning bulldamn. Last time he could at least get his ass kicked, but this time he doesn't even have the right to get his ass kicked. 10 songs firmly dominate the top 10 spots, leaving absolutely no breathing room for anyone behind them. What's driving young Master Fu even crazier is that Zhao Xuan hasn't even released a new song. He's out here all by himself, getting his corpse mercilessly flogged by Lu Sun twice. Fu Qingyang was furious, truly furious. Throwing all decorum to the wind, he let loose with a tirade. "Lu Sun has gone too far. Damn it, Huayu has gone too far. What the hell are you guys trying to do? What the hell?"
In September, Lu Sun once again dominated the charts, and Huayu's 10 songs once again dominated the charts. All the singers and songwriters vying for spots on the September charts gritted their teeth in frustration, yet there was nothing they could do about it. If they dominated the charts solely on the basis of popularity, the critics might have had grounds to complain, but the quality of those 10 songs left them with no choice but to concede defeat. Precisely because of these two outstanding performances, rumors about the creation of a god-tier artist which had previously been overshadowed by their chart dominance were brought up once again. Previously, I assumed those 10 songs were just his back catalog carefully curated selections, but for him to release another batch of songs of equal quality all at once is simply baffling. I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Huayu is planning to follow in the footsteps of Qianjing Entertainment and create a pseudo-god. Here's a song for Huayu, Liang Liang. I am hoping the company steps in to help us get to bottom of this. These online rumors have been escalating, but Huayu's PR department seems to be turning a blind eye, completely ignoring the situation. As the person at the center of it all, Lu Xun appears to have heard nothing, ignoring the whole thing from start to finish. With Huayu turning a blind eye and Luxun ignoring it, the main parties involved aren't giving them the time of day. This leaves the troublemakers feeling helpless. As the commotion drags on, they find it increasingly tedious, and the buzz gradually dies down. Lian Li had been keeping a close eye on the data from the Rising Stars chart every day during this period. Even though he knew the results were all but certain, he couldn't rest easy until the very last moment. When the clock struck October, Lin Li's heart, which had been in his throat the whole time, finally settled. At exactly 12:00 p.m. on October 1st, the official account of Nanyu Entertainment released the third quarter rankings for the end of the year, which included the final standings for major companies across music, film, animation, and entertainment. The top 10 entertainment companies firmly dominated all 6 major categories: music, film, television, animation, artists, and composers. While the rankings for films, TV series, anime, and artists remained unchanged, the music and composers categories saw a shift. He rose from 10th to 9th place. This rise sent shockwaves through the industry. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Do you think Huayu will make a dramatic comeback and turn things around? You're overthinking it, buddy. They only moved up in 2 categories, the rest are still stuck in the same spot. It'll be tough for them to turn things around unless a miracle happens and boosts all their rankings. This rise in the rankings is all thanks to Luxun. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. In the past, whenever a talented composer emerged, some big shot would always chime in with a few comments. Why isn't that happening this time? Could there be some secret behind the scenes? Tianxiang Media got their asses kicked. Hahaha, they got their asses kicked in 2 categories in a row. The internet is abuzz, and the major entertainment companies, especially Tianxiang Media, which has been humiliated twice, are far from happy. Their genius composer Wu Tong has been completely crushed and still hasn't recovered. Now even the company's ranking has taken a hit, and all fingers are pointing at one person as the source of this mess. The folks at Tianxiang Media have definitely got their sights set on Luxun, that troublemaker. In contrast, Huayu is filled with laughter and joy. Loud cheers rang out from the composition department, and everyone looked at Luxun with exceptionally warm eyes. Lin Li announced to everyone, this quarter everyone's bonus will be doubled. Huayu rocks. President Lin is so awesome. Everyone cheered with joy. Lin Li turned to look around but didn't see Luxun. Just as she was wondering where he was, she spotted Luxun appearing with a lunchbox in hand, his eyes still half closed from sleep. Lu, don't overwork yourself, you need to balance work and rest, Lin Li said earnestly. Luxun nodded. Little Lu, come with me. Lin Li led Luxun into the office area on the 18th floor. When they reached the end of the hallway, she pushed open the door to an office, a brand new one, with brand new furniture and all the furnishings fresh off the shelf. What do you think? Luxun nodded, not bad. Lin Li handed him a metal nameplate engraved with Luxun and said, put this on the door and this office will be yours. President Lin, I'm not a platinum composer yet. Only platinum composers get their own private offices. Everyone else has to work in the open area. Don't worry about what they'll say. This is a reward. You played an indispensable role in our department's ranking improvement this time. With the company showing such generosity, what else could Luxun say? He took the nameplate, hung it on the door, and the words Luxun lit up instantly. Lao Wang and the others had long known he had an office and showed no sign of displeasure. Leave these things here, let us handle it. Exactly. Xiao Lu, just stand there and don't move, leave the rest to us. A group of senior colleagues scrambled to carry his personal belongings into his private office. Old Wang and the others took a look, and one of them remarked, I feel like there's not quite enough greenery. As he spoke, the man produced a potted plant as if by magic and placed it on the desk. Old Yang smiled and said an office wouldn't be complete without a tea set. Old Yang placed a fine set of teaware on the desk. See, doesn't it look much better now? None of those are practical. You've got to check this out. I had a friend specially bring this over from Zhangzhou, a 6-dimensional gaming console. Old Wang presented the item as if showing off a treasure. Luxun looked at the gifts the seniors had brought one after another. Regardless of their value, he took their thoughtfulness to heart. They were so generous, he couldn't be stingy in return. I've been saying I'd treat everyone for a while, but I never had the time. Since everyone's here today, I'll treat you all. Seniors, you pick the restaurant, Luxun said. Old Wang waved his hand. Unfortunately, I already have plans with a friend today. Old Yang chimed in. My friend's child is having a 100-day celebration. I have to be there. My mother-in-law just arrived, so I need to go home and host her. One by one, the whole group came up with excuses to decline. Luxun understood they were looking out for him, knowing he was short on money and aware of his family's situation. I have money. These endearing older colleagues of mine. We know you have money, but don't go showing it off. Exactly. Once my mother-in-law leaves, I'm going to eat you out of house and home. That's right, count me in. The group chattered and laughed as they walked toward the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, Luxun stepped in first. However, when Old Wang and the others saw the people standing inside, they silently withdrew their feet and stood frozen in place. Lu Sun sensed something was off and realized it had to do with the people inside the elevator, more specifically, a refined middle-aged man standing in the center. President Hua, Director Shen, Minister Lin, the group called out in unison. Director Shen smiled at Old Wang and the others and asked, "Are you coming in?" Old Wang turned to Lu Sun and said, "I just remembered I left something behind." The others nodded in agreement. The group ruthlessly left Lu Sun behind without the slightest hesitation. Director smiled faintly. The elevator doors closed and Lu Sun stood there calmly. Hua Heng sized the refined young man before him, tall and slender, composed and unflappable. He could tell this composure wasn't feigned. It was genuine. He was neither nervous nor afraid. An interesting young man. "Are you Lu Sun?" Hua Heng asked gently. "Yes," Lu Sun replied calmly. As a veteran who'd been around for ages, he'd seen every kind of tycoon and grandmaster imaginable, so naturally he couldn't share Old Wang's instinctive fear of the upper class. Not to mention, this fellow had reached the pinnacle in every plane of existence. He was a figure everyone looked up to and feared. Even now, having taken on the guise of an ordinary person, he still couldn't truly be as cautious and circumspect as an ordinary person. "Very good," Hua Heng nodded approvingly. The elevator stopped and started several times along the way, but every time it came to a halt. The people outside, upon seeing who was inside, silently paid their respects, and no one entered. As the only unknown nobody among them, Lu Sun naturally drew quite a bit of attention. Who was that young guy just now? He was pretty handsome, someone asked as soon as the elevator doors closed. He's standing right next to Chairman Hua, and he's so young he must be Chairman Hua's son. Chairman Hua's son is about that age, isn't he? No wonder he was so composed standing next to Chairman Hua. Turns out he's the heir apparent. A group of people who hadn't understood the situation before suddenly looked enlightened. The rumor that the He Crown Prince was handsome spread like wildfire within the company. Lu Sun hadn't anticipated this kind of mix-up, and likely, neither had the others in the elevator. President Hua got into his car and drove away. Shen Jing looked at Lu Sun, his sharp eyes filled with admiration. "Little Lu, if you have time, feel free to stop by our department and see how movies are made. Filming is a lot of fun. If you're interested, you could even make a cameo appearance in a movie and experience what it's like to be on set." Lu Sun silently stared at the man in front of him. They were doing everything they could to lure him into the film department. "If I get the chance, I'll definitely go." "Great, I'll be waiting for you." Shen Jing got into his car, but before driving off, he leaned out the window to remind him, "Come by more often." As soon as Shen Jing drove off, Lin Jing said with a smile, "Old Shen's been a bit on edge lately. If you weren't part of the composition department, I'm afraid he'd want to move you over to their film department to serve as their mascot." Lu Sun looked at her in confusion. Lin Jing explained, "The two movies they invested in earlier flopped at the box office, seriously dragging down their numbers. What's worse, the movie they're shooting now shares the same theme as one by Yunce Media. Yunce is already a powerhouse, and this time they've even managed to secure tier screenwriter Zhao Guanyi to pen the script, along with his longtime collaborator, director Zhu Qiai. Zhao Guanyi, a renowned top-tier screenwriter in the southern region, had produced numerous blockbuster films. In screenwriting circles, he was highly respected and exceptionally talented. Zhou Qi, a renowned director in the southern region, specializes in commercial blockbusters. He's a well-known commercial director and the first to win the Best Director award for a commercial film. With these two teaming up, Yun Si is practically a surefire hit. Unfortunately for Huayu, they've ended up with the same subject matter, and to make matters worse, their release dates overlap as well. This is why Shen Jing is so frustrated and stressed out. It's clearly unrealistic to start preparing another film from scratch at this point. Ever since you joined the composition department, the entire composition and music departments have really taken off. He thinks you're a good luck charm, so he wants to ride your coattails to avoid a total disaster. Lin Jing continued, "Just agree to it, but you absolutely have to go. Otherwise, he'll keep pestering you. He's a great guy in every way, but he has this one quirk. He loves hounding people to keep their promises, and he won't let it go until you do." Lin Jing gave Lu Sun a look, said, "Take care," and left with a smile. Oh, there are people like that. On the 26th floor, in the film department, everyone was busy at work. When a stranger appeared, the people around him merely gave him a casual glance and paid him no mind at all. Lu Sun easily found his way to the door of the director's office. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Lu Sun held up his name tag. "Director Shen." The assistant noticed the words Lu Sun Composition Department on the badge and couldn't help but give him a curious once-over. Most employees at Huayu had only heard his name but had never actually seen him. The man who'd been causing such a stir these past few months actually looked completely harmless. Lu Sun stood quietly, letting the young woman take her fill of looking at him and studying him. The young woman seemed to realize she'd been staring too long and hurriedly picked up the phone to cover her embarrassment. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Lu Sun from the Composition Department is here to see you." After hanging up, the young woman smiled gently at him. "Mr. Lu, this way, please." As he pushed open the door, he found himself in a spacious office area with a full-height window that let in plenty of light, making the entire space bright, clean, and airy. After finishing his call, Shen Jing smiled and sat down across from Lu Sun. Lu, would you like something to drink? No, thank you, Luke-sun said, waving his hand. Mr. Shen, I heard you've been having some troubles lately. I have a friend who might be able to help you out. Shen Jing was taken aback for a moment, then his interest was piqued. Tell me more. I know a friend who's a screenwriter. He specializes in script revisions. He might be able to help you out. I wonder which big shot in the industry it is? He's no big shot, just an ordinary screenwriter. His name is Mo Yan. Mo Yan, a name he'd never heard of before. At first glance, he didn't seem very reliable. Out of respect for Luke-sun, Shen Jing didn't let it show on his face. Luke-sun, unfazed, continued. He said, revise this script for you for free. If you like it, you can use his revised version directly, no charge. Hearing this, Shen Jing found the offer even less credible and was just about to politely decline. Luke-sun continued, Mr. Shen, if you're worried about the script being leaked, I can vouch for him. If the script is leaked, I'll take full responsibility. Mr. Shen, since it's free anyway, you've got nothing to lose by giving it a try. What do you think? Shen Jing had figured it out by now. This young man had come to pitch his services. Oh well, I'll just give this kid a chance. He can give it a try, but he'll have to come in and sign a non-disclosure agreement. The script is of the utmost importance. It must never be leaked. It's a bit inconvenient for him, so I'll sign it on his behalf. Shen Jing teased, you two really are close. Friends for life. Shen Jing nodded, summoned his secretary, signed the confidentiality agreement, and then Luke-sun left with the script for the movie Angel's Gift. 18th floor composition department. Through the glass window, old Jiang watched Luke-sun working intently and nodded with satisfaction. So young, so talented, and working so hard, it's truly rare. Old Jiang was filled with satisfaction. If only he knew that Luke-sun was working so hard to revise the screenplay, he wondered what he would think. It took Luke-sun a little while to finish reading the script. He could describe it in just 2 words, hollow and forcedly sentimental. With a script of this quality, the resulting movie wouldn't even need anyone else to take it down, it would destroy itself. To gain a clearer understanding of the film industry on Blue Star, he began watching a large number of films that both high ratings and positive reviews. After finishing them, he was left with only one thought: terrible. Blue Star's high-rated films would only be considered lower middle tier in a world that truly revered cinema, and the overall standard of Blue Star's films was a full tier below Earth's. If the film and television dimension were rated F+, Earth would only be a C+, while Blue Star barely scraped by at a D. Blue Star is technologically advanced, but it does indeed fall short in the realm of entertainment. Modifying them to meet the standards of the film and television dimension would be too drastic a leap and would likely backfire. The gap between the two dimensions is simply too vast. People with a lower level of thinking simply cannot comprehend concepts at a higher level. The result is, they won't understand it. In the eyes of the audience, something they can't understand is simply trash. But one day in the future, when they've developed sufficient discernment, they'll realize that the films once dismissed as trash are actually true classics. However, adapting it to Earth standards works perfectly. The two are on a similar level. The film Angel's Gift tells the touching story of a father with intellectual disabilities and his 5-year-old daughter. It is a heartwarming movie. Upon seeing this theme, Luke-sun was reminded of a movie called The Gift of Room No. 7. There are 2 versions of this film. The original version has a more realistic and cruel ending. The remake, on the other hand, has a more plausible plot and a deeper meaning. The emotions build layer by layer as the story unfolds, creating greater depth, and the ending makes up for the shortcomings of the original version. Personally, Luke-sun prefers the original ending as it is more true to life. As for the plot, I prefer the subtlety of the remake. Luke-sun made sweeping revisions. As he kept editing, it eventually became an entirely new version with the exception of the character names. Everything else had changed. Luke-sun read through it once, decided it was fine, and sent it to Shen Jing. On the 26th floor, Shen Jing picked up his phone, opened the file, and paused slightly when he realized it was a screenplay. Was this sent to the wrong person? The Gift of Room No. Shen Jing glanced down. Weren't these the characters from Angel's Gift? Wow, they've even changed the movie title. Shen Jing laughed in exasperation. He was actually curious to see just how much Luke-sun's friend was worth to dare be so brazen. He happened to have a couple of minutes to spare, so he decided to take a look. Once he started watching, he was completely hooked. By the time he reached the ending, Shen Jing felt a heavy weight on his heart. His eyes welled up and he let out a long sigh. He immediately called the director. The script has been revised. Shoot according to the revised version. The director was taken aback. Mr. Shen, we've already shot a 1/5 of it. Finish reading the script first, then we'll talk. Half an hour later, the director called back and said just 2 words, reshoot. The entire Huayu film division sprang into action to ensure that The Gift of Room No. 7 could be completed within the specified time frame. Although the script wasn't up to par with high-tech capabilities as a foundation, many aspects of film production could be accomplished using advanced technology, a field in which they were far ahead of Earth. This also meant the shooting schedule was extremely tight. On Earth, it takes months or even longer to polish a film, but on Blue Star, a film can be completed in just a month or a little over 10 days. This level of efficiency rivals that of Hong Kong cinema in the early 1980s and 1990s. Yunt's media filming base. Cut, that's a take. The crew quickly sprang into action to set up the next scene, while director Shu Qi sat in the back, reviewing the footage and making adjustments. Producer Zhang Zijun sat down beside him. I just heard some news. Don't keep me in the dark, spit it out. Huayu has revised the script, Zhang Zijun said with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of smugness and pride. Zhu Qi didn't take his eyes off the monitor as he replied calmly. No matter how they revise it, it won't hold a candle to Zhao Guandi's script. The ending has long been decided. They're just wasting their time. It wasn't that Zhu Qi was arrogant. Rather, the Huayu script was being handled by Lin Xiao, a man he knew very well, and there was simply no comparison between him and Zhao Guanji. Haha, actually, I think they'd be better off switching to a different genre, Zhang Zijun said with a laugh. Zhou gave a half-hearted response, seemingly uninterested in the topic. Zhang Jun, sensing the mood, wisely said no more. After less than 2 minutes of rest, the entire crew sprang back into action. Actors, cinematographers, lighting technicians, everyone was ready, working with high efficiency and speed. Word had also spread that Huayu had revised the script, deleting all previously filmed footage, a move that became the subject of much ridicule within the industry, with many secretly mocking Huayu for being afraid of Yunt's. Many film and television companies couldn't help but feel relieved that their projects didn't overlap in genre with Yunt's film, thus avoiding the possibility of being instantly crushed into dust. No matter how the outside world viewed it, the people at Huayu were well aware of the situation. Even their own staff shared this sentiment. In the makeup room behind the scenes at Huayu Film and Television, an agent hurriedly pushed open the door and walked straight up to Liu Yeqing, who was intently studying the script. Stop reading that one, look at the latest version. Liu Yeqing looked at the brand new script in front of him. What's going on? In Angel's Gift, Liu Yeqing plays the father with an intellectual disability, the undisputed male lead. The producer just sent over the new script. What's the new premise? Liu Yeqing's heart with excitement. Ever since he'd learned that Yunxi, the production company next door, was filming a project on the same theme and that theirs far surpassed theirs in every aspect, from the script to the cast, Liu Yeqing had been feeling utterly hopeless. After all, this film was destined to be a failure. He was bound to be nothing more than a supporting actor, there merely to highlight someone else's success. He wasn't a top-tier star. The only reason he'd been cast in this film was that the originally scheduled lead actor had been injured and couldn't perform. None of the other A-list stars were available, and those who were didn't fit the role, which is why they'd turned to him, a third-tier actor. He considered himself lucky to have snagged the role. At first, he was thrilled and excited, feeling that his luck had finally turned. Unexpectedly, his joy didn't last more than a few days before his neighbor shattered his illusions. It felt like riding a roller coaster. His mood swung wildly from one extreme to the other, a bittersweet experience. Now, hearing that the script is being rewritten has reignited Liu Yeqing's hope. He still has a chance. But soon his agent's words burst his beautiful fantasy once again. No, you're still playing the mentally disabled father, and the story will still focus on heartwarming moments. Liu Yeqing's spirits plummeted instantly. Even if this script is revised, will it be able to outshine the one next door? It wasn't that Liu Yeqing was boosting others' morale at his own expense, it was simply that his opponent was too formidable. There was no comparison. In life, there are times when you have to face reality and know your own limits. I'm not sure, but President Shen brought this script over personally. Liu Yeqing sighed. He had absolutely no hope for the newly revised script. Resigned to his fate, he took it. Even if the film were to be slammed all over the internet after its release, he couldn't let people criticize his acting. He had to have at least one shining moment, or else he'd truly be doomed. He slowly flipped open the script. A minute later, he gradually sat up straight, his eyes growing brighter and brighter as a fiery glow burst forth from his pupils, the kind of light one sees when spotting a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Liu Yeqing's breathing grew rapid, and his whole body began to tremble with excitement. A crew member standing nearby noticed something was wrong. Seeing his trembling body, the crew member thought he was having a sudden medical emergency and immediately stepped forward to steady him, shouting, "Mr. Liu, are you okay?" Liu Yeqing suddenly grabbed the staff member's hand. His voice, trembling with excitement, kept repeating, "I'm a traitor, I'm so lucky! I'm a traitor, I'm so lucky!" The crew members on set were startled by his frenzied appearance. Someone shouted, "Quick, go get the production doctor." "I'm not sick, I'm fine, I'm just so excited," Liu Yeqing said, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. He was determined to play this role well, to bring the character to life as authentically as possible. At that moment, Liu Yeqing's ambition ignited, and he threw himself wholeheartedly into the script. A middle-aged man in his 40s, he had long been relegated to supporting roles with very limited exposure to good scripts. When they came across a good script, they would treasure it all the more, cherishing this one opportunity, because they didn't have the luxury to waste it carelessly. When actors receive a new script and see their new roles, new lines, and new character profiles, some take it in stride, some are taken aback, and some are delighted. Not every actor is a good actor. While the film industry was in full swing, the music charts without Luke Sun seemed a bit quiet. Ever since he appeared, the music world had never been at peace, especially the newcomer chart. The October newcomer chart arrived amid the anxiety of all new singers and songwriters. Without Lu Sun, that troublemaker, the Chinese entertainment industry was calm and peaceful. Netizens who had been eagerly waiting for Lu Sun to dominate the charts once again were deeply disappointed and suddenly found the newcomer chart rather lackluster. Lu Sun hadn't released any songs, but Huiyu Entertainment had quite a few up-and-coming songwriters putting out new tracks. Many people downloaded these songs simply because the artists were from Huiyu or despite Lu Sun, which led to several of Huiyu's new tracks dominating the charts from the very start with an unbeatable lead. However, as the saying goes, what makes you succeed can also be your downfall. The song quality were on par with Lu Sun's. It would naturally be a win-win situation for everyone. But if there's a noticeable gap in quality, the outcome would be disastrous. Right now, several songs produced by Huiyu are facing exactly this kind of awkward predicament. Is this the best Huiyu's new composers can do? Compared to Lu Sun, they're nowhere near as good. What a waste of my 3 yuan. I was really excited to download it since it was a Huiyu release, but I ended up disappointed. I kind of miss Lu Sun, that troublemaker. It sounds awful, not good at all. Disappointing. Yeah, actually, from a professional standpoint, these songs aren't bad. It's just that after listening to so many of Lu Sun's songs, when I go back to these, they always feel like they're missing something. I guess you could say these artists are just a bit unlucky. I think it sounds pretty good, worth a listen. But I prefer Lu Sun's work. Both the lyrics and melodies are my absolute favorites. To be fair, there really aren't many songs on the newcomer chart that can compare to Lu Sun's. These songs from Huiyu are just average for the newcomer chart. They're not as terrible as you guys make them out to be. Although some people speak fairly, the sheer number of critics is overwhelming, leading many who don't know the full story to refuse to waste their money on a trial run. Shaanxing Media, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the southern region, the company's heir apparent, Zhao Xuan, was reclining comfortably in a massage chair, with a 6-dimensional computer screen in front of him displaying data from the newcomer chart. His assistant flattered him, saying, "Young Master Zhao, you're truly insightful. You predicted that Lu Sun wouldn't release any new songs in October." Zhao Xuan smiled haughtily. No matter how much a person has in reserve, they'll eventually run out. Once they've shown their hand completely, they're out of the picture. Trying to compete with Lu Sun for chart positions at the height of his popularity unless your track was produced by a legendary producer was nothing short of courting death. Zhao Xuan had no interest in such a suicidal endeavor. His assistant continued, "Huiyu stole the spotlight the last 2 times, but this time they've really taken a hit, and we have Lu Sun to thank for that. If it weren't for him stirring up trouble, Huiyu wouldn't have lost so badly with those songs." At first, those songs firmly held their spots in the top 10, causing many singers and composers to panic, fearing a repeat of the previous scenario. However, a few hours later, the situation took a sudden turn. Those songs rapidly plummeted out of the top 10 and were constantly overtaken by those behind them. In just one day, those songs plummeted from heaven to hell, a truly dramatic turn of events. I bet those songwriters and singers are cursing Lu Sun behind his back right now. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He, young Master Zhao, had no interest in how those people were feeling. His only concern now was to firmly hold on to the #1 spot. Just thinking about the expression on that fool Fu Qingyang's face when he saw his song take the top spot made him feel incredibly happy. Zhao Xuan turned his head and ordered, "Tell the PR department to get their act together. If we get overtaken by the songs behind us, I'll hold them accountable." His assistant nodded repeatedly, "Yes, sir. I'll remind them right away." Unbeknownst to all the music fans, a 6D action-packed martial arts anime went live at 7 p.m. Anime fans had been eagerly awaiting it, and the moment Han Shi Guan went live, countless fans flooded in. Everyone was stunned by the grand, sweeping scenes and the exquisitely detailed backgrounds. This perfect visual spectacle, paired with a soul-stirring song, treated the fans to a true feast for the eyes and ears. Ah! Just as I expected from Miracle Pictures, and just as I've been dreaming of and longing for, this anime didn't disappoint me in the slightest. It completely exceeded my expectations. It was even more breathtaking and perfect than I could imagined. Visuals are so exquisite, and the characters are so beautiful. Oh, and even the theme song and insert songs are so lovely. I can't find a single flaw. I love it, I love it. Miracle Anime has never let me down. The theme song and insert songs are so beautiful, especially when paired with those breathtaking, thrilling scenes. They're a perfect match. This anime, the Han Dynasty Pass, went viral in less than 2 hours after its release, and its popularity has already spread beyond the anime community into other areas. As a result, many viewers who watched the anime and heard the theme song immediately headed to music platforms to search for these 2 tracks. They found them in no time. One by one, they clicked to download without hesitation, paying no attention at all to who the composer was. Of course, not everyone was like that. Some observant netizens noticed the name listed as the composer and all had that "oh, I see" look on their faces. The song, which had originally been at the bottom of the charts, suddenly shot up to number 20. These 2 dark horses immediately caught everyone's attention. When they clicked on the songs with a critical and scrutinizing eye and checked the information panel, those 2 familiar characters leapt into their eyes without warning. Two words flashed through everyone's minds. Oh my god! Zhao Xuan, get to the point. Spit it out already, Fu Qingyang said irritably. Zhao Xuan smiled as he looked at the impatient-looking teenager on the screen. Did you see that? My song's #1 on the newcomer chart. Don't you think it's time to keep your promise? Fu Qingyang rolled his eyes skyward. It's only been a few days. October has just begun. Let's talk about it at the end of the month. I hope you can hold on to the top spot. Don't let someone kick your ass when the time comes. Zhao Xuan watched him fuming and couldn't help but feel elated. Look at you talking like that. Who's gonna knock me off the top spot? Lu Sun? He's not that capable. If he had anything up his sleeve, he would have dropped it by now. He wouldn't have left October empty. Judging by his behavior over the past few months, it's clear Lu Sun is the type who loves to steal the spotlight. Someone who loves the spotlight so much isn't showing up in October? What does that tell us? It means he has nothing in the pipeline, no high-quality songs. He doesn't have what it takes. Fu Qingyang really wanted to grab a shoe and slap him across the face. If you're so confident, why didn't you dare release a song in September? Stop acting like such a big shot. Zhao Xuan didn't get angry at the retort after all, he'd won the bet. Just then, people barged into the video from both sides. Young Master Zhao, we've got a problem. Young Master Fu, good news. Both men turned their heads toward the assistants who had barged in and asked at the same time, what's going on? Lu Sun is here. Lu Sun's here again. Both men looked at the Rising Stars chart at the same time and saw that two songs, Red Beauty and Moonlight, had instantly surged to the top, knocking The World Belongs to Me, which had been in first place, down to third. On the screen, Fu Qingyang could be seen laughing uproariously, his laughter as arrogant as it was defiant. The calm smile on Zhao Xuan's face vanished instantly, and he became unusually cold. Watching his expression change, Fu Qingyang was in high spirits and began humming, blow it up, blow up the ass flower, what a fine ass flower. La la la, I'll blow up your big ass flower. Click. The connection was cut off. Fu Qingyang laughed heartily. This time, when he looked at Lu Sun's name, it seemed slightly more tolerable, but to say any fondness for him was absolutely out of the question. He hadn't forgotten the inhumanly brutal torment he'd once. Many anime fans edited together scenes from the anime, adding the theme song and insert songs to create short videos, which they posted on major platforms. As more and more people saw them, this wave of popularity attracted not only anime fans, but also many who were captivated by the music. Lu Sun's name once again became the focus of public discussion. Professional commentator Wu Zhen watched the online buzz with a touch of envy. A month has passed now, surely no one remembers him anymore. Adhering to the principle that the timid starve while the bold thrive, Wu Zhen opened his social media account and, as expected, found fewer private messages and comments in his inbox. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Zhen v. Aside from listening to music, my favorite pastime is watching action-packed anime. This anime, Hanshi Guan, produced by Miracle, was a truly delightful surprise. On top of that, I discovered two exceptional songs, a pleasant bonus. Many people think those two songs are just icing on the cake, but I don't see it that way. Good songs often elevate a work to a whole new level. Just imagine, if they'd used other traditional style songs instead, would you still feel that same sense of resonance and awe while watching the anime? If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? When a good anime is paired with good music, the result isn't necessarily the predictable 1 + 1 = 2, it's quite possible that 1 + 1 = 3. In my view, Hanshi Guan falls into the latter category. The songs Red Beauty and Moonlight have made Hanshi Guan perfect, and Hanshi Guan has likewise elevated them. Usually, Wu Zhen focuses his commentary on the composers and singers, offering bold predictions about their futures in his blog posts. This time, however, Wu Zhen didn't mention them at all. Of course, it wasn't out of fear of being proven wrong, but rather because he simply didn't want to mention that troublemaker Lu Sun or anyone associated with him. In fact, Wu Zhen had a hidden motive in this blog post. His decision not to mention Lu Sun stemmed from another consideration. He has always maintained that so many high-quality songs could not possibly have been written by a single person. He's just waiting for the day the truth comes out. When that happens, these two blog posts will become milestones in his career, badges of his victory. As soon as Wu Zhen posted the blog, he sat back, waiting for his fans to shower him with praise, as 1, 2, then 3 comments popped up. Wu Zhen read them with glee, but as soon as he did, his face turned completely dark. Wu Zhen, when are you gonna eat? Damn, can't find any, I can provide some. When's your damn arriving? Hurry up, we're all waiting for you to eat it. I thought you were dead, but turns out you're still breathing. Since you're still breathing, get your ass on a live stream and eat some damn. In less than a minute, countless comments demanding he go live to eat damn flooded in, and his private messages reignited. Wu Zhen was so furious he logged out of Starnet and shut down his computer. These scoundrels, they're infuriating. Hanshi Guan went viral. Xu Cheng'an became a sensation along with it. The man who had long been criticized and mocked gradually became a household name as these two songs played on every street and alley. He was no longer an obscure trainee. The person behind all this was currently fretting over his two little rascals at home. Lu Sun sat on the sofa watching the twin brother and sister across from him. Give me a reason that will convince me. Luke Sun sat upright, his expression impassive, but the invisible pressure he exuded made the siblings' scalps tingle. You have 5 minutes. Think it over carefully. The siblings exchanged a glance. Liu spoke first. We can study just as well at home. We don't need to go to school. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. My brother and I can study together and help each other improve. Seeing that Lu Sun's expression remained calm with no sign of anger, they plucked up the courage to continue. If there's anything we don't understand, we can hire a private tutor, or there are plenty of tutorials on StarNet we can teach ourselves. Luke Sun glanced at the clock. You have 3 minutes left. The siblings felt anxious, knowing this excuse wouldn't convince their older brother, yet they couldn't think of a better one. As the time drew near, the anxiety on their faces eventually gave way to silence. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Time's up, Luke Sun said, looking at the siblings. The real reason you don't want to go to school is because of your own shortcomings, isn't it? You're afraid they'll mock you, afraid they'll look at you strangely, and afraid they'll bully you because of it, right? The siblings remained silent. Ever since Lu Sun first met them, he had realized that both of them were struggling with psychological issues. They were afraid to appear in crowded places, disliked interacting with others, and rarely went out, especially Lu Ning. Lu Yu was doing relatively better.
All signs pointed to them suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. If left unchecked, their social anxiety would only worsen. Better to cut the pain short than let it drag on. Brother, can I skip it? Lu Ning asked in a low voice. No, Luke Sun said firmly. It wasn't just for the sake of their illnesses, it was also to fulfill the original host's wish. At his lowest point, the original host had considered dropping out of school to take a job and earn money, but he knew that if he did that, there would be no hope for his family. So he had gritted his teeth and persevered, working hard to earn money while completing his studies. In his life plan, he envisioned joining a large company where he could earn even more money, enough to cover the medical expenses, send his brother and sister to school, and help them lead normal lives. Brother, Lu Yu called softly, casting a worried glance at Lu Ning. There are some things we'll have to face sooner or later. Running away isn't the answer, Lu Sun said as he stood up, walked to the doorway and paused. I've already arranged for you to attend school. You'll start next month. Use this time to think carefully about your future paths. I'll grow old someday, and there will come a day when I can no longer hold things together. When that time comes, what will you do? Think it through, and then let me know. The door closed, leaving the brother and sister standing in silence for a long time. Film production studio. Cut, that's a take. As the final take was approved, the entire crew erupted in cheers. We're wrapped. The director stepped forward and patted Liu Yaking on the shoulder. Not bad. Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you, President Zhu. Liu Yaking thanked the executives one by one, then thanked the rest of the crew. Next came the editing process. Blue Star was known for its speed in this area, and the gift from Room No. Cebu wrapped up all work ahead of schedule. As soon as the final cut was ready, an internal screening was held at the company. This screening would determine the promotional budget the company would allocate to the film. As the head of the film division, Shen Jing was naturally present, greeting one shareholder after another. Mr. Zhang, Shen Jing greeted him with a smile. President Zhang's chubby face broke to a broad smile. I hear this film shares the same genre as Yunz's movie? Yes, that's correct. If I recall correctly, their film is also set to be released this month, isn't it? You have a great memory, Mr. Zhang, Shen Jing said, still smiling. How do you think our film stands a chance against theirs? Mr. Zhang's face was still smiling, but his tone was cold and accusatory. The boss was practically saying, are you guys just playing around with the company's money? Shen Jing could clearly sense his dissatisfaction, but he remained calm. On this matter, even if I said we had an 80% chance of success, you wouldn't believe me, Mr. Zhang. So you'll know the answer once you've seen the film. Fine, I'm actually curious to see if it's really as good as you say. General Manager Zhang laughed through gritted teeth. Mr. Zhang, please have a seat over here. Lin Jing stepped in to lead him away. Once the shareholders had taken their seats, Lin Jing walked over to Shen Jing and asked in a low voice, are you okay? Shen Jing shrugged, just business as usual. That's just how these people are the moment they feel a movie won't bring them profit. They're quite rude to you. But once the movie brings them huge profits, they put on a completely different face. He was long used to it. Just then, Hua Heng appeared. The shareholders in the small screening room all stood up and greeted him respectfully. Chairman Hua. Mr. Hua Heng smiled and nodded in response to each one, then looked around. Is everyone here? Lin Jing replied with a smile, everyone's here. Then let's begin. Hua Heng walked to the only empty seat in the center, while Lin Jing and Shen Jing slipped into seats at the back. Once they were seated, the screen lit up. A beautiful young woman stood in front of a mirror. The TV was airing news about the abolition of the death penalty. Upon hearing that the death penalty had been officially abolished, a subtle change flashed across her face. She took an old metal box out of a drawer and slowly opened it. The moment the box opened, it was as if a door to memory had been unlocked. The scene shifted and time rewind to 20 years ago. At the school gate, a grown man stood with his head bowed, staring at the mottled reflections on the ground, clutching 2 apples tightly in his hand. The moment the dismissal bell rang, he looked joyfully toward the school entrance. When he saw the little girl with pigtails, a bright, innocent, and silly grin spread across his face. And so the story began. A simple story, yet every scene is like a tearjerker, slowly breaking down your defenses. As the screen faded to black and the lights came up in the theater, Lin Jing wiped her face and realized she had been weeping uncontrollably. A group of senior executives, led by President Hua, remained silent for a long time. President Hua took a deep breath and looked at the shareholders present. 10 million for promotion, what do you all think? President Zhang, who had previously dismissed the film, nodded repeatedly with reddened eyes. I have no objections. The others nodded in turn, no one objected. Hua Heng looked at Shen Jing. It turned out well this time. With that, he led his group out and the other shareholders followed one by one. Once everyone had left, Lin Jing looked at Shen Jing. I didn't expect you to be hiding your true abilities so well. I worried about you for nothing. Ha ha ha, I wanted to give you all a surprise, Shen Jing said with an awkward smile. Before the premiere, the film's promotional campaign was in full swing. Advertisements appeared on major platforms across Starnet, on public transportation throughout the city, and in movie theaters. Yunce Media's promotional efforts were equally impressive. The two companies were neck and neck in their campaigns, a display that left many entertainment companies in awe. Many felt that Huayu was prioritizing face over profit. Online opinions were mixed, but if a survey were conducted, there would undoubtedly be more people optimistic about A Father's Love is like a mountain and far fewer holding high hopes for Huayu's The Gift from Room No. 7. Many influential movie bloggers and social media influencers like to capitalize on the buzz by making predictions before a film's release. If they're right, they're seen as having foresight. If they're wrong, it's no big deal, they'll just try again next time. Not all influencers wait until after watching a movie to post reviews, just as not all of them accept bribes. Jia Yongxi is one such influencer who enjoys predicting a movie's performance in advance. He's quite well known among this group, though not among the very top tier. After comparing the casts and production teams of both films and conducting a series of analyses, Jia Yongxi very carefully weighed his options before writing a blog post. Jia Yongxi, I am your true warrior. Today I'd like to talk about 2 movies set to premiere soon. First, let's look at the production teams. They're neck and neck. Both are produced by major studios in the southern region, so the quality is sure to be top-notch. Many might think the difference lies in the cast and the screenplay. Starting with the cast, Yun Xi's A Father's Love is like a mountain stars the renowned actor Zhang Zhuowei as the lead, a true, top-tier actor with proven talent. In contrast, Huayu's The Gift from Room No. 7 features third-tier actor Liu Yaking in the lead role. Many people might think Liu Yaking can't hold a candle to Zhang Zhuowei, but I've watched quite a few movies and TV series starring Liu Yaking. Although he's usually in supporting roles, his acting isn't bad. He's a talented actor in his own right. Personally, I don't think either production will fall short in terms of casting. EAs for the screenplays. A Father's Love is like a mountain was written by a top-tier screenwriter, while The Gift from Room No. 7 was penned by a relatively unknown writer. The quality of the script was simply a cut below. According to the inside information I've received, Huayu made last-minute changes to the script when filming was about 1/5 complete, and I've heard the revisions were quite extensive. This shows that even Huayu itself believed the original script wasn't as good as the one from the other studio. Note, I'm referring to the original script. The fact that Huayu is now willing to invest so heavily in promotion suggests that the revised script has given them tremendous confidence. As a true warrior, I'll make a bold prediction here. There's a very good chance that Huayu's The Gift of Room No. 7 will give us a huge surprise. Personally, I'm more optimistic about The Gift of Room No. 7. As soon as this post went live, some people supported it while others naturally dismissed it. A true warrior, how much dirty money have you taken from Huayu to be promoting them so hard? Oh my god, and to think I actually believed you were a blogger with a conscience, turns out you're just someone who takes bribes. To the person above, don't talk like that. Bloggers have to make a living too, it's normal to take a little dirty money every now and then. I get it, but I'm unfollowing anyway. Don't talk about him like that, even fake warrior still has a conscience. Unfollowing now. I absolutely hate bloggers who take shady money. Jie Yongxi's mouth twitched as he read the comments, but he was used to it by now. As long as his predictions were right, these damn netizens would keep coming back to grovel at his feet. It was always the same story. Some would leave, others would come, in an endless cycle. In contrast to Jie Yongxi, other prediction bloggers all favored a father's love is like a mountain, so Jie Yongxi's unconventional post went viral, drawing a lot of attention and ridicule. After a week of promotion, the two films were released on the same day. In terms of screen allocation, A Father's Love is Like a Mountain received 18%, while The Gift of Room No. Cebu received 15%, both exceptionally high figures. Given the vast size of the southern region, with its numerous film production companies and cinemas, and the sheer volume of films released each season, securing a screening share of over 10% is a testament to the strong financial backing of these two companies. If these had been produced by other companies, their screen allocation would have been only 8 or 9% or even less. Come out with me tonight, Luke Sun said to the brother and sister. Lu Ning and Liu both bowed. After dinner they got right into the hovercar. Brother, where are we going? Lu Yu asked curiously. You'll find out when we get there. Lu Ning gazed out the window at the city below, its neon lights flickering. The city was beautiful. But ever since the car accident, her life had consisted of nothing but home and the hospital. She feared the strange looks from those around her, the pity and disgust she saw in their eyes. As these fears accumulated day by day, she found herself unable to face the people around her anymore. Her fear stemmed from within, but even more so from the people around her. The hovercar came to a smooth stop in front of the movie theater. Lu Ning looked out at the square teeming with people, a sense of dread welling up inside her. Suddenly a pair of hands appeared before her. Lu Ning looked at the mask held by those slender fingers, and her brother's uniquely cool voice rang in her ears. Put this on. No one will see your face, and no one will know who you are. Lu Ning reached out to take them, put on the mask and sunglasses, and stepped out of the car. The three of them walked toward the movie theater, with Lu Yu and Lu Sun flanking her on either side, shielding Lu Ning in the middle. Brother, what movie are we going to see? Although Lu Yu also disliked interacting with people, his aversion was nowhere near as severe as Lu Ning's. Lu Sun handed her 3 tickets. Lu Yu glanced at them. Isn't this a movie produced by your company, bro? Second brother, you're so clueless. If we don't watch the movie from Big Brother's company, are we supposed to support someone else? Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Sun kept watching Lu Ning. Whenever someone approached, she would instinctively lower her head, afraid to look them in the eye. It was the weekend, and the movie theater was packed. Many people were holding drinks and popcorn. Lu Sun felt a pang of nostalgia for this atmosphere. His heart fluttered slightly as he turned his head toward Lu Ning. Want some popcorn? No, Lu Ning replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Sun looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu shook his head as well. Lu Sun wasn't ready to give up and couldn't help but ask again. Are you sure you don't want any? We're not short on money. Both siblings shook their heads at the same time. Brother, if you want to eat it, just buy it, Lu Ning said. Lu Sun. Then I won't buy it. Ticket inspection began. Once seated, everyone waited. The long pre-show commercials were exactly the same as on Earth, truly the same old formula, the same old routine. Lu Sun watched the commercials and felt a deep sense of familiarity. Honey, why are you watching this movie? A young couple's conversation drifted over from behind him. Jie Yongxi recommended this movie. He said it'd be better than A Father's Love is Like a Mountain. I want to see if he's right. You're so boring. Bloggers like that are just in it for the money, they're full of hot air. And you actually believe them? The young woman grumbled. Ha ha ha, it's fine. If it's no good, we'll just leave halfway through. I'll pick the next movie based on what you like, the man reassured her. Fine. Lu Yu and Ning both furrowed their brows, but neither said a word. Whether it was any good or not, they'd only know after watching it. Arguing about it now would just be a waste of breath. What these two young people didn't know was that sitting in front of them was the film's screenwriter, and sitting behind them was none other than Jia Yongxi, the unscrupulous blogger they'd just been accusing of taking bribes and peddling nonsense. That's right, Jia Yongxi was sitting right behind them wearing a mask. As soon as he got off work, he couldn't wait to catch the first screening. Listening to the young couple in front of him slander him, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, praying silently in his heart. "Huayu, please don't let me down. Please don't." After the long commercial break ended, the lights in the theater dimmed and the movie began. Observant viewers noticed that the screen clearly displayed the name Mo Yan in the screenwriter credit, while the original screenwriter's name had vanished. It was a simple story, a mentally disabled father with the mental capacity of a 6-year-old, whose entire world revolved around his daughter. In an effort to buy her a school bag, he became entangled in a murder case and was branded a criminal. When adapting this film, Liu Xun retained the original ending. The remake was meticulously crafted, altering the setting and incorporating elements from Blue Star to help Blue Star audiences better relate to the story, rather than feeling like it was set in a fantastical, otherworldly realm. 5 minutes ago, some viewers found it boring and the plot uneventful. But when the intellectually disabled father, in his simple-minded way, chased after that backpack and was beaten by an officer, the sight of his daughter throwing herself on top of him to protect him was deeply moving. The father loves her, and she loves her father too. A bond of mutual reliance. As the story gradually unfolded, the mood in the theater grew calm, and everyone was completely drawn into the story. As the little girl circled the prison walls, calling out for her father over and over, her father inside heard her cries. From behind the towering barbed wire fence, he called out her name in return, pounding on the wall repeatedly, but the insurmountable wall, as deep as a chasm, blocked everything. Everyone rushed over and held the father down. He kept crying out, "Let me out. She's my daughter." In the theater, faint sobs could be heard. The sounds gradually grew louder and more numerous, and countless girls had tears streaming down their faces. Ji Yongxi's eyes reddened. He lost all focus on his research, his heart completely consumed by the bond between this ill-fated father and daughter. The day of the execution finally arrived. Warden arranged for the father and daughter to see each other one last time. The other inmates in the cell were all fighting back tears, while the daughter had no idea this would be her final moment with her father. The father fought back his tears as he said goodbye to his daughter, still making funny faces to cheer her up. When he reached the corner, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The daughter thought her father was playing a game with her and began counting down as usual. But when she finished counting, her father didn't appear as promised. She seemed to realize something was wrong and began crying out, "Daddy, Daddy." Her innocent, childlike voice was filled with helplessness and fear. Hearing his daughter's cries from the hallway, the father spun around and ran back frantically. Through the fence, he hugged her tightly, shouting, "Save me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please, please save me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, save me." Those terrified, helpless cries of "I'm sorry, save me" seemed to pierce right through the screen, striking a chord in the heart of every audience member. The vast theater was filled with the sound of sobbing. Everyone, with tears in their eyes, watched the desperate, helpless father on the screen and listened to the little girl's tearful, childlike voice as the father and daughter looked around at the people around them, helpless and terrified. Everyone fell silent. Because they couldn't save them, they could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. Liu Xun noticed that everyone around him was sobbing. It was as if they had been transported into the prison itself, as if they had become the prisoners there, powerless to do anything but watch as this unfortunate yet kind father and daughter were torn apart forever. 20 years later, when the daughter had grown up to become an outstanding lawyer, she stood in court and cleared her father's name. Standing outside the prison, she looked up at the sky, as if she could once again see her father smiling and waving at her, his voice seeming to call out her name. The movie slowly came to a close. The lights came on in the theater, but the atmosphere remained heavy. The young couple sitting behind Liu Xun both had red-rimmed eyes. The girl in particular was sobbing uncontrollably, burying her face in her boyfriend's chest and repeatedly pounding on his chest. "Sniff, sniff. It's all your fault. I was clearly watching a heartwarming movie. Why did you have to make me feel so sad?" Jia Yongxi, his eyes red, followed the crowd out. He felt terrible right then. He felt bad for his father, who had been grinning like an idiot that day. His rational mind told him he should be happy after all, he'd bet right. Based on his years of movie-watching experience, this film was bound to be a hit. If it didn't, he'd have to eat his own damn non-lives. A group of sobbing viewers filed out of the theater, just as the show in the adjacent theater ended, and they all emerged together. The audience across the way was taken aback by the sight of these red-eyed grown men and sobbing women, all looking utterly bewildered. What movie were they showing next door? How could it have been so emotionally devastating? I heard it's a heartwarming movie called The Gift of Room No. 7. Isn't that supposed to be a heartwarming movie? But judging by the way they look, it must be pretty heart-wrenching. I was actually thinking of watching it, but I'll pass. I can't handle something that heart-wrenching. Upon hearing this, some audience members watching The Gift of Room No. 7 immediately chimed in. It's not depressing at all. This movie isn't depressing in the slightest, it's really good. You'll regret it if you don't watch it. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. It's the best movie I've seen this year, don't miss it. This movie really blows all the other films this year out of the water, it's definitely a dark horse. You guys have to go see it. But people in the theater next door looked on with suspicion. Someone quickly explained, the reason our eyes are red is because some despicable jerk sprinkled chili powder in the theater, and we got stung by the fumes. The audience in the neighboring theater had an aha moment. Seeing how sincerely they were recommending it, many actually believed them. Honey, we've got nothing better to do anyway, so let's go check it out. Sure. Let's go check it out too. Hearing them talk about it has me itching to go. Let's buy tickets right away. Hearing this, the audience members watching The Gift of Room No. 7 all broke into satisfied smiles. Not a single one of you will get away. As wave after wave of viewers filed out, online reviews and word of mouth began to surface. With a rating of 8.2 and box office receipts of 35 million, A Father's Love is like a mountain surged ahead, leaving its competitors in the dust, completely crushing other films released during the same period, and firmly securing the top spot. Meanwhile, as everyone had expected, The Gift from Room No. scored only 6.1 and grossed 21 million. A Father's Love is like a mountain enjoyed both critical acclaim and box office success, putting Yoon's in the spotlight. In contrast, online reviews for The Gift of Room No. 7 grew increasingly negative, mainly because it was just too damn heart-wrenching. Many netizens who were reduced to tears by the film came forward to accuse The Gift of Room No. 7, from the screenwriters down to the crew, of doing a terrible job, completely ruining their good mood. Shi Jung-si was one of the countless fans who had been reduced to tears by the film. The moment he stepped out of the theater, he silently vowed to give the screenwriter of The Gift of Room No. 7 and everyone involved a good scolding on Starnet. Wiping away his tears, he pulled out his phone and logged into Starnet. When he saw the film and TV forum filled with criticism of The Gift of Room No. 7, he smiled with a sense of vindication, but as he kept reading, he sensed something was off. Wait a minute. If the ratings for The Gift of Room No. 7 keep dropping, fewer and fewer people will watch it. It's absolutely impossible to call this movie a flop. The reason the current ratings are so low is simply because the movie has been mercilessly panned. It's just people venting their frustration. But why shouldn't such a great movie be seen by more people? No, to be more precise, why shouldn't this movie, which has already moved me so deeply, move others as well? As the saying goes, it's better to joy with others than to enjoy it alone. Everyone must watch it and experience the sheer madness of the director and screenwriter for themselves. Shi Jung-si logged into his movie review account and posted a lengthy essay. I believe that if you haven't seen it, you have no right to speak. I'll let that facts speak for themselves. To those who claim The Gift of Room No. 7 is a torture film, stop your slander. This movie is clearly a heartwarming film. What do you even mean by heartwarming? You heartless people, how much money did the competition pay you to smear such a moving, heartwarming film like this? I can tell you with full confidence that The Gift of Room No. 7 is the best movie I've seen this year. If you don't believe me, go watch it for yourselves, and whatever you do, don't believe what others say. After posting this comment, Shi Jung-si noticed quite a few similar ones. Reading them, he smiled knowingly. Ahaha, we're all in this together. That's exactly how it should be. Why should I be the only one suffering? Not a single one of you is going to get away with it. Shi Junxi flashed a wit smile. Shi Junxi and his crew were like a key that unlocked a whole new avenue for venting, inspiring subsequent viewers. Movie fans who had originally intended to harshly criticize The Gift of Room No, Severu all bared their devilish fangs, sharpening their knives to take aim at everyone. Soon, these comments pushed all the previous negative reviews to the bottom, and a steady stream of people began recommending this best heartwarming film of the year on major streaming platforms. Public opinion began to shift, and the rating gradually rose from 6.1, soaring all the way to 8.2, tying with A Father's Love. What's more, the rating kept climbing, and half an hour later, it had already surpassed A Father's Love is Like a Mountain. Seeing the overwhelmingly positive reviews, more and more people were lured into the theaters. By the time they emerged in tears, they were all gritting their teeth in hatred toward those despicable trolls online. Damn it, I've done nothing to you guys, why are you trying to ruin me like this? Many people, cursing under their breath, grabbed their phones, logged into Starnet, and quietly began raving about the movie in the review section, strongly recommending The Gift of Room No, Sevu to other movie fans. You bunch of scoundrels, how could you do something like this? Many of them kept cursing while simultaneously promoting the film non-stop on Starnet. Highly recommended, highly recommended. This movie is amazing, it moved me to tears. Great, absolutely great. I'm planning to watch it a second and third time. Anyone who says The Gift of Room No, Severed isn't good, I'll lose my temper with them. Anyone who says it's not good must be blind. Liu Yeqing watched as the ratings and reviews soared and let out a long sigh of relief. Shen Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was just waiting for more people to head to the theaters. Only when the final box office figures came in would he truly be able to rest easy. Yunts Media. Zhang Zhijun, the producer of A Father's Love is Like a Mountain, was stunned to see that the movie next to theirs actually had the same rating as theirs. How is that possible? Could a script by an unknown screenwriter really be as good as Master Zhao Guanji's? The director, frowning, began reading various film reviews. As he looked at the reviews for the competing film, he saw that they were unanimously calling it the best movie of the year. This doesn't look right, Zhou Qi muttered under his breath. Zhang Zhejun noticed it too. Could it be that Huayu paid someone off? Unless they're out to get themselves killed. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Go buy tickets for the next showing." He had to see it for himself. Zhao Guanyi walked into the room. "Get me a ticket too while you're at it." He too wanted to see what kind of script had earned such high praise from movie fans. The assistant picked up his phone to book tickets but saw that all showtimes at nearby theaters were already sold out. He hurriedly searched for theaters farther away, but they were all sold out as well, not a single extra ticket to be found. "Did you book them?" Zhang Zhijun asked. The assistant replied awkwardly, "No tickets, they're all sold out." "What about the midnight show?" The assistant shook his head. "None left." Zhou Qi took a look and saw that, just as the assistant had said, tickets for all showtimes were sold out, even those for tomorrow and the day after had been snapped up. In contrast, their film A Father's Love is Like a Mountain still had plenty of empty seats. This made the three filmmakers even more eager to see it. Thanks to their connections at the theater, they finally managed to secure 3 tickets for the midnight showing, no less. The three followed the crowd into the theater. After taking their seats, found the entire auditorium packed to capacity, a very rare sight. Amid everyone's anticipation, the film began. Halfway through the film, Zhou Qi, the director, realized why it received so many rave reviews. The film was indeed exceptionally well made, with a plot that unfolded in layers, or to be more precise, gradually chipping away at the deepest, most vulnerable parts of every viewer's heart. Top-tier screenwriter Zhao Guanyi kept his eyes fixed on the screen, never losing focus, even as the room filled with the sounds of sobbing. Zhang Zhijun fought back his tears, his full attention fixed on the screen. When the film ended, the sound of sobbing filled the theater. Even the eyes of these 3 grown men were red. Liu Yeqing's acting was incredible. He really brought this character to life, remarked a viewer from the back row. That little girl's acting was great too. I've seen A Father's Love is Like a Mountain before, but now that I've compared it to this film, I can only say that this one moved me the most, even though it's so heart-wrenching. It's a great movie, but those trolls online aren't human. I'm going to Shixing.com to expose their crimes. Exactly. I was also lured here by them. We absolutely have to go online and expose their crimes. As for these people who were grumbling about exposing their crimes, whether they'll actually expose them or end up going along with them, only they themselves know. Zhang Zijun and his two companions mingled among the fans, listening intently to every word they said. The three men felt a mix of emotions. Judging by the fans' reactions during the screening, they knew the film had truly touched their hearts. From a professional standpoint, however, the fact that the film was so much like them was the real reason for their mixed feelings. Zhao Guanji spoke in a low voice. The screenwriter for this film is Mo Yan, right? Zhang Zijun hadn't noticed, but Zhu Qi had. Yes, I haven't heard that name before. It seems to be a new screenwriter. He's a real talent, Zhao Guanji remarked admiringly. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Lu Ning walked into Lu Xun's bedroom and saw her older brother writing something. Feeling guilty, she said, "Brother, I've made up my mind, I'm going to school." Lu Xun looked up at her. What made you change your mind all of a sudden? Lu Ning paused for a moment before saying, because of Ova and because of Memo. They weren't afraid of what others thought or cared about the stares of those around them, so why couldn't she be the same? Lu Xun smiled slightly. I'm glad. Watching that movie wasn't a waste of time. Brother, thank you. Ever since the day their parents left, her brother had become her new father. Brother, good night. Good night. After a week in theaters, the box office for The Gift of Room No. 7 has reached 2.3 billion. It will see a slight decline in its second week, but daily box office receipts will generally remain around 100 million. The numbers will gradually decrease thereafter, and by the time the film wraps up its run, it is expected to gross at least 4 billion. This film has brought enormous profits to Huayu. Before the run had even ended, Shen Jing and his team had already ordered a celebratory banquet to be arranged. When Lu Xun arrived on the 26th floor, he happened to overhear this news. His assistant, upon seeing him, announced his arrival and led him and his entourage into Shen Jing's office. As soon as Shen Jing saw him, his face lit up with a smile. "Little Lu, you're here. What would you like to drink? I recently bought a batch of fine tea. Would you like to try some?" "Sure." Shen Jing poured him a cup himself. Room No. 7 is planning a victory celebration. Let Mo Yan know he absolutely must be there. Oh, that's really not going to happen. My friend doesn't like going out. I'll thank President Shen for his kindness on his behalf. Lu Xun politely declined. Shen Jing wasn't the type to be insensitive. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I have something here that I'd like to ask you, Lu, to deliver to him. Shen Jing placed a bank card on the table. Even though he said he'd do the revisions for free, we can't really let him work for nothing. Here's a token of our appreciation. I hope we can collaborate with him more in the future. Lu Xun seized the opportunity to say, "Speaking of collaboration, what a coincidence. He asked me to bring Mr. Shen a cooperation agreement. You might want to take a look." He deftly pulled the pre-prepared document out of his bag and handed it to him with a smile. Shen Jing looked at the contract with some surprise. He picked it up and examined it closely. A few minutes later, he couldn't help but take a deep breath before swallowing the two rather unrefined words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Mo Yan, you really are witty and humorous." What else could Shen Jing say? He could only laugh it off. Could he really believe that by next July, he'd be able to move their film and television division's official ranking up from 9th to 8th? That's ridiculous. No matter how naive he wasn't that naive. Lu Xun, of course, knew the other man didn't trust him. If it weren't for The Gift of Room No. 7 serving as his stepping stone, Shen Jing would likely have kicked him out long ago. "President Shen, you think it's impossible, don't you?" Shen Jing smiled without speaking. The meaning was clear without words. Lu Xun took a light sip of tea and said in a flat tone, "I don't know if you remember, Mr. Shen, but the day I walked through that door and told you my friend could save us from this crisis, what were your thoughts at the time? Look at how things are now. My friend is someone who never takes on a challenge without being certain of success. Mr. Shen, why not approach this with the same mindset you had before? What's the harm in that?" "What if it works?" Lu Xun coaxed him step by step. Shen Jing finally saw through it. Ever since he first stepped into this office, he'd been waiting for this very moment. What exactly gave that man named Mo Yan the confidence to make such a guarantee? Take a gamble? Shen Jing looked at the calm, composed young man before him, neither obsequious nor arrogant, and pondered for a long time before the corners of his lips turned up slightly. "All right, As you said, what's the harm in giving it a try? We'll need to make some adjustments to some of the terms here. Go ahead. The actor, he can't get to choose who it is. As for the investment amount, we'll decide that. Shen Jing was cutting off any opportunity for the other party to seek personal gain. As for the actor, you can suggest candidates, but he has the final say. A good script, if paired with an actor who doesn't understand it, will only be ruined. Mo Yan is someone who cherishes every script. He won't stand by and watch his life's work be ruined because of an actor. As for the investment amount, the two then worked out the various details until both parties were satisfied. Can you decide all of this on his behalf? Shen Jing asked. No problem. Good. If he can actually pull this off, our department is willing to pay a 50 million bonus. As for the script fee, we'll determine the compensation based on the quality of the scripts he provides. Is that acceptable? No. Both parties signed the contract. Lu Sun held out his hand. Let's work together. Shen Jing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and extended his hand. Looking forward to working with you. Satisfied, Lu Sun took the contract and left Shen Jing's office. Once outside, he walked up to the assistant's office and asked with a smile, "Miss, what's the name of the head of the TV drama department? Where is her office?" It wasn't that he was ignorant. It was simply that the original host had no idea. As for why he didn't know with his busy schedule, how could he possibly have known? The young assistant smiled gently and directed him. The director of the TV drama department is Qiao Lu. Director Qiao's office is also on the 26th floor, but they're in Building 2. After thanking her, Lu Sun entered Building 2 across the way. Compared to the building next door, it was relatively quiet here. Lu Sun followed the same procedure and identified himself. Lu Sun? Qiao Lu looked completely baffled. Why would someone from the composition department be looking for her? If anyone were to seek her out, it would only be Chairman Lin or Jiang Ming, yet here was a silver-level composer coming to her. Let him in. Soon, an assistant escorted Lu Sun into the office. Qiao Lu sized him up and gestured for him to take a seat. Qiao Lu was a capable, no-nonsense career woman who never beat around the bush. Did President Lin or Jiang Ming send you here? Neither. I'm here today on behalf of a friend of mine. My friend would like to discuss a business deal with President Qiao. Qiao Lu glanced at him and said in a flat, cold tone, "I only have 10 minutes to spare. In 10 minutes I have another meeting. I wonder if you've seen The Gift of Room No. 7? I have. It's a very good movie. My friend wrote the screenplay." Lu Sun continued. "It's this friend who wants to discuss a business deal with you, Miss Qiao." Qiao Lu understood. If he has a good TV script, I'd be happy to have him pitch it to me. Lu Sun knew she had misunderstood, but instead of explaining, he took 2 contracts out of his bag, one of which was unsigned. Qiao Lu casually flipped through the contracts, reading the terms and content, and found them quite ridiculous. What a naive and arrogant young man. Just as she was about to hand the contracts back, Lu Sun unexpectedly pulled out another one and gestured for her to take a look. Qiao Lu had no idea what he was owed. When she saw Shen Jing's signature, she froze in shock. Did he really sign it? Qiao Lu's expression, which had remained impassive even in the face of a mountain collapsing before her, shifted ever so slightly. If you don't believe it, Miss Qiao, feel free to call Mr. Shen and ask him yourself. At that, Qiao Lu set aside her dismissiveness and began to take the matter seriously. Shen Jing was exactly the kind of person you'd expect an old fox who wouldn't get out of bed for anything unless there was something in it for him. The fact that this old fox had signed this contract showed just how highly he regarded that screenwriter, Mo Yan. Now that Mo Yan has signed with President Shen, will he have time for this? Qiao Lu crossed her legs and leaned back slightly. TV series scripts are longer than movie scripts. Lu Sun knew she had softened her stance and was showing interest. Whether it's a TV series script or a movie script, it's all the same to my friend. To show our sincerity, President Qiao, why don't you take a look at this script? Lu Sun pulled a thick script out of his bag and pushed it toward Qiao Lu. Qiao Lu picked it up casually and flipped through it haphazardly. At the top of the first page, 3 large characters stood out clearly: The Legend of Zhen Huan. As she flipped through the pages, Qiao Lu slowly sat up straighter. Her assistant knocked and entered, reminding her, "Miss Qiao, the meeting is about to begin." Without looking up, Qiao Lu said, Postpone the meeting by an hour, no, 2 hours.
Her assistant cast a probing glance at Lu Sun before stepping out of the room. When she turned to the last page, she asked, "Where's the rest of the script?" Seeing it end abruptly at the heights, she felt an irresistible urge to keep reading. Before coming here, Lu Sun had already researched the types of TV dramas produced in the southern region over the past 2 years. They were primarily family dramas. Once one became a hit, countless others flooded the market. At first, the public was still willing to watch them, but after 2 years of market saturation, the genre had begun to wear thin. At this point, a different kind of TV series was needed to refresh the audience's taste. Pioneers often bear the greatest risks. If they succeed, they reap both fame and fortune. If they fail, everything comes to nothing. Being the first to take the plunge carries immense risk. High risk, however, means high rewards. President Kiao, what do you think of this script? It's good, Kiao replied affirmatively. It had been a long time since she'd seen such a good script. However, viewers in the southern region might not necessarily like it. After all, there's a precedent to consider. Kiao Lu had her own concerns. Producing a TV series like this requires a significant investment, and if it fails to meet expectations, the production could lose everything. It wasn't as if there were no palace intrigue dramas on Blue Star. The eastern region had produced several that performed well financially. The southern region had once tried to follow suit, but when adapted for the local market, they failed to catch on. That palace intrigue drama in the southern region, which had a budget of 500 million and featured countless A-list stars, unexpectedly suffered dismal ratings and failed to even recoup its production costs. They'll fail because the person writing the script isn't Mo Yan, Lu Sun said calmly, his tone matter-of-fact, yet his confidence radiated from within. Lu Sun had carefully analyzed why bringing such productions to the southern region would result in a total financial loss. That's because Eastern region's palace intrigue dramas were merely ancient romance series disguised as palace intrigue. They weren't true palace intrigue dramas. When the southern region adapted them, they added plenty of palace intrigue, scheming, and backstabbing, but in doing so, they lost the sweet romantic charm of the original period romance series. Yet they still failed to capture the true essence of a palace intrigue drama, resulting in a hybrid that didn't quite fit any category. This is why palace intrigue dramas failed to take root in the southern region. The disastrous failure of that palace intrigue drama, which cost 500 million and featured a star-studded cast, has made other production companies in the southern region hesitant to try their hand at the genre again. Many assume this because southern region audiences simply don't like this type of show. After all, every region has its own culture and tastes. What works in the southern region may not necessarily work in the northern or eastern regions. This phenomenon isn't limited to TV dramas, it applies to many other areas as well. But no one has ever truly investigated whether the problem lies in a genuine cultural mismatch or in the scripts themselves. Kiao Lu shook her head and chuckled as she listened to this. That project was the same back then. It was touted as the epic palace intrigue drama of all time, but in the end, it lost every penny and became the biggest laughingstock in the industry. We at Huayu certainly don't want to become the next laughingstock. An epic palace intrigue drama, Lu Sun murmured softly. It really was a joke. How can someone who doesn't even understand what real palace intrigue is write a genuine one? Kiao Lu's interest was piqued. What is a real palace intrigue? In your eyes, isn't a palace intrigue drama just a story about a group of women scheming against one another to win the emperor's favor? Kiao Lu nodded. Exactly. Wrong, completely wrong. Kiao Lu raised an eyebrow, gesturing from continue. Favor is nothing but a joke. What they're really fighting for isn't favor, it's their very lives. The true palace intrigue is a group of pitiful women fighting to survive in a palace where people are devoured without mercy. Concubines in the harem who held no power or favor could be bullied by lowly servants who looked down on them, or silently killed with no one to avenge them. Even if you were a favorite, if you had no children in many dynasties, concubines without heirs were forced to die as sacrificial offerings with the emperor. Few emperors lived long lives, yet women have always outlived men, not to mention that the concubines were all younger than the emperor, who would willingly sacrifice their own life for an old man. To survive and to live with dignity, these women had to strive to climb the ranks. Only by reaching the highest position would they have the right to live as they pleased and avoid being arbitrarily humiliated by others. Was it really the emperor's favor that these women were vying for? No. What they were vying for was power. The power to control the fates of others. The right to control their own destiny. The emperor's favor represents that very power. That TV drama, which was a financial flop, merely used palace intrigue as a facade. In reality, it was all about the love and hatred between the emperor and his favorite concubine. The entire show was so cloyingly sentimental that it completely lost sight of the essence of palace intrigue. Kiao Lu couldn't help but turn her attention to the legend of Zhen Huan. Only by looking beyond the surface could she discover its true core. It suddenly dawned on her, no wonder she found the script so easy on the eyes. Perhaps you... Oh no, I mean Mo Yan, he's right, but no one can guarantee it will be a hit. We've never tried this kind of subject matter before. Lu Sun seemed to have anticipated this. Without missing a beat, he pulled another script out of his bag and placed it in front of her. Qiao Lu felt a slight surprise welling up inside, but her expression remained composed. The palace. Another palace rig drama. Qiao Lu flipped through the pages, getting a feel for it. This script is very similar to the ones from the eastern regions, but it's more outstanding and more innovative. Of course it was similar. The TV series The Palace takes on the guise of a period drama, weaves in the romance of a teen idol drama, and under the banner of palace intrigue, delivers a pure period romance. The series from the eastern region are much the same. If Qiao Lu had to choose, she'd go with Palace. It's the safer bet. You can buy the film and television rights to this series, but as for that agreement, Palace, and there's also a spin-off. Qiao Lu was taken aback. To be more precise, Mo Yan plans to use Palace as a test case, then release its spin-off Scarlet Heart, followed by The Legend of Zhen Huan, and finally wrap things up with the story of Yangtze Palace. With each series, Luke Sun mentioned he would toss a new script onto the table, continuing until he had finished speaking. Each series is standalone, but they all take place in the same fictional universe. As long as the audience accepts the first one, the rest won't be a problem. Qiao Lu understood. The Palace served as the introduction, its spin-off Scarlet Heart laid the foundation, and then led into the true Palace intrigue dramas The Legend of Zhen Huan and Story of Yangtze Palace. What a brilliant strategic move. If all four of these series succeed, then Huayu will usher in the golden age of Palace intrigue dramas, and it's only a matter of time before they reach the 8th position in the southern region. No wonder that old fox Shenjing signed this contract. He must have seen the potential. Give me the contract. Once Qiao Lu had made up her mind, she didn't beat around the bush. She signed her name on it without hesitation. Ms. Qiao, shouldn't we discuss the details first? The fact that I dared to sign this contract means I trust Mo Yan. I believe in him. President Qiao, that's very magnanimous. Compared to this, that old man Shen Jing seemed like such a petty person. Luke Sun left with the contract from the TV drama department, leaving behind the script for The Palace. This time, the gift of Room Nomno had successfully secured contracts in both major categories of film and television. As long as these two projects were completed, Little Liu's future would be set. Luke Sun sat at his computer calculating the revenue from the songs, as well as the earnings from several TV series and movies, plus the bonus from Old Lin. Even so, it still wasn't enough to reach the 100 million yuan revenue target by next July. Lu Ning didn't have enough money for the holographic prosthetic limb, so it looked like she'd have to find a way to get some from somewhere else. As for using a screenplay to take an equity stake in a movie, getting a cut of ticket sales, and making a quick buck, Luke Sun had naturally thought about that too. But as a complete unknown, the fact that they'd even signed that agreement with you was already a huge favor. If you tried to use your screenplay to take an equity stake, no one would even bother to negotiate with you. Only when you're in a high enough position do you have the leverage to negotiate. That's just the reality. It's okay to have naive ideas, but you can't take them too serious. After dinner, at Lu Sun's request, the three siblings strolled toward Century Square. The square was packed with people and the hubbub mingled with the sound of music. Lu Yu pointed straight ahead toward a crowd gathered in the center of the square. Brother, let's go check that out. Lu Ning furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Sun noticed this but went along with it, saying, let's go. At that point, it was too late for Lu Ning to object. The two young men led their younger sister as they pushed their way through the crowd. Finally, they could see what was happening inside. A man in his 40s, looking haggard and gaunt, was strumming a guitar and singing. He looks kind of familiar, Lu Yu muttered. The people around them overheard this, and someone spoke up. You're right, he does look familiar. He used to be a big star, but hardly anyone remembers him now. I'm afraid only people our age would know who he is. The blue star is vast, and the southern region is vast. Stars from this region are as numerous as the hairs on a cow's back. Only those who remain active in the spotlight are recognized by the public. Once you fall silent, you're quickly replaced and forgotten. Who is it? Lu Yu asked curiously. Liang Yu. I vaguely remember him, Lu Yu nodded politely, though in truth he had absolutely no recollection. The enthusiastic older man continued at length that Liang Yu is a pitiable fellow. I heard he was supposed to represent our southern region in the Interstellar Angels voice competition back then, but during the preliminaries, he suddenly lost his voice. Once he was no longer of any value, his agency shelved him. He had to pay a huge penalty to buy his freedom. A few years later, he was diagnosed with cancer and had to sell his house and car just to barely afford treatment. Now he's old, and there's no place for him in the music industry, so he has no choice but to busk in the square to make a living. With so many up-and-comers, many will inevitably be left behind, let alone someone like him, who was once a contestant. What a shame. Bro, I remember you used to really like that song of his, Not Loving is a Form of Liberation, Lu Ning said softly. Lu Sun browsed through the original host's memories and confirmed that this was indeed true. Another passerby chimed in, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is his girlfriend. She ran off with all the money meant to save his life right when he was on the brink of death during surgery. He's been paying off the hospital bills ever since. I heard he's living under that bridge now out in the open. He's having a really rough time, another person added. 20 years ago, Liang Yu had been a hugely popular singer. To see him fall to such depths was truly heartbreaking. Lu Ning and her brother exchanged a glance, then silently took all the money from their pockets and placed it in the box in front of him. They were just ordinary people, so all they could do was offer a small token of support. Liang Yu said to the two of them, "Thank you." The three stepped back from the crowd, and from behind them came the strains of "Not Loving is a Form of Liberation." Listening to the familiar yet unfamiliar melody, Lu Sun hummed a couple of lines. "If you're passing by, don't miss this." The shout from afar caught the attention of quite a few people, but many simply glanced over before walking away. "Let's go take a look," Lu Yu said, pulling Lu Ning toward the stall. On a simple trestle table lay numerous calligraphy works and paintings. Spotting the new customers, the vendor hurriedly began his pitch. "Please take a look, all three of you. These works were painted by masters of Chinese painting." Heh, Lu Ning chuckled softly. "Masters of Chinese painting, how dare he say that?" Yi Luo, showing no sign of embarrassment, quickly added, "I left out two words. These were painted by the disciple of a master of Chinese painting, and that person is none other than myself." Lu Ning found him rather amusing and picked up a painting to take a closer look. Yi Luo seized the opportunity to say, "Isn't it beautifully painted? Very lifelike, isn't it? You won't regret buying it. Just hang this painting on your wall, and I guarantee your room style will be elevated by several notches." Lu Yu couldn't stand this guy's bragging. "If you're a master of Chinese painting's apprentice, why are you still running a street stall here?" "Running a stall is part of my training," He Luo lied without batting an eye. Lu Sun picked up a pair and examined them closely. They were indeed quite skillfully done, but as for him actually spending money to buy them, he'd have to be crazy, or have so much money he didn't know what to do with it. "Oh my," Ling gasped. She accidentally knocked over the inkstone, ruining several calligraphy and painting pieces nearby. "Oh my, these calligraphy and paintings are my crowning achievements. My heart aches so much it really hurts." He Luo clutched his chest, his eyes darting constantly toward the pockets of the three men. The three of them were well-dressed. At a glance, they clearly weren't short on money. His next meal was taken care of. Lu Ning began to panic, and Lu Yu, growing anxious, immediately said, "Don't even think about extorting us. Extortion is against the law. We'll call the police." He Luo was furious. "Who acts like this? All I want is a little money." "If that's how you're gonna put it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I won't take any money today. If you can write or draw an exact replica, I won't take a single penny. But if you can't, I won't let you leave until you pay me over 100,000. "Tens of thousands?" Lu Yu's eyes widened. "Why don't you just go rob someone?" "My calligraphy and paintings are worth exactly that much." He Luo leaned forward with both hands, tilted his chin slightly upward, and wore an air of arrogance. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, Lu Xun grabbed him by the arm. He looked at He Luo and said calmly, "Paper and brush." He Luo stared at him in surprise. "You're really going to paint it?" "Yes." Seeing the vendor's attitude, Lu Yu and Lu Ning knew right away that he was still trying to rip them off. "You just said that you're not going to go back on your word, are you?" He Luo chuckled twice and reluctantly handed over the paper and brush. "I did warn you in advance. If it doesn't look right and waste my paper and brush, I'll charge you for it. I don't want you to overpay 100 yuan per sheet." Seeing the murderous glare from Lu Yu, He Luo backtracked. 30 per sheet. Never mind, 20 per sheet. I can't go any lower than that. Any less and I'd be losing money." "Deal," Lu Xun agreed. The three of them cleared out a space. Lu Xun picked up one of the stained calligraphy samples, glanced at it, then held the brush. The moment the tip touched the paper, his entire demeanor changed abruptly. Stroke by stroke, each horizontal and vertical stroke, he wrote it in one fluid motion, as the calligraphy model had long been etched into his mind. In less than a minute, the calligraphy sheet was complete. The three looked at the top, then at the bottom, their mouths agape in astonishment, especially He Luo. It was an exact replica. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many, and gradually a crowd began to gather. As the three watched in astonishment, Lu Xun picked up another simple sketch of fish and shrimp, unfolded a sheet of white paper, and slowly ground the ink. By the time he picked up the brush, his eyes had already shifted away from the original drawing. His expression was one of intense concentration, and the surrounding commotion did not disturb him in the slightest. In his eyes there was nothing but the white paper before him. The brush touched the paper. His strokes were crisp and decisive. With just a few outlines, vivid shrimp began to appear on the paper. The lifelike fish and shrimp left the onlookers speechless. With the final stroke, he swiftly finished the painting, and a piece that seemed similar yet surpassed the original was complete. "That's really well drawn," someone in the crowd praised. "I think it's better than the original." "I think so too." Lu Xun paid no heed to the onlookers' comments and pulled out the third, stained drawing. The onlookers, without needing anyone to explain, had already figured out what was going on. One by one, they watched in astonishment as the young boy painted one identical piece after another on the rice paper, 3 in total, all completed by Lu Xun less than 15 minutes. No one would believe such speed if they heard about it. Lu Xun set down his brush and examined the work carefully. Overall, it was acceptable. He had tried his best to suppress the energy and momentum in his brushstrokes, but a trace of it still remained. "Oh. Sigh, this level of artistry is indeed very hard to imitate." Do they look alike? Luxun asked. Luo nodded. It wasn't just similar, it surpassed his own skill level. Satisfied with the affirmative answer, Luxun picked up a towel nearby and wiped his hands. We're even now. Luxun patted Liu and his sister, who were still standing there dumbfounded. Let's go. The three of them squeezed their way out of the crowd. Brother, when did you learn to draw? Lu Ning asked curiously. We had art classes back in school. I learned it, then after a few tries I just picked it up, Luxun said, downplaying it as if it were no big deal. Lu Ning and Liu both twitched their lips slightly. If the person standing before them weren't their brother, they'd really want to slap this show off. The three gradually walked away, but the shock Luo felt went far beyond that. That person must be a master. By the time Luo realized what had happened and tried to find them again, the three were nowhere to be seen. Someone in the crowd asked, "Young man, are you selling these 3 paintings?" Before Luo could say a word, another voice chimed in, "I'll take that painting of fish and shrimp." A young man and his elderly grandfather were wandering aimlessly around the square when they heard the calls of bidding from over there. The granddaughter said to the gray-haired old man, "Grandpa, it looks like someone over there is selling calligraphy and paintings." The pair walked over and heard a group of people constantly calling out bids and raising the price. The scene was incredibly lively. "I'll offer 300. I'll offer 1,000. I'll offer 10,000. I'll take all 3 pieces." The young girl stuck out her tongue and whispered secretly in the old man's ear, "I often hear about people who like to manipulate others into being scammed." The old man smiled affectionately, but when his gaze fell on the calligraphy and paintings on the table, his eyes widened in astonishment. His expression turned excited as he hurried forward, pushing his way to the very front of the stall. The young girl was taken aback. "Grandpa." The old man paid her no mind. Suppressing his excitement, he asked urgently, "Young man, I'll take all 3 of these paintings. Name your price." Luo had, after all, studied painting, so he could tell the difference between good and bad work. These calligraphy and paintings looked no different from his own, but for some reason, looking at them gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort. "I'm not selling them," Luo said with a smile, turning down everyone. "If you're not selling them, why are you running a stall?" someone asked, clearly displeased. Exactly. Seeing how firm he was, the crowd around him grumbled and dispersed, and the other onlookers gradually drifted away as well, except for the grandfather and his grandson, who remained. Luo looked at the old man. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man looked familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. "Young man, 20,000 for 1 painting. Would you sell me one?" Old man Jiang spoke gently, negotiating in a friendly tone. 200,000! Luo swallowed hard. That's a lot of money. Luo studied the old man, then suddenly his eyes widened, i.e. your old master Jiang. Old Master Jiang, one of the council members of the Southern Region Calligraphy and Painting Association, was highly respected in the industry. Although he himself wasn't particularly skilled in calligraphy or painting, he possessed exceptional discernment and a vast collection of rare treasures. Due to his numerous contributions to the calligraphy and painting world, he had been exceptionally appointed as a council member. After all, to become a council member of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, one must be among the very best in the field. What shocked Luo most was not Elder Jiang's identity, but Elder Jiang's endorsement of these 3 calligraphy and painting works, which clearly indicated that the young man from earlier was a master, a true master. "I wasn't planning to sell them, but since you're Old Master Jiang, I'll sell you one. Choose whichever of these 3 you like." Old Master Jiang nodded with a smile, took the magnifying glass from his granddaughter's hand, and began to examine the works closely. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and the more he wanted to add them all to his collection. Old Master Jiang's gaze kept darting back and forth between the pieces. He wanted to acquire both the calligraphy scroll and the orchid painting, but the fish and shrimp painting was also quite lovely. Seeing her grandfather like this, Jiang Ruoli knew was absolutely delighted with them. "Young man, since you painted all these calligraphy and paintings anyway, if you can create these 3, you can surely create many more. Why don't you just give these 3 to us?" Luo shook his head. "No, I didn't paint these." "Young man, how about this? 500,000 will you sell these 2 to me?" Old Mr. Jiang surreptitiously tucked the calligraphy scroll and the fish and shrimp painting into his robe. Seeing Luo has 600,000, Jiang Ruoli raised the offer again. That's a lot of money. He'd never seen that much in his entire life. Well, Luo was torn. 70,000. Deal. No sooner had Luo spoken than Old Master Jiang immediately picked up the 2 calligraphy and painting works with great care, unable to put them down. As for the payment, his granddaughter would take care of it. "Young man, these 3 paintings must be by the same artist. Would you mind introducing me to him?" Luo scratched his head. "Sorry, I don't know him either." "I can give you an additional 100,000 yuan as a referral fee," Old Mr. Jiang said with a smile. 100,000. Luo silently swallowed hard. It was tempting, but he really had no idea who that person was. "I'd really love to have that 100,000 yuan, but I honestly don't know him. I'm sorry, I can't help you." Old Mr. Jiang could tell he was telling the truth, so he didn't press the matter further. As soon as they left, Luo immediately packed up his stall, carefully put away the orchid painting, and headed home feeling quite pleased with himself. He'd really hit the jackpot this time. Inside a luxurious hovercar, Jiang Ruoli saw her grandfather's expression and asked, "Grandpa, are those two paintings really that good?" "Of course. I'd really love to get to know the artist." Jiang Ruoli was scrolling through her phone when her finger paused slightly. She gasped in surprise, "Grandpa, this person might be the one you're looking for." She tapped the screen, and a 3D display immediately appeared in the air. It was clear that the videographer was positioned to the left and slightly behind the subject. The camera clearly showed a young boy, not yet an adult, intently painting. His brushstrokes flowed as smoothly as clouds and water, a sight that was a pleasure to watch. Old Master Jiang stared at the boy's hands as he painted. They were steady and his brushstrokes were sharp. He was clearly a talented artist. The more he watched, the more pleased he became. He shifted his gaze to the boy's face, hoping to get a better look, but since the videographer was focused on the painting process and due to the angle, only a small portion of the boy's profile was visible, making it impossible to make out his features clearly. The video wasn't long and ended. "Why didn't it capture his face?" Old Master Jiang muttered in disappointment. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll keep looking. Who knows, maybe another videographer captured his face." Go ahead and look." Jiang Ruoli began searching for related topics, but though she found several, not a single video showed the artist's face. All the videographers had focused entirely on the painting itself. "Never mind, let's not look anymore. Things like this depend on fate. Maybe our time hasn't come yet." Old Mr. Jiang patted his granddaughter's hand. "Grandpa, are you really not going to look anymore?" The old man shook his head. Only then did Jiang Ruoli shut down her smart device. At that moment, an unremarkable video on the Star Network was quietly spreading across major platforms. It had originally been just an ordinary video, but because... Wow, this guy looks so handsome while he's drawing. This guy has such beautiful hands, long and fair. Just looking at them makes me want to touch them. What's going on? Hemp, he's nothing special. According to the video creator's description, it seems he accidentally smudged someone else's painting, and the shop owner asked him to draw an exact replica. Unexpectedly, this guy took just a few minutes to create 3 paintings. That's seriously impressive. Setting aside his artistic skill for a moment, just look at this guy. After just a few glances, he didn't even look at the original painting again the whole time and still managed to draw an exact replica. That's absolutely incredible. Holy crap, people actually still believe this kind of nonsense these days. It's obviously staged and scripted. Just a few glances and he can draw an exact replica. Haha, only an idiot would believe that. Use your brain a little next time you watch videos. Those who are criticizing him are probably just a bunch of little cuties. If you're so good, try doing what this guy did, looking at the original painting just a few times and then drawing an exact replica. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is talented? Who knows if it's just a stunt? You're such a bunch of naive people. You believe whatever the blogger says. You're all just little cuties. Some people, when they're not as skilled as others, just try to tear the other person down, thinking that'll make them better. They're such pigs. Was just an ordinary video, something the blogger filmed on a whim, but because the onlookers had too much free time, they ended up arguing in the comments section, with both sides sticking to their guns and fighting tooth and nail. Amid all the commotion, the video shot its way onto the trending list. Many netizens, seeing this baffling trending topic, clicked on it out of curiosity. After watching the content, they jumped right into the fray. In the Wang family, a renowned calligraphy dynasty in the southern realm, a young girl walked into the study holding the video, exclaiming, "Grandpa, what do you think of this person's calligraphy?" Wang Shanren set down the book he was holding. "Here you go again, showing me some random calligraphy nonsense. This time it's different. Just take a look and you'll see." Wang Shanren put on his glasses. As he made out the person in the video writing line after line with effortless grace, his cloudy eyes instantly brightened. "Who is this? A friend of yours? What's his name and who is his master?" Wang Shanren fired off a series of questions. Jing Shuking felt a surge of pride. She'd said this young man had some real talent and she hadn't been wrong. "He's not a friend of mine. I just happened to come across him online. A lot of people are saying this young man is all show and no substance." "All show?" Master Wang bristled, his eyebrows furrowed and eyes narrowed. The way that young man held his brush, his strokes were steady and decisive, clearly marked him as a seasoned hand. Especially his calligraphy, which flowed like a dragon, exuded a natural vigor. The only thing lacking compared to the great masters of calligraphy was that very vigor, but judging by the way he wielded his brush, he had already developed his own distinctive style. This young man has a promising future. He's bound to become a master, true rising star. A bunch of clueless people are spouting nonsense here. If that so-called violence ruins this promising talent, it'll be a loss for the calligraphy world. Jiaoting, didn't you help me set up a StarNet account? Go online and speak up for me. Grandpa, you really do cherish talent, Jing Shuking teased. Wang Shanren shot her a stern look. Jing Shuking smiled like a fox, happily logged into StarNet using her grandfather's real name verified account, tagged the video blogger on the social media platform, and posted the following caption. Wang Shanren V, this young student isn't just all show, he's a promising talent with a solid foundation, great potential, and the makings of a master. No sooner had Wang Shanren posted this than Jiang Kanghai from the neighboring Calligraphy and Painting Association posted a message of his own. Jiang Kanghai V, I was there that day, it wasn't a stage performance. This young artist paints with the flair of a master. The future looks bright. If the young artist sees this post, feel free to DM me. With these two titans of the art world stepping forward to vouch for the child, they directly shut down many conspiracy theories spouting netizens. The online feud came to an end, but the buzz only grew stronger. Countless enthusiastic netizens began frantically trying to track down the young artist for the two luminaries. A trending search for the Chinese painting prodigy quickly appeared. Lu Sun knew nothing about what was happening on Starnet as he was busy preparing next month's rankings. This time, Lu Sun didn't reach out to the Hui 10 but instead sent a standardized text message to Cheng Kiki, Xu Chenggen, and Kai Zuowei. Are you free tomorrow? If so, meet me outside the recording studio at 8 a.m. tomorrow. On her way to a commercial performance, Cheng Kik saw Lu Xun's message and her eyes lit up. Since their last collaboration, she hadn't received another call from Lu Xun. Instead, she'd watched him write one song after another for others. Naturally, she felt envious, but she couldn't interfere with his decisions. The song Courage had made her famous. To maintain that momentum, her agent had arranged for her to sing songs by other composers, but none of them had achieved the same chart success as Courage. This made her anxious, yet she felt powerless to do anything about it. It was Lu Xun's prerogative to choose whom to give songs to. No one could interfere. All she could do was silently envy the singers who had caught his eye. Now that Teacher Lu had reached out to her again, how could she not be overjoyed? It felt just like winning the lottery all over again. Sis, Mr. Lu wants me to record a song. Her agent Shiji was overjoyed. When? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? The agent frowned. She had a show to record tomorrow. After weighing her options, she decided, let's head back right now, we can make it back to Linhai by tomorrow morning. The fact that Teacher Lu reached out to you shows he still has a favorable impression of you, but you have to make that impression even stronger, okay? Keek, make the most of this opportunity. Everyone at the company is now focused on Lu Xun's songs. Everyone knows that singing his songs is a surefire way to become a hit, and there isn't a single agent who isn't envious of him. Others might lack the connections, but they have their own channels naturally. They couldn't pass up the chance to latch onto Lu Xun's coattails. Kai Zuowei's situation is similar to Chen Kiki's. He has only Lu Xun's song Wishing You Smooth Sail into his name, while the songs by his other composers haven't performed as well as hoped. Seeing the rise of the Huiyu 10, watching them dominate the charts time and time again, and seeing their names trend one after another, their fame skyrocketed so quickly that it completely overshadowed my own career, even though I debuted before them. To say I wasn't envious would be a lie. He thought he'd been completely abandoned, but to his surprise, Teacher Lu hadn't forgotten him. Kai Zuowei was deeply moved. Brother Lin, could you place an order for me for that interstellar super audio system I saw last time? Are you really willing to buy that? That thing wasn't cheap, it would wipe out all of Kai Zuowei's earnings from the past few months in one go. I'll buy it, it's a gift. Who, his agent? Brother Lin asked curiously. Teacher Lu's son. Oh, and I'm gonna record his song tomorrow. As he said this, Kai Zuowei raised his eyebrows. As for whether Lin Ji would agree, that didn't matter at all, okay? Lin Ji was over the moon. Buy, we absolutely have to buy it. Don't settle for anything cheap. If we're going to buy it, let's get the most expensive one. If you don't have enough money, I'll cover the rest. We have to make a great impression on Teacher Lu. Only agents like them knew just how in demand Lu Song's song were right now. Many agents had approached Director Jiang and Team Leader Zhang in the composition department, hoping to secure Lu Sun's songs through them, but all those attempts had come to nothing. Xiao Kai, I have a feeling this composer Lu Xun is going to become the backbone of Huiyu. While he's still on the rise, you've got to latch onto him tight. Kai Zuowei nodded. Compared to the heart-attached Chen Kik and Kai Zuowei were going through, things were slightly better for Xu Chenggen. After all, October was his time to shine. He had assumed he wouldn't have much to do in November, but he never expected Teacher Lu to reach out to him again, which left Xu Chenggen both flattered and surprised. Not wanting to delay, he immediately texted Lu Xunhui. As for asking his agent about this, he didn't even remember doing so. Anyway, if Teacher Lu called him, he simply had to go. That was the simplest thought in his mind. Early the next morning, Xu Chenggen arrived at the company and waited excitedly by the elevator. Before long, Cheng Kike appeared with her agent, Sister Egji, and waited quietly as well. A little while later, Kai Zuowei and his agent, Brother Lin, appeared and stood by the elevator. The three groups exchanged glances and nodded politely to one another. As the elevator doors opened, the three groups entered one after another. Xu Chenggen pressed the button for the 12th floor. This action immediately caught the attention of the other four. Seeing that none of the others were pressing any floor buttons, all three groups immediately realized they were all headed to the same place. All three of them had debuted singing Lu Xun songs and were from the same agency. Cheng Kik said to the other two, "My name is Cheng Kik." Kai Zuowei flashed a handsome smile. Kai Zuowei. Xu Chenggen said shyly, Xu Cheng. The three shook hands. Sister Xi and brother Lin also exchanged pleasantries, though their eyes were both fixed on the bags the others were carrying. Sister Xi, oh no, they came prepared. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let Kiki bring any homemade cookies. It's the thought that counts, that's just a saying. I hope Teacher Lu is a sentimental person, not someone who puts profit above all else. Brother Lin, they're tough competition. I wonder what gifts they brought. We absolutely can't let ours be outdone. If I'd known, I would have bought something more expensive. If we end up looking inferior, that'd be a total disaster. The two agents were all smiles on the surface, but inside they'd already fought 300 rounds. Xu Cheng'an was very quiet, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chen Kiki and Kai Zuowei. This guy didn't bring an agent, no, to be more precise, he ditched his agent and showed up all by himself, looking a bit clueless. The moment Lu Sun appeared, the group immediately stood up and stepped forward to greet him. Teacher Lu, Chen Kiki and the others called out respectfully. Lu Sun nodded at the three of them. Xi Jie and Lin Ji stepped forward. Teacher Lu, we've long admired your reputation. Lu Sun looked at the two of them. I'm Kiki's agent, Sister Xi said, speaking up first. I'm Zoe's agent, brother Lin added. Oh, Lu Sun looked at them calmly. What brings you here? Nothing. Zhao Kai was on a business trip to Yunzhou and brought back some local specialties for you to try. Brother Lin handed over the gift box with a fawning expression. Z didn't want to be outdone. These are homemade cookies Coco made especially for you this morning, they should still be warm. With the word specially, Sister Xi's intention was clear. She wasn't looking for the most expensive gift, but the one with the most sincere sentiment. That way, she wouldn't be left looking like complete nobody in comparison. Xu Cheng'an looked at the gifts both families had brought and realized he hadn't brought anything himself. He felt embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He glanced uneasily at Lu Sun, afraid that Teacher Lu might take a dim view of him. Lu Sun looked at those two sly foxes. He knew exactly what they were thinking and planning. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xu Cheng'an, that silly little guy, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Seeing him, he was inexplicably reminded of how innocent and naive he himself had once been. Just leave them here. Seeing him accept them, Sister Xi and brother Lin beamed with joy as they happily set the items down. Is there anything else? Sister Xi and brother Lin were taken aback for a moment, then smiled and took their leave. Once they were gone, Lu Sun turned to the three of them. Don't pull stunts like this in the future. If you don't meet my standards, even the most expensive gifts won't help. Everything comes down to your abilities. The three felt a chill run down their spines and replied in unison, yes. Let's get to work. Having worked with him once before, they were all familiar with Lu Sun's workflow. Without needing further explanation, the three of them immediately set to work familiarizing themselves with the song and memorizing the lyrics. When Kai Zuowei and Chen Kiki received their songs, they paused for a moment, then exchanged glances. They had been assigned a duet, while Xu Cheng'an had been given a solo song. Kai Zuowei looked suspiciously at the stack in Chen Kiki's hands. Kiki, why does yours feel thicker than mine? Chen Kiki glanced back and forth, realized it was indeed different, and flipped through the pages, her eyes lighting up. Kai Zuowei leaned in to take a peek, and a wave of jealousy washed over him. 2 songs. She actually had a solo song as well. He looked at Xu Cheng'an, then at Chen Kiki, and finally at his own half-song, suddenly feeling a sharp pang in his heart, as if his whole body were radiating a sour scent. What did you say? Fang Yu sat up straight. I just heard the news Lu Sun is looking for Chen Kiki and the others to record a new song, Sister Zhao said. Fang Yu felt a pang of jealousy, a very, very sharp one. Why didn't he ask me? Do you want me to go find Lu Sun? We've been too cautious before. Other people might not be of any use, but at least we have a connection. Fang Yu was actually panicking too. She was just one step away from becoming a top-tier singer. No matter how many songs she sang by other composers, none could match the numbers of a single song by Lu Sun. Just look at how many miracles he's created since he first appeared. It's clear he's got some serious clout.
News that Lu Sun was recording again spread through the artist department, and many began to get restless. The 2 songs released this month, Red Beauty and Moonlight, were recorded earlier. One could say that October's release would be a truly new song. This signal had subconsciously led everyone to believe he had no back catalogue, no inspiration, and no more songs left. Now that he's recording new songs again, isn't this just telling everyone that he's still got it, that he's still got plenty left in the tank? As for releasing 10 songs at once, Lu Sun would love to do that too, but too much of a good thing can be bad. The first time is shocking, the second time is explosive, but by the third time, pretty much everyone in the world would suspect cheating. Having the entire department dragged into an official investigation over something like this just isn't worth the cost. You two should get to know each other a little better. After saying this, Lu Sun stood up, grabbed his water cup, and walked out of the recording studio. As soon as he stepped into the lounge area, a middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa stood up and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Zhao Yu, Fang Yu's manager. What's on your mind? Our collaboration with you last time was a pleasure. I've been hoping to work with you again. though I'm not sure if there will be another opportunity. Zhao Yu looked genuinely sincere. Luxun remembered who Fang Yu was. A second-tier singer, her fees are exorbitant, and collaborating with her wouldn't be cost-effective. Luxun paused briefly, then replied tactfully, nothing suitable at the moment. As a talent agent, he was no fool. He caught on immediately. Fang Yu is a versatile singer with strong adaptability. Whatever style Mr. Lu is looking for, she can adjust to it. Zhao Yu didn't want to miss out on this powerful connection with Luxun. Too expensive. You're forcing my hand. He didn't want to be so hurtful. After all, he was a good person. Too expensive? Zhao Yu paused for a moment, then asked tentatively, Teacher Lu, how much do you think would be reasonable? 40-60. Luxun remained unmoved. 50. Are you kidding me? 50-50. Luxun still said nothing. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth. 60-40. Luxun just laughed it off, looking as if to say, I'm so sleepy. 70. Luxun raised his hand to check the time, a hint that couldn't have been any more obvious. Still not satisfied. Zhao Yu was truly at a loss for words. A 70-30 split, that ratio was on par with what a platinum-selling composer would get. That's way too much. Do you want an 80-20 split or something? What the hell is the difference between this and a rookie singer? Luxun could tell from her constipated expression that it wasn't going to work. See? Newcomers are the best, they'll take whatever you offer. His Ningning is short on cash. She can't afford to work with big-name artists. She'll sing for anyone as long as the song is good. There's no shortage of people to download it, so he doesn't need to collaborate with big-name artists at all. As for what other composers think, that's none of his business. But as far as he's concerned, if the royalty split is high, there's no room for negotiation. Zhao Yu was seething This was bullying taken to the extreme. After all, his Fang Yu is, at the very least, a near A-list singer getting a royalty split like a newcomer's. How could he possibly save face if word got out? If it weren't for her composure, Zhao Yu would have walked out on the spot. She's met plenty of big-name composers, but she's never encountered anyone quite like Luxun. He's already acting this outrageously even before becoming a top-tier composer. Once he becomes a top-tier maestro, will he demand that his collaborators work for free? Luxun poured the water and turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, a voice called out from behind him. Wait a minute. Luxun slowly turned around and looked at her. Okay. For some reason, the moment he left, a voice deep within her kept echoing in her ears. Say yes to him, say yes to him. Luxun raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. You'll hear from us. Watching Luxun's retreating figure, Zhao Yu let out a long sigh. It was just an ordinary conversation, yet it had been more difficult to handle than dealing with those troublesome business partners. The three of them weren't completely familiar with the song yet, so Luxun told them to practice on their own. Naturally, he wasn't going to stand by and watch the whole time. After all, he still had several scripts to write. Take all this stuff back with you, I really don't want it. Jiang Ming pushed a pile of gifts back toward the giver, who refused to accept them. They're just some cheap local specialties, nothing worth much. I really don't need them. Out of the corner of his eye, Luxun glanced at the rejected local specialties. The packaging looked quite high-end. Clearly, they were worth a pretty penny. If you don't want them, you can give them to me. Luxun silently added to himself, then calmly walked past them and opened the door to his office. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Ming pushed it open and plopped down in the chair across from him. As soon as Jiang Ming saw his door sign light up, he rushed over immediately. I'm exhausted. Shouldn't you be happy? It had been ages since he'd last experienced that thrill of having a bunch of people practically force gifts on him. Jiang Ming paused for a moment, then laughed and said, It's not even for me. Is it for President Lin? It's for you. Huh? Luxun was taken aback. If it's for me, why not just hand it to him personally? These people want songs from you, so they're trying to curry favor with me. They don't dare approach President Lin, so they've got no choice but to pester me. It's been a long time since I've experienced such a scene. Thanks to you, kid, I got to relive it. After the small talk, Jiang Mingyan got down to business. Last night, Jiang Li's agent approached me, wanting you to write a song for her. They offered a 50-50 split. What do you think? Jiang Li, a top star at Hue Entertainment, has immense commercial value and countless fans. For many songwriters, collaborating with her is a win-win situation. For a star of her caliber, the split is usually no less than 60%. The fact that they're offering a 50-50 split for this collaboration with Luke Sun clearly shows their sincerity. Jiang Ming thought it was worth pursuing, which is why he came to discuss it with him. No, Luke Sun refused outright. Why? Jiang Ming was taken aback. I don't like her. Luke Sun didn't have a very good impression of Jiang Li. From the moment she slapped her assistant across the face, shifted the blame, and treated everyone like a bunch of little kids, she had already landed on Luke Sun's blacklist. In his eyes, whether you're an assistant or a celebrity, it's all just a job. Perhaps it was a case of one willing to hit, one willing to be hit, but it wasn't hard to see that there was something wrong with her character. He used to be innocent and naive himself, but after being taken advantage of too many times by people with questionable character, he naturally kept his distance from them. Has she ever offended you? She has a bad temper, I just don't like her. Jiang Ming thought back to what happened in the recording studio that day and suddenly understood. Old Jiang, do you get many requests from veteran singers? Plenty. Luke Sun paused briefly, then said, from now on, if anyone comes to you, just tell them the split is 20-80. If they're a good fit, great. If not, they won't get a song. What? 20-80 split? And there's no guarantee we'll even work together? Holy crap, that's on par with a platinum-selling composer's terms. Luke Sun, you're still only silver level, Jiang Ming kindly reminded him. Luke Sun didn't respond, he just stared at him, and the mere intensity of his gaze was enough to make Jiang Ming back down. Okay, forget I ever said that. You're the boss, whatever you say, go. After sending Jiang Ming on his way, Luke Sun closed his unfinished movie script and headed up to the 22nd floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he ran into Qin Yun. Team leader Qin. Qin Yun's voice was gentle. Little Lu, were you looking for President Lin? Luke Sun nodded. Qin Yun watched Luke Sun's retreating figure and, for a split second, saw a glimpse of Huang Ting in him. He hoped this young man wouldn't turn out like Huang Ting. Little Lu, would you like something to drink? Lin Li finished what he was doing and sat down across from him. Tea, please. An assistant immediately brought over a steaming cup of tea and set it in front of him. What brings you here today? Go ahead, what's on your mind? Lin Li was well aware that this kid never dropped by without a reason. Old Lin, is there a shortcut to quickly boost the numbers? Old Lin. That little brat, he has no respect for his elders. Before Lin Li could scold the brat, he was even more stunned by the next thing he said. Don't you think you're racking up stats fast enough already? Luke Sun nodded honestly. Lin Li nearly scalded himself with the tea in his mouth. Is that so? Lin Li thought for a moment. Yes, you'd be entering the top 100 chart head-on, competing against those seasoned veterans. Little Lu, it might be easy to climb the Rising Stars chart, but the top 100 chart isn't a walk in the park. Take Wu Tong, for example. He released a song this month, but he didn't even make it into the top 50. Before Luke Sun appeared on the scene, Wu Tong had swept the Rising Stars chart, unchallenged by anyone. But after entering the Wind and Cloud chart, he couldn't even crack the top 50, a clear indication of just how brutal and cutthroat the Wind and Cloud chart is. The top 100 chart is packed with gold-level composers. Platinum-level composers are regulars, and occasionally a true master even makes an appearance. The top 10 spots on the chart are mostly dominated by platinum-level composers and masters. The occasional dark horse might emerge, but that's extremely rare. Lin spoke earnestly as she analyzed the pros and cons with him. You've been in the industry for less than a year. Let's just keep grinding it out on the newcomer, the Rising Stars chart for now. Luke Sun shook his head. I've run the numbers. Even if I rack up a full year's worth of data on the Rising Stars chart, I won't be able to crack the top 8. The top 10 had long been part of his plan. Now he wanted to find a shortcut way to quickly accumulate points so that the composition department's score could reach the top 8 as fast as possible. If he followed the standard procedure, it would be too slow. In the first half of next year, the composition department will go all out. Combined with your points from the Rising Stars chart, we should be able to make it. Lin Li laid out tomorrow's plan in full to dispel his wild ideas. Countless experiences filled with blood and tears had taught him that relying on others is no substitute for relying on oneself. Mountains may crumble, and people may run away, only oneself can be trusted. Luke Sun would never hand his fate over to others and gamble on their ability to boost the points to a high enough level. One's destiny must be held firmly in one's own. Old Lin, are there any rookies who've made it onto the wind and cloud rankings? Yes, but very few. Back in the day, Huang Ting was one of them. The company was over the moon back then. They practically worshipped that kid like a deity and poured all their resources into training him. Who would have thought? No sooner had Lin Lai finished speaking than he saw the young man's determined gaze fixed on him. From that look, he read a single message. Have you really made up your mind? Luxun nodded. President Lin sighed, pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Lu Sun with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, as if weighing something or scrutinizing him. There actually is a way. If he hadn't pressed the issue today, everyone would probably have forgotten all about it. The idea was simply too outlandish. It would be extremely difficult to pull off, and it wouldn't be cost-effective for the company. What? There actually is a rule in the Music Alliance, sort of a shortcut to boosting scores. If I recall correctly, it requires new songwriters who've been active for less than a year to revive the careers of singers whose popularity has waned. Doing so doubles their points and comes with additional rewards. As he spoke, Lin Li began flipping through his notes. Hold on, let me find it and take a closer look at the details. Lin Li found it quickly, tapped the screen, and a 3D image projected into the air. This is the one. The two looked at the rule at the very bottom of the points manual and began reading it carefully. This is too hard, Lin Li shook her head. First, the composer must have been in the industry for less than a year. Second, they must compete on the Fengyun chart. Third, during their rookie period, they must have ranked in the top 20 of the Fengyun chart 3 times, including 20th place. Additionally, points are multiplied for rankings in the top 10 and top 3. Fourth, the singer must have been inactive for at least 10 years, including 10 years. If all 4 conditions are met, points are doubled, and there are additional rewards. Lin Li said to Luxun, "This is a tough road to travel. We'd better take it one step at a time." Even talented young artists like Wu Tong, who collaborate with top-tier and second-tier singers to enter the Wind and Cloud chart, have failed to make it into the top 20, let alone you, paired with a singer past their prime. Lu Sun burst onto the scene in June, and now it's almost November. There's no way he'll make it by November, and December is the battle of the gods. If he goes, it'll be a one-way trip. That leaves only 5 months next year, and he'd have to break into the top 20 for 3 of those months. It's just too difficult. Under these conditions, it's not worth it for either the composer or the company. A composer with this level of talent would be far more valuable if they were to launch a new artist from scratch rather than work with a has-been. Unless, of course, it's a company like theirs that desperately needs points, then they might need it. But it's just too hard to pull off. Even if Huang Ting were standing right here, he wouldn't dare say he could do it. Is it that hard? It's manageable. Lin Li's words of reassurance caught in his throat. Old Lin, help me find someone. Does our company have any singers like that? We do, but we can't use them. That's because singers like this are basically artists the company has sidelined. To put it bluntly, there's bad blood between you. Why would they waste their energy trying to make you a star again? If they made you a star and you flew off again, wouldn't they just be doing someone else's bidding? Oh, he'd almost forgotten that point. Then let's look outside the company. Are you really planning to do that? Lin Li asked again. Yeah, Luxun nodded. That stubborn streak of his, it's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Fine, if you want to give it a try, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back to the Rising Stars list. Luxun looked at him suspiciously. Why give up on the Rising Stars list? PF'd. Lin Li spit out the tea he was drinking, his eyes widening in shock. He swallowed the remaining tea and asked urgently, "You want to do both at the same time?" Yeah, just to play it safe. Lin Li couldn't find the words to describe how he felt at that moment. Is this guy arrogant, or is he arrogant, or is he just plain arrogant? Lin Li patted him on the shoulder. Very good. That's the kind of drive young people should have. I'll put the word out tomorrow, you decide who to choose. All right. Watching Luxun's retreating figure, Lin Li pressed his hand to his forehead. This brat is always making my heart race. Old Lin, what brings you to call me? Xiao Yu spoke on the phone while sorting through documents, gesturing for Yuan King to step out. Old Xiao, there's something I need your help with. Do you want a male superstar or a female superstar? Xiao Yu asked matter-of-factly. With the end of the year approaching, the king and queen, under their management, all needed new songs from the composition department to compete in December's Battle of the Gods. Put that aside for now, I've got something even more important. Leak the news that we're looking to sign a group of veteran singers. Veteran singers. Xiao Yu paused in his work, set down his pen, and perked up. Why are you suddenly looking for veteran singers? We already have quite a few from the older generation at our company. No, I'm looking for veteran singers who've been out of the spotlight for over a decade. What? Xiao Yu almost thought he'd misheard. Veteran singers who've been out of the spotlight for over a decade are either lacking in talent or been plagued by personal issues. They've been sidelined by their agencies or something similar. Of course, there are those who've retired at the peak of their careers, but they're the exception. For people like that, even if you put out a call, they wouldn't come. Those who do come back are almost always in one of the first two categories. You don't need to say that publicly. Although few people would notice that rule about earning points, delaying the public's discovery by even a single day meant one less day for Lu Sun to face pressure from all sides. What's the composition department up to? Xiao Yu asked curiously. He simply couldn't figure out the composition department's recent moves. In short, he was thoroughly baffled. You'll find out in due time. That evening, news that Huayu Entertainment was looking to sign a group of veteran singers spread throughout the industry. This news held immense appeal for middle-aged singers, those who had long remained obscure or whose talents had gone unrecognized. Under the bridge, Liang Yu carefully set down his guitar. Only after putting it away did he open his lunchbox and eat 2 yuan's worth of plain white rice, washed down with crystal-clear egg drop soup. Ah, you. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard came running over in a hurry. I've got some good news for you. I just heard from our gang that Huayu is looking to sign a group of veteran singers. Our chance has come. Though he didn't know why Huayu would sign people like them after all, they were already cast aside by the times and had absolutely no market value whatsoever. In the entertainment industry, there's no shortage of newcomers. Is that true? A glimmer of hope flickered in Liang Yu's otherwise dull eyes. It's true. Everyone's talking about it right now. The auditions at Huayu are in 5 days. By then, word will have spread, and there's sure to be a big turnout. We need to be ready. So many people long for a chance, and now they've finally gotten one. Xin, thank you. Xiao Xin's lips curled into a grin, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. You're my good friend. He looked around at the bridge underpass, a place that offered shelter from the rain but not from the wind. Come home with me. This isn't a good place for you to prepare. Don't turn me down just yet, let me finish. We both know this opportunity at Huayu might be our last chance to make it big in our lives. I don't want you to end up with regrets because of something unrelated to this. If you're worried about my girlfriend, there's no need, she's already gone. She's gone, Liang Yu's eyed and a hint of bitterness flashed in Xiao Xin's eyes, and a carefree smile played at the corners of his lips. She thought my pursuit was ridiculous and didn't want to wait any longer, so she left. Liang Yu didn't know how to comfort him. Having been through it himself, he understood that kind of pain. It was the sort of pain no one liked to share with others. Come on, let's go home. Liang Yu led Ji away from the underpass that had sheltered him from the wind and rain for the past half year. Underground. The house singer stepped off the stage and walked backstage, bowing his head as he took the day's pay from the owner's hand. If the audience still doesn't buy it tomorrow, you're out, got it? Ace kept his head down, saying nothing. As soon as the owner left, a figure emerged from around the corner. Ace, good news. Ace was in a low mood, his voice hoarse. What? Huayu is looking to sign a group of veteran singers. They're specifically targeting people like us who haven't gotten the recognition we deserve. Let's give it a shot. If we get picked by Huayu, we won't have to stay here and put up with this anymore. He slowly raised his downcast eyes, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his dull, lifeless black pupils. Is that really true? Could someone be spreading false rumors? In the past, they'd heard so-called good news time and time again, only to discover it was all a scam. At first, they'd been so often deceived that they didn't care anymore. Later, they gradually became numb to it. This time it's real. The interview is at Huayu's headquarters. There's no way it could be wrong. I heard that Long and his crew have already rushed to Linhai City overnight. Let's hurry over there or we'll be too late. He sat up straight, In an instant, all traces of despondency vanished from his body, and his gaze grew exceptionally determined. Let's go. Across the southern region, in major cities and every corner, countless musicians all harboring the same dreams and never ceasing to pursue them were rushing toward the same destination. Huayu's move had left the major entertainment companies in the southern region completely in the dark about their intentions. Ever since June, when Huayu's platinum composer was exposed for plagiarism, every subsequent move had been a mystery to everyone. This time was no exception. Wave after wave of older dream chasers arrived in Linhai City. The media reported on it, and the story went viral online. Everyone was puzzled, even Huayu's own employees were buzzing with speculation. As soon as November 1st arrived, Lu Xun's two songs, Can't Help But Love and That Girl Told Me, made a strong debut on the newcomer chart. Just like the previous times, they unsurprisingly secured the first and second spots. As for the third song, Offering of Love, recorded separately by Cheng Keek, it was never uploaded. After the public had their fill of the news about Lu Xun dominating the charts, their attention was drawn to another story. Huayu was set to hold auditions for a group of veteran singers. Reporters spotted many singers who had been out of the spotlight for quite some time appearing in Linhai City. On October 2, countless reporters were stationed outside Huayu's headquarters when a taxi pulled up. A man stepped out carrying a heavy musical instrument on his back. One reporter recognized the person. It's Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming was a hugely popular singer 20 years ago. His song Traveling Far and Wide took the southern region by storm, but after that hit he vanished from the public eye. A crowd of reporters rushed forward and surrounded him. Lu Yiming, do you think you'll be successfully selected by Huayu this time? Facing reporters for the first time in a long while, Lu Yiming remained calm. You'll have to ask Huayu. Just then another taxi pulled up and someone shouted, Xu Yai. The reporters who had just been surrounding Lu Yiming all rushed toward Xu Yai simply because Xu Yi had once been a top star, but had been sidelined by the company after an irreconcilable conflict. Liang Yu and Xiao Xin got off the bus and walked toward the Huayu building. Before they even reached the entrance, they saw a group of reporters surrounding a single person. Xiao Xin recognized the person standing right in the center and exclaimed in surprise, Ah you, it's Xu Yi. I didn't expect him to be here too. We're done for now. One more formidable rival meant one less chance for them. Xu Yi, the former king of pop. Whether in terms of looks, talent, or past glory, he was far beyond the reach of people like them. There'll only be more and more singers like Xu Yi, Liang Yu said, taking it in stride. Xiao Xin looked at him and grinned. Ah you, I believe in you. You can beat them. He had always believed in his best friend's abilities. But fate had played a cruel trick, or perhaps human nature was simply treacherous, which reduced the once promising musical prodigy to this sorry state. The reporters didn't pay much attention to the two men's arrival. In their eyes, digging up dirt on Xu Yi was far more valuable. 100 meters away, a frail young woman was dragging a suitcase, her face flushed and her forehead covered in sweat. It was clear she had just arrived and hadn't even had time to find a place to put her luggage. A reporter spotted her and his eyes lit up. It's Yan Shai. In a flurry, a crowd of reporters immediately abandoned Xu Yi and swarmed toward Yan. Yan Shi, did you keep your promise? As a singer with a checkered past like yours, do you really think Huayu would choose you? As the first artist to be jointly sued by her parents in the joint court, did you choose to step back from the spotlight back then just to lie low? Are you coming out now because you think everyone has forgotten about you? Is it true that you have a mental illness? One scathing question after another rained down on her, yet the tight, slender woman standing in the center remained calm. Her eyes, though weathered by life's hardships, shone with an extraordinary brightness and resolve. No comment. How could that answer possibly satisfy the reporters? You're not answering directly. Does that mean you have nothing to say? Or is it that everything the public is saying is true, leaving you unable to refute it? Does your silence mean that what your parents said back then was all true? Your former friend said you're selfish and arrogant in private. You didn't respond back then. Does that mean? She tried to push through the crowd of reporters, but how could one person possibly hold off such a ravenous pack? Huayu's security guards rushed over and blocked the reporters, finally allowing her to enter the building unhindered. Ace and Cheng Xing witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and both couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect Yan Xi to be here too. It's such a shame, Ace sighed. Chang Xing nodded in agreement. At the peak of her career, she was ruined by her parents. She could have become a diva and never imagined it would end like this. After a moment of shared sighing, the two followed her into the building. Reporters naturally noticed them as well, but since they weren't famous and offered no juicy scoops, no one paid them any attention. As soon as Chang Xing and Ace stepped into the building, the gleaming floors, the massive crystal chandeliers overhead, and the grand, imposing lobby made them feel a bit uneasy. No wonder it's one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the southern region. Look at that young lady over there, even her uniform is fancier than the most expensive outfit we're wearing. People who work at big companies, even a low-level employee, are on a whole different level from us, Chang Xing remarked as they walked, his eyes brimming with admiration. Tell me, if I get picked this time, will I be able to work here? Will I be able to dress properly? When I walk out there, I'm sure lots of girls will like me. He could almost picture himself strutting down the street in designer clothes, turning the heads of every young girl in sight. Don't even think about it. With your looks, you wouldn't even look like a crown prince if you wore an imperial robe, Z teased. Chang Xing didn't get upset. Instead, he grinned. It doesn't cost anything to dream, why not? Following the signs, the two made their way to the 5th floor. The spacious lounge was already filled with people. There were many familiar faces. Some were singers who'd once been famous, but most were singers they recognized but couldn't name, along with those who'd always remained unknown. Those who knew each other exchanged greetings and sat together, while those who didn't sit quietly alone in a corner, waiting patiently. As soon as Lu Xun arrived at the company entrance, he saw a crowd of reporters surrounding a middle-aged man for an interview. He glanced over and confirmed he didn't recognize the man. The young receptionist at the front desk beamed when she saw Lu Xun. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Good morning," Lu Xun replied with a gentle smile. The receptionist discreetly pulled out a lunchbox. "These are sweet bean buns my mom made. Try one." Faced with the young receptionist's sincere gaze, Lu Xun couldn't bring himself to refuse and accepted the box. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The receptionist kept waving at Lu Xun, her eyes following him until he turned the corner and was out of sight. He stood by the elevator door, patted his still roomy stomach, took a sweet bean bun from the bag, and ate it while waiting for the elevator. Halfway, someone appeared beside him. He turned his head and glanced over. It was the middle-aged man being interviewed outside the door. Li Jian spotted Lu Xun and, noticing the bun in his hand, furrowed his brow slightly. As the elevator doors opened, Li Jian stepped inside first. Just as Lu Xun was about to move, he heard someone inside say, "Young man, I think you should wait for the next elevator." Lu Xun glanced at the sweet red bean bun in his hand. It didn't have any smell. "It doesn't smell." He stuffed the last bite into his mouth and stepped right into the elevator. Knowing the other person was bothered by the smell, he didn't take a second one. After Lu Xun stepped inside, Li Jian immediately moved back, as if getting even a little close to him might make him catch a disease. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 5th floor and Li Jian stepped out. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a voice full of disgust drifted into Lu Xun's ears. "Humph, what a rude person." Just before the elevator doors closed, Lu Xun clearly caught the look of utter disgust in the man's eyes as he glanced back. "No manners?" Lu Xun snorted derisively. As an ancient demon who'd been around for ages, why would he need manners? On the 18th floor, Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiao had been waiting for some time. There came Lu Xun, that old curmudgeon, strolling over while munching on a sweet bean bun. "Minister, old Zhang, good morning." Lu Xun held out the bag he was holding. "Want a sweet bean bun? They're really good." Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiao were speechless. At a time like this, who could possibly have an appetite for sweet bean buns? As Lu Xun's superiors, they were aware of some of the details and were deeply worried, yet he, the one at the center of it all, seemed completely unfazed. It was truly a case of the eunuch worrying more than the emperor. "We've already eaten." Old Jiang waved his hand and pulled him aside to whisper. "President Lin said you're in charge of selecting the candidates." Lu Xun nodded. "Let's go then." Jiang Ming glanced at the time. "No rush. Let's head over in half an hour." Lu Xun sat down at his desk, pulled the unfinished script out of his drawer, and looked at the two of them. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiao were at a loss for words. The guy might as well have said, "That's it. Get out of here and don't disturb my work." In the 5th floor lounge, the moment Li Jianyi appeared, Everyone in the room froze. There was a 2-second silence before someone quickly stood up to greet him. Teacher Li. Teacher Li, it's been a long time. One by one, singers, whether familiar or unfamiliar, stood up to greet him. Li Jian smiled and waved to everyone. Please, have a seat. Xu Yi, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and offered him her seat. Teacher Li, please sit here. Li Jian smiled as he walked toward him. You must be Xu Yi. I still remember what you looked like when you first debuted. You were so green back then. I was so young back then. It's been so many years in the blink of an eye, Xu Yi said with a wistful look. The person originally sitting next to Xu Yi, seeing that the two seemed poised to sit together and chat, had no choice to get up and move to an empty seat in the back. Xiao Xin leaned over and whispered in Ai's ear, I never expected Li Jian to show up. This really opened my eyes. Li Jian was a member of a popular boy band 2 or 3 decades ago, a childhood idol for many people in the room, but the group eventually disbanded. His career took a wrong turn, gradually went into decline, and he eventually faded from the public eye. With Huayu set to sign a veteran singer this time, his appearance certainly came as a surprise to many. Lin Li, Yuan King, Jiang Ming and Luke Sun stepped out of the elevator. Staff members respectfully escorted the 4 down the hallway. Through the glass windows, those in the lounge could clearly see the figures walking down the corridor. They're here, someone whispered. The higher-ups are here. Those who had been chatting fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned toward the hallway as the 4 entered the adjacent room. The relatively peaceful atmosphere that had prevailed in the room just moments ago had now vanished completely. No one felt like chatting anymore. The mood had turned somber and tense. Soon, a staff member walked into the lounge and addressed the singers, all of whom were quite a bit older, saying, Step forward to receive your number cards. Number 1 goes on in 5 minutes. Numbers 2 and 3, get ready. Tension mounted. The singer who received number 1 took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the adjacent room. In less than 3 minutes, he emerged. Seeing his grim expression, everyone roughly understood the outcome. Number 2, go on stage. Numbers 3 and 4, get ready. Xu Yi looked at the number in her hand, was early in the lineup, so her position wasn't bad. Number 13. Xu Yi stood up and pushed open the door to the interview room. As soon as Xu Yi entered, her gaze fell on the 4 people sitting directly in front of her. 3 of them were on the older side, but a single, strikingly handsome young man stood out among them, drawing particular attention. Xu Yi couldn't help but take a closer look at Lu Sun. He stepped forward and addressed the 4. Good morning, everyone. My name is Xu Yi. I've previously... Yuan King interrupted his introduction. No need to go over what's already in your application. Let's get straight to the point. There are cards on the table, pick one and sing the song on it. Xu Yi nodded, drew a card, and found that the song on it happened to be one he was good at. This filled him with confidence, so he cleared his throat and began to sing. Yuan King's furrowed brows relaxed as he exchanged glances with Lin Li and Jiang Ming. They were all very satisfied with his performance. After finishing, Xu Yi was also pleased with his performance. He could tell that the leaders were satisfied as well, except for the teenager sitting in the corner, who remained expressionless throughout, revealing no emotion whatsoever. He's sitting on the sidelines, that means he doesn't matter. Since the other 3 are satisfied, it's practically a sure thing. Lin Li turned to Lu Sun. Little Lu, do you have any questions? I've looked at your file. Your former agency was Chengsing Media. I'm curious. Why did the company put you on ice when you were at the height of your popularity? The moment the words sidelined left his mouth, Xu Yi's expression changed. He took a deep breath, suppressed the rage welling up inside, and said with a smile, My path clashed with the company's decisions. Back then, I was young and arrogant, so naturally I refused to back down. That's why the company made an example of me. This answer seemed to say something, yet also to say nothing at all. On the surface, it appeared to be a self-criticism, yet also seemed to expose the company's ruthlessness. Yuan King and the others were quite satisfied with his answer, finding it very sincere. Back then, Xu Yi had been the youngest king of pop in history, arrogant and haughty, and his conflicts with the company had been going on for quite some time. Later, it seemed he had offended the company's top brass, so they sidelined him to make an example of him. This was a message to all the agency's artists. Even if you're a top star, you have no right to defy the company. It was precisely because of Xu Yi's case that many self-important superstars and divas reined in their tempers and dared not recklessly anymore. Lu Xun's pen lightly drew a cross on Xu Yi's resume. Yuan King, sitting next to him, saw this and was quite surprised. He planned to ask Sun for an explanation after Xu Yi left, but Lu Xun's next words left him speechless. "As far as I know, you nearly caused that girl's death by toying with your fans," Lu Xun said. His words were subtle, but the implications were profound. Toying with fans, nearly causing a death, when combined with the implication of having offended high-ranking officials, this chain of information caused Lin Li, Jiang Ming, and Yuan King's pupils to widen suddenly. Xu Yi's expression alone was enough to confirm that Lu Xun was telling the truth. Xu Yi stared at him wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was hearing. How could he know? This secret had been tightly guarded by Xingqian. Only a handful of high-ranking officials at Xingqian were aware of it. Why would he know? If he'd known her identity back then, he wouldn't have made a move on her, but there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. "You don't meet our company's standards for artists," Lu Xun said calmly. Xu Yi jumped to his feet, his furious gaze fixed intently on Lu Xun as he said in a low voice, "I've already paid the price for the mistakes I made back then. All these years have passed, isn't that punishment enough?" Lu Xun ignored his angry outburst and calmly flipped through the files of the person behind him. Yuan King spoke up next. Xu Yi's face turned ashen and he turned and walked away. As soon as the door closed, Yuan King and the other two turned to look at Lu Xun in unison. "Little Lu, how did you know?" None of them had known about this. "The daughter of a friend of my mother's happened to be one of the victims, so I know a little about it." Lu Xun had no choice but to apologize to the original host's mother. He'd have to lie to cover for her. After all, he couldn't very well tell them the truth, that he could read minds and possessed a slight ability to glimpse into others' pasts. After all, he was an old demon who had traveled through dozens of dimensions, experienced countless legends, and lived for over 10,000 years. Since coming here, aside from knowledge he'd acquired, he'd also brought back a few other minor tricks. In any case, they were all trivial little tricks.
The singers in the lounge exchanged glances when they saw Xu Yi's grim and terrifying expression. "What on earth happened in there?" Chang Xing muttered in a low voice. "I'm getting a little scared right now." A's gripped his arm. "Just do your best." Chang Xing nodded. Are Hua Yu's auditions really that terrifying? Even Xu Yi got cut. What kind of singer would they actually be satisfied with? Xiao Xin asked in a low voice. "I don't know," Liang Yu said, staring at the tightly closed door with a determined look in his eyes. No matter what path lay ahead, he would keep walking it. As one after another entered the interview room and then left, time and again. "Jin, good luck." Xiao Xin took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Less than 2 minutes later, he emerged, looking dejected as he sat down beside Liang Yu. "You, it's all up to you now." Liang Yu. Number 28. Liang Yu stood up and pushed open the door under the scrutinizing gazes of many people. Liang Yu immediately noticed Lu Xun sitting on the left. He recognized the man. He'd seen him once before in the square. "Have a seat." Liang Yu sat down, placing his hands neatly on his knees, his expression calm. "Good afternoon, leaders. My name is Liang Yu. I debuted at 16, and it's been 20 years now. I'm currently a street singer." "Is your voice back to normal? Could you sing a bit?" "Sure." Lu Xun had heard him sing before. His vocal range was exceptional, capable of handling many different styles of music, but after his vocal cord injury, his voice had a slight imperfection compared to what it used to be. Yuan King and the others exchanged glances and marked him as a grade B contestant on their list, someone they could sign or pass on. "If you became famous again and your longtime girlfriend asked to get back together, what would you do?" Lu Xun asked. They were already used to Lu Xun's random, off-the-cuff questions. Lu Xun leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the man's face. Liang Yu froze, clearly not expecting such a question. Did he have some ulterior motive? Uncertain, he finally followed his instincts and said, "I'd call the police and have them arrested." Lu Xun smiled. "Report to the company in 3 days." Liang Yu was taken aback once. Would his words even make a difference? Liang Yu could already tell that the 3 executives weren't very satisfied with his performance. Lin Li said with a smile, "Report to the company in 3 days." Now Liang Yu was finally certain he'd been selected, feeling both surprised and delighted. He really hadn't expected that the decision-maker for this open recruitment drive was that young man. "Next up is Lei Jian," Yuan King said with a smile as he flipped through the resume. "I didn't expect someone his age to show up." Lu Xun glanced at the photo on the resume, the corners of his mouth curving upward, and turned his head toward the 3 of them. "Leaders, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead." "Am I a person with no manners?" Lu Xun asked, smiling at the 3 of them. The 3 were taken aback by his sudden question. What's the matter? Who said you lack manners? Lin Li was quick to respond. Luxun pointed at Li Jian's photo. That little brat was indirectly tattling on them. He's the boss today. If you cross him, need I say more? You're out. Luxun said with a straight face. We still have to follow the proper procedures. We can't jump to conclusions just because he said something inappropriate. What if he's a promising candidate? We should still keep him. Lin Lai, Jiang Ming, Yuan King. All three rolled their eyes in unison. That little brat is sneaky. He's planning to let them give Li Jian a hard time. What's even worse is that he wants to play the good guy and isn't going to step in. This guy isn't human. The moment Li Jian walked in and his eyes fell on Luxun, the warm smile on his face froze. Why is it him? To be sitting with the top brass at such a young age, could he be the son of one of the directors? We're done for. Jiang Ming greeted him warmly. Oh my, Teacher Li, it's been ages. Xiaolin, pour Teacher Li a cup of tea. Seeing the three executives looking so affable and glancing at the young man dozing off beside them, Li Jian silently prayed that this apparent playboy wouldn't wake up. It wouldn't be too late for him to wake up after Li Jian had left. Teacher Li, are you planning to make a comeback? Yes, I can't sit still at home, so I'd like to go out and make my mark for a few more years. It's been so long since we've heard you sing, Mr. Li. Why don't you sing a couple of songs for us? No problem. Li Jian sang a song with great confidence. When he finished and saw the three of them looking less than pleased, his heart began to race. Was it that bad? Yuan King smiled and said, Mr. Li, why don't you try a song that better suits your style? Li Jian was touched they were actually willing to give him a second chance. Sure. To play it safe, Li Jian sang his song. After finishing, he saw smiles on all three of their faces. He felt happy and confident that he was on the right track. This time, Lin Li spoke up. Mr. Li, that was great, but at Huayu, we're looking for well-rounded talent. I wonder if you could try a rock song? Li Jian gritted his teeth. No problem. Oh my, I'm really looking forward to hearing Teacher Li's rock song, Yuan King said with a smile. After he finished singing, Jiang Ming said, Mr. Li, can your voice hit high notes? More singing. Li Jian's voice was already on fire from singing, and feeling a bit frustrated, he nodded, sure. After finishing a song with high notes, Lin Li spoke up again with another request. Again? Li Jian was dumbfounded. One song followed another, and when they were nearly done, she smiled and told him to go back and wait for further notice. As soon as Li Jian stepped outside, the cool breeze from the outer gate cleared his head. Oh my god, they'd played a trick on him. As soon as he left, Luxun opened his eyes and looked at the three leaders with a smile. Minister, you guys are so mean. The three of them glared at him fierce. That little brat deserves a good beating. This one's not bad, but unfortunately it's not old enough. That's a shame, too. This one won't do, the person is too impatient. One by one, the resumes were rejected, and the pile in front of them gradually dwindled. Hey, it's her. All four have noticed the latest resume. She's going to be a real headache. She's quite talented, but she's a handful. Luxun wasn't very familiar with this former star's past exploits, so he logged into StarNet to look her up and finally understood Lin Li and the others' concerns. What happened to this young woman was truly tragic. At the height of her fame, her biological parents went to the media to expose a scandal involving their daughter, ruining her reputation and destroying her career. Lin Li said, Little Lu, let's not even consider this one. Yuan King nodded in agreement. Exactly. What if we make her a star again, only for something like that to happen all over again? All our hard work would go down the drain. Let's take a look first. Luxun didn't immediately rule it out. He needed to see for himself whether this young woman was really as despicable as the media claimed. Yanxi pushed open door and entered, bowing respectfully to the four of them before giving a brief self-introduction. Lin Li and the others showed no sign of displeasure. They followed the standard procedure and had her do an audition, though they'd already marked crosses in their notebooks. It was the first time Luxun had heard her sing. Her voice took him by surprise. It was clear and pure with a powerful, penetrating quality. It was a wonderful voice, undoubtedly a gift from heaven. Lin Li and the others were naturally aware of her vocal talent, but the circumstances surrounding her left them with no choice but to pass on her. They continued to look at Luxun, who could see that beneath her calm exterior lay a heart full of anxiety. Suppose we make you a star, and your parents and relatives come hounding you again, what would you do? Luxun looked at her, his expression calm and impassive, yet his eyes seemed to see right through her. Yanxi gave a bitter smile inwardly. She seemed to have anticipated this question long ago. After all, no one wants to take on someone who's nothing but trouble. I won't back down anymore. I'll fight back head-on and not give them a chance. Though it was just a dozen or so words, it was a decision that had taken her more than a decade to make. In the past, she had placed too much importance on family ties. Time and again, she had backed down, time and again swallowing all her grievances. Yet they had become increasingly demanding, pushing her to the brink until they had completely destroyed her. Only then, when she was no longer of any use to them, did they finally let her go. She used to think it was all because of money, but now she realizes it wasn't the money at all, it was her own foolish devotion to that ridiculous family bond. Family ties were worthless to them, yet she had foolishly placed them above everything else. The end result was a body covered in scars and endless suffering. Do you think I'll be satisfied with that answer? Lu Sun asked again. Yanxi paused, thinking it over carefully. No, you won't. I'll give you one last chance. Think it over carefully, Lu Sun said. After speaking, he picked up the teacup beside him and began to sip the tea slowly. Lin Li and the others exchanged glances. Little Lu still wanted to sign her on. That 1 minute felt like an eternity. Lu Sun didn't rush her, nor did Lin Li and the others. When she looked up again, a flame burned in her eyes as dark and lustrous as obsidian. I'm going to tell everyone the truth about what happened back then. I'm going to clear my name from that time. I'm going to come back with my head held high, with a clean slate. Lu Sun's lips curled into a smile. I look forward to your rebirth. Report to the company in 3 days. Yanxi's eyes filled with tears as she bowed deeply to Lu Sun. Thank you. She wasn't foolish. She understood that if it weren't for his insistence, she might not even have been allowed to set foot here. As the door closed, Lin Li turned to Lu Sun. Little Lu, what do you think? Exactly, little Lu. What makes you think she was innocent back then? In the eyes of many, she was someone who had been abandoned by everyone. Even her own parents had said she had character flaws, that she exploited her fans, and that she abused her parents. Even if the truth behind it all wasn't quite that severe, her character still couldn't be considered very good. Many would think that if not even your close friends speak up for you, and not a single relative or friend stands by your side, there must be something wrong with you. Even if you had 100 mouths, you couldn't explain yourself clearly. Does someone who's rejected by everyone really have to be at fault? No, nothing is absolute, because human nature is truly complex. However, under Lu Sun's piercing gaze, human nature leaves nothing hidden. Lu Sun had already prepared his line, the eyes never lie. Just by looking at this, Yuan King's widened. A skilled actor, though, can lead you completely astray. Lu Sun shook his head. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, but look at what her parents have done. Not all parents deserve to be called parents. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced the body he'd possessed being abused by its parents. It wasn't as if he hadn't witnessed their insatiable greed how, once he'd achieved success and fame, they tried to leech off him. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen them bare their vicious fangs when he fought back. So he understood everything about Yanxi and could empathize with her. He felt deeply for this young woman and was willing to give her a chance at a new life. Everyone stuck in the mire longs for someone to reach out and give them a helping hand. Lu Sun was willing to be that person as long as she was trustworthy and had a clean record. Throughout his countless journeys across different realms, many had reached out to help him. Without them, he might never have made it to the end, nor become a figure revered and feared by all. He wanted to pass on the warmth he had once felt. The interview continued. You're a house singer at an underground bar, and you have extensive performance experience. The four of them sized up the man before them, an obscure nobody. Ace nodded. After he finished singing a song, Yuan King and the others remained silent, turning their gaze to Lu Sun. He was the one calling the shots today. They were merely offering advice, but it seemed their opinions carried little weight with Lu Sun. The young man acted on his own authority. Whenever he set his sights on someone, he would never heed their counsel. Your voice is very distinctive, hoarse and weathered. There aren't many songs that suit you. Lu Sun cut straight to the heart of the matter. For Ace, his voice was both his strength and his weakness. Back when the entertainment company first took notice of him, it was precisely this unique voice that caught their attention, but it was also his downfall. Not every composer could come up with songs that suited him. Of course, if the company were willing to hire a top-tier composer to tailor songs specifically for him, that would be a different story. Unfortunately, no company would invest that much in a newcomer, so his failure was inevitable. Someone who entered the entertainment industry without making a single splash has been wasting his time all this while and remains a complete failure. Report to the company in 3 days, Lu Sun said, checking off his resume. Ace froze, instinctively glancing at the other three, especially Lin Li, seated in the middle. Seeing Lin Li nod, Ace snapped out of his daze, overcome with excitement and flustered. Thank you. Ace bowed deeply to the four of them and left, brimming with excitement. His voice is very unique, a rarity in the music industry. It won't be easy to make him a star, Yuan King said with a smile. He didn't quite understand Lu Sun, and he understood Lin Li even less. Lin Li placed extraordinary trust in this up-and-coming prodigy, practically letting him do whatever he pleased. None of the subsequent interviewees sparked a desire in Lu Sun to sign them. Even if they had, they didn't meet the requirements. After a full day, the auditions finally came to an end. Finally over, Lu Sun stretched. Yuan King narrowed his eyes and grinned mischievously. Little Lu, it's still early. There's a whole stack left. The ones in your hand are just today's. What? Seeing Lu Sun's expression, the three of them burst out laughing one after another. The interviews took a full 3 days to wrap up, but in the end he didn't find anyone who impressed him more than the first 3 candidates. 3 people were more than enough for him. 3 days later, Liang Yu, Yanxi, and Ace arrived at Huayu Entertainment at the same time. They attracted quite a bit of attention along the way, and staff members escorted them to the conference room on the 18th floor. After greeting one another, the three waited quietly. The conference room door opened, and a tall, slender figure stepped inside. A handsome young man caught the trio's eyes. It was him. Luke Sun took the seat of honor and looked at the trio. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Luke Sun, and I'm a composer. I'll be in full charge of the three of you. Luke, how could they possibly be unfamiliar with that name? Huayu's rising prodigy composer, his very appearance had sent shockwaves through the southern region's music scene. Every one of his songs became a massive hit, and he had launched the careers of one new singer after another. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it was clear they'd all heard of him. Luke Sun took 3 sets of sheet music and demo tracks out of his bag and handed them to each of the 3. These are new songs tailor-made for the unique characteristics of your voices. The 3 were speechless with surprise. Had they not known they'd just been selected in the auditions, they would have almost thought he'd prepared this in advance. In just 3 short days, he had crafted a song tailored specifically for each of them, an efficiency that was truly astonishing. The trio couldn't help but worry a little about the quality of the songs, but as they put on their earbuds and listened to the melodies while reading the lyrics in front of them, their eyes gradually lit up. He truly was a genius composer. Yan Shi looked at the lyrics while listening to the melody. Her eyes gradually welled up with tears, and the look she gave Luke Sun was filled with gratitude and excitement. Teacher really understands her. Az and Liang Yu both felt their hearts surge with emotion. Happiness had come so suddenly. You've all been in the music business for quite some time, so I won't go into too much detail. Liang Yu and Az, you two can start by getting familiar with the song. As for Yan Shi, take care of the trouble you're facing first, then we'll record the song. Yan Shi nodded. Teacher Lu, I'll go find a reporter right away. No need to go to all that trouble. I already have a plan. You just need to cooperate with filming a music video. He had already written the script for the music video. He did this kind of thing often and was well versed in it. Luke Sun approached Yuan King and explained his purpose. What kind of actor are you looking for? Just someone with good acting skills, no other requirements. Sure, Yuan King nodded decisively. While you're at it, help me find a head of production, someone reliable. Yuan King smiled and said, what a coincidence, my junior just quit his job at Yunsan and has joined our company. He's managed several major projects. I'll lend him to you for now. He quickly summoned the man. In less than 10 minutes, a lively young man appeared. He glanced at Luke Sun, then greeted Yuan King, senior brother. Zhou Xing, let me introduce you. This is Luke Sun, the genius composer from Huayu. He's shooting a music video, go over and help him out. Zhou Xing enthusiastically held out both hands. Mr. Lu, I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you. They shook hands and politely parted ways. Zhou Xing was put in charge of all the logistics, the filming location, equipment, extras, and so on, while Luke Sun took a hands-off approach. By the time Zhou Xing had the crew organized, Luke Sun arrived at the filming location with Yan Ji. Mr. Lu, everything's ready. I wonder who our director is? Me, Luke Sun said, pointing at himself. Zhou Xing froze for a moment, then laughed and said, Teacher Lu, you really love to joke around. Our director is so mysterious, surely it's not some big-name director. Luke Sun placed a hand on Zhao Xing's shoulder and said cheerfully, don't worry. I've watched others film before, so I know how it's done. A music video is very simple. Zhao Xing. Teacher Lu, I know quite a few directors. Why don't I ask one of them to come over? Zhao Xing said earnestly. Xiao Zhu, you don't trust me. Not at all. Luke Sun patted his shoulder. I'll go talk to the actors. Once the first scene is set up, we'll start filming in 15 minutes. Seeing that he was insistent, Zhao Xing didn't say anything else. Once he hit a snag, he'd realized that shooting a good music video isn't like making a short video. You can't just point your phone and start filming. After Luke Sun spoke with the actors, they all understood and took their respective positions. He began examining Blue Star's high-tech monitors to get familiar with them. The crew on set had all heard the news. Luke Sun, a composer, was going to direct them in shooting the music video, a fact that left everyone speechless. Oh my god, these days anyone and everyone thinks they can be a director. I know he's a great composer, but surely he doesn't think that being a director just means sitting behind the monitor and taking a quick look now and then, someone quipped under their breath. Isn't this just a complete waste of manpower and resources? Doesn't the company have any say in this? Pieft, who dare say anything? Let me let you in on a secret. That guy is President Hua's son, the Crown Prince of Huayu. The Crown Prince? Is that for real? The people around him were stunned, and their glances drifted subtly toward Lu Sun. Oh my god, that fair-skinned, delicate-looking kid is actually the Crown Prince? It's absolutely true, the informant swore, pounding his chest emphatically. But doesn't his last name start with Lu? How did he end up being Chairman Hua's son? He's living under an assumed name, get it? If he used his real name, everyone would know. The people around him nodded in unison, their expressions suggesting they just uncovered a massive secret. Luke Sun felt the probing, suspicious, and scrutinizing glances coming at him from all directions. He took it all in stride. As for explaining anything, it was completely unnecessary. Instead of saying more, he'd let his actions speak for themselves. He was a pro at shooting music videos. After familiarizing himself with the high-tech monitors, Luke Sun addressed the actors on set. Let's do a test take first to get a feel for it. Everyone, take your positions. Action. Lu Sun watched the lead actor on the monitor, furrowed his brow slightly, and gave the command. Tilt the lights slightly to the left. Camera 2, zoom in. Camera 3, what are you standing there for? Keep up. Cut. At his command, everyone stopped. Lu Sun pointed at a prop on set. Moved that thing out of the way, didn't you notice it's blocking camera 3? Also, take that flower pot away and replace it with a wilted one. And who put that coffee there? As Lu Sun issued one command after another, every crew member on set sprang into action. Zhou, standing nearby, wanted to say something, but faced with Lu Sun's overwhelming presence, he silently kept his mouth shut. So be it if he's just giving random orders. Once the footage is edited and the results are poor, he'll realize just how wildly off the mark he was. After taking a phone call, Zhou Xing headed straight out to handle other matters. Let him have his fun over here. When things go south, they'll definitely come looking for him. Like a parent who indulges a mischievous child, he walked away without a care in the world. Click! Your pain is too superficial. You need to let it come from the inside out. You have to make people feel it. Got it? One more take. Yan sat to the side, watching the refined young man. He looked so young, yet the moment he took his seat in the director's chair, he was a completely different person. The entire crew was completely cowed by the aura he exuded. No one dared to resist, and they were as obedient as could be. She sensed something extraordinary about him. This was a young man with a story. Zhou Xing returned from outside and saw that filming was still underway. He strolled leisurely over and sat down beside Lu Sun. As his gaze fell on the monitor screen, his eyes widened instantly. "Omad! That composition." Zhou Xing covered his mouth, silently swallowing the words that were about to spill out, and sat quietly beside him, watching how he filmed, how skillfully he coordinated the camera angles, lighting, and the actors. That skill, that technique, don't even try to tell me he's a beginner. You could kill him and he still wouldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, he'd looked completely clueless while asking for advice on how to use the equipment. He must have done it on purpose, deliberately making everyone think he didn't know what he was doing. As for his motive, it was just to show off in front of them. That's definitely it. Shooting a music video, it's not exactly simple, but it's not that complicated either. It all comes down to the director's skill and the kind of visual texture they're going for. The original plan was to shoot for 2 days, but under Lu Sun's highly efficient direction, they wrapped it up in just 1 day. Yanzi, her eyes red, walked up to Lu Sun and bowed deeply to him. "Teacher Lu, thank you." The crew members around them were more or less aware of Yan Shi's past, and they all understood what today's shoot was about. Everyone kept it to themselves, but the looks they cast at Yan Shi carried a hint of pity and concern. "If you want to thank me, be mentally prepared and don't let me down." Lu Sun addressed the entire crew. "I'll treat everyone to a big dinner tonight. Zhou, you make the arrangements. You've worked hard on this. I'm heading out now." Watching the man wave goodbye without a trace of hesitation, Zhou Xing felt a mix of emotions. The man had left such a profound impression on him today that he almost forgot this guy wasn't a director, he was a composer. Zhou Xing had worked on numerous film sets and witnessed the directing styles of many big-name directors, but Lu Sun, an amateur at that, was in no way inferior to them. Damn it, this world is a bit surreal. If someone had told him Lu Sun was a director, he wouldn't have doubted it for a second. But this guy was actually a composer. The final box office for The Gift of Room No. Settled at 4.3 billion, surpassing A Father's Love is Like a Mountain by 1.8 billion and putting Huayu film and television firmly in the spotlight. Meanwhile, that little-known screenwriter, Mo Yan, quietly caught the attention of many. Although The Gift of Room No was a success, the other 2 films he'd invested in were both flops, so the burden on Shen Jing's shoulders was by no means light. President Shen, screenwriter Lin's script has already been snapped up by Yunsi. "Them again," Shen Jing grumbled. "Yunsi can't stand it, they're trying to redeem themselves. How much did they offer?" "Double what we offered." "Wow. They're really going all out," Shen Jing said, laughing through gritted teeth. Lin Dong's script was a culmination of 5 years of hard work. As a top-tier screenwriter, his scripts were always in high demand, and the prices were sky-high. To secure Lin Dong's script, Huayu had already offered as much as 15 million, the highest price in the southern region's industry, but he never expected Yunsi to outbid them so aggressively, snapping it up for 30 million outright. The internal phone rang, and the voice of his special assistant came through the receiver. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Lu Sun is here." "Let him in." Shen Jing waved to his assistant, who turned and left, passing Lu Sun on the way out. "Lu, did Mo Yan send you here?" Shen Jing instinctively glanced at the bag in Lu Sun's hand. "Yes, this is the new screenplay he wrote." Lu Sun took the script out of the bag and handed it to Shen Jing. Upon seeing the title on the cover, "I Am Not the Drug God," Shen Jing wondered what kind of movie this was. Puzzled, Shen Jing opened it and began reading intently, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Noticing old Shen's expression, Lu Sun asked, "Is there a problem?" "The script's fine, it's just a little unbelievable," Shen Jing said, his words carrying an unspoken meaning. "Have you seen anything like this before?" Lu Sun cut straight to the point. Shen Jing was surprised. Wow, he'd been figured out right away. Yes, Lin Dong just wrote a script. It's about saving lives and healing the wounded, a script full of positive social messages. Lin Dong, who was that? I don't know him. Luke Sun nodded calmly. Oh. I'm afraid Mo Yan's script might not quite measure up to his. Why don't you suggest that Mo Yan switch to a different theme? Shen Jing proposed. Luke Sun didn't budge. President Shen, take a look at the script first. All right, I'll take a look first. After leaving the script behind, Luke Sun walked out immediately. As for his final decision, that would depend on Shen Jing's judgment. If Shen Jing decided not to go ahead with it, Luke Sun would simply have to switch to a different theme. He had plenty of scripts in mind, so it wouldn't be a problem. Without dwelling on such trivial matters, Luke Sun headed straight to the recording studio to check on the trio's individual progress. As their first song since returning to the stage, it had to wow everyone. Inside the recording studio, Luke Sun said calmly, "No, let's start over." Ace nodded. They'd already gone back and forth on this one passage dozens of times, yet it still hadn't met Luke Sun's standards, causing Ace to start doubting his own abilities. Stop. The starting pitch is too high. Let's start over. Ace took a deep breath and began again. This time, Luke Sun didn't call cut, but when he reached the verse, he was stopped once more. Same old problem. You still haven't adjusted to it. Luke Sun took off his headphones. Take a 10-minute break, then we'll record again. Ace nodded and walked out of the room. Suddenly, he bent down toward Luke Sun and apologized. Teacher Lu, I'm sorry, I've let you down. Ace knew a bit about how things were going for Yanxi and Liang Yu. Both of them were doing better than he. Teacher Lu must be very disappointed in him right now. He was afraid that he would squander this hard-won opportunity simply because he wasn't up to the task. Luke Sun's calm, unruffled eyes fixed on him. Those unremarkable eyes seemed to see right through his heart. You're different from them, you don't need to compare yourself to them. Of the three signed this time, he had the weakest foundation. He'd never had any systematic training, so naturally he couldn't be compared to Yanxi and Liang Yu. Out of so many people, I chose you. There must be a reason. Don't put yourself down. Getting impatient isn't a good thing. Looking at the young man before him, Ace felt a warm glow in his heart. Though he was clearly younger than himself, Ace found himself instinctively becoming cautious and careful whenever he was with him. He was so young and inexperienced, yet Ace often forgot his age and treated him like a strict mentor, especially at work, when that feeling was even stronger. He wasn't sure why that was the case. Perhaps it was the calm composure about him, as if nothing could make him so much as furrow his brow. This composure, this ability to remain unshaken even as a mountain crumbled before him, earned his sincere admiration. At 10 p.m., Ace stepped out of the recording studio and happened to run into Liang Yu, who was coming out of the room next door. The two exchanged a glance. "You're still here?" they asked in unison. Just then, the door across the hall opened and Yanxi stepped out, looking at the two of them in surprise. Seeing this scene, the three of them understood immediately. So they too were working this hard. He wasn't the only one working this hard. The weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted when he saw the two of them. As Teacher Lu had said, one must not belittle oneself. "I'm gonna grab a late-night snack. What about you guys?" "I'm going back to rest," said Yanxi. "I'm going back to rest too," said Liang Yu. At the door, the three parted ways. Liang Yu turned around. "Get some rest early. Take care of your voice." Ace nodded. The three had no connection to begin with, but because of one person, this would mark the beginning of a legend. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Even though Huayu Luke Sun and Liang Yu kept a low profile, they still couldn't fend off the ever-present media paparazzi. The sudden search for a has-been singer had already attracted quite a bit of attention. Now, upon hearing that the trio was about to release a new song and that the composer was Huayu's rising prodigy, Luke Sun, once these two pieces of information were out, many things would come to light. Although no one had ever used that shortcut to earn points, that didn't mean everyone was unaware of it. The all-powerful media exposed it immediately. Shocking, Luke Sun has actually gone completely mad. Using has-been singers to storm the music charts, has he lost his mind, or has he really lost his mind? Luke Sun's ambition is actually... Although the media headlines were exaggerated, the content they revealed truly set the onlookers abuzz, immediately causing quite a stir online. Whoa, if it weren't for this Luke Sun scandal, I wouldn't even have known there was such an entry on the music chart. Is Huayu getting too big for its britches, or is Luke Sun just out of his mind? It's not that I look down on Luke Sun, but this guy is just too arrogant. The Wind and Cloud chart isn't the rookie chart. Does he really think they're the same? Just because he dominated the rookie chart, does he really think he can do the same on the Wind and Cloud chart? Exactly. Even platinum-level composers have to team up with top male and female superstars just to make the chart. He's just a newcomer using a has-been singer, and he thinks he can compete for the top spots. Who gave him the nerve? He's really overestimating himself. I actually used to like Luke Sun, but after this incident, I realized he's a bit impatient, to put it bluntly. He's arrogant and conceited. I've gone from fan to hater. He fan turned hater plus nay6. I've never liked Luke Sun. I always thought this kid was a bit arrogant, but back then he was so popular that I didn't dare say anything. Now he's finally shown his true colors. I'm so glad you guys won't be fooled by someone like him anymore. A newcomer teaming up with some has-been who's been out of the spotlight for who knows how many centuries. trying to compare himself to a top-tier pop star. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey or something? A deluge of insults poured in, growing more intense by the minute. This outcome was something neither Lin Li nor his team had anticipated, nor had any of the major agencies. Lin Li and her team hadn't anticipated such a massive reaction from netizens, with everyone writing them off. As for the major agencies, they never expected Hu Entertainment to pull a move like this. It came as a genuine shock. Tianxiang Media. Wu Tong shut down his tablet, swiveled his chair to face Liang Guang, and asked, "What do you think of this?" Liang Guang raised his eyebrows, a clear sign he was in a good mood, and uttered 4 words. They brought this humiliation upon themselves. Wu Tong frowned, "Not necessarily." Liang Guang raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Wu Tong used to be exceptionally arrogant, but ever since being dealt a blow by Lu Sun, he'd changed completely. His arrogance had vanished. Whenever the topic of Lu Sun came up, he was always very cautious. Lu Sun isn't a reckless person, he must be confident, Wu Tong said thoughtfully. Liang Guang pressed his hand to his forehead. Wu Tong, he's trying to make it onto the Wind and Cloud rankings. The Wind and Cloud rankings. Get real. If it were the Rising Stars rankings, I'd have absolute faith in his abilities, but this is the Wind and Cloud rankings. Even you, working with Lin Shuang, couldn't make it into the top. His voice suddenly trailed off, and he let out a couple of dry laughs. To everyone's surprise, Wu Tong didn't get angry. Instead, he said calmly, "I am me and he is him. I'll admit he's just a tiny bit better than you, but that tiny bit has been worn away by the singers he's collaborated with. So this time, he's definitely going to take a hard fall. Believe it or not, want to make a bet?" "What's the bet?" "If he fails, you promise to release a song within 2 months. If I lose, I'll wash your underwear for half a year." "Deal." Liang Guangle was over the moon, as if he'd hit the jackpot. A burst of hearty laughter rang out from a luxury mansion in Jiangnan City. "Ha ha ha, Luke Sun, you're asking for trouble. Let's see how you're going to die this time. You son of a witch, Luke Sun. You thought you'd damn me in the ass. Now just wait to get your ass damned by those big shots. Ha 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 ha." Fu Qingyang, who was exceptionally petty, was overjoyed to see Luke Sun heading straight for his doom. He was as gleeful as a spoiled rich kid, excitedly shouting out the window. "Bring this young master 2 bottles of fine wine. I'm going to celebrate properly." "Damn you, Luke Sun. I can't wait to see how you die." Fu Qingyang stood on the bed, gleefully swaying his hips and humming a tune. He was practically ready to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Another young master, Zhao Xuan, felt just as elated as Fu Qingyang at that moment, but he was more restrained and didn't let loose like Fu Qingyang did. Everyone who had ever been tormented by Lu Sun was overjoyed at the sight. As for the new singers and songwriters who had no personal grudge against him, they were equally delighted. They were happy that this Demon King was finally gone, and that their time to shine had finally come. In short, the spectacle Lu Sun had caused brought joy to many in the industry. Some were happy while others disapproved. That same evening, veteran platinum-selling composer Jiao Xiao did a Weibo on his personal social media account directly targeting Luke Sun. "Jiao Xiao V, it's good to be young and ambitious, but blind arrogance is not a good thing. One must keep both feet on the ground. Seeking attention just to shock the crowd will only lead to humiliation in the end. The music chart isn't something just anyone can make it onto." As soon as Jiao Xiao's post went live, it immediately drew countless likes, with users flooding the comments section to cheer him on, praising his sharp retort and agreeing with his point. Posted at just the right moment, Jiao Xiao's post easily shot up the trending list. As reposts, likes, and comments exploded, the momentum became unstoppable, propelling it straight to the top spot. Others who saw it were green with envy. Numerous media outlets and veteran composers spoke out, each one more scathing than the last. They were practically dragging Lu Sun through the mud in public. "That's outrageous, utterly outrageous. How can these people speak of Teacher Lu like that? Teacher Lu clearly isn't that kind of person. This really makes me so angry." Several staff members outside the recording studio were so furious they nearly slammed their fists on the table. When they saw Lu Sun, they all fell silent, looking at him with concern. "Mr. Lu, don't listen to what those people are saying online. We all believe in you, you've got this," the staff members reassured him. "They're just jealous of you," another staff member chimed in, coming up with a flimsy excuse. "Who exactly has been speaking out?" Luke Sun reached out. The staff member hesitated before opening the page. Looking at the flood of abuse online, Luke Sun remained calm, completely unfazed, and continued browsing with composure. Upon seeing the blog posts by veteran composers like Jiao Xiao, he actually broke into a smile.
Seeing this, the staff member flew a rage. "Mr. Lu, don't pay any attention to these people. They're just trying to ride the wave of your popularity." Exactly. These people have no real popularity to speak of. They haven't released any standout new songs in the past 2 years. Now they're suddenly popping up. Their motives are despicable. Yangshi, Liang Yu, and Ace stood outside the lounge door, listening to the staff members comforting Lu Sun. All 3 wore solemn expressions, a fiery determination burning in their eyes. Only after the incident came to light did they realize that the burden they carried was not even 1/10,000th of what Lu Sun was bearing. He was under immense pressure to propel the three of them to the top, and the only thing they could do was sing their hearts out and live up to Lu Sun's expectations. They couldn't let him down, they had to sing even better. Without a word, the three returned to the recording studio. The four of them didn't exchange a single word. They simply went about their usual routines. Yet the three of them displayed a fierce determination, pushing their standards for the song to an almost unbearable level. That take was great. Liang Yu said with a smile, "Teacher Lu, I don't think it's good enough yet. We can sing it even better." Lu Sun sighed. These three little rascals really are impossible to dislike. At 7:15 p.m., Lu Sun said to the three of them, "That's it for today. Go home. Don't stay up too late." "I want to practice for another hour," said A's. Since he wasn't as good as the other two to begin with, he naturally had to work twice as hard to keep up and not hold Teacher Lu back. Lu Sun looked at the three of them with a hint of exasperation. "Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. It's just the wind and cloud chart. If they can make it, why can't we? Is it just because I'm a newcomer and you're has-beens?" Haha, nothing like that exists in this world. Just because they can't make it doesn't mean everyone else can't. So, Lu Sun stepped forward and gently patted A's on the shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Relax. Even if we fail this time, what's there to fear? Someone who's already died once has nothing left to fear." "No, Teacher Lu, we absolutely have to win." Liang Yu shook her head, her tone solemn. Lu Sun looked at the other two. Yanshai and A's both nodded just as firmly. There really is no dealing with these little rascals. "All right, we'll definitely push through. But you must take good care of your voices. If you strain your voices, you won't stand a chance." "Don't we still have over a month left?" Yanshai said with a smile. "Even if their voices were to give out temporarily, it wouldn't affect the competition next January." "Who told you we still have over a month?" Lu Sun's mischievous streak kicked in. "Huh?" All three looked completely bewildered. "Aren't the new releases coming out in January?" Lu Sun shook his head. "We have less than 7 days left." Their expressions changed instantly. Their eyes widened like copper bells as they stared at him in disbelief. "Teacher Lu, Teacher Lu, Teacher Lu, are you planning to release the song next month?" After asking, A's couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Sun. The three were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. Lu Sun was quite pleased with their reaction. Liang Yu couldn't help but whisper a reminder. "Teacher Lu, next month is December." December, that's the Battle of the Gods. The fighting would be the fiercest of the entire year, no question about it. Many top-tier platinum-level artists are hesitant to release new songs at this time, for fear of coming up empty-handed and damaging their reputation. Only songwriters with enough confidence in themselves dare to take the plunge. I know. He was determined to release it in December, because that's when chart boosting is most cost-effective. The points are higher than in other months. It would be a shame not to take advantage of it. The three of them fell silent. They thought it was crazy enough that Lu Sun had taken the three of them to the Fengyan chart to compete for a spot in the top 20, but they never expected him to actually join the God of Gods. This was enough to make them feel a little uneasy. Lu Sun looked amused at the three of them, their faces etched with a solemn, "What am I supposed to do?" expression, and said with a smile, "Scared already?" Could they possibly admit they were scared? That was exactly what all three were thinking. If Yan Shi were at the height of her fame, if Liang Yu were at the height of his fame, they naturally wouldn't be afraid, but they weren't. They'd long since lost their popularity and couldn't offer Lu Sun any support. They weren't even as good as many newcomers. Although they were secretly gritting their teeth, determined to fight for a spot on the charts, they really didn't have the confidence to do so in December. "I'm not afraid," Liang Yu said, sounding a bit nervous. "Do you know why I chose December instead of January?" The three shook their heads. Could there be some deeper meaning behind this? In December, even if we lose, it'll be understandable, don't you think? The three of them suddenly understood, not doubting this explanation for a moment. I get it. Not only that, but we can also use this opportunity to gain a following. By the time January rolls around, we'll have a fan base, and our chances of making it into the top 20 will be even better then, Liang Yu explained, revealing the deeper meaning behind the decision. Yan Xi and A's looked at Lu Sun with admiration and awe. Lu Sun really wanted to tell them, "Guys, you're overthinking this." He'd only said that to keep the pressure off them. Sometimes more pressure doesn't necessarily lead to better results. So, rest when you need to rest, and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. No one is allowed to work overtime today. Everyone go home and get some rest. The three of them immediately felt much more relaxed. To the outside world, in the subconscious minds of everyone, whether they knew him or not, Lu Xun was aiming for the January music charts. Of course, a small minority secretly speculated that he might release a new song in December, but this theory wasn't widely accepted. Wu Zhen, a music critic, had been overjoyed ever since Lu Xun's incident, and had already posted numerous diss tracks against him. Surprisingly, in this latest post, he didn't call on Lu Xun to eat damn on a live stream again. This was largely thanks to Lu Xun's own self-destructive tendencies, which had led many to simply forget about the incident. Wu Zhen saw a glimmer of hope and was ready to regroup, launch another attack, and rack up some more views, specifically addressing a certain netizen's speculation. Wu Zhen's Weibo. Someone said Lu Xun would release a new song in December. I almost died laughing. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't choose to release a new song in December. If he really dares to do it, I'll eat my keyboard live on stream. Old Wu, don't get too carried away. Be careful not to go too far. Oh my, you didn't even follow through on eating poop during your last livestream, and now you're talking about eating a keyboard. Your tastes sure change fast, but old Wu probably won't have a chance to eat a keyboard this time. Ahaha, here we go again. Whether he sensed Wu Zhen's call or not, Lu Xun just happened to come across this blog post on Duan Now. He casually scrolled through his homepage, saw the part about eating poop on live stream, and a smirk spread across his lips as a sense of dark humor welled up inside him. Lu Xun logged into his social media account, which he hadn't touched in ages. Lu Xun V, I'm pretty curious about how you're supposed to eat a keyboard pan-fried, deep-fried, boil raw, at Wu Zhen Viada. After pulling that stunt, Lu Xun didn't log off. Instead, he kept posting. This time he reached out to some veteran composers. They'd already gained a wave of buzz thanks to him. Now he was taking it back from them, a mutually beneficial win-win situation. How wonderful. He figured they'd surely be grateful to him. Lu Xun posted the message with a sly grin. Lu Xun V, you're not a true youth if you don't act a little wild. Seniors, you might not understand, but I do. See you in December. At Jiao Xiao V at 22 at Jiangxiang at Zhao Jianwen. At midnight on November 28, as soon as Lu's two posts went live, they sent shockwaves through the southern entertainment circle. Netizens were stunned, almost doubting their own eyes. The media went wild, their adrenaline surging as they pulled all-nighters to cover the story. The composers who were still awake were left speechless. Some gave him a thumbs up, some wore expressions of scorn, and others sat back to watch the show unfold. Lin Li, who had been fast asleep, was roused by a barrage of incoming calls. Frowning, she picked up her phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Who is this? He asked in a low voice. Hello, Ms. Lin. This is Mei Mei, a reporter from Lin Hai Entertainment's Big Scoop. I'd like to ask, regarding Lu Xun's participation in the Battle of the Gods this December, was that arranged by your company, or was it Lu Xun's own decision? What? Battle of the Gods? Lin Li was so startled that all traces of sleep vanished. Despite his shock, Lin Li didn't let on in front of the media, no comment. After hanging up, just as he was about to call Lu Xun to ask what was going on, another unknown number came in. Without a second thought, he hung up. That little rascal Lu Xun, what on earth is he up to? Has he lost his mind, daring to enter the Battle of the Gods? Lin Li found Lu Xun's number and was just about to dial it when another call came in. He was about to hang up, but when he saw the name that popped up, his hand trembled, and the phone nearly fell to the ground. Holy crap, he almost hung up on the legendary Tang Ning. Tang Ning, the top composer in the southern region, is the cornerstone of Huayu Entertainment. Due to his age, he rarely writes songs these days, releasing a new track only once every 2 or 3 years. This is a common trait among many legendary artists. They don't release songs lightly, but every track that does see the light of day is meticulously polished. Master Tang, President Lin greeted him respectfully. Old Lin, I just heard some news from a friend. Are you planning to have that youngster Lu Xun participate in next month's Battle of the Gods? Is that true? Tang Ning asked. Although he rarely releases songs these days, he still hears rumors about certain people and events within the company. He holds high hopes for this young man. Lu Xun is a promising talent. He didn't want to see some foolish decision by the company ruin such a promising young talent. Lin Li picked up on the accusatory undertone in his voice and felt a bitter frustration he couldn't express. The situation is a bit complicated, it's hard to explain in a few words, but I promise you, we absolutely won't do anything reckless. Tang Ning said earnestly, I understand the burden you're carrying. I have a new song here. Have someone come pick it up early next year. Lu Sun is a promising talent. Lin Li's heart leapt with joy, but before that joy had even lasted 2 seconds, hearing that final remark left him with a mix of emotion. The old master was still very protective of the younger generation, even though he didn't know Lu Sun personally and had never met him. The more respected and esteemed a person is, the more they cherish talent. After hanging up on old man Tang Ning, Lin Li immediately turned off her cell phone and tried to reach Lu Sun on the home landline, only to find that the little brat had turned his phone off. That troublemaking brat, does he even realize what a huge mess he's stirred up? He's practically about to bring the entire southern entertainment industry crashing down. The commotion that night was merely the calm before the storm, but when the next day dawned and crowds of people woke up to see the latest news, that was when the real upheaval began. When Lu Sun, high profile, announced his participation in the Battle of the Gods this December, the outcome had already been sealed. The entire internet was in an uproar. Even people who don't follow the entertainment industry knew about it. The shock among netizens was secondary. Those in the music and entertainment industries were the most stunned, each convinced that either Lu Sun had gone mad or Huayu had lost its mind. Tianxiang Mi pieffed. Liang Guang spit out the milk he was drinking, his eyes wide with shock. His voice rose to a shrill pitch as he exclaimed, That's impossible. Have they lost their minds? Challenging the Battle of the Gods in December. Liang Guang deliberately checked Lu Sun's social media account to make sure it wasn't a photoshopped hoax by some unscrupulous media outlet, then let out a series of maniacal laughs. When Wu Tong came out, Liang Guang asked, Did you see the news? Wu Tong nodded. Looks like I've got this bet in the bag. There's no way he'll succeed. Liang Guang was confident of victory. Wu Tong walked up to him, his face betraying a look of disgust as he glanced at the milk stains left on the table. Whether he succeeds or not, I admire him. At the very least, I don't have his guts. With that, he picked up his breakfast and headed into the studio. Liang Guang called out after Wu Tong's retreating back, That's not guts, it's stupidity. That was definitely the most foolish decision. Is he overconfident? Maybe there was a slim chance before, but now it's absolutely impossible. Huayu has made a terrible. If Lu Sun shocked netizens across the internet in December, then Wu Zhen, whom Lu Sun had specifically looked out for, had an immediate reaction of anger upon seeing Lu Sun's mention. That guy definitely has no class whatsoever. His second reaction, however, was sheer elation. He hit the jackpot, Ha ha ha, Lu Sun is basically handing me traffic and attention on a silver platter. Wu Zhenxing eagerly logged into Starnet, ready to make a big splash, but the moment he accessed his social media account, his device froze. Whoa, what's going on? A few seconds later, the device returned to normal. His comments section and private messages were completely flooded. As he eagerly scrolled through the comments, his face twisted in disgust. Wu Zhen, how are you planning to eat the keyboard? Boiled or raw? Old Wu, Lu Sun is asking how you eat a keyboard. Hurry up and show him. To be honest, I'm curious too. When you eat the keyboard, don't forget to eat a piece of damn along with it. Old Wu's planning to pair his keyboard with some damn that's gotta taste great. Double the fun. Hey, a keyboard mixed with damn, a heavenly delicacy. A pan-fried keyboard with damn, it's worth trying. Keyboard with a touch of xiang, double the fun. Just how mean do these people have to be to come up with the idea of pairing a keyboard with damn? No matter how cruel it sounds, the onlookers are having a blast, lining up one after another and chanting all sorts of colorful, pungent slogans. Wu Zhen was so furious his face turned green. Lu Sun, I will never coexist with you. If Lu Sun's retort sent Wu Zhen into a rage, then Jiao Xiao and the other composers were so flabbergasted they burst out laughing. They truly never expected a rookie composer to dare act so brazenly. Showing no respect for his elders, he was nothing short of a disgrace to the composing world. Master, please don't be angry. A rookie like him, fresh out of the gate and having never hit rock bottom yet, is naturally full of himself. Once he takes a fall, he'll realize there are always those more talented than him, Wu Ren consoled him. As it happens, I have a song on hand. In January, I'll step in for you to teach him a lesson. When Jiao Xiao heard his apprentice's final remark, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. It's about time he learned his lesson. We elders can't always intervene, but you younger ones can have a good talk with him. That afternoon, Wu Ren took the initiative to tag Lu Sun. With all this buzz, why not ride the wave? He could legitimately ride on the other guy's coattails while also pleasing his teacher, killing two birds with one stone. As for whether he could beat Lu Sun, that wasn't even on his radar. Back in the day, Wu Ren had also been the undisputed king of the Rising Stars chart and a composer who'd won the Rookie of the Year award. Wu Ren V, what a great saying. If you're not a little reckless in your youth, you've wasted your youth. That really gets my blood pumping. Today I'm going to be a little reckless too. Composer Lu, do you dare to challenge me in January? At Lu Sun V. Wu Ren, who had previously been flying under the radar, immediately attracted wave after wave of onlookers as soon as he posted this. Support, support. I'm getting more and more excited. December, needless to say, the outcome was a foregone conclusion, but January is going to be a real showstopper. I can't wait. Our composer Wu is standing up for teacher Jiao Xiao here. Oh, I support teacher Wu. Take down that cocky kid and teach him a lesson. January was supposed to be a quiet month, but now there's something exciting to look forward to. I can't wait. I wish January would come right away. Wu Ren watched his fan count keep rising, while the occasional snide remark in the comments section was simply ignored. Sure enough, riding the wave of popularity feels great. Wu Ren's post immediately set off a chain reaction. Several of the composer's apprentices who had previously dissed Lu Sun came forward one after another, challenging Lu Sun to a showdown. The media, netizens, and everyone else following the story were all glued to Lu Sun's social media accounts, waiting to see how he would respond, whether he'd accept the challenge or dodge it. At that moment, Lu Sun was surrounded by a crowd, all of them glaring at him with hostility. Little Lu, what exactly are you thinking? Zhang Xiao spoke up first. What was he thinking? Wasn't it just to boost his score? December's points are higher, Lu Sun admitted honestly. Zhang Xiao and the others were speechless. Jiang Ming resisted the urge to put his hand to his forehead. But that's December, the venue for the Battle of the Gods. Do you realize that? I know. It's precisely because it's the Battle of the Gods that the points will be higher than usual. I've done some serious research on that, Lu Sun said confidently. Jiang Ming almost wanted to smack that brat silly. Was he playing dumb, or did he genuinely not understand what they meant? Lin Li sighed. Things had come to this. There was no point in saying anything more. With a sincere expression, he said, Little Lu, next time you make a decision like this, give us a heads up beforehand so we can be mentally prepared. He really couldn't stand these surprise attacks every time. If he'd given them advance notice, they would have had a chance to stop him from doing something like this. That way, the outside world, everyone wouldn't assume it was their decision. He really didn't want to take the fall for this anymore. Damn it, don't think he wasn't aware people in the industry were now calling him Lin Li, a heartless devil who was squeezing every last drop out of a promising young talent. What was even worse was that some were even saying that Huang Ting had left Huayu back then precisely because he'd seen through Lin Li's true colors and resolutely walked away. Damn. He really wanted to curse them right back. When had he ever mistreated them? He'd practically treat these people like gods. How could he dare upset them, let alone exploit them? It's enough to make you cry. Lu Sun nodded earnestly. Okay. If he remembered, he would definitely tell them. Lu Sun silently added to himself. Something's happened again. Zhang Xiao tapped his portable terminal, and a 3D screen appeared before the group. After getting a clear look at the latest situation, Lin Li and the others all looked rather grim. They're really scheming. Zhang Xiao was furious. None of them were naive. It was obvious what their intentions were. They planned to exploit Lu Sun to the fullest, desperately riding his coattails to boost their own standing. It's like the old ones take a bite, then the young ones take a bite, Jiang Ming said, laughing bitterly at their behavior. He turned to Lu Sun. You've become a juicy prize in their eyes. Everyone wants to take a bite and get a piece of the action. How does that feel? Jiang Ming couldn't resist taking a dig at him. It's great. It's mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. Lu Sun nodded in agreement, not the least bit annoyed. Seeing his expression, the other's lips twitched. Are you serious? Zhang Xiao couldn't help but ask. Lin Li, with his sharp eyes, chuckled. You little rascal, are you hatching some kind of scheme? Lu Sun looked at him with an innocent expression. Nope. Sometimes you've just got to let others have their moment. As he spoke, Lu Sun calmly took out his phone, logged into the Star network, accessed his social media account, tagged each of them one by one, and posted a single, very brief word, "Okay." The moment the three of them saw his actions, they understood. Eating too much fatty meat can sometimes make you sick of it, Luke Sun mused. The three exchanged glances, each knowing full well that this little rascal had a trick up his sleeve. "How confident are you?" Lin Li quickly made up his mind. Since they wanted to play, Huiyu would have to be magnanimous and play along. If they were going to play, they'd go all in so that everyone would know that riding on Huiyu's coattails wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Lu Sun thought for a moment, then said calmly, 9 out of 10, I'd say. One should always be modest. Alright, let's give them what they want, Lin Li said with a smile. They no longer harbored any grand hopes for December, but in January they had to win back the face they'd lost in December. Immediately after Lu Sun's reply, Huiyu's official social media account tagged all 13 composers, as well as the companies behind them. The significance behind this move had escalated from the composer's personal level to the corporate level, meaning that regardless of whether those composers might regret it, they had to compete in January. There was no turning back. With this move, Huiyu had cut off all avenues of retreat for everyone, including Lu Sun. Damn, Huiyu is amazing. They're preparing to take on 13 of them. Haha, the drama in January is getting more and more exciting. I can't wait to fast forward to January right now. A Huiyu taking on 13. Impressive. Truly worthy of being one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the southern region. Netizens have always loved a good spectacle. The bigger the drama, the better. Now that things have escalated to this point, they're naturally thrilled beyond belief. Even though there's still a whole month to go, they're so excited it feels like it's right around the corner. Faced with Huiyu's direct challenge, the 9 entertainment companies that were called out naturally weren't about to be outdone. One by one, they spoke up, accepting the challenge. A showdown for the ages is set to unfold in January. In a luxury residential complex in Jiangnan City, Wang Ting watched the online commotion and snorted derisively. Suddenly, a pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist, and a soft, delicate body nestled against him. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Huang Ting turned around and pulled the woman into his arms. "I'm laughing at some people who are biting off more than they can chew." The woman glanced at the webpage he was viewing and said with a smile, "Huiyu must know they won't get any benefits in December, so they're diverting everyone's attention. They're also trying to use these people to help Lu regain the face he lost in December." She hit the nail on the head. You have to admit this woman had a keen eye. She saw right through Lin Li's plan in an instant. Lin Li's plan had been a resounding success. At this critical juncture, everyone's attention was entirely focused on January, causing December's Battle of the Gods to pale in comparison, and by extension, even the events surrounding Lu Sun's war in December had faded from public memory. Many had seen through it, but few spoke up. The woman knew that the relationship between Huang Ting and Huiyu was, to put it mildly, a matter of life and death. "I've heard rumors that Huiyu is now grooming that person to be your successor. Lin Li places great importance on him. All it takes is a single word from him, and Lin Li immediately issues an order forbidding anyone from approaching the recording studio, even Studio No. One which used to be reserved exclusively for top-tier A-list stars is now that person's private studio. Tier scare. Lin Li really does spoil him. He treats him so well that it makes me feel resentful on your behalf. You were right to leave Huiyu." The woman's voice was hushed, tinged with a faint hint of resentment. Huang Ting's gaze darkened slightly as he recalled what his mentor had said. "He will be your greatest rival in the future." "What do you think I should do?" Huang Ting composed himself, lowered his head, and looked at the woman with deep affection. "Recapture everyone's attention. Right now, all the media and everyone's focus is on the 1 vs 13 challenge from January. To draw their attention back, you'll need someone with enough clout." Huang Ting gently lifted the woman's chin with his finger. "Since my former agency has produced such a talented young star, I really ought to offer my congratulations, don't you think?" The woman giggled sweetly. "Right." 10:10 p.m. on November 28, Huang Ting, the brightest star in the southern region's music composition scene, with countless fans and hailed by the media as the southern region's youngest composing prodigy, posted a thought-provoking message. Huang Ting's verified account. "Teacher Lu Yang's new song December is about to be released. Please show your support. I hear that CEO Lin has recruited another young prodigy to participate in December's Battle of the Gods. I'd like to wish our young brother Lu Sun the best of luck in December. Go for it. After Huang Ting's post went live, it certainly drew a lot of attention. At first, the buzz couldn't overshadow the new Use 1 vs 13 challenge, but at some point the media's focus shifted entirely to reporting on Lu Sun's challenge in December's Battle of the Gods. Headlines about young heroes, biting off more than he can chew, whether he'll succeed, and predictions of his final results. In short, all sorts of sensational headlines came one after another. Netizens quickly refocused their attention and began discussing the upcoming Battle of the Gods. I can't wait, just 23 hours until December. I'd actually like to see just how much that brat Lu Sun is really worth. I just saw a report saying Lu Sun might make it into the top 30. Just how much dirty money did that media outlet take? I'm really worried about Lu Sun. I'm worried that if he gets knocked out this time, he won't be able to take on 13 opponents in January. Lu Sun, you've got to hang in there. We're still counting on you to show us what you're made of. I have a bad feeling about this. Who knows, once he gets knocked out, we might never see him take on 13 opponents again. The entire internet was flooded with mockery, teasing, and sarcasm. Sun did have fans, but there were too few of them, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the massive crowd of Lu fans, and hardly worth mentioning. When Lin Li saw the prevailing sentiment online, his face darkened. Judging by the online situation, Huang Ting led the charge, with a crowd of others fanning the flames, drowning out the buzz surrounding 1 vs 13. There was no need to guess who these people stoking the fire were. They were clearly their competitors. Lin Li gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Huang Ting. That scoundrel. Lu Sun, standing nearby, remained calm. This Huang Ting is a good guy. Lin Li was taken aback and looked at him as if he were the dim-witted son of a wealthy family. Isn't he? Lu Sun explained. He's helping me boost my popularity. He'd originally planned to step in himself to draw everyone's attention back, but now someone else had taken care of it for him. If that's not a good person, then what is? Lin Li patted him on the shoulder. No matter what your results are in December, don't let it get to you. Lu Sun nodded. But that wasn't why he'd come here. Lu Sun grinned at Lin Li, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. President Lin, if I do well in December, does the company offer any rewards? Lin Li was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a smile. The company does have a reward system. If you make it into the top 10 on the Wind Cloud chart, you'll receive 1 million for each song. The top 3 get 2 million. Of course, for the Battle of the Gods in December, the prize money is doubled. I know that. What I'm asking about is an extra bonus. Known. You stop overthinking it. It's not that easy to place in the Battle of the Gods. Although we don't know exactly who's participating yet, the few who've hinted at their involvement have basically secured their spots in advance. Lu Sun walked away disappointed. He'd thought he might be able to score some perks. Countless people waiting for the stroke of midnight in December. As soon as the clock struck midnight, all netizens and even industry insiders logged into Starnet and accessed the music platform. As soon as the music chart refreshed, rows of familiar names, top-tier singers and renowned composers popped up. Of course, the one who caught everyone's attention the most was Lu Sun. Many onlookers quickly found Lu Sun's profile. Upon seeing that he had 3 songs on the list, they were all taken aback at first, but soon came to terms with it. In their view, this behavior suggested he was trying to compensate for his own shortcomings with sheer volume. As long as one of his songs made the cut, he would be considered a success. Zhang Xin is a girl from an ordinary family. Her family favored sons over daughters, and life wasn't easy for her. Late at night, after getting off work, she bought a discounted rice ball from a convenience store and nibbled on it sporadically. As usual, on her way home, she logged into the music platform to look for songs she liked. Seeing the new songs refreshed on the music chart, she suddenly realized it was already December. She'd also heard some of the recent online buzz about Lu Sun. She didn't have any particular preferences, but when she saw a song with an MV still priced at the original 3 yuan, she thought it was a good deal. On Blue Star, songs with music videos usually cost 5 yuan to download. Since she had nothing better to do, Zhang Xin decided to click download, because it seemed like a good deal. The song had a somewhat strange title, Adiao. The music video's picture quality was very clear, and the composition gave a very soothing feeling. The video told the story of a little girl living in a family that favored sons over daughters. The girl dropped out of school early to earn money to support her family. She'd done all sorts of jobs, washing dishes, picking through trash, and handing out flyers on the streets. Her tiny figure weaves through the crowds, the weight of her family's burdens resting on her shoulders from a very young age, until one day her clear, pure voice catches the attention of a talent scout. She was finally freed from manual labor that paid a meager wage. As soon as she entered the entertainment industry, her very first song became a massive hit. However, the fame and fortune that followed did not bring her happiness. Instead, they marked the beginning of her tragedy. Her parents kept a tight grip on all her earnings, and whenever she tried to resist, they would gang up on her. She was a very dutiful daughter and silently endured it all, never daring to fight back. It wasn't until she fell seriously ill and needed money and pressed her parents for it that she discovered they had squandered every penny she had earned through her hard work. They had even secretly borrowed large sums of money in her name. With the girl too ill to work or earn money, her parents could not tolerate the situation. They ordered their sick daughter to earn money to repay the debts first, and only then seek medical treatment. This time, the girl fought back her first fierce act of defiance. Unexpectedly, they threatened her with the loss of her reputation. The girl remained unmoved. In a fit of rage, her parents launched a smear campaign in the media, trying to force her to comply. Facing immense public pressure, she gritted her teeth and remained steadfast, refusing to back down. This thoroughly enraged her parents, and they took her straight to court. A barrage of abuse, betrayal by so-called friends, her agency's ruthless decision to sideline her, and the torment of illness all combined to wipe the smile from the face of the once radiant girl. From that day on, she bid a final farewell to the entertainment industry. After more than a decade of silence, she stood on stage once again, singing a song called Adio. She wasn't just singing a song, she was singing her life. Through her voice, she told everyone that she would never be knocked down. As that crystal clear voice rang out across the stage, with countless spotlights shining upon her, the innocence of her youth had long faded from her face, replaced by a steely resolve in her eyes. Adio lives somewhere on the snow-capped mountains, like a vulture perched on the mountaintop. Adio, the courtyard of the Jokang temple, is bathed in sunlight. Pour a pot of sweet tea and let's chat about the past. Adio, you always dress yourself. A boy, yet Gesang remains resilient. Adio, cunning people have 1,000 different kinds of smiles. You've grown accustomed to it. Hunger is a kind of faith. Adio, you won't reality wear down your head. You don't belong in this world, there's no need to care about the truth. A fate fraught with twists and turns, yet you remain serenely detached. Bidding farewell to youth, countless stations. Content with ordinariness, yet unwilling to rot in mediocrity. You are Adio, you are a free bird. When the verse began, that voice seemed to pierce the heart. Chang Xin didn't realize when tears had begun to fall from her eyes, blurring her vision. This song wasn't just about Yanxi's fate, it was also about her own life. Zhang Xin wiped away her tears, opened the comments section for the first time, still crying, wrote line after line. This song is about the singer's life, and it's also about my life. I refuse to accept this. I don't want to just rot away like this. I want freedom. I want to be respected. I want to be recognized, not just a money-making machine for my family, not a slave who cleans up my little brother. This song, Adio, not only won over people like Zhang Xin who'd gone through similar experiences, but also captivated countless listeners. They heard the words the singer longed to share with the world. They sensed the indomitable resilience deep within her. This song is stunning. Those who've heard this song have rushed to listen to Luxun's other 2 tracks. Many chose Andy, sung by A's. Though the title seems reminiscent of Shizo's style, it's unmistakably in the Southern Domain style. As soon as the intro began, it caught many listeners' attention. When that unique, weathered, and husky voice rang out, it took many by surprise. It's truly a special voice that's hard to forget once you've heard it. How long has it been since you last saw that sea? Just how well do you really understand yourself now? You never give up. But Andy didn't need reasons to live. Anyone might. I really don't know how to express my love. But I care deeply about everyone's expectations of me. An ordinary role, standing on a tiny stage. The melody and lyrics harmonize perfectly with that voice. It's as if this song was meant for that voice alone, and without it, it would lose its original charm. Anyone who's heard these 2 songs won't want to miss Luxun's 3rd track. The 3rd track is Liang Yu's Over the Fire, a melancholic, heartbreaking ballad with delicate lyrics. The story hidden behind the lyrics is even more thought-provoking. Did I promise you too much? Or was what I gave you never enough to begin with? You always have a million reasons. I've always followed your lead. Letting you go wild, letting you indulge. Thinking that one day you'd be moved. As for the rumors, I pretended not to care. How could I bear to blame you for making a mistake? I went too far in giving you freedom, making you feel even lonely. That's why you got caught in the whirlpool of love. How could I bear to see you suffer? It was I who went too far in giving you freedom. If you want to fly, I'll bear the pain. Compared to my previous songs, Going Too Far may lack a distinctive edge, but as a pop song, its quality is by no means poor. It's just that compared to the explosive release of Despair in a Diao, and the uniquely captivating vocals of Andy, both of which possess a distinctly different style, Going Too Far certainly doesn't have the same dramatic flair. Even so, in the fiercely competitive music charts, none of these three songs have been left behind. Half an hour later, I'd listened to pretty much everything I needed to and wanted to hear, and online feedback was already trickling in. These comments will determine just how far that song goes in the future. I actually cried while listening to a song. Over the Top is truly beautiful. Zhao Lei, the master, truly a legend. The quality of his new song is as consistently excellent as ever. It's amazing. Yao Yao's new song is so good. Her collaboration with Teacher Kin this time is a perfect match. Has anyone here heard the song A Diao? It's seriously so damn intense. The singer of Andy has such a unique voice, I really love it. Girls, don't miss this one. I was just curious to see how good Luke Sun's songs were, but I never expected to be blown away. These three songs are definitely worth checking out. I wasn't expecting Lei Lai's songs to take on a rock vibe. It's so unexpected and absolutely stunning. Feng Bada, the rock god, he truly lives up to his reputation. I originally went in to pick on Luke Sun, but I shamefully got hooked. My mom asked me why I was crying, and I was so embarrassed. I didn't dare tell her that I cried while listening to the song. Damn, it's so embarrassing. I'm a blue kid, after all. So this is the real story from back then. Yen Shi really is so pitiful. Aren't you guys reading too much into this? Maybe it's just the music video shot to match the song. Is the person above living in a one-dimensional world? Yen Shi already said in her blog post that the music video is a portrayal of the first half of her life. This song by A Diao is so intense. Yen Shi really is the eternal goddess. A sniff. Yen Shi, I know you're innocent. You were my favorite singer back in school, and now I feel both heartbroken and adoring toward you. When you listen to A Diao, do you get goosebumps all over? Yen Shi's voice is absolutely incredible. I never expected that while just checking out the buzz, I'd actually discover a hidden gem of a singer.
Why employee apartment build? Lu Xun downloaded a few tracks by top-tier artists, listened quietly for a while, and thought they weren't bad at all. They were formidable competitors. Lu Ning and Lu Yu exchanged a glance but didn't disturb him. They kept their eyes glued to their older brother's 3 songs, watching the download counts climb steadily. They felt both happy and worried, constantly fretting that someone behind them might overtake them. After about half an hour, Lu Xun opened his eyes and finally checked the status of his 3 songs. A Diao had successfully cracked the top 20. As for Over the Top and Andy, they were lagging far behind, hovering around the 50th spot. To many, these numbers were nothing short of phenomenal, but for Lu Xun, they were far from enough. Seeing that Lu Xun was staring intently at the rankings for the 2 crossing the line songs, the siblings immediately spoke up to comfort him. Bro, you're really amazing. As a new composer working with a has-been singer, you've made it straight into the top 20. Yeah, this is the first time in history. When you release another song next month, you'll definitely sweep the charts and wipe out everyone trying to step on you, Lu Ning said, raising her little fist with a playful yet fierce expression. Lu Xun turned his head to look at the 2 of them and smiled silently. Don't worry, we're only just getting started. The best is yet to come. The siblings were completely baffled, not understanding what he meant. Lu Xun didn't explain. Instead, he urged, it's late. You 2 should go to bed. You have school tomorrow. After shooing the siblings back to their room, he hummed a little tune as he went into his own room, fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, and wasn't the least bit worried about whether his ranking would be crushed by others later on. After seeing the initial feedback from the first wave of listeners to Diao, Lu Xun knew this phase was stable. There was no need to worry. He just had to wait for time to do its work. There were too many online trolls looking to pick on Lu Xun. With 3 songs to choose from, they were bound to pick one to listen to. Since A Diao had an MV but was priced the same as the version without one, people naturally downloaded Diao to save money. From that moment on, netizens were in Lu Xun's grasp, having successfully fallen into the first trap he had set. The second trap was the music video's storyline tragic, pitchable, and heart-wrenching, which instinctively evoked listeners' sympathy while simultaneously eliminating any potential future trouble for Yan and Shi. The third trap was Yan Xi's stunning vocals, that explosive performance born of near death, that uplifting sense of rebirth from the ashes which amplified the song's impact far beyond the sum of its parts. With all of this in place, the word of mouth for a Dio naturally soared. Any listener who wasn't utterly despising Luke Sun would absolutely never get a bad review. If you think the music video was created solely to serve the song Adiao or Yan Shi, you're completely and utterly wrong off the mark by a mile. The music video's greater significance lies ahead. The buzz and popularity that had been building up previously surged into Adiao, thanks to the music video, allowing its download numbers to compete on equal footing with those of platinum-selling artists, superstars, and top-tier pop icons, ensuring the gap doesn't widen too much. Subsequently, the narrative of the music video, Yan Shi's explosive performance, and the song's impact are bound to garner nothing but rave reviews. When people saw Dio break into the top 20 and receive a flood of positive reviews, their curiosity and desire to find fault would draw a steady stream of casual listeners to check out the song. If they're left with a lasting impression after listening, they'll naturally want to check out Luke Sun's other two songs. This leads them in Luke Sun's fifth strategic trap. They'll start downloading Going Too Far and Andy. Since these two songs are equally impressive, positive reviews and download numbers will naturally rise. It's fair to say that Luke Sun used a single music video to set in motion a whole chain of subsequent profit. As long as the casual listeners, driven by a desire to save money, click on a Dio, they've essentially stepped into the web Luke Sun has spun, and all that's left is to wait to be gradually squeezed dry by him, step by step. When the sun rose the next day and people woke to check the rankings on the music chart, 1, 2, 3, countless people were stunned. What's going on? Did something happen? Why is this happening? Did I miss something last night? Are you kidding me? Countless questions would flood the minds of every onlooker, and then, one by one, these onlookers, just like those night owls, would begin to fall into the deep pit Luke Sun had dug long ago. Inside a luxury mansion in Jiangnan City, Fu Qingyang, a rich kid, had the rare occasion of waking up early. The first thing he did after getting up was log into Starnet, access the music platform, and check out the pitiful sight of Luke Sun getting crushed. But, what? A sudden roar echoed through the entire villa. Are you kidding me? How is that guy's ranking so high? Damn. It's one thing for one of your songs to rank high, but you've got 3 of them up there. Cheating, that guy must have cheated. Fu Qingyang was like a lion with its hackles raised, storming back and forth across the house, absolutely refusing to believe that Luke Sun, that scoundrel, hadn't been crushed, but had instead shown him up. I'd love to see what's so great about these 3 songs. He stared at the fawning comments online with utter disdain. What kind of taste could this bunch Hicks possibly have? He'd have to judge them for himself. Reluctantly, Fu Qingyang spent 9 yuan to download Luke Sun's 3. He started with the top-ranked track, A Diao. After watching the music video, he furrowed his brow. As the song began, his expression shifted from nothing special to sheer astonishment, and by the time the heart-stopping high notes hit, Fu Qingyang felt goosebumps break out all over his body. Amazing, absolutely amazing. That voice paired that music video, it's absolutely out of this world. Fu Qingyang's expression was one of shock, but his proud and aloof nature would never allow him to admit that this song was any good. It's just a gimmick to attract attention. Though he said this, his hands betrayed him as he quickly tapped to play the second song, Aziz Andy. This voice, at first listen, Fu Qingyang didn't think it was quite his cup of tea, but as he listened further, he began to detect a unique charm. It seems to have a certain charm, the young master Fu remarked dismissively. Finally, he tapped on Over the Top, which ranked last. Since it was at the bottom of the list, its quality was surely inferior to the previous 2 songs. Fu Qingyang didn't have high expectations for this one. However, it's often the songs you least expect that end up bringing the biggest surprises. It's great. After listening to it once, Fu Qingyang played it over and over again, still not quite satisfied. The young master looked at Over the Fire's 12th place ranking and snorted coldly. A bunch of commoners, their taste really isn't that great. This song clearly deserves to be in the top 3. Meanwhile, in another mansion somewhere in Jiangnan City, Huang Ting emerged wrapped in a bath towel, exuding masculine charm. The woman lying on the bed gazed at his body, then sprang up and threw herself into his arms. Honey, I love you more and more every day. Huang Ting patted her alluring cheek. Go take a shower. The woman gave a coy, petulant okay and obediently headed into the bathroom. Huang Ting ordered the robot butler, play the latest entertainment news. Yes, ma'am. In December's Battle of the Gods, Luke Sun is the one drawing the most attention. He released 3 songs simultaneously, reaching 6th, 10th, and 12th place respectively. He's the absolute dark horse of this year's Battle of the Gods. Huang Ting froze, a single thought racing through his mind. How is that possible? Connect to the Star Network. He quickly logged into the music platform, and upon seeing his ranking on the top charts, his eyes darkened. I really underestimated you. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. A seductive woman wrapped in a bathrobe stepped out and wrapped her arms around the man from behind. Instead of pulling her into his embrace as he usually did, Huang Ting pushed her away. Only then did the woman notice how grim Huang Ting's expression had become. "You're certainly qualified to be my opponent." Wu Ren, who was set to face Lu Sun next month, made checking the results his first priority upon waking up that morning. The smile on his face froze completely the moment he saw his ranking. 2 words popped into his head. It's over. This time he was completely done. He might actually be able to do it. Gritting his teeth, Wu Ren clicked to download the top-ranked song, A Diao. After listening to it in silence, he fell completely silent. A moment later, he opened the second song, Andy, and after listening to it, he fell silent once more. He looked at the last song, Over the Top, and kept telling himself that since it was ranked so low, it must be of poor quality. It was probably just riding the coattails of the other 2 songs. With that mindset, he clicked on the third song. When the melancholic melody began to play, accompanied by Liang Yu's vocals, Wu Ren's last shred of hope was shattered. It turned out it wasn't that the other 2 songs were dragging it along, rather. It was because of those 2 songs that everyone had underestimated going too far. If those 2 songs hadn't come before it, this song's success would have been far greater. Faced with this clear realization, Wu Ren no longer had any excuses. Just thinking of next month's showdown sent a chill down Wu Ren's spine. He immediately called his mentor, Jiao Xiao. "Mentor, did you see today's wind and cloud chart rankings?" "I did." Jiao Xiao was just as surprised. "What should I do in January?" If he could maintain this level in January, Jiao would be reduced to nothing more than a stepping stone for him, and by then, Jiao Xiao would become a laughingstock in the music composition world. He was a top-tier composer. Losing to a junior would be more agonizing than death itself. "Teacher, if we let him win in January, both you and I will be completely trampled underfoot by him." Wu Ren had hit his teacher's weak spot. Jiao Xiao was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I have a new song here, you can use it." Wu Ren was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." It wasn't just Wu Ren who was flustered. The other 12 composers who had issued challenges were equally flustered. They truly hadn't expected this newcomer king to be so formidable, to achieve such an impressive result in the Battle of the Gods. Countless composers and industry insiders were stunned by that impressive scorecard. A Diao firmly secured 6th place as an absolute dark horse. Aziz Andy just made it into 10th place. And even the weakest entry, Over the Top, still held a strong 12th place position. Lu Sun's songs occupied 3 spots in the top 20 and 2 in the top 10. Among the prodigies on the newcomer chart, Lu Sun is arguably the first to achieve such a feat on the top 100 chart. This time, he has completely set the entire internet ablaze. "Wow, this is insane. Lu Sun is amazing." My mom asked me why I was kneeling while listening to the song. Bro, Lu just showed us all. To those of you who didn't believe in him, didn't that slap you right in the face? As far as I know, Brother Lu is the first person to go straight from the Rising Stars chart to the top hits chart and still achieve such a high ranking, right? To the person above. You're pretty out of the loop, aren't you? Back in the day when Huang Ting came from the newcomer chart to the top 10 chart, his very first song also made it the top 10. Okay? Aha, the person above is cracking me up. Can Huang Ting even be compared to Lu Sun? Lu Sun was still a rookie when he stormed straight into the top 10 and both of his songs made the cut. If I remember correctly, Huang Ting ranked 10th back then, while Lu Sun took 6th and 10th. Most importantly, Huang Ting achieved this during a regular month, whereas Lu Sun earned these results in the Battle of the Gods. The value of these achievements is completely different. The person above is absolutely right. Anyone with eyes can see there's absolutely no comparison between the two. To be fair, Lu Sun is the better artist. Those of you hyping up Lu Sun, wake up a bit. Haven't you noticed? In this Battle of the Gods, there were only 3 top-tier masters. The rest were all platinum-level composers. Try doing that last year with over a dozen top-tier masters and see if he'd still have what it takes to make the top 10. Ahaha, the post above is killing me with laughter. Are you trying to put Lu Sun down, or are you mocking those composers he left in the dust? I get what the poster 2 posts up is saying. He's implying that this bunch of platinum and gold-level composers are total losers. They couldn't compete when the great gods were around. Now that there are hardly any great gods left, they can't even beat a tiny newcomer. They really are useless. Ha 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 ha. The post above is killing me with laughter. What a spot-on summary. This spectacular performance proved to be a huge win for Lu Sun. The number of followers on his personal social media account on Starnet skyrocketed like a rocket, gaining 400,000 or 500,000 in the blink of an eye. Feeling refreshed, Lu Sun returned to the office. Everyone he passed on the way who recognized him greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Teacher Lu." "Good morning, Teacher Lu Sun." Lu Sun returned their greetings. He hadn't gone far when a murmur of whispers rose behind him. "Is that Lu Sun? He's so handsome. I heard that this Lu Sun is President Hua's son?" "Oh, Lu Sun is President Hua's son. Where did you hear that?" Lu Sun stood a short distance away. His ears twitched idly and the corners of his eyebrows lifted slightly. It seemed he'd overheard some strange rumors. However, Lu Sun didn't pay it any mind. He knew full well that a person without gossip or rumors was bound to be a nobody. Only those in the spotlight are dogged by all sorts of strange stories. The moment he appeared on the 18th floor, he was immediately surrounded by his seniors. Whether they were familiar with him or not, they all rushed forward to offer their congratulations. "Luke-san, congratulations, congratulations." "Congratulations, little Lou. You've really blown us away. Last night I was worried about the download numbers, so I even asked my friends to help out, but I never expected it wasn't even necessary." "You're something else, little Lou. 3 songs and you've completely shut everyone up. That's so satisfying." "Should I start calling you God Lou from now on?" Old Wang joked. "Little Lou is definitely the next God." Lu-sun bowed his hands toward everyone. "Congratulations to all of you." In the end, it was Lin Li's arrival that successfully rescued Lu-sun from the crowd. Lin Li gave the little rascal a hearty slap on the back. "Not bad, you really gave me quite a surprise." Seeing his boss was pleased, Lu-sun asked with a smile, "Is there an extra reward?" Lin Li was left both amused and exasperated the question. That little rascal was only thinking about that kind of thing. Shouldn't he be happy about achieving such a high ranking? "Yes. In addition to your original reward, the department will apply for an extra bonus for you." This time, Lu-sun was genuinely delighted. This company is actually pretty great. They're so quick to hand out money. Just when everyone thought the rankings for these 3 songs were set in stone and the story had come to a satisfying conclusion, the user named The Leaking Tyrant posted a blog entry. Leak exposing Tyrant V, the hottest topic lately has to be composer Lu, who teamed up with 3 has-been singers to top the music chart. You may have been stunned by Yannick Shi's incredible vocal power or felt sympathy for her past. You may have marveled at AZ's magnetic, husky voice and its unique charm. Perhaps when listening to Liang Yu's Going Too Far, you simply thought the song was so catchy that you found yourself playing it over and over again without even realizing it. While you admire the talent of these 3 singers, I've been blown away by the talent of someone else, Lu-sun. Some might say that Lu-sun's success is suspect that it's the result of taking shortcuts, because of his prior popularity, because of his music video, or for various other reasons. However, you've all overlooked one crucial detail. According to my research, Liang Yu once had a girlfriend. When he was seriously ill, she took all his assets and ran off with another man. That woman was his first love. She betrayed Liang Yu, yet afterward, he chose to let her go. He didn't report her to the police and silently bore it all. Take another close look at the lyrics of Over the Top and compare them to the first half of his life. Over the Fire is definitely a song that everyone has underestimated. Whether it's a Diao, Andy, or Over the Fire, all 3 songs bear the imprint of these 3 singers. These 3 songs were tailor-made for them, each recounting their personal histories. Many people might say that it's no big deal for a composer to tailor songs to a specific artist. But you're forgetting one thing. From the auditions at Huayu through the composition, recording, and release, the entire process took just 1 month, and that was for 3 songs tailored specifically for them. It's safe to say the time allotted for creating these 3 songs was extremely short. What composer would dare claim they could surpass Lu-sun and do a better job than him? Taking all of the above into account, I can't help but be in awe of Lu-sun, this up-and-coming composer, and am truly captivated by his talent. Barring any surprises, he is set to become a leading young figure in the southern region's music composition scene. The tipster is a major influencer on Weibo with countless followers. As soon as this post went live, it immediately caused a huge stir. First, it brought the Liang Yu incident to the attention of many who hadn't heard about it, causing downloads of the song Over the Top to skyrocket. After reading what the insider said, I have to admit Luke-sun is amazing. Luke-sun is the best. I'm listening to Over the Top right now. The more I listen, the more heartbreaking it gets, and the better it sounds. Holy crap, Liang Yu is such a wimp. If it were me, I would have dragged that cheating couple back home ages ago and beaten them to death. Liang Yu is so magnanimous to put up with all this. If you don't understand, don't go spouting nonsense. I just went back and watched some of Liang Yu's older videos, and back then he said he was someone who didn't know if he'd even make it tomorrow. He couldn't very well expect someone to stay by his side forever. As for those material possessions for someone who might die tomorrow, nothing matters. I think back then he had no desires or expectations left. After watching his old interview videos, I have only one thought. Liang Yu is a good man. He deserves a better woman. It's his good fortune that she left him. I don't care who Liang Yu is. All I care about is whether the songs sound good. The song Over the Top is right up my alley. The insider claims Lu-sun will become the next leading figure in the southern region. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Isn't Huang Ting supposed to be the next leading figure? To the person above, does Huang Ting have a track record like Lu-sun's? The insider is right. Lu-sun is the next generation leader of the southern region's music composition scene. I agree with the insider. Judging by his track record so far, Lu-sun completely outshines Huang Ting, even though Huang Ting is also excellent. Huang Ting has been endorsed by industry heavyweights. What about Lu-sun? Has any big name ever acknowledged his talent? Or are your professional skills actually better than those of top-tier composers? The online debate over whether Huang Ting or Lu-sun is the next generation leader of the music composition world is raging. This time, Lu-sun's fans have gained the upper hand. The controversy surrounding Liang Yu is equally intense. Some feel sorry for her, some like her, and some despise her. Regardless of personal feelings, nothing could stop the song Over the Top from storming into the top 10. By the time people realized what happened, they were all stunned. The media was even more shaken, with reporters working through the night and pulling all-nighters to churn out press releases. In an instant, the entire Southern Region entertainment industry was abuzz with reports that Lusun's 3 songs had all advanced into the top 10 of the Fengyan chart. This was the first time such a spectacular feat had occurred since the Wind and Cloud chart was established. Will Lusun dominate the Fengyan chart? The first artist in history to have 3 songs enter the top 10 of the Fengyan chart. Shocking, the man who dominated the charts has set his sights on the Fengyan chart. The Wind and Cloud chart is entering a new era. Who will be the next generation's leading figure? Lusun will be the next generation leader of the Southern Region's composition scene. More than half of the top 10 trending topics are all about Lusun, discussions centered entirely on him. The December Battle of the Gods suddenly became a one-man show for Lusun, with all other composers, superstars, and divas reduced to mere background figures. No matter how much buzz they generated, none could surpass the attention surrounding Lusun. This outcome was something no one had anticipated. The next generation leader of the Southern Realm's music industry, that's quite a bold claim, Wang Ting said with a smile, though rage was simmering deep within him. Since his debut, no one had ever overshadowed him, let alone used him as a stepping stone to climb higher. It had always been him stepping over others' corpses to climb higher. He wouldn't let anyone step on him. Liu Chao poured him a cup of tea. Although his disciple wore a smile on his face, Liu Chao knew him well enough to realize that this proud young man was already seething with rage. "Have some tea," Liu Chao said calmly. Wang Ting turned off his tablet, picked up the teacup, and drained it in one gulp. "Not convinced?" Liu Chao asked. Wang Ting smiled. "He's certainly talented, we underestimated him. But this time his success was a fluke." Thinking about it, Wang Ting felt even more frustrated. If he hadn't posted that blog entry, his plan would have gone so smoothly. Lusun's strategy, one ring leading to another, had certainly opened the eyes of every entertainment company. It was the first time they'd seen anyone pull a move like that. Even in the face of widespread online backlash, he managed to turn that buzz into an advantage for himself. Not to mention, his 3 songs were like a set of Russian nesting dolls. You couldn't help but keep listening. It felt as if you'd been sold out, yet you were still praising the person who sold you out as a good guy. It wasn't until after the fact that Huang Ting realized they'd actually given him a helping hand. "Do you really think so?" Liu Chao asked. "What does the teacher mean by that?" Wang Ting didn't respond right away. He took a moment to calm down and reflect. "Teacher, do you mean?" Liu Chao smiled and said, "He was able to devise one scheme after another because he put thought into it. That's part of his ability. Never underestimate these underhanded tactics. Sometimes the difference between the two comes down to just a tiny bit of cunning." Liu Chao looked at the haughty disciple, for him someone who seemed shrewd but was in reality a bit naive. Since the outside world compares you to him, and everyone is rooting for him, why not use that to your advantage and maximize your gains? Liu Chao explained it to him step by step. Wang Ting furrowed his brow. Liu Chao sighed and continued, "Right now, you're only seeing the side that works against you. Compared to Lusun's situation just a few days ago, what's so special about this? He was able to turn the tide, why can't you?" "Master, are you suggesting I go head-to-head with him?" Liu Chao nodded. Wang Ting frowned again. "Then how am I any different from the other 13? He was opposed to it from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't just some run-of-the-mill nobody. Those 13 weren't worthy of standing on equal footing with him." "Stupid," Liu Chao spat out. Wang Ting seemed to realize something. "Teacher, you want me to wait until Lusun defeats those 13, then challenge him myself, defeat him and prove myself, right?" Liu Chao nodded. "What if he loses?" Liu Chao smiled. "Whoever defeats him, you'll defeat that person." Wang Ting smiled. "Experience really does count. Let your manager handle the media. Don't get involved right now," Liu Chao instructed. "I'll be heading to the northern region in a few days to meet some old friends. Come with me, you can ask them for some guidance while you're there." "Okay, teacher." The northern region was a place teeming with musical talent, boasting a number of top-tier composers that no other region could match. Composers hailing from the northern region were far more sought after than those from elsewhere. Being able to accompany his mentor there and receive guidance from the masters of the northern region put Huang Ting in high spirit. This was one of the benefits of studying under a top-tier composer. It was also one of the reasons why countless composers sought to apprentice under these masters. Huayu employee apartment building. Just as Lu Ning and Lu Yu reached the entrance, a group suddenly rushed out and surrounded them. The two looked at the crowd with wariness. "Excuse me, are you two related to composer Luxin?" someone asked. Lu Ning nodded. The person shoved a gift into Lu Ning's hands. "This is a small token of my appreciation for teacher Lu." The others also began shoving their gifts into the hands of the brother and sister. "No, please take them back. We really don't want them. Please don't give them to us. No matter how much the siblings refused, the crowd simply ignored them, continuing to shove the gifts toward them. They tossed the items down beside them and then ran off, leaving the siblings no chance to return them. The siblings watched the crowd walk away, then looked at the pile of gifts around them, feeling completely overwhelmed. "Brother, what should we do now?" "Let's take them back first and ask Big Brother what to do." With the help of the dorm supervisor, the two made 2 trips back and forth before they finally managed to carry everything inside. As soon as Luke's son returned, he saw the living room piled high with gift boxes. "Did someone bring gifts?" "Yeah. Bro, what should we do with these gifts?" Luning asked. "Give them away or keep them for yourselves, it's up to you." "Brother, that doesn't seem right. They definitely want your new song. You accepted their gifts if you don't give them the new song, won't they?" "Did they mention wanting a new song when they gave the gifts?" Luke's son asked in return. "No." Lu's son looked at the two of them until they realized what he meant and their eyes widened in surprise. "My brother wasn't like this before." "Sigh, these two little guys are so innocent. They think that if you refuse the gifts, they'll just give up. As someone who's been through this before, he knew all too well that those people wouldn't give up. On the contrary, they'd only step up their efforts to tempt you in every possible way. But if you accept all their gifts without giving anything in return, they'll eventually stop on their own. This method solves the problem once and for all." The two obediently followed their older brother's advice and began unwrapping the gift boxes. "Wow, bro, it's a holographic gaming pod." Lu Ning waved her pickup ticket excitedly. Lu Yu was excited too. "It really is a holographic gaming pod and the latest version too. This is incredibly valuable. The official price is 2.4 million. Bro, there's also a card inside." Lu Ning handed the card to Lu's son. "Teacher Lu, I wonder if you have some time. I'd like to treat you to a meal and hope you'll do me the honor of joining me. Jiang Lei." This woman really isn't afraid to spend big, giving a holographic gaming pod as her very first gift. Lu's son flicked his wrist lightly, and the card landed straight into the trash can. Seeing his brother's reaction, Lu Yu put the delivery slip back and exchanged a glance with Lu Ning. Lu Ning got the hint and obediently rewrapped the gift box. Seeing the siblings' actions, Lu's son smiled and said, "If you like it that much, just give them a call and have it delivered tomorrow." "Brother, aren't you going to send it back?" Lu Yu asked in surprise. "I don't have time." The siblings found their older brother's baffling behavior even harder to understand. They happily unwrapped the gift box while Luke's son lay back comfortably on the sofa. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a painting in the corner. "Lu Ning, did you paint this?" Lu's son examined the painting closely. It was full of vitality, showed solid technique, it was quite good. Lu Ning stepped forward. "Brother, isn't it beautiful? This is the piece I'm entering in the competition." "Not bad," Luke's son nodded in approval. His stepsister had a real talent for painting. Lu Ning was delighted to receive her brother's approval. "When is the judging?" "The day after tomorrow. If my painting is selected, I'll have the chance to participate in the new youth art exhibition." "Our little Ning Ning is amazing." Luke's son gently stroked her forehead. Watching her gradually open up and slowly emerge from the shadows filled him with deep satisfaction. His phone rang and Luke's son walked out to the balcony. "Mr. Shen, we've made our decision. We're going with Mo Yan's I Am Not the Drug God. There are some specific details the team would like to discuss with him. Could you please pass that along?" "Sure." "Tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the conference room on the 22nd floor. The next day, in the conference room on the 22nd floor, when Lu's son pushed open the door, everyone paused in surprise. They hadn't expected Mo Yan to be so young. One person was the first to react. He stood up and stepped forward warmly. "You must be Director Mo Yan. I'm Guan He, the producer of this film." Without giving Lu Sen a chance to speak, Guan He introduced, "This is Director Lu Yai. The lead actor is Liu Yaking, who previously played the male lead in your film The Gift of Room No. 7. And this is..." Guan He introduced all the key members of the production team to Luke's son one by one, then was clearly directed to his seat. Everyone in the room assumed he was Mo Yan, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Liu Yaking couldn't help but marvel inwardly how young and so talented. When Guan He finally fell silent, Luke's son finally had a chance to speak up. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Luke's son, Mo Yan's spokesperson." The entire audience was stunned, staring at him in bewilderment. Someone whispered, "Lu, son, that name sounds familiar." Liu Yaking realized something. "Your teacher, Lu." The crowd finally caught on, their mouths agape as they looked at him with delight. "You really are Luke's son?" one actor exclaimed in delight. "Teacher Lu, I'm your fan. I have every single one of your songs in my collection." "Teacher Lu, I'm a fan of yours too." "Teacher Lu, my wife really likes you, and of course I like you too." "Teacher Lu, could you sign something for me? My girlfriend is a huge fan of yours." "Teacher Lu." In an instant, the entire room was filled with cries of "Teacher Lu," and everyone gathered around Lu's son. To everyone's eyes, Luke's son seemed like a high-profile figure, but it was actually quite difficult to find even a few photos of him online or in other media. In the music industry, he's very high-profile, but in his personal life, he's surprisingly low-key, so low-key that no one has ever seen his true face. That interview video where he fired back Wu Tong had long since been dissected to death. many media outlets reporting on Luke Sun could only use screenshots from that video. It was as dire as it gets. Guan He hurriedly stepped in to stop them. "What are you all doing? What are you doing? Are you going to get back to work or not?" Everyone calmed down and obediently returned to their seats. The next second, Guan He leaned in close to Luke Sun and asked with a smile, "Teacher Lu, our whole family are your fans, so could you please sign a few autographs for us?" The production team members present all burst out laughing. "President Guan, you're using your position for personal gain. Mr. Guan, you're being too ruthless." Luke Sun smiled gently. "Once we're done with business, I'll sign autographs for all of you." Finally, things got back on track and everyone stopped joking around. "Teacher Lu, we plan to release this movie during the Lunar New Year season, so we think we could slightly increase the screen time for the female characters in this series to lighten the mood a bit. Are you thinking of adding a romantic subplot?" Guan added. No, without a moment's hesitation, Luke Sun flatly rejected the idea. "If you all feel this subject matter isn't suitable for the New Year's season, we can always change it. I don't want to alter the original intent of the work. Sometimes adding certain elements can be the icing on the cake, but more often than not, it can ruin the entire work." "Mr. Lu, actually, we're just suggesting adding a romantic subplot between the character Huiru and..." The two sides then began negotiating over the script, but no matter what they said, Luke Sun remained steadfast in his original decision. When he selected this script, Luke Sun had already made changes to the original version, removing unnecessary content, adapting it to better reflect social phenomena on Blue Star. This script tells the story of the medicine god, but it isn't entirely about him. While the core plot remained unchanged, all other elements were adapted to fit the Blue Star framework. However, Luke Sun would absolutely not allow the addition of romantic subplots that would distract from the main narrative. After a heated discussion that lasted half a day, they ultimately decided to film according to Luke Sun's script. In room 18 on the 22nd floor, Jiang Ming had barely sat down when he approached Luke Sun with a stack of documents. "Here's the information you requested," Jiang Ming said curiously. "What do you need this information for?" "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles." Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. "That's a great saying. Where did you come across it?" "I came up with it myself," Luke Sun said shamelessly. "There was no The Art of War on Blue Star, so naturally that saying couldn't have come from there." "I never would have guessed you had such a literary talent, little Lu. It's full of ancient charm," Jiang Ming praised, before getting back to business. "How many songs are you planning to release this time?" 13. Clatter. The teacup in Jiang Ming's hand slipped from his grasp. The scalding tea made him jump straight up from his seat, his eyes bulging like a bull's. "What did you say?" His voice shot up. "Old Jiang, calm down, calm down." "Calm down?" This guy was telling him to stay calm as if he could possibly stay calm. 13 songs, this kid thinks he's flying high. "Luke Sun, you're on the top 13 chart now, not the newcomer chart," Jiang Ming reminded him. "I know. 13 songs on the top charts, and 3 provisionally on the Rising Stars chart," Luke Sun said nonchalantly, uttering words that nearly made old Jiang spit blood. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. "Daddy, where did you get so many songs? Where did they come from?" A lifetime of accumulation. His mind is filled with so many songs he loves. Years of accumulation. Jiang Ming thought back to how he'd been asked to gather information on 13 composers. Combining that with the fact that he was about to release 13 songs, a bold and earth-shattering idea popped into his head. You aren't thinking of..." Seeing old Jiang's expression, Luke Sun knew he'd guessed his intention and nodded at him. Jiang Ming clutched his chest as if to prevent a heart attack. If the outside world found out you were doing this, it would probably cause an uproar. Releasing 13 songs all at once was shocking enough, but he never would have imagined that this kid was actually planning something like that. "Old Jiang, shh." Luke Sun pressed his index finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. "I want to give them a surprise." "A surprise?" "Ha, scare would be a better word." Old Jiang could tell that Luke Sun was a sly little rascal. Lao Jiang said with some concern, "Don't go shooting yourself in the foot." Luke Sun just smiled without saying a word. Everything was understood without needing to be said.
Yang Shi, Liang Yu, and AZ had, so to speak, shot back to fame overnight. Advertising offers and commercial performances came pouring in. When they received notice that they needed to clear their schedules mid-month to record a new song, the 3 of them immediately had their agents cancel all their upcoming commercial gigs. Inside a luxury minivan, Zhao Yu pulled out her phone and opened her unread messages. Upon seeing one of them, her face flushed with excitement. "Fang Yu, Luke Sun wants you to record a song." Fang Yu froze for a full 2 seconds. "Is that for real?" "It's true. Look." Zhao Yu handed the message to Fang Yu. After confirming it wasn't a dream, Fang Yu was so excited she wanted to jump out of her seat, but the limited space in the van prevented her from doing so. Zhao Yu said, "With a song by Luke Sun, your spot among the top-tier artists is guaranteed." Ever since they'd agreed to Luke Sun's outrageous revenue-sharing ratio last time, they'd been waiting, and when Luke Sun and the company announced plans to promote 3 has-been singers, they thought their hopes were dashed. Just when they'd given up hope, a surprise came out of nowhere. Sister Zhao, cancel the rest of our schedule. I want her to be in top form for recording the new song. Fang Yu still couldn't calm her excitement. Got it, Zhao Yu replied without hesitation. They'd previously thought Luke Sun might be a big shot, but they never imagined his influence would be even more formidable and more valuable than they'd ever imagined. Whoever managed to latch onto his coattails would skyrocket to stardom. This ability had been proven beyond a doubt when he propelled Cheng Qi, Xu Cheng'an and Kai Zuowei to stardom, as well as the Huayu Tan and Yan Shi. One by one, singers under Huayu Entertainment began receiving notifications to record Luke Sun's new song. They were all thrilled, but there were always unexpected twists. What did you say? Duan Sai almost thought he'd misheard. Duan Si's agent looked just as speechless and repeated, they said the revenue split has to follow the 20-80 rule. You get 20% and Luke Sun gets 80%. Duan Si was so furious he burst out laughing. Does he think I'm a rookie singer? Duan Sai, a top-tier singer under Huayu Entertainment, was a superstar. Given his status, he certainly wasn't short on songs from platinum-selling composers. His agent pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I've checked. No matter who it is, every singer he collaborates with follows the 20-80 split. In short, as far as he was concerned, there was no distinction between newcomers and popular singers-only tools. My suggestion is to collaborate with him once. Use his song to make a run at the King of Pop title, the manager said, calmly weighing the pros and cons. Duan Sai, however, didn't see it that way. No need. Nanli has already written a new song tailored just for me. I've heard the demo, it's top-notch. He'll use this song to vie for the title of Platinum Composer, and I'll use it to vie for the King of Pop title. It's a perfect fit. Others may covet Luke Sun's songs, but I certainly don't. A 20-80 split was nothing short of an insult to him. He'd rather die than agree to it. The agent nodded. All right then, I'll turn it down. Duan Si waved his hand dismissively. Some people were dismissive, while others were waiting with bated breath. Say that again? Jiang Li looked furious. The agent was just as angry. They said there aren't any songs suitable for you at the moment. Did the gift I asked you to send actually reach him? Jiang Li pressed. The assistant hurriedly replied, they've already been delivered. I also checked with the mall manager, they've picked up the game pods as well. Then that means Luke Sun saw that card, Jiang Li said, growing angrier the more she thought about it. What exactly is he trying to do? The items had been picked up, but even though so many people were selected this time, she wasn't among them. This left Jiang Li feeling deeply aggrieved. She'd sent gifts worth over 2 million, and he wouldn't even give her a single song. Sis, could you go ask for me? Her agent patted her on the shoulder. Don't get upset. I'll call right now and find out what's going on. Jiang Ming pushed open the door to Luke Sun's office. Seeing that he still had the time to brew tea, she said irritably, you little brat, you actually have the nerve to sit here sipping tea. I've been running myself ragged trying to get those 13 songs from you. By the way, Jiang Li called. She asked when you'll be able to give her the songs. This time she was very direct about it. I heard she sent you a holographic game pod. Holographic games had taken Blue Star by storm. Once people entered the game pod, they could experience the game with such immersive realism that it was hard to tell whether they were in a game or reality. The realism was so intense that Blue Star residents once became addicted to that illusory world. Later, the government was forced to enact regulations requiring players to log off after 24 hours. That's true. She practically forced it on me, so I couldn't refuse. As for the song, let's stick to the usual arrangement. Luke Sun pulled a pickup slip out of his drawer. Please return this to her, Luke Sun added. If she presses you for an explanation, just tell her I can't accept such a gift. Jiang Ming took the item. I've checked the people you picked. Some of them turned you down. As he said this, Jiang Ming wore a smug, schadenfreude-filled smile. How many? Luke Sun's expression, however, remained calm. Anyone hoping to see him embarrassed was bound to be disappointed. 1. Who? Duan Sai. He's already collaborating with Nanli on a new song, so he can't sing your new song. That kind of excuse was just for show. No one would take it seriously. Then let's switch it up, Luke Sun mused. Let's go with Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, are you sure? Jiang Chuan has always been a third or fourth tier singer, a run-of-the-mill artist with absolutely no distinctive qualities. Yeah, I've heard his voice, it's not bad. Since he'd chosen Jiang Chuan, Jiang Ming wasn't going to object. I'll get in touch with him right away. An opportunity that others take for granted is, in the eyes of some, a treasure. Brother Dong, is Luke Sun really asking me to record a new song? Right, but the split is 20-80, you get 20%, he gets 80. Chen Dong gave him a rare smile. Jiang Chuan had absolutely no problem with that. I'm fine with it. When did you manage to hook up with Luke Sun? Chen Dong managed quite a few artists, including 2 A-list actors. For someone like Jiang Chuan, whose career was neither here nor there, he usually left the day-to-day work to his executive agent and rarely paid him much attention. He hadn't expected this kid to quietly hook up with Lu Sun, who was currently all the rage. No way, I haven't even met Lu Sun yet. Jiang Chuan was just as baffled himself. He hadn't given any gifts, hadn't met him, and had no idea why Lu Sun would choose him. Seeing that the kid didn't seem to be lying, Chen Dong said with satisfaction, "Your luck has turned, kid. Make the most of this opportunity. I've heard that plenty of top-tier singers in the company are scrambling to get their hands on a song by Lu Sun, but none of them have had that chance. I definitely will. I've cancelled your upcoming commercial gigs. Focus on recording the new song for now." After giving his instructions, Chen Dong left immediately. In the underground parking garage, Chen Dong had just opened his car door when someone standing by the door greeted him with a smile. "Oh my, isn't this Brother Dafang?" Brother Fang pulled open the passenger door, and the two of them got into the car. "What's up?" "I just heard some news that guy under you, Jiang Chuan, is going to record Luke Sun's new song." Brother Fang got straight to the point. "You're well connected." Chen Dong pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "I've got a promising newcomer here who wants to sing that song." Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, gesturing from continue. "I know you've been trying to land the Tianxiang jewelry endorsement deal lately, Brother Dong. I'm classmates with the manager at Tianxiang Jewelry, I can help." "Brother Dafang, you should know that not just anyone can land a Luke Sun song these days," Chen Dong said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "There's a spot for a guest star on the variety show Journey with Zhu. I can arrange that for Jiang Chuan." "Brother Dong, I'm being completely sincere here. I can't guarantee it'll work out. Whether it works out or not, I'll help with the Tianxiang Jewelry deal." Chen Dong was silent for a moment. "Deal? Then I'll look forward to hearing good news," Fang Dashan said with a smile. "Is he interested in this song?" No, what he valued was this opportunity to collaborate with Luke Sun. As long as they established a connection, there would be more opportunities in the future. The two shook hands in a cheerful exchange, each with their own agenda. As Luke Sun stepped out of the elevator, his cell phone in his pocket rang. "Minister, what's up?" "There's been a slight issue with Jiang Chuan. He has a business engagement he can't get out of, so he doesn't have time to record a new song. The other party recommended another singer. Zhao Wuji is also with our company. He's quite talented and shows a lot of promise." Zhao Wuji. Lu Sun didn't recall him at all. "I'll give his songs a listen later and get back to you." Meanwhile, on the other side of the lobby, Jiang Chuan and his assistant had just stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Chuan immediately noticed the person standing by the elevator. "Xiao Bei, is that Mr. Lu over there?" His assistant Xiao Bei silently thought, "Oh no," and replied, "I don't think so." Jiang Chuan walked over. "Let's go check it out." "Brother Jiang, they're still waiting for us over there." The assistant tried to stop him but couldn't hold him back. "Oh no, please don't let the cat out of the bag." As soon as Luke Sun hung up the phone, he saw a handsome young man walking toward him, a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Jiang Chuan." Luke Sun looked at him. "Hello." Jiang Chuan suppressed his excitement. "Teacher Lu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll definitely sing that song well." As soon as Xiao Bei heard that, he knew it was all over. Lu Sun raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jiang Chuan, and out of the corner of his eye noticed his assistant's tense expression. He had a pretty good idea what was going on. Luke Sun immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Ming. "Let's go with Jiang Chuan for that song." Jiang Chuan looked completely bewildered, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that before this, Teacher Lu had been planning to replace him? Then what about his current behavior? Luke Sun looked at the man, who was still completely baffled. "Switching agents will be good for you." Luke Sun walked away, leaving Jiang Chuan with a face full of question marks. Xiao Bei, what did teacher Lu mean by that? Jiang Chuan turned to his assistant, noticing the uneasy expression on his face, and felt his heart sink a little. He wasn't some innocent kid. After all, he'd been in the entertainment industry for 2 years and had heard his share of rumors. Jiang Chuan's gaze turned icy. Do you know something? Xiao Bei shook his head. I don't know. I won't press you on this. Jiang Chuan walked away without another word. Brother Jiang. Lu Sun walked to the side of the road and placed the leftover food he'd packed from the cafeteria in its usual spot. A few kittens jumped out, meowing affectionately at him. Remember to clean up after you're done eating. Lu Sun ruffled their fluffy heads, tucked his hands into his pockets, and strolled leisurely back home. Lu Yu was the only one sitting in the living room. Lu Ning was nowhere to be seen. Where's Ning? Lu Yu hesitated, then said, She's asleep. Lu Sun sat down beside him and looked him straight in the eye. Go on. Aye, brother, don't put me on the spot. Ning Ning told me not to say anything. Lu Yu looked conflicted. You kids are all growing up, you're even starting to keep things from me now. This little cutie, did she really think that if she didn't say anything, he wouldn't find out? Activating his little skill to peek into the past, Lu Sun furrowed his brows slightly. Wow, they're even picking on his little sister now. If you don't want Xiao Ning to suffer, just tell me the truth, Lu Sun said, his expression darkening slightly. Under Lu Sun's piercing gaze, Lu Yu said indignantly, that painting Xiao Ning submitted to the competition has been selected, but the name listed isn't hers. Xiao Ning went to see teacher Fu to ask if there had been a mix-up with the name, but Fu Bo insisted there was no mistake, that the painting belonged to Jiao Chengcheng. What's even worse is that Fu Bo flatly denied ever receiving her painting. He even warned my sister not to make a fuss, saying it wouldn't do anyone any good. Lu Sun remained calm as he asked, so whose painting is it now? Jiao Chengcheng's. What's her family background, do you know? Lu Yu nodded. Her father runs a chain of star-rated hotels, and her mother is a member of the He family. They're very wealthy. She's always been arrogant at school. Few people dare to cross her. Oh, and by the way, our school's library was actually donated by Jiao Chengcheng's father. Alright, I get it. Bro, what are you planning to do? This isn't your concern. Just take good care of your sister. Suddenly, Lu Ning's door swung open. Brother, I'm fine. At worst, I'll just paint another one. They can steal my painting, but they can't steal my talent. Jiao Chengcheng was not someone they could afford to mess with. The family had only just begun to get back on its feet, and she didn't want her own troubles to deal another blow to them. Although she wasn't yet an adult, she knew full well that ordinary people stood no chance against the powerful and influential. You've been wronged and didn't even tell me. Do you even consider me your brother anymore? Lu Sun asked sternly, his face set in a grim expression. Lu Ning kept her head down, not daring to say a word. I'll go with you to school tomorrow. Under their older brother's unquestionable authority, the siblings dared not object. Early the next morning, the siblings appeared with dark circles under their eyes. Lu Sun pretended not to notice and calmly ate his breakfast. Brother, aren't you busy with work? Not really. Bro, you're going to have a showdown next month. You can't let anything distract you. That competition thing, it's already taken care of. Bro, our school. Are you done eating? Let's go once you're finished. Knowing they were worried he might act irrationally, he said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Linhai First High School, one of the most renowned high schools in Linhai City. With his brother and sister watching him leave with reluctant glances, Lu Sun walked into the administration building and knocked on the door of the freshman teacher's office. Come in. Lu Sun stepped into the office. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Fu? The teachers in the office eyed the young man curiously, and a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing glasses spoke up. That's me. Lu Sun looked at him. Hello, Mr. Fu, I'm Lu Ning's parent. Upon hearing the name Lu Ning, Fu Bo knew why he was there. Let's step outside to talk, Fu Bo said, rising to his feet. Some matters were best discussed away from others. Sure. Lu Sun didn't mind. In a secluded corner, the two sat on lounge chairs. Mr. Fu, you know why I'm here today, Lu Sun said, smiling at him. Fu Bo looked him up and down. He was dressed in casual clothes and ordinary outfit with not a single expensive luxury item in sight. Mr. Lu, regarding your sister's matter, I've already made things very clear to her. The painting belongs to Jiao Chengcheng. If she insists it's hers, please provide evidence. Without evidence, we're unable to take any action. Please understand our predicament." Luke's son stared at him with a calm, unflinching gaze, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. "Did you enjoy the 500,000? Fubo froze, his eyes widening. "You, what on earth are you talking about? How could he possibly know? Only he and Jiao Chengcheng's parents knew about this." Luke's son stood up, pressed down on Fubo as he tried to rise, and looked down at the man, saying slowly and deliberately, "If you want to know how I found out, why not ask the person who gave you the money? Then you'll know for sure." Luke's son took 2 steps, then paused and turned around. 7586. Upon hearing that number, Fubo shuddered. Those were the last 4 digits of his account number. Luke's son walked to a tree, beckoned with his hand, and a little squirrel hopped onto his arm. A hidden camera was strapped around its neck. He gently stroked the squirrel's fluffy fur and whispered, "Go, follow that man." As if it understood him, the little squirrel nodded its fluffy little head at him. After parting ways with Luke's son, Fubo grew increasingly frightened the more he thought about it. Whether it was the account or the amount of bribes he had accepted, these were all secrets. He had never told anyone about them, not even his own wife. The only people who knew were Jiao Chengcheng's parents. Fubo found a secluded spot and dialed Jiao Chengcheng's mother's number. "Mrs. Jiao, this is Fubo. I apologize for the sudden call, but regarding what happened between us, have you mentioned it to anyone?" Mrs. Jiao frowned. "Of course not. How could I possibly tell anyone about something like this? But that girl's family just showed up at my door. They mentioned outright that you gave me 500,000, and they even knew my account number. What's going on?" "Mr. Fu, could it be that you accidentally let it slip yourself?" "No, absolutely not. How could I possibly tell outsiders about something like this? If word got out, I'd lose my job. Think about it carefully. Could it be that Chengcheng let it slip by accident?" Fubo asked tentatively. "Teacher Fu, you can't just say things like that." Knowing he hadn't said anything wrong, Fubo quickly smiled apologetically. "Miss Jiao, please don't misunderstand. I'm just desperate to find the source of this leak. Now that they know, if they report this to the higher-ups, my career will be over. After all, I only did this for Chengcheng's sake." Mrs. Jiao replied coldly, "If they had evidence, you probably wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. If I'm not mistaken, they found out about this deal through some channel, but they don't have any concrete evidence, so they're just testing the waters with you." "Mr. Fu, you have nothing to worry about. Here's what we'll do. If Chengcheng wins the grand prize at the youth art exhibition this time, I'll give you an extra, generous red envelope." After hanging up, Fubo slapped his forehead hard. How could he have failed to consider this possibility? He'd truly let panic cloud his judgment. If they had evidence, they would have gone straight to the school administration. Why would they need to approach him personally? He'd almost fallen for their trap. Fubo didn't notice at all that a little squirrel had come and gone without a sound. A moment later, it appeared beside Luke's son, rubbing affectionately against his hand. "The results are in already?" The little squirrel let out 2 squeaks. "Good boy," Luke's son said, petting the little squirrel as if to reward it. He removed the device from its neck, connected it to his phone, and successfully received the short video. He'd have to meet with that teacher Fu again. Luke's son sought out Fubo once again. Seeing him show up again, Fubo sneered inwardly. If he thought he could pry information out of him, he could dream on. "Teacher Fu, you left something behind earlier, so I brought it back to you." Fubo frowned. What was this guy up to? Luke's son placed the chip on his desk and said thoughtfully, "Make sure to keep this safe this time, don't lose it again. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." With that, Luke's son left the office. What the hell is going on? Fubo picked up the chip and inserted it into his brain interface. The moment an image of himself making a phone call appeared, his head began to buzz, his mind went blank, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to his forehead. His hand trembled as he pulled out the chip. "I'm screwed. This time I'm completely screwed." Fubo jumped to his feet and bolted out of the office, leaving the other teachers inside completely bewildered. He ran all the way downstairs, where he saw the man leaning against a large tree, smiling at him. The smile was clearly gentle, but to Fubo, it carried a chilling, icy aura. "Teacher Fu, we meet again," Luke's son said with a warm smile. Fubo stared at him, his heart trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that from the very beginning, the man had dug a huge pit for him, and he had foolishly fallen right into it, playing right into the man's hands. The man standing before him was so young, yet his schemes were so deep and cunning. "What do you want?" Fubo asked, his face set in a stern expression. "Mr. Fu, don't be nervous. I'm just here to make a deal with you." "A deal? What kind of deal?" Fubo asked, his face full of worriness. "Do you want to help your clients achieve better results? Do you want to get more compensation from them? I can make that happen for you." Fubo wasn't stupid. There was no such thing as a free lunch. "What exactly are you up to?" "Don't be so tense. I mean no harm. I just don't think it's realistic for Ningning's previous painting to get a better grade, so I plan to replace it with another one." "What do you mean?" Fubo was a bit confused. He couldn't figure out what the man was really up to. "All you have to do is deliver my latest painting to them. I guarantee it'll win the grand prize." He was deliberately trying to get me to swap the paintings, then replace it with a hideous one to humiliate the Jiao family and frame me in the process. He was planning to take them all down at once. Lu Sun seemed to have read his mind. As if by magic, a bag appeared in his hand, and he pulled out a painting. "Teacher Fu, you must have some discernment when it comes to art." Under his intimidating presence, Fubo unfurled the painting. This. Fubo was stunned. This painting. If this painting were entered in the exhibition, it would surely win the gold medal. What on earth is he up? "Mr. Fu, I'm being completely sincere. Now it's up to you to decide. Will you do me this small favor and let's call it even, or will we part ways and see each other in court?" Fubo furrowed his brow, his mind racing. First, he needed to keep this man in check. Once he got back, he'd examine the painting. If it was in good condition, he'd do as the man suggested. If there was a problem with the painting, he could always refuse later. Now that he's in this, the Jiao family won't be able to shake him off. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he cleared his throat. "All right, I'll take it." His little scheme was completely transparent to Lu Sun. Before leaving, Lu Sun patted him on the shoulder. "Teacher Fu, you're a smart man. A smart man knows how to make the right choice. One wrong step, and you'll find yourself in the abyss of 10,000 graves." Fubo watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. Back in the office building, he immediately found an empty classroom, took out the painting and studied it meticulously. Using a magnifying glass, he examined it inch by inch, hoping to uncover his true motives through the details. Could it be that fire was needed? He cautiously held a flame to it, nearly burning the painting in the process, and was so startled he dared not try again. The part he'd heated remained intact, showing no changes whatsoever. Could it be water? He thought for a moment, then gently wiped the edges with a damp silk handkerchief. After waiting for quite a while, the painting remained exactly the same, still showing no changes. If the secret wasn't in the painting, then where exactly was it? While Fubo was racking his brain over this painting, he had no idea that all his actions were being recorded in crystal clear detail by the invisible pinhole on the little squirrel's neck. Lu Sun sat in his office, watching him fumble around. To think that using fire or water would be a simple solution, that would be to underestimate him. In the recording studio on the 12th floor, Jiang Chuan arrived early. He thought he was the first one there, but to his surprise, Fang Yu, Yanxi Liang Yu and the others were already waiting in the lounge. Since none of them knew each other, they simply nodded in greeting and took their seats in separate corners. Soon, singers began arriving one after another. Among them were veteran artists, current stars, and 3 newcomers. With singers from 3 generations, veterans, mid-career artists, and newcomers gathered here, such a grand spectacle could likely only be orchestrated by Lu Sun. The moment 8 o'clock struck, Lu Sun appeared before the crowd, and everyone rose to their feet in unison. Seeing so many people, Fang Yu felt a strong sense of unease. She wasn't the only one who among those present didn't feel a sense of crisis. These were all singers Lu Sun had personally handpicked. Each had a chance to cling to his leg. It was just a matter of who was the most formidable and could keep holding on to his thick, powerful leg. After Lu Sun introduced himself to each singer in turn, he casually pulled out copies of the new song lyrics and demo tracks from a supermarket shopping bag and handed them out one by one. Jiang Chuan looked at Teacher Lu in surprise, noticing how casually he'd placed the sheet music in the shopping bag. Shouldn't something like this be carefully stored in a briefcase? This was the first time he'd ever seen a composer act so casually. Well, this casualness was a bit unexpected. He wasn't the only one surprised. Every singer collaborating with Luxun for the first time was equally stunned. I won't say much else. If you have any problems, come to me. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me anytime. They were all adults after all, and Luxun wasn't their nanny. He wasn't going to walk them through everything step by step. He'd set the general direction and let them run with it on their own. He'd fine-tune everything during the official recording session. Meanwhile, Fubo ultimately chose the former option and presented the painting to Mrs. Jiao. Mrs. Jiao, this is a new painting I've found. This piece will definitely win Cheng Cheng the Gold Award in this year's Youth Chinese Painting Competition. Fubo unfolded the painting. As soon as Mrs. Jiao's gaze fell upon the painting, her eyes lit up. Mrs. Jiao's original name was He Makes You, and she came from the scholarly He family. As someone from such a scholarly background, He Makes You's eye for calligraphy and painting was far superior to Fubo's. This painting wasn't just better than the previous one, it was in a completely different league. While the previous painting had plenty of vitality, its brushwork was still immature and lacked strength. The painting before her, however, was far more seasoned. The overall style had matured, though it still carried a hint of youthful innocence. This was only natural. If the style were truly mature and the foundation solid, the painting wouldn't have ended up in Fubo's hands. "Where did you get this painting? Is it safe?" He Makes You asked calmly. She wanted to mold her daughter into one of the southern region's top socialites, and awards in calligraphy and painting were absolutely essential. They were her bargaining chips. "It's safe, absolutely safe. I got this painting from that other young girl. Her family is very poor. Even if they found out, they wouldn't be able to make any waves," Fubo said with absolute certainty. He Makes You took a sip of coffee, her voice soft and pensive. "Why did you suddenly decide to swap the paintings?" Fubo gave a couple of nervous laughs. "I was just worried, that's all. I figured we should just return that painting to Lu Ning. All we need is to win the award. Besides, we have a better chance with this one. Why settle for second best when we have a better option? It's my own fault for being careless earlier and not noticing this painting." He Makes You believed most of what Fubo said. "You've done well." She pulled a card out of her purse. "Here's a token of my appreciation for your hard work. The promise I made earlier still stands." Fubo happily accepted it. At the entrance to Lai High School, a girl was surrounded by a crowd. Everyone was offering their congratulations, and the girl held her head high, happily accepting all the praise. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiao Chengcheng spotted Lu Ning. She pushed through the crowd and walked toward her, stepping directly in front of her. "Lu Ning, my paintings are going on display tomorrow. You're welcome to come see them." Jiao Chengcheng deliberately pulled a ticket out of her purse. "Considering your family's financial difficulties, here I've already bought the ticket for you." Lu Ning didn't even glance at the ticket. She took a step to the left and walked away. Suddenly, her shoulder strap was grabbed. Jiao Chengcheng forcefully shoved the ticket into her bag, leaned in slightly, and whispered into her ear, "So what if you're more talented than me? People like you are destined to be my stepping stones." "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I accidentally burned that painting of yours." "You?" Jiao Chengcheng let go, smiling defiantly at her. Suddenly, a tall, slender figure appeared beside Lu Ning, and both of them turned their heads in unison. Lu Ning was pleasantly surprised. Jiao Chengcheng, however, was momentarily taken aback. The young man standing before her was strikingly handsome. The setting sun cast its glow on his profile, making him seem to radiate a soft light. "We'll definitely be there tomorrow." Luxun took the ticket and led Lu Ning away. Jiao Chengcheng snapped back to her senses, furrowing her brow slightly. The awe she'd felt just a moment ago vanished instantly. On the way back, Lu Ning asked in a soft voice, "Brother, can we not go?" "Why not?" "I don't want to see her looking so smug." Just then, Lu Ning's phone rang. It was a video sent from an unknown number. She tapped it open in confusion, and the next second her face flushed crimson with anger. Lu Sun noticed this and took her phone. In the video, Jiao Chengcheng was holding a painting and smiling at the camera. "This painting is absolute trash. I won't tolerate trash here. When it comes to trash like this, it should be..." As she spoke, her grip loosened, and the painting fell into the brazier below. Oops, my hand slipped. The flames devoured the painting inch by inch, eventually reducing it to ashes. "Aunt Wang, hurry up and throw this pile of trash away, it's an eyesore here." Soon, a servant carried the brazier away. Jiao Chengcheng waved at the camera and said smugly, "Aren't you furious? So angry you'd love to strangle me? Haha, I just love seeing you lot like this wanting to kill me, but feeling so frustrated that you can't do a thing about it. Haha, you losers. The video ended, but Jiao Chengcheng's unrestrained laughter continued to echo in her. She felt a weight on her head as a pair of large hands ruffled her hair, and a soft chuckle escaped Lu Xun's lips. If you can't even handle something this small, how are you going to survive in the real world? There's a saying, a gentleman's revenge 10 years is not too late. A gentleman's revenge 10 years is not too late. Lu Ning mulled over those words, then lifted her head to look at her brother. Brother, I get it now. Lu Xun smiled with satisfaction. The next day, Lu Xun said to his sister and brother, let's go see the art exhibition today. Lu Yu glanced at his younger sister and suggested, brother, what's so interesting about an art exhibition? We'd be better off. Second brother, someone gave me tickets. How could I possibly waste them? Wasting things is shameful. Lu Yu looked at her in surprise. Fine, as long as it makes you happy. The art exhibition was held at the Linhai City Culture and Sports Center, very close to where they lived. The three of them walked there directly. Even before they got close to the center, they were stunned by the stream of luxury cars pulling in. There are so many people, Lu Yu exclaimed. The teenagers' artwork today is just a small part of it. The rest are masterpieces by famous artists. All on display over the next few days, of course. There are going to be a lot of people. No wonder. The more people there are, the more exciting this show will be. The three entered the exhibition hall, which was filled with all sorts of celebrities and art enthusiasts, each standing in front of the paintings, critiquing them and engaging in lively discussions. Take a look at the master's paintings. It'll help you with your own painting in the future, Lu Xun said, turning his head toward Lu Ning. The three began their tour at the entrance and gradually made their way toward the inner exhibition area. Whenever they came across a particularly good painting, he would deliberately ask Lu Ning a couple of questions, offering subtle hints without giving himself away. Brother, if you weren't a composer, you'd definitely be a successful painter too. Lu Ning could tell that her older brother's skill was superior to her own, even though he wouldn't admit it. It's you. Suddenly, a young man hurried toward the three of them, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xun. The intensity in his eyes was as though he'd just seen a girlfriend who'd been missing for years. Master, I've been searching for you so hard. He Luo rushed straight up to Lu Xun, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at him pitifully. Who's your master? Lu Yu frowned in displeasure. Him. He's my master. Master, I've been looking for you for over 2 months. I finally found you. He Luo spoke as if they'd known each other for years, completely unfazed by the strange glances from the people around them. Lu Ning recognized him. You're the young man who sells paintings in the square. Oh, that's the guy who tried to swindle us, Lu Yu remembered as well. At the mention of that day's incident, He Luo looked embarrassed. What's this all about? You're not trying to get something out of us again, are you? Lu Yu eyed him warily. He Luo hurried to explain. No, that's not it. I'm here to ask you to take me on as a disciple. His gaze turned to Lu Xun, his eyes brimming with admiration. Become your disciple? Lu Ning and Lu Yu looked at him in surprise. He Luo nodded firm. Ever since that day, he'd been hanging around the neighborhood every day, make sure to go to the square every evening, all in the hope of running into Lu Xun. But whether it was bad luck on his part or because Lu Xun really hadn't been back, he hadn't been able to find him. Today, he came to see the art exhibition, and to his surprise, he finally saw this master again. This master, whom he'd been longing to meet for months, was someone he absolutely had to latch onto and ask to be his master. Today, no matter how much they tried to shoo him away or scold him, he absolutely would not let go. I'm not a painter, you've got the wrong person. If he's not a painter and can still paint like that, then there's no way he can let him get away. Master, please take me as your disciple. I'll take good care of you. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to go west, I'll never go north. The people around him looked at him with the same fondness they'd reserved for a cute little kid, but when their eyes turned to Lu Xun, their expressions were filled with curiosity. If you want to find a master, there are plenty of renowned artists here. No, I've set my sights on you, master. Once a teacher, always a teacher. He Luo wouldn't Lu Xun leave no matter what. Oh my gosh, where did this clingy little pest come from? Lu Xun looked at the kid with a headache. The kid has a pretty sharp eye. He knows Lu Xun is better than the rest. Seeing him open his mouth to blab on, Lu Xun could take no more. Shut up. He Luo immediately shut his mouth, blinked, and looked at him with an innocent expression. All the way there, He Lu followed Lu Xun like a shadow, listening intently to Lu Xun's subtle guidance of Lu Ning. His ears were perked up, afraid to miss a single word. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Ning and Lu Yu didn't follow, but He Lu scampered after him. Lu Xun fixed his gaze on him. Dude, I'm going to the restroom. You're going to follow me for that too? He Lu said with a smile, I know that. If you run into any trouble while using the restroom, I'll be there to help you out right away. Lu Xun rolled his eyes skyward and walked away without looking back. Master, wait for me. He Lu hurried after him. Master, hearing your explanation to our junior sister just now really opened my eyes. I've learned so much. Everything I didn't understand before makes perfect sense now. Master, how are you so amazing? Master, who was your teacher? Master. All those masters were giving him a headache. Shut up. Oh, He Luo shut his mouth. What's your name? Lu Xun asked. He Luo was overjoyed and replied excitedly, my name is He Luo. He'd been so excited just now that he'd completely forgotten to introduce himself. He Luo, how old are you? Lu Xun asked again. 26. How old do you think I am? Lu Xun asked, pointing to his face, which was fairer and more youthful looking than He Luo's. He Luo looked puzzled and stammered, 20? You know I'm younger than you. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for calling someone younger than you, master? I'm not afraid. If I can learn skills, what's there to be afraid of? Anyone who's afraid just isn't that eager to learn, they're not sincere. That made perfect sense. Don't follow me anymore. I'll just stand by the door, master. If you need anything, just call out. When Lu Xun returned from the restroom, he found Lu Ning and Lu Yu both looking grim. What happened? We ran into someone really annoying. Lu Yu looked toward a family of 3 not far away, who were being surrounded by a crowd as they made their way toward the youth exhibition area. Lu Xun glanced over and said to the siblings, come on, I'll take you to see the show. A good show? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Bro, what kind of show? You'll find out in a minute, Lu Xun teased, keeping them in suspense. The crowd at the youth exhibition area was just as impressive as the one in the main hall. Many were from art agencies specifically there to scout promising young painters. With their support, many artists can quickly raise their market value, thereby achieving both fame and fortune. It's a mutually beneficial partnership. Of course, not every promising artist goes on to achieve success and fame. At the end of the day, an artist's career depends on the individual. Those who run out of inspiration or can no longer improve will be weeded out by these agencies. Once an artist is weeded out or blacklisted by an art agency, their fate is usually grim. They either end up painting on the streets or switch to a different line of work. It's fair to say that behind most famous artists stands a large art agency. This is a highly mature industry system. It's much like the entertainment industry, just with a different structure. One focuses on the arts, the other on entertainment, different paths, but the same destination. They both follow the same model. Oh my, I thought I was mistaking you for someone else, but it really is you. A slightly shrill voice rang out from behind them. He Luo's body visibly stiffened. The man stepped forward, looking He Luo up and down, then casting a quick glance at Lu Xun and his 2 siblings. Smiling, he said, I was just wondering if I'd run into you here today. I never expected our paths to cross like this. He Luo, I heard from a friend that you're selling paintings in the square now. How's it going? Is business good?
This visitor means trouble. Lu Yu and Lu Ning exchanged. Lu Xun glanced at the man and had a pretty good idea of what was going on. It was all so tedious. He walked straight ahead, having no time to watch certain people put on a poorly acted show of a petty person getting their way, right here. Lu Yu and Lu Ning followed suit and He Luo trailed behind them. The 4 of them treated him as if he were invisible. The smile on the man's face slowly froze. How dare they? These people are so rude, they don't even have the most basic manners. The man ran after them just as he was about to give the 4 a piece of his mind. When he saw a group approaching from the entrance, his expression immediately changed. Council members, what do you think of these paintings? These young artists are all waiting for your feedback, said Mr. Wang, the exhibition's organizer, with a smile. Jiang Kanghai walked over, smiling as he said, they're all quite good. The southern region is set to produce another batch of promising talent in the future. Su Ping nodded in agreement, they're all quite good. Zhao Liang chuckled, old Jiang, you've already said everything I was going to say. The other visitors noticed the commotion over there and turned around one after another. Soon someone recognized the newcomer. Isn't that Old Wang? Old Master Wang, Old Master Shu, and Old Master Su are all here. The organizers invited Elder Wang, Elder Su, and Elder Zhou to serve as judges this time. I wonder which of the young artists' entries will win the favor of all three of them. It'll probably be very difficult to earn unanimous praise from all three chairmen. The people around them were buzzing with speculation. He Meixu and Jiao Xiang, accompanied by their daughter, made their way over to meet the organizers and the three board chairmen. The organizer, who was on friendly terms with Jiao Xiang, smiled and said, Mr. Jiao's daughter's work is also on display this time. Oh really? Mr. Jiang perked up. Jiao Xiang smiled and said, I hope the three chairmen will offer some guidance later on. The three nodded. Let's go take a look, Old Master Zhao said with a smile. The group walked toward the center of the exhibition area, undoubtedly the prime spot in the young artists section. When the three elders saw the painting before them, they were all taken aback. They all stepped forward together, leaned in close to the painting, and began to examine it carefully. Jiang Kanghai held out his hand, and his granddaughter Jiang Ruoli, who was standing nearby, immediately produced a magnifying glass and placed it in his hand. Holding the magnifying glass, Jiang Kanghai examined the painting inch by inch with great care. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Yet, as he studied it, he couldn't shake the feeling that the style seemed somewhat familiar. Jiao Xiang and his wife were very nervous, keeping their eyes fixed on the expressions of the three chairmen, hoping to read something from their faces. The onlookers gathered around were equally curious, waiting to hear the three's assessment. I've just taken a look all around, and this painting is definitely the best one in the youth district. I just wonder if the three of you feel the same way I do. Great minds think alike. This painting truly stands out above the rest. When I first saw this painting, it really caught my eye. I was wondering who the artist might be. I never expected it to be Miss Jiao. That's no surprise. Mrs. Jiao is a member of the He family, a family of scholars. She has that in her blood. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I wonder whose painting they've stolen, Lu Ning murmured, a hint of indignation in her voice. Sooner or later they'll reap what they've sown for their actions, Lu Yu snorted coldly. As He Luo listened to the siblings' conversation, a terrifying thought popped into his head, and his eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Are you saying that painting wasn't actually painted by Miss Jiao? Lu Yu. He Luo almost cried out, oh my god, but managed to cover his mouth just in time. One shouldn't make such baseless accusations, otherwise one could face criminal liability. After the three elders had finished viewing the painting, Elder Su and Elder Zhou wore warm smiles, clearly satisfied with it, but Elder Jiang alone frowned. Elder Su and Elder Zhou exchanged glances, looking somewhat puzzled. Could there be something wrong with this painting that they hadn't noticed? The event organizer smiled and asked on Jiao Xiang's behalf, Honorable Council members, what are your thoughts on this painting? Elder Su and Elder Zhou were cautious. They turned to look at Elder Jiang. Jiang Kanghai looked at Jiao Xiang and his wife, and finally his gaze settled on Jiao Chengcheng. Miss Jiao, did you paint this? Jiao Chengcheng was taken aback, as were those around her. Of course, Jiao Chengcheng said proudly, standing up straight. Jiang Kanghai continued, who is your teacher? Jiao Chengcheng frowned. What did he mean by that? Jiao and his wife felt a pang of anxiety. He Meixu asked with a smile, is there something on your mind, old Jiang? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Jiang Kanghai smiled and said, I noticed the style of this painting is very similar to two pieces I've collected previously. It seems to be the work of the same artist. I've been searching for that young man. Seeing Miss Jiao's painting today, I couldn't help but ask a few more questions. The search for the Chinese painting prodigy was of course no stranger to the art lovers present, and murmurs of discussion immediately began to spread through the crowd. I remember now, it was a hot topic of discussion online last time. No wonder Master Jiang asked that. It seems he's been looking for that young artist. Miss Jiao might have studied under the same master as that young man. The murmur of conversation reached everyone's ears, bringing the whole story to light for those who hadn't been in the know. Fu Bo, standing in the crowd, widened his eyes as if he'd just figured something out. Wow, so that's what in mind. The problem lies not in the painting itself, but in the person who painted it. Cunning, so cunning. That kid is really calculating. A fine, dense sheen of cold sweat beaded on Fu Bo's forehead. Jiao Chengcheng had better not slip up, otherwise they'd all be finished. Now it all depends on how the Jiao family handles this. He Meixu reacted quickly, smiling as she said, Old Master Jiang is referring to Chengcheng's senior brother. Old Master Jiang's eyes lit up. I wonder where that young man is. Which constellation is his master? He Meixu replied calmly, Chengcheng's master has always lived in seclusion and passed away some time ago. He didn't like people mentioning his name, so I'm sorry, Old Master Jiang. After apologizing, He Meixu continued, as for Chengcheng's senior brother, he's already by the sea traveling the world. We can't keep him here. He says that to paint, one must observe carefully and listen to the sounds of nature only, then can one capture the essence of all things. These words earned unanimous agreement from the three elders, who believed her account more or less. Jiang Kanghai simply sighed with regret. If this young man ever comes to Linhai again, be sure to let me know. He makes you replied with a smile. Certainly, certainly. The host asked with a smile, do the 3 council members hold this painting in high regard? Su Ping laughed heartily. The future looks promising. Zhao Liang nodded in agreement. I had actually considered taking Miss Jiao as my disciple, but unfortunately she already has a master. Although her master had passed away, as a disciple she absolutely could not change her lineage lightly. That was a major taboo among scholars. He makes you secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This painting, Moonlight Over the Lotus Pond, had received unanimous praise from the 3 bigwigs. The gold award in the youth category was as good as secured. I told you Miss Jiao's painting would definitely win the gold medal, just as I expected. Miss Jiao isn't even an adult yet, and she's already this talented. She's truly remarkable. She's a genius. How can you possibly compare yourself to her? The southern region has produced yet another genius. Jiao Chengcheng basked in the praise and admiring glances coming from all directions, her chin lifting slightly without her realizing it. Standing in the crowd, Fu Bo let out a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. That little brat scheme had backfired. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he couldn't help but scan the crowd for Luke's son, eager to see the look of frustration and anger on his face right now. Just then, a gasp rang out from the crowd, drowning out all the praise. Look, what's that? Before Fu Bo could spot Luke's son, his attention was drawn to a cry of surprise. Everyone turned to look in the direction the person was pointing. The ink of Moonlight Over the Lotus Pond, hanging on the wall, was gradually fading away. Everyone was stunned. Well, what's going on? How did the ink disappear? The colors are fading, how amazing, exclaimed a young girl. Could Miss Jiao have another surprise in store? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a heat-sensitive reaction. This effect is achieved by adding color-forming agents, color developers, and temperature-adjusting agents to the ink. Most painters wouldn't bother with such gimmicks. Why is Miss Jiao doing this? I really can't figure out what she's thinking. Is it really necessary to pull a stunt like this at an event like this? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some found it novel while others frowned, deeming the move inappropriate. By now, Jiao Chengcheng had panicked and looked anxiously at her mother. He makes you, true to her upbringing in a prominent family, quickly regained her composure after the initial shock. She immediately took her daughter's hand and gestured for her to stay calm. Her parents' composure helped Jiao Chengcheng gradually calm down. When the top layer of ink had completely faded away, the characters beneath were revealed, and 4 large characters came into view. Thieves are despicable. Signed. Instantly, a brief silence fell over the room. The very next moment, an uproar erupted in the exhibition hall. Oh my. This painting isn't by Jiao Chengcheng. She stole someone else's work to exhibit here. Shameful, absolutely shameful. I was just praising her a moment ago, now I could slap myself a few times. Damn it, she's been making fools of all of us. The deceived crowd rose to their feet, their eyes blazing with anger, as shouts of indignation rang out one after another. The organizers and the 3 people accompanying Old Jiang wore grim expressions. Old Jiang, in particular, looked absolutely livid. Faced with the crowd's insults, Jiao Chengcheng was both furious and agitated, her face flushed bright red. Her mother, standing beside her, gripped her arm tightly, urging her to stay calm. It was precisely at times like this that she needed to remain calm. Losing control would only make the situation worse. He Luo instinctively glanced at the man beside her. Lu Ning and Lu Yu covered their mouths and turned to look at Lu Sun. Lu Sun wore an impassive expression, as if everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Fu Bo, standing in the crowd, stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding and his body trembling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had already seared it with fire. Why was it still showing this heat-sensitive reaction? What on earth went wrong? Of course, he had no way of knowing that Lu Sun had added an extra protective layer on top. When Fu Bo first applied the heat, he had inadvertently peeled away that protective film. Once the painting was displayed in the exhibition hall, the heat-sensitive reaction would trigger when the spotlights reached a certain intensity. This was a calculated move, anticipating Fu Bo's every move and arranging everything with crystal-clear precision. The commotion in the youth exhibition area caught the attention of visitors in the main hall, who rushed over one after another. Upon learning what had happened, they too were outraged. One moment she was a genius in the spotlight, the next she had fallen into hell. Jiao Chengcheng couldn't bear such a drastic fall from grace. She couldn't bear the looks of loathing directed at her, and she certainly couldn't bear the barrage of abuse. Ah, she let out a shriek, shoved the people around her aside, and ran toward the exit. Chengcheng, he makes you, worried something might happen to her, followed her outside. Jiao Xiang, his reputation in tatters, had no face left to stay there. Amid the crowd's abuse, he fled in disarray. Zhao Liang, his face stern, ordered the event organizer. For something like this to happen in our southern region is truly, this matter must be dealt with severely. Jiang Kanghai's expression was icy. I will report this matter to the association. Everyone involved in this incident, no matter who they are, will be held fully accountable. Su Ping looked at the 4 characters on the wall, written in a sweeping, flowing calligraphy. Beautiful calligraphy. His gaze fell on the signature at the bottom. Mosey. He had never heard that name before, but it was clear that the person was a rising star. Su Ping shot a disappointed glance at the organizers, then followed old Zhou out. The head of the organizing committee was so furious his blood pressure spiked. A perfectly good art exhibition had been ruined by one rotten apple. This art exhibition had become a laughingstock. Lu Xun looked at Lu Ning. Did you enjoy the show? Does it still hurt? Lu Ning was overcome with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, didn't you say that for a gentleman 10 years is not too late to seek revenge? After her brother had gone to the school that day, there had been no further developments, and they'd thought the matter was simply over. They never expected her brother would actually avenge her. When you're powerless, 10 years isn't too late. But when you have the power, even 10 days is too late. Remember, no matter what you act within your means, we don't start trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. From now on, whether it's you or Xiao Yu, if you ever face a problem you can't solve, tell your brother. Don't bottle it up inside, understand? Lu Xun advised. The brother and sister both nodded. He Luo, standing nearby, listened intently, his gaze toward Lu Xun filled with growing admiration. His master was truly amazing. Everything he said made so much sense. Lu Xun felt a chill run down his spine under He Luo's intense gaze. Don't look at me with that creepy stare. If you were a girl, I might be able to put up with it. A grown man looking at him like that, it's damn disgusting. He Luo looked completely aggrieved. On the way back, the three siblings kept an eye on the tail following them. Bro, what should we do? Just ignore him. He Luo followed them all the way until they reached the entrance of the Huayu apartment building, where he was stopped at the door by the dormitory supervisor. He Luo looked at the door plate and was taken aback. So his master was with Huayu after all. The dorm manager, seeing the young man still crouched by the entrance with no intention of leaving, shook her head in exasperation. Another person here to block teacher Lu. Do a lot of people come to block my master? Master? The dorm manager looked at him with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Feeling a pang of guilt under the auntie's gaze, He Luo let out a nervous laugh. He hasn't officially taken me on as a disciple yet, but I'm convinced he's my master. The auntie was astonished. Good heavens, teacher Lu is actually taking on apprentices now. He's really something most people don't take on apprentices until they reach platinum or grandmaster rank, and he's only at silver. Grandmaster? He Luo didn't quite understand. The two were completely talking past each other. Do many of you in the composition department have mentors? The dorm supervisor asked curiously. Composition department? It was only then that He Luo realized, I'm not part of the composition department. He Luo was a bit confused. Huayu, the composition department, the surname Lu. He Luo rarely listened to music, though he occasionally logged into StarNet. When these terms were put together, they sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place them right away. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, and as soon as he typed in a few keywords, a long list of news articles popped up. It took him half an hour to read through them all, and by the time he finished, his mouth was wide open in shock. Oh, Mod. He was loose. The rising prodigy of the southern region's music. Wasn't he supposed to be a painter? Why was he a composer? An amateur who's better than them professionals, how are they supposed to make a living? He Luo was at a loss. Shocking. Rich heiress steals others' work for an exhibition. A fraudulent art exhibition. The scandal behind the art exhibition. One eye-catching headline after another spread rapidly across Jingwang with fierce momentum. Wow, that's so shameless, stealing someone else's work to exhibit. Is this the Jiao family's heiress, the Jiao family that owns the hotel chain? I was originally planning to book a room at their hotel in Jiangnan, but now that I see this, haha, I'm canceling. When the head is crooked, the rest of the body follows. Boycott all hotels under the Jiao group. I heard Jiao Chengsheng has always been a bully at school, no one dares cross her. Jiao Chengsheng is just a little delinquent who's always bullying poor kids. The school doesn't dare discipline her because her dad donated a library to the school. I remember Mrs. Jiao is from the He family, a well-educated family with a reputation for scholarship in the southern region. I never expected someone from such a scholarly background to do something like this. It makes me wonder where the He family's literary masterpieces actually come from. Ahaha, who knows, maybe this whole act was inherited from the He family. I seriously doubt the legitimacy of the He family's so-called scholarly heritage. Everyone please calm down, don't drag innocent people into Jiao Chengsheng's situation. The person above is such a do-gooder. What do you mean, dragging innocent people into this? Aren't the people whose work was stolen innocent? It's truly shocking that something like this happened at an art exhibition. I don't think this is an isolated incident. Now that this one has come to light, what about the ones that haven't? The arts and calligraphy scene in our southern region has always been weak. I strongly suspect that it's precisely this kind of backroom dealings that has buried truly talented and capable people. The Calligraphy and Painting Association, the organizers, and the Jiao family owe the public an explanation. That afternoon, Jiao Group's stock price plummeted, hitting the daily limit down, causing shareholders to voice their grievances and vent their anger without holding back. Inside the Jiao family villa, the atmosphere was heavy. Jiao Chenqing was sobbing, her eyes bloodshot. Cry? You have the nerve to cry, Jiao Xiaong snapped angrily. Honey, you can't blame Cheng entirely for this, he makes you said cautiously, wrapping her arms protectively around her daughter. Jiao Xiaong shot his wife a cold, piercing glare. I shouldn't blame her. But come to think of it, it's all your fault. It was your lousy idea. Now look, the entire group has been dragged down by this. How am I supposed to explain this to the shareholders? He makes you was furious. How can you blame me? You clearly agreed to this too. Didn't you also want to groom our daughter to be part of high society so she could marry into a wealthy family and help your career? Now that it's all fallen apart, is it my fault? Couple broke into a heated argument and the villa was thrown into chaos. Jiao Chengcheng, terrified, cowered in a corner. It was the first time she'd ever seen her parents come to blows. The Jiao family was in a bind, but an even bigger headache was the Calligraphy and Painting Association. This had completely undermined the association's credibility. If the issue wasn't resolved, the association's credibility would be completely destroyed in the future. Precisely because of the gravity of the situation, the Calligraphy and Painting Association convened an emergency meeting that very night. The public is now facing a crisis of confidence in our entire industry. If we don't handle this properly, our association will become a laughingstock, Zhou Liang said coldly. The nature of this incident is too egregious. We absolutely cannot turn a blind eye to it. Wang Zhanghai spoke up. To resolve this matter, we must not only deal severely with those involved, but also locate the true owner of the painting. If he comes forward, there may be a turning point in this situation. Many nodded in agreement. I've just received a letter of complaint. You might want to take a look at it. Su Ping activated his brain interface, and a three-dimensional screen floated directly above the center of the conference table, allowing everyone to clearly see its contents. A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the conference room grew somber, and the expressions on the board members' faces shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Is this real? Someone objected. Bringing this matter to light at a time like this inevitably raised suspicions. Su Ping said calmly, the whistleblower has provided evidence. The conference room erupted in uproar. They truly never expected that the He family, a distinguished family of scholars, would have plagiarized others' works on more than one occasion. Once this matter comes to light, it will send shockwaves through the art world of the southern region. Why didn't they bring this up before? Why didn't they use this evidence to sue the family? Someone objected. Old Yang, do you suspect this evidence is fake? Someone asked. The chairman, who had remained silent until then, tapped his finger lightly on the table. Have it verified. A few minutes later, no further objections were raised. What are their demands? The chairman asked, turning to Su Ping. They want the He family to kneel before each of those people and apologize. The chairman turned to Old Yang. Old Yang, you know, old master, please convey this to the other side. We must ensure the victims are satisfied. If word of this spreads throughout society, the He family will have no place to stand in the southern region. Yes. That same afternoon, the official account of the Southern Region Calligraphy and Painting Association posted a statement. This incident is of a particularly egregious nature. We will show no leniency and will investigate it to the very end. The entire calligraphy and painting community launched a purge, scouring for similar incidents, and for a time the atmosphere was one of panic and suspicion. The He family, a somewhat well-known scholarly family in the southern region, was in reality a family in decline. They had long relied on their son-in-law Jiao Xiang to keep the family afloat financially. Now, the incident involving Jiao Chengcheng has thrust the He family into the public spotlight. However, this kind of attention is definitely not what they wanted. He Chao was furious. What is my little sister up to? Doesn't she check things before doing something like this? Now she's dragged our whole family into this and we're getting criticized. Makes you, she was probably just too impatient. Let's all stay home for a while, that way we won't have to hear all that gossip, He Cao's wife said, fanning the flames with a calm demeanor. Stay home? You've got to be kidding me, He Yu snapped, jumping to his feet. What does this have to do with us? That's the Jiao family's business. Uncle He, just bear with it for a few days. The most important thing right now is how to restore our family's reputation. The He family's reputation has been painstakingly built up by our ancestors generation after generation. We can't let it be ruined on our watch. He Cao's wife spoke with a worried expression, though a shrewd gleam flickered in her eyes. Make Jiao Xiang give us an explanation. Old master, he spoke up. Everyone, be quiet. This is no time to be fighting amongst ourselves. Just then, old master's cell phone rang. Old Yang, go ahead, speak up. Gradually, everyone noticed old master, his expression growing increasingly grim. The next moment, he fell backward and fainted. Chaos erupted in the household. Who are you? In the recording studio's lounge, the staff rushed over the moment they saw Lu Sun emerge, afraid that if they were a moment too late, he'd be gone again. Mr. Lu, President Lin is looking for you. He wants you to call him back. Oh. Seeing that he hadn't moved, the staff member reminded him again. It seems like it's kind of urgent. They were practically begging him to return the call right away. Lu Sun poured himself a glass of water and dialed Lin Li's number. You wanted me? A few board members from the Calligraphy and Painting Association are looking for you. They've been waiting in the lounge for over an hour. How on earth did that brat get mixed up with the Calligraphy and Painting Association? 10 minutes later, Luke's son appeared before Jiang Kanghai and the others. The three men looked at the young boy standing before them and couldn't help but be impressed. A prodigy at such a young age, the future looks bright. Lu Sun's name was a household name, even in the art world. With him trending on social media every other day, it was hard not to notice him. Mr. Lu, we realize this is an abrupt visit today, and I'm sure you've already guessed as much, Jiang Kanghai said, getting straight to the point. Luke's son, we'd like to meet that painter, Jiang Kanghai stated their purpose directly. Oh, a bit unexpected. He'd thought they already knew his identity, but it turned out these three hadn't even considered that possibility. Come to think of it, that made sense. How could one person be outstanding and top-notch in every single thing? That shameless old devil was once again shamelessly indulging in his own narcissism. You want him to come forward to address the negative publicity surrounding the association, right? No, we're here on behalf of the Calligraphy and Painting Association to apologize to him. We bear some responsibility for this incident. We failed to detect the Jiao family's despicable actions in time. We'd also like to invite him to join the association. That last part was the real purpose of their visit. I wonder if he's joined any other associations or signed with a talent agency? Zhao Liang asked tentatively. It was no wonder the council chairmen were so desperate for talent. After all, the southern region's arts and calligraphy scene ranked at the very bottom among the 5 great regions. Anyone with even a modicum of talent had left for other regions either by switching allegiances or being poached. In fact, whether it's film, calligraphy and painting, dance, composition, or poetry and literature, the southern region consistently ranks among Blue Star's 5 major regions. The southern region's strength lies not in these fields, but in business. That's right, people from the southern region are exceptionally skilled at business. To put it dramatically, 8 out of every 10 wealthy business people are from the southern region. They'll pursue any venture that promises profit, and cutting-edge high-tech and manufacturing in particular have become their hallmark. It's safe to say that merchants from the southern region are found in every corner of Blue Star. I'm not sure, I've only met him once. Beyond that, I don't know much. That painting was a reward he gave me after I did him a small favor. As for the rest, I'm not really sure. I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help to you. Lu Sun, as if anticipating their next question, cut straight to the point. As for why the painting was done that way, I was the one who asked him to paint it that way. As for the reason, I'm sure you all know it well enough. I have no idea where he is now or where he's gone. That's all I know. Do any of you three have any other questions? Zhao Liang and his 2 companions were at a loss for words. Wow, he just addressed every single question and doubt they'd wanted to ask. If you see him next time, please convey our association's message to him. Sure, no problem. After seeing the 3 chairmen off, Lin Li was just about to say something when he saw Lu Sun walk into the elevator and close the door immediately, not giving him any chance to speak. Lin Li muttered under his "That little brat. Professor Lu, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for looking out for me these past few days," Feng Yu invited warmly. No, thanks, I have plans. A date? How infuriating, which vixen beat her to it? Feng Yu asked with a smile. I wonder who it is? Old Wang from the 18th floor. Afraid she might not know who Old Wang was, he made a point of adding 18th floor. So he's from the composition department. Fang Yu was in high spirits. I wonder if I... Before she could finish her sentence, Luke Sun cut her off. It's not convenient. Fang Yu gave an awkward laugh. Aha, then I'll invite you another time. Luke Sun nodded. Isaac. All the composers from Group 5 were present, and several people who were close friends with Old Wang had also turned up. A group of guys gathered together, and the table was laden with all kinds of white, red, and yellow wines. Lao Yang took on the role of master of ceremonies. Come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses to celebrate Old Wang's promotion to gold-level composer. Congratulations, Old Wang. Wishing Old Wang a bright future. The group downed their drinks in one gulp. Luke Sun sat in the corner, going with the flow, toasting obediently when it was time to toast, and drinking when it was time to drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, Old Wang walked over to Lu Sun and slung his arm around him. Little Lu, I'd like to toast you. Once you take down all 13 of those guys this time, you'll be a gold medal composer too. When that happens, you'll have to treat us. Hearing this, the others began to cheer and egg him on. He's got to treat us. We've got to go to Cloud's End. Yanshangduan restaurant sounds great. Let's go there. I've got my money on you for this showdown. I've always had a keen eye ever since you joined the company. I knew you were no ordinary talent. And sure enough, here we are. Little Lu, you're about to become the youngest top-tier composer in the southern region. Old Wang was already half drunk as he called out to everyone, come on. Let's all raise a glass to Little Lu in advance. Lu Sun looked at this group of half-drunk guys and reluctantly accepted their toasts, downing glass after glass of red, white, yellow, and black liquor. Thankfully, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Otherwise, he would have definitely met his end right here today. After they'd eaten and drunk their fill, a group of grown men lay sprawled haphazardly across the private room. The only two still sober were Lu Sun and Old Yang. It took the two of them a great deal of effort to pack them up one by one and load them onto the motorcycle. When they returned to look for Old Wang, they found him lying at the entrance to someone else's private room. Lu Sun and Old Yang grabbed him, one on each side, and began to drag him up. The sound of conversation coming from inside the private room made them pause. Through the crack in the door, they saw several people sitting inside. "Just wait and see. Lu Sun will be my stepping stone," Wu Ren declared solemnly, his tongue hanging out. "Old Wu, I think you're really drunk. Lu Sun is the kind of guy who can rake in a fortune even in the battle of the gods. He's not that easy to deal with." "Exactly. I've heard that quite a few composers are trying to fake illness to get out of this showdown." Seeing that his friends didn't believe him, Wu Ren snapped. "What do you know? My new song this time will absolutely wipe the floor with him." "Ahaha, sure you can," the people in the private room said helplessly. Seeing their reactions, Wu Ren grew even angrier. "I'll let you in on a huge secret. My song is actually my teacher's song." The two in the private room were taken aback. "Old Wu, you've had one too many. You're starting to talk nonsense." "I'm not drunk. I'm telling you the absolute truth. That greenhorn Lu Sun wants to climb the ladder by stepping on us. I'm going to show him who's boss. Once I beat him, I'll become the prodigy of the southern region's songwriting scene, and then I'll make that kid kneel down and call me grandpa." The two men outside heard every word of the conversation inside clearly. Old Yang's face flushed with anger. He tried to push open the door but was stopped by Lu Sun, who shook his head at him and signaled with his eyes to drag Old Wang away first. Once they were on the flying car, Old Yang finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "That master-apprentice duo, Wu Ren and his apprentice, are truly shameless. I'm definitely going to report them." Stay calm, Lu Sun said calmly, his expression unchanged from start to finish, as if everything that just happened had nothing to do with him. Seeing how composed he was, Old Yang couldn't help but ask, "How can you be so calm? Aren't you worried at all?" "In my eyes, whether it's Wu Ren or his master Jiao Xiao, they're both the same." Hearing him speak so nonchalantly, Old Yang was so exasperated he burst out laughing. "You're certainly confident. Jiao Xiao may be a bit short-sighted and has released fewer works in the past 2 years, but his talent shouldn't be underestimated, especially in the realm of classical music. In that field, he's one of the top composers in the southern region. Wu Ren and Jiao Xiao know how you've performed on the Fengyan chart. The fact that you're still saying this now shows that the quality of that song is definitely top-notch." "Oh, so I'll beat him." Seeing that Old Yang was about to say something else, Lu Sun said calmly, "Do you know what the most devastating way to strike an enemy is?" "What?" "It's to trample them underfoot just when they think victory is in the bag. That's more painful than killing them." Old Yang's eyes widened as if he were seeing Lu Sun for the first time. "My god, this kid is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Lu Sun patted Old Yang on the shoulder. "As for reporting him or whatever, let's talk about that after the competition." He wasn't afraid of people cheating, but if they did, they'd have to face the consequences. The car pulled up in front of the employee dormitory. Lu Sun got out and said to Old Yang, who was still in shock, "Brother Yang, please give Old Wang a ride home. See you tomorrow." Old Yang watched Lu Sun's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. "Don't ever cross that little brat." At the end of the month, Wu Ren publicly tagged Lu Sun on his social media, issuing a bold challenge. "Wu Ren v Lu Sun, are you ready? At Lu Sun v." Wu Ren's bold move sent the onlookers into a frenzy, reigniting the excitement from earlier in the month. "I thought those 13 composers would be trembling in fear after seeing Lu Sun's track record this month. I didn't expect Wu Ren to be this bold." To the person above, "You're spot on. I've heard that several composers are planning to call in sick to avoid this showdown. Hurry up and tell us which ones were too scared to face the challenge." "I know of 2, a composer whose surname starts with Z, and another whose surname starts with T. As for the others, I'm not sure." "There are 13 composers whose names start with Z, that's Zhang Xiang, isn't it? The other one must be Tutu." "Hahaha, Zhang Xiang and Tutu, what a couple of cowards. Look at how awesome Wu Ren is, he's going head-to-head right away. You two should take a cue from him. Zhang Xiang has always been like that, bullying the weak and cowering from the strong. If Lu Sun were weak, he'd stomp on him mercilessly. But now that he knows Lu Sun is formidable, he's just a total wimp. I really hate composers like Zhang Xiang." Zhang Xiang Studio. "Wu Ren," Zhang Xiang growled through clenched teeth. "This guy is confident himself, yet he's dragging them all down with him. It's really too much." Actually, the netizens weren't wrong. He'd originally planned to call in sick to avoid this battle he was bound to lose, but the current sentiment on Starnet left him with no choice but to face it. His assistant looked at his boss. "Mr. Zhang, what should we do now?" Zhang Xiang gritted his teeth. "What else can we do? We have to set the record straight, of course." He couldn't let everyone think he was a coward. How else would he ever hold his own in the music industry? That afternoon, Zhang Xiang's studio issued a public statement on the Starnet social media platform. Zhang Xiang Studio V, the rumors circulating online are nothing but malicious slander. Mr. Zhang Xiang's new song is already complete and will be released to all fans in January. In light of the false information spreading online, the studio reserves the right to pursue legal action. Friends, please speak rationally and don't let malicious individuals sway your thoughts. No sooner had Zhang Xiang posted his message than Tutu followed suit with a post of his own. The other composers also posted one after another, publicly stating that they would not miss the January showdown with Lu Sun. I just counted there are 13 of them and noticed something. 12 composers have posted, but it seems one person hasn't. Why didn't Zhao Jianwen post? Could it be that Zhao Jianwen is planning to forfeit? Is he the one who's going to fake an illness? I'd heard rumors before that Zhao Jianwen wasn't planning to participate in this showdown. Now that he hasn't posted a blog to accept the challenge, he's clearly scared. Just stop pressuring him. As Zhao Jianwen is such a coward, I despise him. Zhao Jianwen had just woken up from a hangover when his phone on the table started vibrating nonstop. He answered the call. What's up? Jianwen, hurry up and post a blog saying you'll participate in the January showdown on time, the head of the composition department urged anxiously. What's going on? Didn't we agree we weren't going to do the PK anymore? This isn't the time to back out. Just log into StarNet and you'll see for yourself. Zhao Jianwen hurriedly logged into StarNet. A few minutes later, his face turned pale and he shouted, Wu Ren, for God's sake. That scoundrel Ren. He knew full well that several people had originally planned to drop out after all. They had each other's support. Besides, after a month had passed, the initial hype had died down. As long as they kept a low profile, the worst that would happen was a few whispered remarks behind their backs, which was still more dignified than being pinned to the ground and humiliated by that greenhorn Lu Sun. Now that Wu Ren had made such a high-profile announcement, it was undoubtedly throwing them to the fire. Now that everyone else had confirmed their participation, if he were to say he wasn't joining, what would become of him? Just look at all the mockery and insults under his blog post to see what would happen. Zhao Jianwen, with tears in his eyes, wrote a single line. Zhao Jianwen V just woke up and found out what happened. See you in January at Lu Sun V. As soon as this post went live, the insults in the comments dried up, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, but an even bigger challenge lay ahead. He hadn't finished recording his song yet. Ever since Lu Sun's domineering opening move at the beginning of the month, he'd been so intimidated that he'd lost all motivation and hadn't even touched the song. He glanced at the time. Good. He still had 38 hours. Zhao Jianwen slammed the teacup in his hand down on the glass table and let out an angry roar. Wu Ren, you son of a witch! I'll never forgive you. The 13 people, who should have been united against a common enemy, were completely divided by Wu Ren's latest move. Many were already secretly praying that Wu Ren would suffer a crushing defeat.
38 hours in Zhao Jianwen's eyes, every minute and every second was exceptionally precious. He could only lament how quickly time was passing, but to the vast number of netizens eagerly awaiting the drama, it felt like an eternity. They couldn't wait for 12:15 a.m. to arrive. When the clock struck midnight on the 23rd year of the lunar calendar, all the music fans who had been waiting eagerly refreshed their music platforms. When fans and onlookers saw those rows upon rows of names densely packed and neatly arranged, they felt a chill run down their spines. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, Lu Sun is the best. Guys, am I seeing things? Or did I scroll to the wrong page? This isn't the Rising Stars chart, right? To the person above. You're not in the wrong place, this is the newcomer. The Wind and Cloud chart. This is the first time I've seen someone spamming the top charts as if it were the Rising Stars chart. The person above is wrong. The guy who chart bumped 10 songs at once on the Rising Stars chart is this very man. Now this insane guy has come to the top charts to chart bump. Lu Sun is promoting 13 songs at once. That means he's preparing for one-on-one battles with 13 opponents. While everyone was discussing the 13 songs, fans who were focused on the music itself had already picked out songs from the list to download and listen to. When Wu Ren saw that row of names and song titles, he almost laughed out of sheer exasperation. That Lu Sun guy is really brazen, releasing 13 songs at once. Does he think this is some kind of beginner's village? Wu Ren was at a loss for words, but more than anything, he was furious that he hadn't taken it seriously enough. Jiao Xiao chuckled softly. That kid played a little trick. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Your song outperforms all 13 of his. Couldn't he claim that writing 13 songs at once drained his energy and affected his performance? That's a perfect excuse for him. That's his first ploy. Jiao Xiao continued. His second ploy is to win by sheer volume. If even a few of those 13 songs manage to outshine some of the competitors, that's still a victory for him. After hearing his teacher's analysis, Wu Ren found it very convincing. That kid is way too calculating. When Zhao Jianwen saw the dense list of 13 songs, he was first shocked, then furious. Is Lu Sun out of his mind? Instead of focusing on perfecting a single song to beat that jerk Wu Ren, he's here showing off his amazing songwriting skills? Zhao Jianwen was deeply worried that if Wu Ren outshone Lu Sun and outshone all of them, it would be unbearable for him. He knew full well that he was bound to lose this round. Rather than losing alone, he'd rather everyone lose together. That way they'd all lose face together. Anyone who hated Lu Sun, cared about him, or had any stake in him would be there at this moment. Huang Ting was paying extra close attention to this contest because it concerned him. 13 songs. Huang frowned. He couldn't figure out what Lu Sun's motive was. Is he just trying to show off? 13 people corresponding to 13 songs. Playing mind games again. Huang Ting deeply despised Lu Sun's underhanded tactics. Though he despised it, he still downloaded all 13 songs. He first clicked on the first song, Swords and Dreams, sung by Jiang Chuan. As the intro began to play, Huang Ting froze, his pupils gradually widening. My sword, where shall it go? Love and hate, my heart cannot choose just one. My blade slicing through the sky, right and wrong, I neither understand nor comprehend. I am drunk, lost in a haze, grace and grudges, are they illusions or emptiness? When I wake, it's but a spring dream, life and death all vanish into nothingness. Coming in a hurry, leaving in a hurry, I long to meet you again. Love comes in a flash, hate comes in a flash, everything is carried away by the wind. A wild laugh, a deep sigh, a life of joy. A lifetime of sorrow, who will share life and death with me? Who will share life and death with me? Classical martial arts ballad. From the very first line, it exudes a rich flavor of the martial arts world, full of carefree adventure and unrestrained flair. This song would hold its own even if played during the Battle of the Gods in December. Huang Ting set aside his disdain and with a solemn expression selected the second song, Love Like a Tide, sung by Liang Yu. I won't ask why you're crying. I don't care who else is in your heart. Please let me comfort you, whether the ending is happy or sad. No matter how far I've traveled, in my heart you will always be so beautiful. Since I've fallen in love, I have no regret. My love is like a tide. Love like a tide carries me toward you, following you closely. Love is like a tide surrounding both of us. I don't want any other man to see your charm. You should know this breaks my heart. Promise me you'll never wander the streets late at night again. Don't be so quick to taste the thrill of indulgence. Do you know that this breaks my heart? As the song ended, Huang Ting's frown deepened. This track, Love Like a Tide, was every bit as good as Going Too Far. It remained at the same high standard. After listening to 2 songs in a row, Huang Ting hadn't heard a single weak track, yet the more he listened, the more stifled he felt. He narrowed his eyes as he scanned the rest of the songs. He refused to believe the rest could maintain this level of quality. Huang Ting narrowed his eyes and clicked on the third song. As one song followed another, his brow furrowed tighter and tighter, so tight he could have crushed a mosquito between his eyebrows. When the last song finished playing, Huang Ting leaned back, slumping against the sofa, his eyes filled with disbelief and intense jealousy. Impossible. How could this be? 13 songs in a row, how did he do it? Huang Ting muttered unconsciously, still unable to believe or perhaps unwilling to admit that Lu Sun was so outstanding as to inspire a hint of fear in him. Huang Ting looked at Lu Sun's opponent, then at the 13 songs, his pupils contracting. Wu Tong and Liang Guang had also just finished listening to Lu Sun's 13 songs. They exchanged a glance at his opponent, then looked back at Lu Sun's performance. They exchanged a glance and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. Liang Guang silently swallowed hard. His repertoire can't possibly be this coincidental, can it? As he said this, Liang Guang felt a twinge of unease. Wu Tong shook his head. Impossible. Then it must be. Liang Guang couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Wu Tong said admiringly, in just one short month, he composed 13 songs, each tailored to the signature style of one of the 13 composers. Liang Guang swallowed hard once more. He's taking on these 13 composers in their own fields, using the very musical styles they excel at to defeat them and completely wipe the floor with them. Lu Sun is literally rubbing these 13 composers in the dirt, Liang Guang exclaimed, already giving Lu Sun a mental thumbs up. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he said with a shudder, thank goodness he didn't do that to us. Otherwise we'd have gone down in a really ugly way. Wu Tong gave a wry smile. No, he's already done exactly that. Liang Guang froze for a moment, then quickly caught on. He, that graduation song. He anticipated you'd go in that direction, so he composed a graduation song of his own, to defeat his opponent on their own turf. Wutong nodded. Yeah, that's almost certainly the case. It wasn't just these professional composers who had noticed. Other sharp minds had caught on as well. Once someone on the star net had set everyone straight, a storm was about to break. Leaker Tyrant V. I just finished listening to Lu Xun's 13 songs, and I have only one thought. Lu Xun is the best. While everyone is marveling at the high quality and how great the songs sound, they're overlooking a crucial detail, one that will turn everything upside down for all of you. Many people have noticed that Lu Xun released 13 songs at once, targeting 13 composers, but they haven't realized that the styles of these 13 new songs perfectly match the styles of those 13 composers. At this point, you should be able to figure it out. Lu Xun is setting out to defeat these 13 composers in their respective areas of expertise. Did he succeed? Without a doubt, he did. After realizing this, I listened to all the songs by the other 13 composers and ultimately found that the difference in skill was no small matter. For these 13 composers, Lu Xun is undoubtedly a formidable force. But for us fans, he's a true treasure. Lu Xun is the best. It's not just this media account that's talking about it, other outlets are covering it as well. Fans who'd just finished listening to all the songs and even casual onlookers were once again stunned by Lu Xun's bold move. This time it was even more shocking than when he released 13 songs at once. Wow, my mom asked me why I'm crying. This bastard Lu Xun just showed me up so bad I'm in tears. Oh, I just finished listening to the songs and was about to post a comment to marvel at how amazing Lu Xun is when I realized it was nothing at all. His amazingness has completely shattered my IQ. Lu Xun has taken all 13 top spots. Now I just want to know, are those 13 composers still looking okay? Are their faces all swollen yet? Beating them at their own game, I absolutely love this move. Wu Ren, who was so cocky earlier, does your face hurt? Oh, I thought Wu Ren was such a big deal, but turns out he's nothing special. Oh, I thought today would be a fierce battle, with both sides fighting tooth and nail, but in the end it was nothing. A whole group of people got pinned down in their own home and beaten so badly their parents wouldn't even recognize them. Lu Xun, I'm a fan, a total fan. He's completely won me over. Wu Ren looked at the rankings and the comments section below the song, and he began to question the meaning of life. How is this possible? This song isn't any good, it's nowhere near as good as Swords and Dreams. He was so cocky just a day ago, I thought he had some secret ace up his sleeve. But after listening, what the heck is this? With a performance like this, how dare you even show it off? Everyone, calm down. This song isn't bad, the melody and lyrics are actually pretty good. But that's only true if you haven't heard Lu Xun's Swords and Dreams. Wu Ren, does your face hurt? As someone beat you at your own game, did you get so angry you cut up blood and died? Wu Ren clicked on the ancient-style martial arts ballad Swords and Dreams that the fan had mentioned. 3 minutes later, he slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed his master, Jiao Xiao. Master, we've all lost. Jiao Xiao had, of course, seen the results as well. With no hope of sleep left in the middle of the night, he heard his disciple's words and sternly corrected him. You lost. He hadn't actually competed against Lu Xun. As long as he hadn't competed against Lu Xun, it couldn't be said that Lu Xun had surpassed him. After all, he was one of the leading composers in the ancient-style music scene. 13 songs, each reflecting the style of one of the 13 composers, had truly set the entire internet ablaze. Everyone was discussing it, everyone was talking about Lu Xun and the 13 composers. However, the 3 songs Lu Xun released on the Rising Stars chart were like unwanted children, barely mentioned by anyone, pitiful beyond belief. Even in such a pitiful state with far less attention than the 13 songs on the Wind and Cloud chart, they still firmly held the top 3 spots. The new singers and composers on the newcomer chart have one by one withdrawn into themselves. MTD, this is outrageous. Just go spam the Wind and Cloud chart, can't you leave the newcomer chart alone? I thought that Demon King had finally left, but it turns out he's still here. Wow, I feel like I'll never make it in this lifetime. Lu Xun, I'm calling you sir, please have a heart and spar the newcomer chart. The newbie village really can't accommodate a giant like you. Lu Xun, just dominate the top players' rankings, please spare the rookies' rankings. A post titled Luke Sun Spare the Newcomer Rankings quietly made it onto the trending list. As soon as onlookers saw the words Luke Sun, they instinctively clicked on it. After reading the full story one by one, they were laughing so hard they were shaking. Ha 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 ha, Luke Sun is so mean. Poor new singers and songwriters. 3 seconds of silence for the new singers and songwriters, no more than that. Ha ha. You poor kids. I've got some good news for you. Your great demon king isn't planning to move out just yet. Surprised? Unexpected? A3 songs. That's nothing. Take a look at the 13 songs on the top charts, maybe that'll make you feel a little better. Luke Sun's behavior, milking the system and racking up points, is absolutely despicable. Let's all join together to give him a piece of our minds. That shameless guy. Ha ha ha. Has Luke Sun really gone this far in his obsession with racking up points? Why does this make me feel so amused just listening to it? Sure enough, happiness is built on the misery of others. The banter and mocking sympathy from this bunch of silly netizens successfully propelled this post to the top of the headlines. The onlookers were having a blast, but the entertainment companies weren't laughing. Neither the top 10 agencies nor those further down the rankings were happy about it. The entertainment companies that got called out were unhappy, and those that weren't called out were equally unhappy. Only the biggest winner, Huayu Entertainment, was overjoyed. Just when everyone thought the 1 vs 13 incident was over, no one expected a social news story to once again set Starnet ablaze, sending the onlookers into a frenzy. Jiao Xiao, a platinum composer at Yunce Media, and gold-level composer Wu Ren, suspected of swapping identities. On the afternoon of January 3, police took Jiao Xiao and Wu Ren in for questioning. The following day, the Composers Association's official account posted an update. Composers Association v. Yesterday, we received a report from a concerned citizen alleging that Wu Ren's new song Jiangwu King was not his own work, but rather that of Jiao Xiao. After verification, we confirmed that this allegation is true. Jiao Xiao and Wu Ren's act of passing off someone else's work as their own constitutes cheating that has crossed the line for composers. The association will not tolerate such egregious conduct under any circumstances. Following deliberation, the association has revoked Jiao Xiao's status as a platinum composer and Wu Ren's status as a gold composer, officially designating them as composers with a record of misconduct. All of their works, as well as related variety shows, have been removed from all platforms. We hope all composers in the southern region will take this as a cautionary tale. As soon as this post went live, major music platforms immediately removed all of their works. From then on, Starnet was filled only with coverage of their scandal, and their works could no longer be found. Both Jiao Xiao and Wu Ren were affiliated with Yunce Entertainment, with the former serving as the company's public face. With this scandal now exposed, Yunce's stock price plummeted. Just like Huayu a few months ago after Zhao Tianyi's plagiarism scandal broke, Huayu's stock price also plummeted. Fortunately, Luke Sun stepped in, preventing Huayu's stock from spiraling out of control and crashing irreparably. Yunce, however, wasn't as lucky as Huayu. They didn't have that old fox, Luke Sun, holding the fort. Yunce Tao. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. None of the senior executives dared to speak up, especially Gao Zhai, the director of the composition department, who had been berated by the general manager to the point where he could hardly hold his head up. No matter what it takes, you must quell the negative online buzz. I'm giving you 3 days. If I don't see results by then, you can go home. The general manager issued his order and left immediately. The other executives followed suit, many of them casting sympathetic glances at Gao Zhai. Once most of the people had left the conference room, only Gao Zhai and Fang Tong remained. I don't know what's going on lately, but whenever we run into Huayu, nothing good ever happens. Earlier, our department invested in a movie that ended up overlapping in genre with one of theirs, and Huayu ended up outshining us. Now, the themes for our New Year's blockbuster films are clashing again, and we don't even know how that will turn out. And now this has happened on your end. Fang Tong sighed. I guess we're just at odds with Huayu. Gao Ji rubbed his temples. We need to deal with the online backlash now. Because of the Jiao Xiao and Wu Ren incident, the company had already been lambasted on Starnet. People were practically demanding they commit seppuku to atone for their sins. Fang Tong thought for a moment. Actually, calming things down online is both difficult and easy. Just look at Luke Sun from Huayi. He's nothing but a troublemaker. If something were to happen to him right now, who would even care about our situation? Gao Ji's eyes lit up. You're absolutely right. You figure out a strategy on your own. I'm heading out. Back in his office, Gao Ji couldn't stop thinking about what Fang Tong had said. Lu Sun was a hot topic. If he'd used that guy as a starting point, it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. Gao Ji made several phone calls in quick succession, and once everything was settled, the gloom that had been hanging over him vanished. Lu Sun, we'll see if you survive this one. A plan that kills two birds with one stone. Perfect. That same afternoon, a well-known blogger on Starnet launched a poll asking who the new leading figure in the southern region's music composition scene was. Post listed 10 of the most promising up-and-coming composers, including Lu Sun, Huang Ting, and Wu Tong. After a few hours, the post gained momentum, reaching more and more people and attracting a growing number of voters. Lu Sun and Huang Ting were far ahead in the vote count, leaving the other 8 candidates far behind. Once the post appeared on Twitter and made it onto the trending list, Lu Sun's vote count skyrocketed, leaving Huang Ting, who had been in second place, far behind. By evening, various media outlets had jumped on the story. Breaking: Lu Sun overtakes Huang Ting. Huang Ting defeated by Lu. A new leader emerges in the composition world. Huang Ting, once hailed as a composing genius, narrowly defeated by a junior. Huang Ting is now a thing of the past. The era of Lu Sun is about to begin. These headlines really set Huang Ting's face. What are they talking about? Who does Lu Sun think he is? He's not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as our Huang Ting. These unscrupulous media outlets are always stirring up trouble. Let Lu Sun beat our Huang Ting first, then we'll talk. Aha, he wants to be the next leading figure in the southern region's music industry. He's dreaming. The next leading figure in the southern region can only be Huang Ting, and only Huang Ting is qualified. Lu Sun is nothing but trash. Oh, Lu Sun is trash, as if he's worthy. The comments from Huang Ting's fans directly infuriated Lu Sun's fans. These days, Lu Sun's fan base is just as large as Huang Ting's, and his diehard fans are growing by the day. Ew, I have such a short fuse. Huang Ting isn't even worthy of tying Lu Sun's shoes. To the fans of certain people, before you say my little Lu isn't worthy, why don't you have your master win a 1 versus 13 match, or dominate the rankings in the Battle of the Gods? The Battle of the Gods might be a bit too much to ask, so why don't you just dominate the wind and cloud rankings instead? The person above is absolutely right. Let your battle records do the talking, don't just spout empty words. If we compare records, I'm afraid a certain fan base would be too ashamed to show their faces. If Lu Sun isn't the new generation's leader, I'll be the first to object. Some people only dare to brag because they have powerful backers on Lu Doggy, who has to fight all by himself. The more the fans from both sides clashed, the more heated things got, and the topic immediately dominated the trending list. As for the matters involving Wu Ren and Jiao Xiao, who even had the energy to pay attention to them anymore? Bro, you're in a feud with Huang Ting's fans. Lu Ning opened the webpage and displayed the 3D screen in front of Lu Sun. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Huang Ting's fans sure are confident. Fans follow their idol. What kind of person the idol is, that's the kind of fans they are. After glancing at a few key details, Lu Sun didn't even have to think to figure out what had happened. This inexplicable barrage of insults was clearly orchestrated by someone. As for the motive, it was obvious even to a fool to divert public attention. And the ones who would need to do this, it's none other than Yunce Media. Yunce Media was pulling a stunter tactic long since worn out on Earth, but it had to be said, the more cliched the tactic, the more effective it was. No sooner had Lu Sun finished his musings than a new post appeared on Bowei. Huang Ting v. February releasing a new song, looking forward to seeing you all. After sending the message, Huang Ting casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist. Do you think he'll dare to take the challenge? Given the current situation on the Star Network, if he didn't make a move soon, the title of the new generation's leading figure would truly become Lu Sun's for taking, and he would become a laughing stock. He will, the woman said with certainty. Who do you think is behind this? People in the entertainment industry aren't that naive. If they were, they'd have been devoured long ago, leaving nothing but bones. Yunci, but when it comes down to it, this is all Lu Sun's doing. If it hadn't been for that 1 against 13 incident, Wu Ren wouldn't have done what he did, and this whole farce wouldn't have happened. Luke's son is nothing but a troublemaker, stirring up trouble and keeping the southern region in constant turmoil. What this post from Huangting signifies, released at this exact moment, goes without saying. Haha, my big brother has issued a challenge. Lu family, do you dare accept it? Oh my gosh, my Huangting is just so awesome, he says it and does it. Don't they say to let your strength do the talking? This time, let's see how my brother takes down that troublemaker Luke's son. I'm asking if you dare to accept the challenge. We'll be waiting for you in February. This really infuriated Luke's son's fans, who rushed to leave comments under the post on his personal social media account. Bro, the fans are freaking out. Should we respond? Lu Ning asked. It wasn't just the fans who were anxious, the siblings were on edge too. Luke's son glanced at Huangting's post and snorted derisively. This little guy trying to play mind games with him, he's still too green. Luke's son V, did someone issue me a challenge? Why haven't I seen anyone tagging me? Could there be a bug on Starnet? When Luke's son's fans saw this, they were taken aback at first, then one by one broke into mischievous grins. Guys, does anyone get what Luke's son is getting at? Don't you get it? Little Lu is saying that if you want a showdown, issue a formal challenge. Posting a blog like that, who knows if you just happen to want to release a new song or if you're challenging him to a showdown. Hahaha, Huangting is pretty shrewd. He doesn't dare say it outright, he's just leaving himself a way out. If he loses this time, he'll claim he wasn't challenging him, that it was just a regular song release, or that the song wasn't carefully prepared, excuses like that. Anyway, there are plenty of ways to wriggle out of it. That way, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Holy cow! If it weren't for the analysis above, I really wouldn't have figured out all these twists and turns. As a single-celled organism, I just don't get the scheming of you multicellular organisms. Oh my gosh, you guys are all so smart. You can read so much into such a simple, ordinary blog post, that's amazing. Ahaha, isn't Huangting feeling awkward right now? I'm dying to know what Huangting's expression will be when he sees this. It's going to be a sight to behold. Hey guys, let's go ask Huangting in the comments so he doesn't get the wrong idea. Anyone want to join me? I'm in. Count me in. I'm in too. Let's go. These scoundrels, every single one of them, rushed excitedly to Huangting's post to flood the comments, creating an atmosphere that felt like a full-blown palace coup. Huangting's fans, seeing their brother so misunderstood, certainly wouldn't stand for it, but without solid evidence to back him up, many of them ended up joining the crowd demanding his resignation. What a bunch of idiots. Huangting was furious to see even some of his die-hard fans joining in on the commotion. He'd been a bit calculating, but he hadn't expected that Lu's son, that young upstart, to be such a handful either. Now he was forced to step forward and make a statement. If he simply released a song as usual, he'd likely face a barrage of ridicule and become a laughingstock among many songwriters. But if he framed it as a showdown, Huangting felt a twinge of unease. The talent Luke's son had displayed made him feel threatened, seriously threatened. Huangting instinctively turned to his girlfriend. What do you think I should do now? Naturally, she wouldn't have agreed to the showdown if it were up to her, but she knew this man's temperament. If you told him to back down, he'd turn on you the very next moment. At a time like this, no matter what decision you make, if he fails, it'll be your fault. The woman snuggled into his embrace and cleverly deflected the danger. Ask your teacher, he knows more about this than I do. Huangting picked up his phone several times, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to make the call. Asking his teacher at a time like this would only make the teacher think he was afraid of Lu's son, and that would disappoint him. After weighing his options repeatedly, and under pressure from his fans, Huangting posted a new update. Huangting V, I just posted a normal blog entry, never expecting it to cause such a stir. Since Lu's son is the composer and is so eager to go head-to-head with me, how could I possibly refuse the challenge at Lu's son V? As soon as this sarcastic post went live, Huangting's fans were thrilled, while Lu's son's fans were upset. Wow, why does this make it sound like our Lu dog is the one forcing him into a showdown? Weren't your fans the ones who started this in the first place? Oh my gosh, you must feel so wronged. Whoever makes the first move is a jerk. I've met female green tea types before, but I never expected to run into a male version today. Not bad, not bad, he sure knows how to brew a good cup of tea. A top-tier composer, Huangting's tea-making skills are truly impressive. Why act so wronged? Everyone knows exactly what you're up to. You make it seem like everyone else is an idiot and you're the only smart one. Just as the online feud between the two fanbases was about to flare up again, Lu Sun's post appeared right on time. Lu Sun V. While drinking tea, I happened to write a song. I'll share it with you all in February. Huang Ting V. Please give me your feedback. That old fox Lu Sun, he insults people without using a single swear word. Oh my god, why does it feel like our Luguzi's comment has a bit of that certain vibe to it? A Luguzi is no ordinary guy. That little post is so well written I'd give it a perfect score. A guy's above, what are you talking about? Why can't I follow? Did Lu the dog say something really remarkable? The guy above is so naive. Old Lu said that taking on Huang Ting is just a piece of cake, nothing worth mentioning, so don't act like I take you that seriously. Plus, he's subtly mocking him for being all about the tea ceremony. You wrong. Luguzi was clearly saying that taking you down, you tea art master, is as easy as drinking water. Lu Ning looked at the fans' interpretations on Starnet, then turned to Lu Sun. Bro, is what they're saying true? Did you really mean that? Lu Yu, standing nearby, looked at him with equal curiosity. Lu Sun's expression turned serious. No way, they're just reading too much into it. Does your brother look like that kind of person? Lu Ning and Lu Yu both shook their heads. Big brother really doesn't seem like the type to do something like that. These netizens sure have vivid imaginations, Lu Ning said with a laugh. I almost believed it. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. It's late, time for bed. Lu Sun sent the siblings on their way, then took one last look at the ridiculous comments from the netizens. Those are your words, it's got nothing to do with me. Whether it was Huayu Entertainment or Dingfeng Entertainment, neither company was the least bit surprised to see news of a showdown between their respective composers. Those in the music composition industry were even less surprised. When two greats meet, it's only a matter of time before they go head to head. February was supposed to be a joyful holiday season, but now it has become the focal point of the industry's attention. With the star year approaching, all 5 star domains are bustling with activity. Everywhere lanterns and decorations are hung, and flowers bloom in profusion, adorning the cities with extraordinary beauty. The star year, much like Earth's New Year, is a time for family reunions and is Blue Star's largest and most grand festival. According to the lunar calendar, this year's Star New Year falls on January 28. With just 1 week left until the Star New Year, companies have already begun granting holidays and distributing year-end bonuses. As one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the southern sector, Huayu's year-end bonuses were naturally substantial, though they were distributed based on each employee's contribution score. Old Wang leaned in slyly toward Lu Sun. Little Lu, how much did you get? Tell me on the down low, I promise I won't tell anyone. Lu Sun asked in return, how much do you get? Not much, Old Wang said, though the smile on his face gave him away. Just 700,000 or 800,000. What about you? Lu Sun stared at Old Wang and said earnestly, Brother Wang, I think it's better if you don't know. That only made Old Wang even more curious. What's the matter? Afraid you'll be shocked. Don't you know what kind of guy your old buddy is? Do I look like the type who's never seen the world? Go ahead, speak up, be bold and tell me. Old Wang patted his chest confidently. Actually, it's not that much. Lu Sun paused, then said nonchalantly, just 5 million, I guess. With a thud, Old Wang collapsed to the ground and lay there, refusing to get up. Why was he such a masochist? He just had to go looking for trouble. Lu Sun looked at him with pity. He'd told him it would be better not to know, but he wouldn't listen. See, now he's taken a real hit. Old Yang was walking by when he saw Old Wang sprawled on the ground. Old Wang, what are you doing? Old Wang muttered, something fell on the ground, I'm looking for it. What is it? Let me help you look for it. That thing is called self-respect. Old Wang scrambled to his feet and looked up at Old Yang. Ha ha ha, no need, I just found it. By the way, Old Yang, how much of a bonus are you getting? Old Yang waved his hand and said modestly, not as much as you. Just a few 100,000, I guess. Old Wang asked with a sly grin, do you know how much little Lu got? Lao Yang eyed him warily and shoved him away. Don't tell me, I'm afraid my heart can't take it. With that, he took off running. Old Wang hurried after him. Don't go, I haven't told you yet. With the Star Festival approaching, the busiest departments in the company were the film and TV division and the talent division, while the rest of the staff were gradually taking time off. Except for the on-duty staff, the entire composition department had the first 3 days of the Star Festival off. Having been on Blue Star for over half a year, Luke Sun could finally take a few days off to do nothing. He was comfortably sprawled on the couch, binge-watching TV shows. Lu Ning came out of her room and glanced at the giant screen TV. Bro, why are you watching cartoons? Luke Sun, I'm still a kid at heart. Bro, switch to Jiangnan TV. The palace is about to start. Luke Sun obediently changed the channel, just as the main show was starting. Lu Ning sat on the couch while Lu Yu brought out a plate of fruit and snacks from the kitchen, set it on the table, and joined them to watch TV. Palace, produced by Huayu Entertainment, was a series he'd written himself. It premiered during the Star Ye the time slot with the highest viewership, so it would have a significant advantage in audience numbers compared to other periods. From the costumes to the props and set design, the production was exquisitely crafted, something unmatched on Earth. The general plot and setting were retained, while the rest was rewritten to suit Blue Star's tastes. It could be described as an entirely new palace, rather than the palace from Earth. Luke Sun glanced at the siblings' reactions. It seemed the show appealed to both men and women. During a brief commercial break, Luke Sun asked, "Is it any good?" "It's great," Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. This alternate reality setting is really interesting. 9 princes vying for the throne, that's so fascinating. The 9 princes vying for the throne isn't interesting at all, there's too much bloodshed and intrigue. I think this time travel plot is much more creative, Lu Ning countered. I forgot to mention that the term travel hadn't been coined yet on Blue Star. Whether in TV dramas or the world of novels, stories involving time travel hadn't been written yet. The palace was able to rise to the top in such a short time precisely because of its novel time travel concept and unique fictional setting, which attracted wave after wave of viewers from the southern regions. Luke Sun wasn't sure exactly how much the palace was making, but even a fool could tell it was raking in a fortune. With the palace a surefire hit, the scripts that followed would be much simpler. Just as he was thinking this, a call came in from Qiao Lu. President Qiao. "Little Lu, could you give me Mo Yan's contact information?" Qiao Lu was in a great mood. The success of the palace had completely exceeded her expectations, giving her great confidence in the upcoming palace intrigue dramas. "Ms. Qiao, this is about the follow-up series, isn't it?" Qiao Lu didn't hide her intentions and explained, "Yes, the palace has become a huge hit. Now that quite a few companies have set their sights on TV dramas with this theme, we must beat them to the punch and release the second installment." She had no intention of handing over the buzz and audience that the palace had built up to anyone else. "I have the script for the second season. Have someone come pick it up." "Is now a good time?" Qiao Lu asked. "So, Sure." She had barely hung up the phone when, just a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lu Ning nudged her second older brother, her eyes fixed on the TV. "Second older brother, go answer the door." Just as Lu Yu stood up, Luke Sun held him back. "I'll get it." A young girl was standing at the door. When she saw that it was Luke Sun who answered, she paused for a moment before greeting him respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Mr. Qiao's assistant. Mr. Qiao asked me to come pick something up." Luke Sun turned to the side. "Come in." The assistant walked into the room nervously. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Lu Yu sitting in the living room, she greeted them. Lu Ning stood up. "Young lady, come sit down and have some fruit." Lu Yu, meanwhile, got up and walked toward the kitchen. "Would you like a soft drink or some tea?" Faced with the brother and sister's warm hospitality, the assistant waved her hand. No, thank you. I'll be leaving soon." Luke Sun emerged from the house carrying a bag, easing her awkwardness, and handed the items to her. "Take good care of these, don't lose them." "Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll take good care of them. I'll be on my way now. Happy holiday." Luke Sun nodded. Happy Star Year." On New Year's Eve, the 3 siblings returned home carrying a pile of ingredients. Lu Yu looked at her older brother. "Bro, do you really know how to cook all this?" Their daily meals were usually the simplest kind, just a quick stir-fry or a simple stew as long as it was cooked and filling. "I learned a few tricks from a chef a while back, and I've been waiting for today to show you what I've got. You two don't need to worry. At worst, it'll just be a little unappetizing." These ingredients were a piece of cake for him. As a former culinary master, Not only could he handle such ordinary ingredients, but even divine-grade ingredients wouldn't be enough for him to work his magic on. Tonight was like New Year's Eve on Earth. Such an important meal naturally couldn't be taken lightly. There would be meat-filled tangyuan for family reunion, a whole braised fish symbolizing abundance year after year, followed by dragon soaring, phoenix dancing, and wild geese and auspicious clouds. In the past, when he made dancing dragons and phoenixes, he actually used dragon and phoenix meat. Since there were no dragons or phoenixes here, he had no choice but to use Blue Star's unique creatures, dragon eels and fire black-bone chickens. A good broth is essential for cooking. After simmering the broth for an entire day, the moment he lifted the lid, the aroma filled the entire room. A dish must be perfect in color, aroma, and flavor. He took some white scrophularia, a vegetable similar to radish on Earth, out of the produce basket. Holding the white scrophularia in one hand and a knife in the other, the blade flashed, and with a few swift cuts, several beautiful flower buds appeared on the plate. Lu Yu, who happened to be passing by, witnessed this scene and was so startled that his eyes widened in astonishment. Was something wrong with his eye? Lu Yu shifted his gaze downward to see the plate neatly arranged with beautiful carved blossoms. He silently swallowed hard. Bro, your carving skills. What do you think? Do I've got some skills? Lu Yu nodded in affirmation, but when he caught a glimpse of his brother's hands out of the corner of his eye, his expression froze slightly. Those long, slender hands were covered with fine scars that looked old, no doubt accumulated over time. The thought of his older brother working so hard behind the scenes, out of their sight, brought tears to Lu Yu's eyes. None of them knew when their brother had gone to learn this craft, let alone how many scars those hands had borne. Brother, the star year is coming up soon. You can't cry, it's bad luck. Luke's unruffled his hair.